Chapter 361. Silver Sand Gobi Desert. The wind whistled, and the dust flew all over the sky. Swish, swish, swish. A team of sand lizard scouts were conducting daily patrols on the Gobi Desert. Although they were patrolling, they talked and laughed along the way, and from time to time someone laughed heartily. It didn't look like a patrol, but more like an outing. Although the enemy was very strong and had a fallen angel warrior, there was only one of them, and within the field of vision, there were only stones and weeds, and no enemy could be seen at all. Therefore, the knights were generally in a relaxed state of mind. As they were walking leisurely, suddenly a rumbling sound came from the sky in the distance, like thunder. But strangely, the sky was blue, and there was not a single cloud in sight. What's going on? Where does the thunder come from? It doesn't sound like thunder, but more like the whistling of the wind. Bullshit, how can there be such a sound of wind? Just as they were wondering, someone suddenly pointed to the sky where the thunder came from. Look, what is that? The knights looked up, and saw a white line extending rapidly towards them in the gray sky, about 300 or 400 meters high. It looks like a fast-growing white cloud. No, there seems to be something in front of the white cloud, which looks like a strange bird with white smoke. It has no wings and looks like a stick. What should we call this thing? A flying stick? It's so fast and so loud. I say, are we just going to stand there and watch? This made everyone alert, and they turned around and ran back to the barracks to report the news. But their speed was too slow. Before the team turned around, the flying stick with white smoke in the sky had already reached the top of everyone's head and flew over again. By the time everyone came to their senses, they were already so far away that they could hardly see clearly. So fast. How could it be so fast? It feels faster than an angel flying. The scout knights looked at each other, still not understanding the situation. At this moment, the black dot suddenly plunged to the ground. A moment later, a huge cloud of dust suddenly exploded from the ground. At the same time, the magic circle also had terrible fluctuations, just like a tsunami. Immediately afterwards, the ground of the Gobi Desert became as soft as water, and a circle of mud tsunami spread in all directions. Oh no, it's the location of the military camp. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. It was not until then that the sand lizard knight reacted belatedly. Buzz. At this time, the magic circle storm arrived first. It hit the sand lizard knight with a devastating momentum. The knights had no time to dodge, and in fact, there was no way to escape. Crack, crack, crack. A dazzling bright light suddenly flashed from the sand lizard knight's body, and a layer of cold white light shield appeared. Although this magic shield was inconspicuous, it blocked the magic ring storm for the sand lizard knights. Boom. The earth tsunami followed. The fluctuating earth directly smashed the sand lizard under the knight's seat into a pulp, and also knocked the knight hundreds of meters into the sky. But the cold white light shield once again protected the life of the sand lizard knight almost perfectly. When the storm subsided a little, the light of the cold white light shield dimmed a lot, and the sand lizard knights fell back to the ground from the sky. A sand lizard knight immediately shouted excitedly, "It is the fate blessing of the Supreme God, thank the Supreme God." As soon as the voice fell, the sound of the horn sounded in the Gobi Desert. Woo woo. The Gobi Desert was filled with sand and wind, and the magic ring was shaking violently, but the sound of the horn was distant and desolate, easily penetrating all kinds of noise, and reaching the souls of every indigenous warrior. It is the war horn of the Supreme God. Return to the camp immediately, and prepare for battle. Isn't the military camp destroyed? Which military camp should we return to? The blessing of the Supreme God will protect the warriors, and there must be many surviving warriors in the military camp. The surviving sand lizard knights quickly got up and rushed towards the military camp with a little confusion. At this time, the sky was filled with wind and thunder again. The warriors looked up and saw a large number of flying sticks with white smoke flying in the sky, flying towards the Legion camp at lightning speed. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder continued to be heard from the direction of the Legion camp, and many flames and rising dust could be seen at the same time. There were indeed many survivors in the military camp, because many shouts could be heard faintly. Some people were roaring, some were shouting orders, and some were screaming. It was a mess, and people were completely confused, let alone the position of the opponent. What is going on? Where is the enemy? How to fight back? Everyone was shouting and asking, but there was no answer. In fact, every native warrior was running and shouting like a headless fly. Just as the sand lizard knights were running wildly in the Gobi Desert, they suddenly heard a strange sound coming from behind them that they had never heard before. Woo woo. The sound was very deep, and the ground was shaking slightly, giving people the feeling that a huge monster was approaching quickly from behind. The Sand Lizard Knights turned around to observe. The smoke and dust filled the sky behind him, and he could not see anything clearly. Only the strange sound was getting louder and louder, and the shaking of the ground was getting stronger and stronger. Supreme God, please guide us. Some people prayed loudly unconsciously, but there was no response. At this moment, dense explosions suddenly occurred among the Sand Lizard Knights. The flashing fire, the high-speed splashing iron flow, and the violent shock wave hit the Sand Lizard Knights at a speed and density far beyond the reaction limit of mortals. The cold white light shield blessed by the Supreme God was constantly stimulated, emitting bursts of bright light. Although it blocked the attack for the Sand Lizard Knights, the power of the blessing was also consumed violently, and the light shield became dimmer and dimmer. After persisting for more than 10 seconds, even the blessing of the Supreme God had exhausted its power, and the light shield was completely extinguished. The moment it was extinguished, the body of the Sand Lizard Knight was torn into a meat paste by the violent force. Not long after the death of this team of Sand Lizard Knights, rows of huge apocalypse chariots formed a huge wedge-shaped assault array, roaring through the smoke and dust, and rushing across the Silver Sand Desert at a speed of up to 150 kilometers per hour. The chariot army was like a group of war beasts from the metal world, ruthlessly rolling over the corpses of the indigenous warriors. Some indigenous warriors still had the blessings of the Supreme God, so they were violently knocked away by the chariots. After being knocked away, all kinds of melee secondary weapons greeted them like a storm, and the power of the blessing was exhausted in an instant, and they were smashed into powder. The main guns and secondary guns on the apocalypse chariots were also roaring. One by one, high-powered high-explosive shells fell like raindrops in the indigenous military camp in front. In the sky, unmanned explosive aircraft continued to clear the way ahead, disrupting the enemy's deployment with indiscriminate bombing. Following closely behind were tens of thousands of lava warriors, who cooperated with the apocalypse chariot array to clear all the indigenous troops who tried to counterattack. The Gobi Desert, which was still peaceful a moment ago, became a battlefield of destruction of iron and fire the next moment. Behind the apocalypse chariot was the Dawnbreaker regiment commanded by Rosen himself. These days, Tira Lilin was used as bait to constantly instigate the Dawnbreaker guards, and now about 200 Dawnbreaker guards have been gathered, which is twice the expected number. The Natural Empire also made every effort to produce solar essence, and eventually greatly exceeded the predetermined target, so that each Dawnbreaker guard was loaded with about 100 grams of solar essence. Among them, the Dawnbreaker guard controlled by Rosen was loaded with a full 2 kilograms of solar essence. The Dawnbreaker regiment followed the natural army in a low-key manner, saving as much power as possible to deal with the subsequent high-energy magic ring battlefield. At the same time, in the astral void outside the Lost Plane, 3 teams of void gods were floating in it, watching the battlefield on the ground. Before the battle began, there were people chatting, but after it started, there was only silence. The void gods knew that the natural emperor would definitely not fight alone, but they never expected that the emperor's hand would be so huge. The suns that exploded in the magic ring, the steel chariots that rushed through the sand and dust, and the explosive weapons with amazing speed, quantity and power, directly turned the ground battlefield into a sea of fire. After a long silence, the Lord of War Hegret finally spoke. Obviously, this is a legion of 100,000 people, and they have initially mastered high-powered forces. Arnold, the Wild Hunter, was shocked. This is not a war at all, but a massacre. This is not a battle we can intervene in at all. Not to mention intervening, even if you get closer, you may be in danger of your life. After all, the sun is raging on the earth. In the void, the destruction gods and the order gods are also there, and they are silent at this time. After watching for more than an hour, seeing that the indigenous army had no power to fight back, the 2 major gods left the Lost Plane. The goddess of love Margaret noticed it and whispered, "Dear, are we going to leave too?" The Lord of War nodded slowly. No matter what the result is, this fight is no longer something we can intervene in. What we have to face next must be the turbulent changes in the playing world. Let's go back quickly, and be prepared to deal with the changes. Outside the Gate of Creation, Cicero was staying in a special purple gold Dawn Guard protection cabin, surrounded by a Dawn Guard legion of about 3,000. He had naturally sensed the opponent's attack. He looked at the growing dust mushrooms in the southern sky, felt the warrior souls extinguished at a terrifying speed, and also clearly felt the torrent of steel power rushing in like a flood. The unexpected situation made Cicero frown slightly. I really underestimated the power of this natural emperor. He actually set a legion here silently. The tremor of the thread of time allowed him to roughly estimate the size and strength of the legion. With a size of more than 100,000 people, and mastering low-level high-energy weapons such as fusion explosion nuclear bombs, it is already an extremely powerful force in the mortal empire, but in Cicero's eyes, it is not much stronger than the indigenous legion. If it was during the heyday of the Dawn Empire, it would only need to dispatch a Dawn Legion of 1,000 to easily defeat the opponent. Unfortunately, the Dawn Empire has fallen apart. The more than 3 billion researchers, high-energy factories throughout the plane, and millions of Dawn Legions have all been lost under the dual destruction of war and time. Today's Dawn Empire is not even able to produce even 1 gram of solar essence, and the amount of solar essence he has on hand is also very little, adding up to less than 5 kilograms. Cicero secretly hated in his heart, if it weren't for the idiot Arletus, note, the name of the last emperor, who used most of his strength on the plane time lag, I wouldn't be so embarrassed now. At this time, a purple and silver Dawn Guard came forward. Your Majesty, if this continues, the mortal army will be exhausted. Please allow me to lead a Dawn Legion to crush the arrogant mortal army into dust. There are 3 Dawn Guards like this, which are purple and silver. They are the Dawn Thousand captains appointed by Cicero, and are known as the 3 heroes in front of the emperor. They have 12 rings of power, and are combat mages trained by Cicero himself. They are also the 3 warriors he relies on the most, and the most powerful. But Cicero shook his head. There is no need to waste the essence of the sun. Let this arrogant emperor come to us, and tell him what a real high-energy war is. After a pause, he said, 3,000 Dawn warriors are too many. There is no need. Collect their solar essence and redistribute it to 500 warriors to ensure that every warrior can fight with all their strength. In this way, each Dawn warrior can carry 5 grams of solar essence. Of course, no matter how lacking in power, his own Dawn Guards will be loaded with 1 kilogram of solar essence, and his 3 royal saints will also gain about 500 grams of power. When issuing the order, Cicero felt a strong sense of envy. Ah, a budding high-energy empire, a healthy plane that has not been destroyed by high-energy wars, young and full of vitality, it is really a shining pearl. In contrast, the lost plane is riddled with holes and lifeless, and has no future for development. He secretly decided in his heart, when I defeat you, I will take over your empire and make it a cornerstone of my renewed greatness. Chapter 362. It has been proven that flesh and blood cannot compete with steel. The next morning, the natural army completely broke through the blockade of the native army of the Lost Plain, crossed the Gobi Desert of about 700 kilometers, and came to the border of the high-energy magic ring area where the Gate of Creation is located. The result of the battle was that the side killed more than 170,000 native warriors, with less than 1,000 accidental casualties. The remaining 130,000 warriors were completely frightened and fled in all directions. At this moment, the engineering mages of the army were arranging a directional gathering array of fusion explosive bombs facing the high-energy magic ring area in front. There were not many, only 500, and they were urgently built by the Empire working overtime. The total equivalent was about 50 kilograms of solar essence. The purpose, of course, was to clear the last obstacle on the road ahead and open up a safe passage to the Gate of Creation. The reason for doing this was not only because the high-energy magic ring area was full of dangers, but also because Rosen knew that Cicero must be waiting for him in the magic ring. Faced with this situation involving the fate of the Empire, and with no confidence in defeating the opponent, Rosen naturally chose the crushing tactics. The Emperor can certainly play with the world. Just like before in Nawad, Rosen played with the light gods with the absolute advantage of high power. But when facing opponents of the same level, the Emperor's principle is that if he can crush them with national power, he will never engage in a personal bravery duel. While deploying nuclear bombs, Rosen and Tyralland each drove a Dawn Guard and looked at the high-energy magic ring area in the distance. In the magic ring area, the most eye-catching thing is the towering Gate of Creation. Its shape is 2 magnificent pillars standing opposite each other, with a height of more than 1,000 meters, and a distance of 50 meters from each other, like a huge roofless gate. It can be seen that even after 10,000 years, the 2 pillars still have a rich steel-gray metallic luster, and there is no trace of wear and tear. The second is a spherical light shield that covers the entire Gate of Creation and emits a faint glow. Its diameter is more than 20 kilometers, and its boundaries are clear, like a supergiant magic ring shield. Tira Leline introduced softly, it is about 10 kilometers from the boundary of the high-energy zone to the Gate of Creation. The internal magic ring strength is 12 rings, but my time insight spell is strongly interfered by Cicero, and I can't see the internal situation clearly. Rosen's eyes have been fixed on the gate of creation. Liling, is it made of level 22 high-energy material? No, this is a level 23 material synthesized by the Empire at all costs. The material name is Creation God Steel, which is almost indestructible. No matter how much noise we make, even if the number of fusion explosion bombs is increased tenfold, we can't cause any damage to it. As she spoke, Tira Liling's voice was full of pride. Rosen fully understood her feelings, and was deeply aware of the huge gap between the Natural Empire and the Dawn Empire. This is the gap between civilization levels, almost the difference between humans and gods. His Iron Legion can crush the Indigenous Legion, but if it encounters the Dawn Empire army at its peak, it will definitely be easily crushed. In addition, even if he successfully obtains the Dawn Empire's legacy this time, he feels that it will take a long time to fully digest the knowledge in it. Because this is not something that can be done quickly if you want to. Just like climbing a mountain, even if you look up and see the entire mountain, you must climb step by step to see the scenery on the top of the mountain. Liling, how long do you think it will take for the Natural Empire to reach the height of the Dawn Empire? According to your Majesty's description, if everything goes well, I think it will take 100 years. Of course, the Abyss will definitely not give us 100 years of peaceful development time, so we must get the Conqueror core. Rosen naturally understood this, but he had a hidden worry in his heart. It has been more than 11,000 years since the collapse of the Empire. Are you sure that the Creation Bureau can really consistently execute the final order of Emperor Sephinos? He was not worried that there was nothing in the Creation Bureau, because Cicero's performance had proved that there were definitely treasures in it. He was just worried that some unexpected changes would occur in the Creation Bureau. After all, too much time had passed, and the 7 sages of the Imperial Court, who once had a soul strength of up to level 22, could not survive safely, not to mention a group of man-made magic puppets. Tila Liling was also a little unconfident, and could only say, "Your Majesty, go in and take a look and you will understand everything." At this time, the engineering mage team sent a message. The fusion explosion array has been arranged, and the legions have all entered the safe bunker and can be detonated at any time. But Rosen did not directly order the detonation, because he is about to enter the unknown high-energy magic ring area, and will also face completely unknown opponents and dangers. Although a lot of preparations have been made, there is still no guarantee of absolute success. As the supreme ruler of an empire, he naturally has to prepare for the worst. In fact, he has already prepared a crisis plan called Imperial Guardian Council. In the event of the worst situation, Queen Zigralana will become the nominal queen of the Natural Empire, and the Godly Father will become the first executive speaker of the Cabinet Council. The current important members of the Empire will become members of the Guardian Council, and jointly decide the future fate of the Empire. This plan had been well preserved by him, and now it was taken out by Emperor Rosen, who was far away in Swan Castle, and handed over to Zigralana along with many powerful magic tools, and the authority of high-energy magic. Zigralana was so scared that her face turned pale, and she didn't dare to take it. "Dear, why do you have to take such a risk?" She knew very well that she couldn't support the Natural Empire. In fact, no one could support it, not even her grandfather. Once Rosen, the first emperor, was gone, the empire would definitely experience huge turmoil, and even collapse. Rosen smiled faintly. "Don't worry, it's just a contingency plan, and it will most likely not be implemented." After a pause, he said seriously, "But if it is really used, give up all expansion plans, and just defend the Natural Empire as the base camp. When the empire is restored to stability, we can talk about other things." Zigralana asked again, "Dear, is there no other choice?" Rosen smiled. "Our opponent is a high-energy empire that has developed for countless years, and is a powerful enemy with overwhelming power. We are the weak. The weak face the strong. There is never a safe and easy way to win. We can only take the dangerous path that the strong are unwilling to take. In fact, we are already very lucky, at least there is still a way to go ahead. There are countless weak people in this world, who face hopeless despair at birth. They are born and die in obscurity, just like a small bubble that occasionally emerges in a pool. When the bubble passes through the pool water and merges into the air, there will be no trace of its existence in the world." Seeing that Rosen had made up his mind, Zigralana knew that it was useless to persuade him. "Dear, give our child a name. In another year, the child will be born a boy." Rosen had already thought of it. "Let's call him Rogrix. This name means victory in the ancient language of the Natural Alliance." Zigralana silently recited it and nodded gently. "I remember it." After arranging the funeral, Rosen ordered 200 Dawnbreakers to open the ring wall shield at the same time to resist the aftermath of the fusion explosion array. then issued an order. Then explode? The engineering mages immediately began to count down. 10, 9, 8. At the same time, inside the high-energy magic ring area, Cicero has been using the time mist to interfere with Tyralin's perception. Everything was fine, but suddenly I felt a strong palpitation, and at the same time, I felt that a thread of time began to tremble with an extremely high intensity. The trembling of the thread of time means that there is an event that cannot be ignored. If the tremor is strong enough and makes him so nervous, it means that a high-energy event will happen soon that will target him. What's going on? Does this natural emperor have any other means? He interfered with Tyralin, and was also interfered by Tyralin. So he couldn't see the situation outside the magic ring clearly. Now such a situation suddenly appeared, it would be a mistake on top of a mistake, and he didn't dare to act rashly. For the sake of safety, he also ordered the Dawnbreaker to activate the ring wall shield. Just when both Dawnbreakers activated the shield, the fusion explosion array exploded. Boom! I saw a strong light flashing violently. The brightness was brighter than 100 billion suns. The carefully designed focusing array allowed the power of 500 fusion bombs to converge into a super high-energy jet with a diameter of 1,000 meters, which exploded almost completely in a straight line. This jet violently broke through the ring wall of the 12-ring high-energy magic ring and rushed all the way to the gate of creation. Almost instantly, various power aftermaths hit the Dawnbreaker core where Rosen was. The energy consumption of the Dawnbreaker shield suddenly increased sharply, consuming at least 5 grams of solar essence in just 10 seconds. This is only the power of the aftermath, and the strength of the jet's frontal force is hundreds and thousands of times that of the aftermath. But the objects in the high-energy magic ring are extremely strong, so the power of the jet was still weakened a lot. When it finally reached Cicero's Dawnbreaker core, its power had been reduced by 1/10 compared to its heyday. But even so, when this terrible jet rushed over, 496 of the 500 Dawnbreakers ran out of power on the spot and crashed. The remaining 4 people were Cicero and his 3 heroes. Cicero's Dawn Guard was loaded with 1 kilogram of solar essence, and more than 260 grams were directly consumed at this moment. The power of the 3 heroes was almost exhausted, with less than 30 grams left. Looking down from the sky, it was found that a steaming lava road appeared on the ground, with a width of more than 1,800 meters, spanning 12 kilometers from the border of the high-energy magic ring area to the gate of creation. It was like being slashed by a sword of destruction. Cicero and the 3 heroes were standing about 500 meters away from the gate of creation, somewhat desolately. "Your Majesty, the situation is not good," a soldier said. "Your Majesty, we are outnumbered now. What should we do next?" asked the second warrior. "Your Majesty, please retreat quickly. We will hold the enemy for you. The third warrior has made the worst plan." "Shut up!" Cicero roared hysterically. "I will never retreat, let alone give up. I haven't failed yet. We are driving the elite Dawnbreaker, which is much more powerful than the opponent. We still have a chance." As soon as the voice fell, a Dawnbreaker regiment appeared on the lava avenue. There were 100 of them, standing in scattered positions, and they were rushing from all directions. The terrifying thing is that each Dawnbreaker was covered with a heavy ring wall shield, showing that it contained sufficient power. In a head-on confrontation, 100 to 4, even if the latter had excellent performance, it would not escape the fate of being crushed. "Your Majesty, please leave quickly. We will stop the pursuers," the 3 heroes in front of the Emperor shouted tragically. This time, Cicero did not insist, because insisting was meaningless. He turned around and ran towards the gate of creation. His Dawnbreaker was indeed powerful, running 50% faster than the average Dawnbreaker, and many Dawnbreakers were still restrained by the 3 heroes in front of the Emperor. So he broke through the siege of his opponents, successfully folded the magic ring, and hid. About half a minute later, he felt that the time thread of the last of the 3 heroes in front of the Emperor stopped trembling. This meant that all 3 were killed. A trace of sadness flashed through Cicero's heart. Am I the only one left? He tried his best to travel through 10,000 years of time, and once again found the hidden imperial administrator. Originally thought that he could completely inherit the family legacy, but he didn't expect that he would be suppressed by a younger generation again and again, so that he became a complete loner. Incomparable hatred suddenly surged in his heart. "If I can't get it, no one else can. Tiraliline, you are ready to die." Chapter 363. High Energy Magic Ring Area, near the Gate of Creation. Rosen and Tyralin were protected by 50 Dawnbreakers, walking along the still hot lava road towards the Gate of Creation. In the ruins on both sides of the lava road, many betrayed Dawnbreakers were lying in a mess. Most of the Dawnbreakers were completely damaged. A small number of Dawnbreakers entered the dormant mode due to energy exhaustion. On the left and right sides of the road, there was a deep purple Dawnbreaker with full energy every 20 meters. The guards followed the two people's forward steps all the way and protected them without leaking a drop of water. Rosen looked at the battle record sent by the Dawnbreaker and smiled. Good luck. Almost all the opponents were caught. Only one purple gold Dawnbreaker escaped. 500 nuclear bombs cost a lot, but it was worth it. Tira Leline was very cautious. Your Majesty, you should be careful. It was Cicero who escaped. The Dawn Guard he drove was an elite model, and its performance was more than 50% better than ours. Rosen naturally did not dare to underestimate it, but he also believed that the performance advantage of more than 50% was not enough to make up for the huge gap in numbers between the two sides. In fact, compared with his own safety, he paid more attention to the protection of Tira Leline. After all, she was the key person to enter the Royal Creation Bureau and obtain the Dawn Legacy. When will the Gate of Creation open? According to the original puppet setting, it should be at noon, but after so many years, I don't know how much deviation has occurred. Be patient and wait. It is currently 10:10 in the morning, and the two are waiting patiently about 1 kilometer away from the Gate of Creation. Rosen would not sit around and wait. Taking advantage of this last opportunity, he conducted various combat drills inside the high-energy magic ring. Whether it was the spells he had mastered before, the two new time spells he had mastered this time, or various melee combat skills, he practiced them over and over again without getting tired of it. This is what you must do when entering a new environment. The purpose is to obtain the best combat training data. After practicing for a while, he still felt it was not enough, because the time was too short and the speed of obtaining new data was too slow, which was not enough to train Lai Fu's heart of the God of War well. After thinking about it, he ignored the power consumption and cast a newly mastered time torrent field to create a field with a time acceleration of up to 1,000 times. In order to avoid being attacked by surprise, he set up a thick supergiant time lag shield around him, as well as an equally thick ring wall shield as a defense. Then, he entered and continued to practice. Time passed by minute, until after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the Gate of Creation finally moved. The two towering pillars began to tremble slightly, and countless runes emerged on their surfaces, emitting a deep purple glow. Seeing this, Rosen broke away from the time torrent field. Although only 4 hours had passed in the outside world, he had trained for more than 4,000 hours inside, equivalent to half a year, and obtained a large amount of actual combat data, which he used to greatly improve Lai Fu's heart of the God of War. Of course, the power consumption was also extremely huge, consuming a full 500 grams of solar essence. But it didn't matter, because the Dawn Guard was loaded with 2 kilograms of solar essence, which was enough for him to squander. He looked at the pillars that were already covered by deep purple light, and whispered, "It's more than 2 hours late." It seems that there are many deviations in the operation of the Creation Bureau. Tila Leline showed a trace of worry in her eyes. I feel some abnormal time distortion. I hope there will be no abnormality. It is useless to guess whether there is any abnormality. You can only go in and investigate it on the spot. So, the two can only wait patiently for the Gate of Creation to open. Buzz. A dim purple light column appeared in the middle of the pillars of the Gate of Creation. The light column went straight up to the sky and began to become brighter and brighter. When the light column was too bright for people to look directly at, it suddenly separated to both sides, forming a bright and smooth purple light curtain between the two pillars. A faint picture appeared in the light curtain, which seemed to be a magnificent hall. Tyrallan couldn't suppress her excitement, her voice trembling slightly. The Gate of Creation is open. This is an encrypted space-time portal. Just enter the secret key, and you can be transferred to the Royal Creation Bureau. Follow me. She controlled the Dawn Guard and walked towards the Gate of Creation first. Rosen hurriedly followed and ordered the Dawn Corps to protect the left and right. Don't worry, be careful of Cicero's sneak attack. He had discovered that Tyrallan would not get excited easily, but when she got excited, she would tremble all over and her voice would tremble, which was particularly interesting. Under the strict protection of the Dawn Corps and the supergiant spell, Tyrallan came to the purple light curtain. She controlled the Dawn Guard to extend a spell-breaking blade, and the tip of the blade condensed a ray of purple light, and then gently tapped the purple light curtain in a strange pattern. Each time she tapped, a mark was left on the purple light curtain. After thousands of light spots were tapped, the marks on the light curtain were connected into an extremely complex pattern. The pattern lightened slightly, and then the magnificent hall that was looming on the purple light curtain disappeared, turning into a rapidly rotating, bottomless hole. Tira Lilin immediately said, "Your Majesty, the Time and Space Channel has been opened by me. If you enter it, you can reach the Royal Creation Bureau sealed in time retention. The channel will only be open for 3 minutes, hurry up." As she said, she was about to jump in first. But Rosen stopped her. "Lilin, don't be excited, try it with the Dawn Guard first." A Dawn Guard jumped in, and after a while, a large amount of information came out of the channel. The frequency of the information was extremely high and extremely dense, as if someone compressed what he said in 10 years into 1 second. Rosen spread his hands. "This is not right. The speed of time inside is indeed different from the usual, but it is not stagnation, but a strong state of time torrent, and the agitation rate is much higher than normal time and space." Rosen looked at the log frequency sent by the Dawn Guard, roughly estimated it, and gave a conclusion. Time has accelerated at least 1,000 times. The unexpected situation made Tyrallalin a little at a loss and a little panic. How is this possible? It was clearly set to 1,000 times stagnation at the beginning. How could it turn into 1,000 times torrent? With such a time speed increase, the equipment in the Creation Bureau will soon be corroded. No, there must be some unexpected changes inside the Creation Bureau. The Imperial Treasury cannot allow mistakes. I must not fail His Majesty's trust. I have to go in and check the situation immediately. At the end, Tira Lilin was so anxious that she would have jumped into the passage directly if Rosen hadn't stopped her. Rosen had no feelings for the so-called last Emperor of Dawn, and he had different ideas at the moment. "Lilin, are you sure that Emperor Sephinos told you the whole truth?" He had been with Tira Lilin for quite a while, and had carefully observed her body and soul structure with the natural scepter, and had also conducted a deep soul connection. He had long known that she was a scholar with a pure character. And Oletus, although Sephinos was an emperor with mediocre talents, the emperor was the emperor. The supreme ruler of an empire may be mediocre in magic, but he must have extraordinary abilities in controlling people's hearts. Perhaps this emperor could not control those people with exquisite minds, but it was no difficulty to control a simple scholar like Tira Lilin. Tyrallalin had obviously never thought of this before. She was shocked. "No, this is impossible. Emperor Sephinos has no reason to lie to me." Although she said it very confidently, Rosen could hear the doubt in her tone. Obviously, she had also vaguely sensed the secret methods of Emperor Sephinos, so she was not very confident. Rosen did not speak. He continued to order the Dawn Guards. "Enter the channel in defense mode. If there are living people inside, change to defense counterattack mode. 2 in a group, rush in 1 group every 2 seconds, and rush in 10 groups." Soon, a huge amount of information came out of the channel. It takes a long time for ordinary people to analyze such frequent information. The 5-minute channel opening time is not enough. But Rosen's Lai Fu is the best at doing this. Soon, Lai Fu finished analyzing all the information and summarized it into a short message, just a term closed, backward and barbaric world. Rosen was surprised, and was about to speak when he suddenly felt an extremely weak power fluctuation not far away. He was shocked, and had no time to react. The heart of the god of war, that had been in alert mode, was instantly activated. He and Tira Lilin already had a circle of time and space stagnation shield around them, and now another layer of shield was activated. The new shield is more powerful, with a range of more than 500 meters, and the shield stagnation multiple has reached the extreme of 10,000 times. The moment the shield was completed, a purple-gold Dawn Guard emerged from the air and rushed towards them at an incredible speed. It was Cicero, who controlled the elite Dawn Guard. He violently rammed into the outer ring wall shield, and then exploded directly. Boom! A dazzling light flashed, and the supergiant ring wall shield was instantly broken by the self-explosion shock wave, and the remaining power violently rammed into the 2 layers of supergiant time lag shields in the inner circle. The power of the outer layer of time lag shield was suddenly consumed violently, and instantly became ineffective. But the power of the self-explosion shock wave was also greatly consumed, and was successfully delayed by the inner layer of lag shield. At the same time, Heart of the God of War was always casting spells quickly, and the 3rd supergiant lag spell had been formed. At this time, another change occurred. 3 fierce jets suddenly shot out from a ball of air 1,000 meters away. This jet was like an iron sword piercing tofu, easily penetrating the bodies of the 3 Dawn Guards, and finally hitting the newly formed time and space lag shield. The jet was instantly slowed down by 10,000 times by the shield, but the absolute speed was still quite fast, still exceeding 300 meters per second. In other words, if it is in normal time and space, the speed reaches 3,000 kilometers per second, which is almost 1% of the speed of light. You should know that this thing is not a microscopic particle, but a macroscopic object. At this moment, Rosen was quite surprised. The Dawn Guard self-destructed to break the outer shield, and hid in the dark to launch a super high-speed jet attack, and the speed was so fast. Cicero is really amazing. If it were a mage with slow reaction and slow casting speed, such as Tyrellin, he would have died many times. It's so easy to penetrate the Dawn Guard. This time spell is so powerful. No, this should be called Time and Space Spell, because it has touched the most essential power of the world. Time and space are almost the most basic existence in the world, and all power is built on time and space. The spell that controls time and space is probably the most powerful spell in the world. The reality in front of us also clearly proves this point. At the same time, Heart of the God of War controls Rosen's Dawn Guard and Tyrellin's Dawn Guard at the same time, and they instantly evade to the side. Hissing, the high-energy jet passed by the two people with a difference of half a meter, and after hitting the ground, it made 3 bottomless holes. But the third time lag shield was almost exhausted by it. Although it did not completely collapse, it was almost the same as not having it. At this moment, there is no defensive spell around Rosen for the time being. Although Heart of the God of War is still quickly replenishing new lag shields, it always takes some time. At this moment, their defense was at its weakest. At this moment, Rosen saw a black figure emerging in the air in the distance. It was Cicero. He flew towards the time channel opened on the purple light curtain at an incredibly fast speed. With just one look, Rosen knew that the other party had cast a displacement-type time torrent spell on him, so the flying speed was extremely fast. But even so, perhaps because he was afraid that Rosen would intercept him midway, or perhaps because he simply wanted to eliminate his opponent, he stabbed Rosen with a sword when he was halfway. The sword light was blue and white, and the stars were shining. To others, it didn't seem to make much noise, but Rosen felt that the whole world was quickly becoming dim, and only this brilliant sword was left between heaven and earth. He actually had a feeling in his heart that it seemed that letting this sword pierce him was his inescapable fate. Rosen was secretly shocked. Is this the Sword of Annihilation? It's really powerful. But he was affected by the annihilation effect, and Heart of the God of War was not affected. Cicero's speed was indeed very, very fast, and it was likely that he had cast a time spell to speed up his reaction speed. But Rosen also used the time spell to greatly speed up his reaction speed. When both sides were speeding up, Lai Fu's speed was still a little faster than Cicero. Heart of the God of War used the combination casting technique to quickly and continuously activate the small stagnation shield to continuously buffer the attack of the Sword of Annihilation. At the same time, he used the displacement-type time torrent spell on himself to greatly speed up the body's dodge speed. Rosen clearly saw that the sword of this second-level artifact broke through layers of obstacles and pierced his soul core bit by bit. But at the same time, his constant dodging was also widening the distance between the two sides. The two sides chased and fled, and although the blade of the Sword of Annihilation was getting closer and closer, it almost failed to catch up with Rosen. After less than 1/3 of a second of normal time, the power of the Sword of Annihilation was exhausted. But the blade was still 20 centimeters away from Rosen's soul. The sword was ineffective and had to be retracted. Cicero stared at Rosen, his eyes full of unwillingness and surprise. But he did not want to fight, and continued to accelerate, and was about to enter the time channel. Rosen was not a person who would not fight back when being beaten. Taking advantage of the moment when the opponent was exhausted and retracted the sword, he perfectly seized this opportunity and wrapped the fierce time stagnation flow towards the opponent. Cicero was startled and quickly released the time spell to neutralize Rosen's restraint. Unfortunately, although his attainments in time spells were much better than Rosen's, his casting speed and strength were far inferior to Rosen's. So it could not be completely neutralized. Seeing that he was about to be trapped by Rosen's time lag, he suddenly raised his hand and stabbed the Sword of Annihilation at Tyrellin. Rosen naturally couldn't let Tyrellin die, so he immediately added most of the lag power to the Sword of Annihilation. The Sword of Annihilation was firmly trapped. Cicero decisively abandoned the Sword of Annihilation, accelerated again, successfully escaped, and rushed into the space-time channel. As soon as he entered the channel, his figure completely disappeared. The speed of the confrontation between the two sides was extremely fast, less than half a second. If the opponent had not held a powerful second-level artifact Sword of Annihilation, he would have been captured alive by Rosen at this moment. Therefore, Cicero was equivalent to using the sword to exchange for his own life. It was not until then that Tyrellin, the Scholar Mage, reacted. She screamed in surprise. "It's Cicero, he went in." Rosen sighed. The glasses girl's reaction is really slow. Cicero did enter the space-time channel, but he was probably disappointed. Because from the information sent back by the Dawn Guard, the other side of the space-time channel is not the so-called Royal Creation Bureau, but it is likely to be the secluded ideal country created by Emperor Sephinos using the laws of space-time. In this ideal country, Emperor Sephinos is likely to be the supreme world master. But before he could explain to Tyralan, the space-time channel began to flash. The 3 minutes were about to end, and the space-time channel was about to close. Tyralan rushed into the space-time channel without thinking. Your Majesty, Cicero must not be allowed to obtain the Empire's heritage. Rosen's heart was slightly moved when he heard this. Since Cicero and Tyralan both firmly believe that there is an Empire's heritage, then the Dawn Empire is likely to have a real heritage. Even if it is not in the Royal Creation Bureau, it must be somewhere else. And this secret is probably only known by the reclusive Emperor Sephinos. In any case, he must obtain the Dawn Empire's heritage. This is the only way for his natural empire to fight against the Abyss. And because the inside of the channel is a space-time torrent space with a rate of thousands of times, he has plenty of time to find a solution. Thinking of this, he immediately sent a message to Zigrlana in Swan Castle through Ghost Resonance. Dear, I may have to leave for a few days. While speaking, he once again cast the time torrent field, covering all the Dawn Guards. It took some time to collect all the solar essence carried by the Dawn Guards, a total of 26 kilograms. All of them were loaded into the Dawn Guard he was driving, directly filling the power cabin with 80% of it. You can't lack anything but strength. This 26 kilograms of solar essence may not be enough, but it's better than nothing. Then, he carried the Sword of Annihilation, controlled the Dawn Guard, and rushed into the time channel. He entered only about 5 seconds later than Tyralan. Shortly after he entered the time channel, the channel flickered and turned into a purple light curtain again. After a few minutes, the light curtain disappeared, and the gate of creation was completely closed. Chapter 364. The process of crossing the space channel is very strange, just like crossing a kaleidoscope with extremely strange images. At the same time, you can feel a very strong force tearing your body and soul. The good news is that his divine body and soul are strong enough to resist this tearing. But Rosen can clearly feel that if he changes to an ordinary person's body, the result of forcibly crossing is to turn into powder in an instant. About 10 seconds later, the tearing force gradually dissipated, and the strange picture around him that was everywhere and twisted rapidly like swirling oil paint also tended to stabilize, gradually turning into blue sky, white clouds, beaches, blue waves, and schools of fish swimming in the waves and seabirds flying around on the waves to catch fish. If the lost plane is a lifeless and withered world, then the one in front of you is a beautiful world full of vitality and all things sprouting. Rosen appeared at an altitude of hundreds of meters, with the sea below, about hundreds of meters away from the coast. As soon as he appeared, his body fell uncontrollably. He subconsciously tried to cast a levitation spell to stabilize his body, but it didn't work. The spell failed? What happened? He immediately switched to other similar flying spells. He changed 9 spells in a few seconds. As a result, whether it was the high-level pure force, the low-level wind spell, or all the other flying spells he mastered, they all failed. Plop. Rosen finally fell into the blue sea, and quickly sank to the bottom of the sea. Fortunately, the Dawn Guard's protective cabin was completely sealed, so he didn't have to worry about being suffocated in the sea. But soon, Rosen found that the elemental life support array in the protective cabin had also failed. No, to be more precise, all the magic arrays were almost ineffective. He carried various magic tools, except for the supreme crown that was perfectly integrated with his body, all the others were ineffective. Naturally, the Dawn Guard, as a magic creation, was almost completely out of order. The entire puppet was completely unable to move, only the puppet's soul was still maintaining a minimum operating level. But this is the bottom of the sea, more than 50 meters deep, and the air in the protective cabin is limited. If he didn't leave in time, Rosen would have suffocated to death on the bottom of the sea. Fortunately, the Dawn Guard has a manual control system, and the power of the divine body is strong enough, so it is not difficult to escape. Rosen didn't rush to leave. While there was still some oxygen in the protective cabin, he tried to figure out the current situation. First try to connect the magic ring, but not to mention connecting, you can't even feel the existence of the magic ring. After careful experience, it is found that the magic ring actually exists, but the power is very, very weak, almost negligible. The magic circle is so weak, wouldn't the power related to the magic circle be completely invalid? Try to cast the spell again. Rosen has mastered many spells of various types. At this time, he tried them one by one. Sure enough, almost all the spells failed. After careful experience, it was found that the spells were actually successfully cast, but the power was very, very weak, so that the spell effect was almost unnoticeable. TSK, this is a bit difficult. A wizard who can't use spells is almost useless. Rosen didn't give up and continued to experiment. Ordinary spells didn't work, so he tried to use soul spells. It turned out that soul spells were also greatly restricted, but the restrictions were lower than ordinary spells. Try to use soul spell to contact Tyralin. As expected, no response was received. But it was not completely ineffective. I could vaguely feel that Tyralin was still alive, and could vaguely feel the general direction of her soul, and occasionally feel some faint soul fluctuations. But that was all, and there was almost no way to communicate with her continuously. Fortunately, Liling did not have an accident. In any case, this was great news. After thinking about it, Rosen began to try the time spell he had just mastered. This time, there were more differences. Of course, the time spell was also subject to considerable restrictions, but the degree of restriction was obviously an order of magnitude smaller than the previous two. Using the time spell was enough to produce an effect that could not be ignored. With Rosen's current ability, he could speed up his thinking by about 10 times, greatly speeding up his reaction speed. But it was far from possible to cast spells, restrain opponents, or defend against opponent attacks. In this world, spells have completely become auxiliary forces. But how is this done? Rosen thought carefully. He remembered what Tyralin had said. She said, in fact, there is only one thing in this world, that is time and space. Time, space, magic ring, elements and all other existences are essentially the interpretation of time and space, or in other words, they are certain attributes of time and space. Whoever masters the mystery of time and space has the ability to create things. Now it seems that the Dawn Empire should have mastered a lot of the mysteries of time and space. Because only in this way can a world with unique laws be created. Who did it? Why do you want to do this? Obviously, the only one who has the conditions and the willingness to do this is the reclusive Emperor Sephinos. At this time, there is not much oxygen in the protective cabin, and Rosen plans to leave. When he was about to open the cabin, another thought flashed through his mind. I almost forgot about the divine body. The divine body can generate a magic ring and directly absorb external power. I wonder if this ability is useful. First, feel the endogenous magic ring. The endogenous magic ring is also greatly suppressed and basically unusable. Try to absorb power again. There are 26 kilograms of solar essence in the Dawn Guard, which is an inexhaustible source of power for an individual. Rosen tried to draw power from the solar essence. After a few seconds, Rosen was overjoyed. The power absorption ability is also restricted, not as good as 1,000th of the original, but still effective. After a brief estimation, he found that using the sun essence and the divine body together could not only give the divine body endless power, but also increase the power of the time spell by an order of magnitude when needed, and increase his reaction speed by 100 times. At this time, the oxygen in the protective cabin was about to run out. Without time to think about it, Rosen immediately took out all the sun essence powder, packed it into a bag with his coat, and carried it on his back. Then, he opened the protective cabin door. Splash. The seawater poured in violently. Rosen relied on the powerful power of the divine body to withstand the water pressure, and swam out of the protective cabin by force. When he got outside the cabin, he immediately saw the Sword of Extinction. In this world where magic is greatly restricted, the Sword of Extinction has become gray, like the most ordinary steel sword. But the artifact is the artifact. The blade is extremely sharp, shining with a sharp cold light in the seawater. It's a good self-defense weapon. After taking the magic sword, he swam towards the beach. Fortunately, it was not far from the coast, and the sea was not deep. The power of the divine body was dozens of times that of an ordinary body. After a while, Rosen arrived at the beach. He turned around and found that it was an uninhabited beach. In addition to the seabirds and sand crabs crawling around, there was only crystal sand. He arrived only 5 seconds later than Tyralin. Considering the rapids in this world, it means that he played for less than 2 hours. Theoretically, Tyralin should not be far away from him. The girl wore glasses and had slow reactions. Rosen was really afraid that she would have an accident. He immediately followed the vague soul guidance and began to look for Tyralin. At the same time, he also carefully understood Lai Fu's situation. Then, there was a very surprising discovery. Lai Fu was in the deepest part of his soul and consumed very little energy, so although the performance was affected, it was not great, only about 30% lower. At the same time, Although Lai Fu's resonance link with the ghost outside the world was greatly affected, it was not completely severed. The link was intermittent, and the signal loss rate was extremely high, but because of the extremely fast time flow speed in this world, he had an extremely high fault tolerance rate. With the two offsetting each other, he could still control Emperor Rosen of Swan Castle. As long as he allocated 60% of Lai Fu's computing power, Emperor Rosen could handle various imperial affairs normally as in the past. This made Rosen very happy, and he decisively allocated 60% of the computing power. The natural empire is my foundation, and I have to maintain it well. While thinking, he had left the uninhabited beach and entered the inland. The inland area is a dense tropical forest, which is very lively and full of various plants and animals. Occasionally, you can see some traces of human activities. Rosen felt that he lacked understanding of this world. With the current limited magic power, it was not safe to rashly enter the human living area. After thinking for a while, he slowed down and carefully checked the information sent back by the Dawn Guard in the forest. Because the magic was limited, most of the information was vague, but the total amount of information was extremely large, so there was a lot of clear and discernible information. This information greatly helped Rosen. Since historical records, the level of national organization has always been in the feudal era, and there is no unified empire. Because there is no magic ring, there is no but of any modern magic. The princes are divided, the countries are in dispute, and wars are constant. Cold weapons are generally used in battle. In the cognition of civilians, the most powerful weapon is the crossbow. The cognitive level of the human race is very low. After seeing the Dawn Guard, they are extremely panicked and call it a demon, and try their best to destroy it. There is a special organization called the Eternal Sun Church, which claims to be the mortal spokesperson of the Creator God and specializes in hunting heretics, who are bewitched by the devil. The so-called bewitched by the devil refers to those who put forward various progressive ideas. After reading this information, Rosen somewhat understood the thoughts of Emperor Sophinos. After being hit by a strong man in the real world, he created a world that only belongs to him, playing low-level games like Children's House, and played for a full 10 million years. He was quite contemptuous, but no matter what, the actions of this ancient emperor caused him great trouble. Rosen also discovered that the locations of outsiders entering this closed world were randomly distributed. He had sent in many Dawn Guards before, and according to the reports of the puppet souls of these Dawn Guards, the teleportation points were randomly distributed within a radius of 300 kilometers. In other words, Tira Lilin might be far away from him. If so, if Tira Lilin appeared in the human gathering area, given her personality, she would most likely be labeled a witch and burned on the stake by the people of the Eternal Sun Church. Speaking of which, the divine body is not afraid of the burning of ordinary flames, but it is afraid of being pierced by sharp weapons. If someone pierces the head of the divine body with a sharp sword, the target can be killed immediately. Rosen needed Tira Lilin's guidance, so in order to prevent her from getting into trouble, he began to speed up and merge with her. The power of the divine body is far stronger than that of mortals. When running at full speed on flat ground, the maximum speed can reach 90 kilometers per hour, and because of the energy provided by the essence of the sun, it can continue. Of course, he didn't just run away. While running, he used mud to cover the original appearance of his clothes to avoid attracting attention and causing unnecessary trouble. According to the fragmentary information sent by the Dawn Guard, Lai Fu was given the language of this world to train. After more than an hour, he finally left the dense forest by the sea and saw a very backward mountain village in the distance. The soul spell showed that Tira Lilin was nearby, no more than 20 kilometers away. In front of him was a gathering area of human beings. In order to avoid trouble, Rosen stayed in the dark and observed for a while. After confirming that everything was normal, he came out from his hiding place. He wandered to the entrance of the mountain village with a haggard face, and said to an old man chopping wood at the door in a slightly rude manner, "Old man, ask for a drink of water." As he spoke, his eyes kept wandering around the young woman hanging clothes in the yard. "Old man, your daughter is so beautiful." At this time, Rosen was dirty, with an ordinary one-handed sword covered with dust and mud hanging from his waist, playing the role of a foreign adventurer far away from home. The old man glared at Rosen. "If you want to drink water, go to the yard tank to scoop it yourself." "And that's not my daughter, it's my daughter-in-law." "Ranger from outside, you'd better keep your eyes open, my son is a reckless man." Rosen shrugged, retracted his gaze, and scooped a mouthful of not-so-clear water from the water tank. After taking a big sip, he said, "Old man, I'm not a ranger, I'm a demon hunter, and I'm chasing a purple-haired witch." The information about demon hunters was naturally passed to him by the Dawn Guards. They didn't have any special skills. They were just a group of mercenaries who wandered around, knew some martial arts, and helped people solve problems. He just tried to ask, and didn't expect to get an answer. Unexpectedly, the old man had seen Tyrallin. He shrugged his shoulders and said, "Then you have to hurry up." Rosen was delighted and asked, "Why, has she been targeted by the church's lackeys?" "Yes, and maybe she has been caught now." Rosen immediately asked, "Where have you seen the witch?" "I haven't seen her. I heard about it from red-haired Pete." "Which direction did she go?" The old man smiled and said, "I won't tell you for nothing unless you give me some benefits." Rosen certainly knew how to deal with these stubborn mountain people. He drew out the magic sword and swung it smoothly in his hand. "Old man, I don't have a good temper and limited patience. You better not make me angry." "Well," red-haired Pete said, she ran north. "Where is red-haired Pete?" The old man shrugged. "Maybe in the tavern, or maybe in the widow Rose's house, who knows?" "Thank you." Rosen never believed in a single source of information. After leaving the old man's yard, he entered the village and asked everyone he saw. After asking more than a dozen people in a row, he successfully found red-haired Pete, and got a lot of new information, which roughly pieced together the truth of the matter. About 2 hours ago, a strange woman with purple hair came. She was very beautiful, wearing strange clothes, with golden and shiny ornaments on her face, and she said something that no one could understand. The elders of the village said she was a witch and asked the militia in the village to arrest her for trial. But the woman was very alert and turned and ran away. She ran very fast, and the hunting dogs in the village couldn't catch up with her. She ran away in an instant. No one knew where she ran to. The only thing that was certain was that she went north. Because of the witch, the militiamen in the village led their hunting dogs and chased her all the way out, and they have not returned yet. And then nothing happened. Since Tyrallin showed her true face, it means that she has given up the Dawn Guard. She was wearing trousers and short robes that were convenient for movement, which did not affect her movement, but she had no weapons and no martial arts. Being chased by a group of militiamen, she might be in danger. Thinking of this, Rosen accelerated and chased after her as soon as he was out of the villager's sight. There were mountains and forests outside the village. There was only a narrow muddy path in the forest, and many fresh footprints could be seen on the road. There were human footprints, dog footprints, and horse footprints, some of which belonged to Tyrallin. Judging from the footprints, both parties were running along the road, and their speeds were getting slower and slower. Rosen chased for a while and realized, oh no, Tyrallin didn't bring the power source, and her endurance is limited. In this case, she would most likely be caught up by the indigenous militia. Rosen immediately chased at full speed. About 5 minutes later, he heard the barking of dogs, the neighing of horses, the shouting of men, and the clash of swords in front of him. There seemed to be a fierce fight ahead. At the same time, Rosen also clearly felt the breath of Tyrallin's soul, which was less than a mile away from him. It looks lively. I have to be careful. Although the divine body is powerful, it is not as useful as magic. If you are too reckless, it is easy to overturn. So, Rosen relied on the cover of the roadside bushes to bend his body and crouch, and sneaked over. Chapter 365. A remote mountain. A clearing in the forest beside a muddy path. Militia Captain Wilson didn't expect things to turn out like this. They just wanted to catch a witch so that they could exchange it for some bounty in Lion Town. They were about to catch her, but they didn't expect a group of mysterious masked people to rush out of nowhere and kidnap the witch. There were beasts rampant in the mountains. The militiamen in the village, who could stand in the mountains, were all very fierce. How could they watch their prey being taken away? So the two sides fought. The witch ran very fast, and it was not simple at first glance. To avoid accidents, almost all the militiamen in the village were dispatched, more than 40 people. There were also many mysterious masked people, more than 30 people. Although the weapons were very simple, their martial arts were very strong and very brave. The moment they suddenly rushed out, they caused a lot of casualties to the militia. As the captain of the militia and the strongest warrior in the village, Wilson was extremely angry and confused. His weapon was a hardwood stick with iron wrapped at both ends. He knocked a masked man who rushed towards him to the ground with one stick and roared loudly, "Who are you? Tell me your identity." Among the masked men, a tall and strong man with amazing martial arts laughed. "Have you heard of Rudolph, the Black Wolf of the jungle?" Wilson was surprised, but even more puzzled. "Black Wolf, we have never provoked you. Why did you attack us?" "For the purple-haired woman over there. Give her to me, and we will leave immediately." Wilson frowned. The elder said, "She is an evil witch." "I know I want a witch." Wilson was shocked, Black Wolf, you actually became a devil's apostle? Ha, devil's apostle, the people in the church are really good at framing people. But I'm not a devil's apostle, I robbed her for the bounty, haha. While speaking, the powerful Black Wolf swung his gnarled warhammer hard and hit a militiaman's head accurately, killing him on the spot. Let her go now, or I kill all of you. The militiamen were not scared, they were not only comrades in arms, but also partners who grew up together, and even relatives. Seeing his relatives being killed, and the other party trying to intercept, the militia captain Wilson's eyes were red and roared angrily. Kill all these robbers. He himself waved the iron-wrapped wooden stick violently, and rushed towards the witch who was panting against a tree not far away. The goal was clear, that is, to kill the witch and let the Black Wolf get nothing. Black Wolf Rudolph discovered his intention and immediately rushed over to intercept. Soon, the two sides fought together. In terms of martial arts, Black Wolf Rudolph is stronger, but his weapon is not as good as Wilson's, so the two sides fought evenly. Seeing that he could not break through Rudolph's entanglement, Wilson used all his strength to sweep his opponent back with a stick and shouted loudly, Shoot the witch to death. I wanted to keep her alive, because the bounty for a live person would be much higher, but since Black Wolf had done it, no one could expect to get any benefit. The mountain village militia is also the hunter in the village. They usually hunt with bows and arrows, so their archery skills are extremely good. Wilson shouted like this, and 3 militiamen responded immediately. Rudolph immediately shouted, Protect the witch. Don't let them use arrows. The masked warriors immediately fought desperately. But in the end, a militiaman still managed to shoot an arrow. Bang! With a sound of the string shaking, an iron arrow accurately passed through the battlefield in the forest and shot straight at the heart of the purple-haired witch. Black Wolf Rudolph saw it, and his heart suddenly felt cold. It's over. There may be martial arts masters in the world who can intercept flying arrows, but none of the people present have such a great ability. When a crisp metal knocking sound suddenly sounded, and the iron arrow was knocked out. Immediately afterwards, a slovenly black-haired man appeared next to the purple-haired witch. The man held a dirty metal sword in his hand, and it was obviously the sword that shot the fatal iron arrow. Wilson and Rudolph were both shocked and paused involuntarily. Immediately afterwards, the man waved his hand and threw stones continuously. Bang, bang, bang. The malicious hounds were unable to dodge, and were all killed in a blink of an eye. Immediately afterwards, the man bent down and picked up the purple-haired witch with one hand. The witch was tall and plump, and she was not light in weight, but in the man's hand, she seemed to have no weight. As everyone was surprised, the black-haired swordsman turned and ran. Although he was holding a woman, he ran very fast and disappeared from everyone's sight in a blink of an eye. The target of the two sides was gone, and the martial arts displayed by the swordsman were really terrifying. Black Wolf Rudolph and Wilson looked at each other and immediately took a step back. Wilson glared at Rudolph fiercely. Black Wolf, I will remember this blood debt. At least 5 or 6 militiamen died in the battle and more than a dozen were injured. Once he had the chance, he would definitely take revenge. Rudolph was determined to snatch the witch. Seeing that the witch ran away, he didn't want to continue to entangle with Wilson. He laughed. I, Black Wolf, have many enemies, and you are not a big deal. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and his men also took the dead brothers, and quickly retreated back to the dense forest. After the Black Wolf left, a militiaman asked, Captain, are we still chasing? Wilson looked at the hound that was smashed to death, and shook his head. Chase what? Chase to death? The swordsman can kill our dog with a stone. Can't he kill us with a stone? After saying this, all the militiamen present shrank their heads and stopped talking. Wilson said again, Allen, Lassen, Corey, Ade, the 4 of you go to the church in Liontown to deliver a letter, and tell Bishop Rabati everything that happened just now. Yes, Captain. We lost 6 brothers in the battle. Don't forget to ask the bishop for compensation. Yes, Captain. The 4 militiamen immediately set off north to Liontown. The rest of you, take the dead and wounded brothers and follow me back to the village. On the other side, Black Wolf Adolf led his brothers walking in the dense forest. After walking about a mile, Rudolph said, Dig a pit and bury the brothers who died in the battle. They only had 1 dead, and the rest were injured. The masked warriors did as they were told. Before burying the people, the masked warriors had a strange move. They deliberately found stones, and smashed the faces of the dead people, until they could not see their appearance before death, and then they buried the people carefully. No one objected during the whole process, and no one cried because of it. Everyone was used to it, and their expressions were even very indifferent. After the people were buried, Rudolph waved his hand. Keep going. The team walked in silence in the forest for a while, and soon arrived at a clear mountain stream deep in the forest. Rudolph raised his hand. Rest on the spot. So nearly 30 people took off their masks. Some washed their faces, some drank water, and some treated their wounds. The whole process was very quiet. No one spoke, and no one cried out in pain, just like a rigorously trained army. Rudolph took out a piece of dried meat and a few potatoes, and ate and drank with the clear water in the stream. After eating for a while, he suddenly felt something was wrong. When he turned around, he found two people upstream of the mountain stream. It was the black-haired swordsman and the purple-haired witch who had left before. The purple-haired witch was sitting on the rocks in the mountain stream to wash, and the black-haired swordsman was standing next to her, looking at him with a strange look. Rudolph was shocked and immediately held the knotty wooden hammer tightly, alert. The warriors instantly took a battle posture, and the whole process took less than 2 seconds. Rudolph then spoke. Young man, who are you? The martial arts skills displayed by the black-haired swordsman before were too amazing. Even if the opponent was only one person, Rudolph did not dare to act rashly. The black-haired swordsman was naturally Rosen. He looked at the more than 30 soldiers downstream and said calmly, You don't look like robbers, but soldiers. Rudolph remained silent. You are definitely not robbing people for bounties, but have other purposes. I am very curious about your purpose. Rudolph said in a deep voice, Young man, this has nothing to do with you. Rosen smiled faintly. The so-called which you covet is my wife. So this matter is not only related to me. Rudolph was slightly surprised. You are also a devil's apostle? Rosen smiled faintly. We haven't done anything evil. How can we become devils? Rudolph said in a deep voice. The doctrine of the eternal Son says that all beings with extraordinary powers are bewitched by the devil, and are the devil's apostles in the world. Rosen asked back, Do you believe this? Everyone believes it. While speaking, Rudolph and the more than 30 soldiers around him were all nervous. But they did not show too much hostility, but instead showed a trace of curiosity that could not be concealed. This state made Rosen's heart move slightly, and he smiled lightly. You want extraordinary powers, right? In the mountains and forests, Rudolph did not hide it. Yes, we are from the Faceless Brotherhood. In our view, the devil is the rhetoric of the church, and most of the devils are also slandered by the church, but extraordinary powers are real. We are not the running dogs of the church, and we are tired of this boring mortal world. We want to pursue powerful power to transcend life and death, and transcend the mortal world. Rosen smiled. Only you pursue. Are you looking for them? Or are there some guys hiding deeper behind us? Rudolph was silent for a few seconds, then said, Of course there are protectors behind us, but the identity of the protectors needs to be kept secret. After all, this world belongs to the church. Rosen nodded to show that he understood, and then said, We need mortals to serve us. If your service satisfies us, we will grant you extraordinary power. While speaking, he leaned down, lifted up a nearly 200-kilogram rock with one hand, and threw it up with force, more than 5 meters high. Immediately afterwards, the sword in his right hand flashed, and the rock instantly split into 2 halves, and one half of the rock rolled to Rudolph's feet. Rudolph looked at the cracked rock, and saw that the crack was as smooth as a mirror, which was obviously cut by the sword. Any warrior knows the horror of this move, which has greatly exceeded the power that mortals should have. Rudolph's eyebrows jumped, and the soldiers present couldn't help but cry out, greatly shocked by the extraordinary power displayed by Rosen. Rudolph's face showed a hint of enthusiasm. He immediately stood up and bowed to Rosen humbly. Extraordinary people, we are willing to serve you. Chapter 366. 3 hours later, a small wooden building in the hidden valley. The Thorn Manor is the private property of a big shot in Lion Town. This is Mr. Fix, the butler of the manor. He will try his best to meet your needs in life. The true identities of our people are a bit sensitive, and we can't leave for too long. Otherwise, it will arouse suspicion, so we will leave for the time being. After saying these few words, Rudolph hurriedly left the hidden valley with his soldiers. After watching him leave, Rosen looked at the butler. Mr. Fix, take us around the manor. The butler was probably in his 40s, with a loyal face, but a shrewd look. He should be a confidant of a big shot in the town. He cooperated very well, took Rosen around the manor carefully, and then properly arranged the food and daily life of the two. About an hour later, Rosen and Tyrallin bathed in a hot spring in the basement of the manor. Rosen sat in the hot spring with a comfortable feeling. Liline, you are not calm. Swish, swish. Tila Liline mechanically, and repeatedly washed her body again and again. On her exquisite and classical face, her eyes were blank, Her brows were slightly frowned, and she looked very unhappy. After hearing Rosen's voice, she slowly came back to her senses and sighed. "Your Majesty." Rosen immediately corrected. "This title needs to be changed temporarily. Call me dear in the future, or just call me by my name." Tila Liling nodded. "I am very disappointed." Rosen raised his eyebrows. "Because of Emperor Safino's deception?" "Yes, he deceived me." When saying this, the always gentle and calm Tira Liling showed a trace of uncontrollable anger on her face. "I always thought he had died from the assassination of the Abyss Assassin, but he is still alive. I also always thought that I was shouldering his trust and the responsibility of restoring the glory of the Dawn Empire, but it turned out to be a scam. The world we live in is created by a supergiant spacetime spell. The spell is called Demiplane." Rosen's heart moved slightly when he heard it. "This spell is interesting. Tell me carefully." As he said, seeing that Tira Liling was in a very low mood, he reached out and took her into his arms and gently comforted her. "Liling, no matter what, I will never lie to you. I will make any major decisions with you in advance." Tira Liling nodded slightly, nestled in Rosen's arms, and began to introduce this powerful spacetime spell in a low voice. "To understand the demiplane, you must first understand the concept of time and space. I told you before that time and space are synonymous with existence. Time, space, magic circles, elements, and everything we see and feel are attributes of this existence, or what the Imperial scholars call dimensions." At this point, she raised her hand and grabbed Rosen's hand that was twisting lightly under the water, and said in a low voice, "Let's talk about serious things, don't make trouble." Rosen shrugged, as she wished. According to the research of Imperial scholars, there are a total of 9 basic dimensions of time and space. Or to be more precise, scholars have only discovered 9 dimensions for the time being. Using this knowledge, combined with huge power, time and space can be distorted to create a subsidiary plane that relies on the main plane. We call it a demiplane. The demiplane needs the energy of the main plane to maintain itself. It is essentially an extension of the main plane, so it cannot exist independently. The nature of its basic dimension is basically the same as that of the main plane. However, using some special means, the 9 basic dimensions can be slightly modified to obtain a semi-independent world that is very different from the main plane in terms of macroscopic performance, which is the world we exist in. Rosen understood, and was secretly shocked by the achievements of the Dawn Empire, and admired it from the bottom of his heart. This is simply the creation of the world. Tila Liling also had some pride on her face, but it only lasted for a while, before turning into anger. This is the crystallization of wisdom obtained by the joint efforts of countless Imperial scholars, but now it is used by Arletus as a playground to escape from the world. This is not only a blasphemy against wisdom, but also a betrayal of the Empire. She became excited again, clenched her fist with one hand, and hit the surface of the hot spring hard, splashing water everywhere. Rosen was not in a hurry. He waited patiently for her to calm down before he spoke. "Liling, the question now is, what should we do next? Leave this world? Or end the Emperor's game?" Tira Liling thought for a while, and said, "Dear, we must first meet His Majesty Safinos, and then we can discuss what to do next. This step may be very difficult, even very dangerous." Rosen was very curious. "Tell me in detail. You also saw that there is an Eternal Sun Church. And the essence of this church is the guardian of order in the demiplane. Ordinary believers, or even ordinary church warriors, don't worry about it with your martial arts. But in addition to ordinary warriors, there must be a group of high-level guardians with power immunity." Rosen understood, and was slightly surprised. "You mean, you have a group of warriors as powerful as the main plane? If that's the case, then with his current strength, he is definitely doomed." Tira Liling shook her head repeatedly. "Of course not, dear. High-level guardians will have some power that mortals cannot master, but this power does not conflict with the time and space laws of the current demiplane. In fact, its essence is the management rights left by the creator of the demiplane. In other words, it will be much stronger than mortals, but far less than the main plane." Rosen understood, and his heart moved slightly. In other words, if we master the right method, it is also possible to obtain this power and become an illegal high-level guardian? He always believed that man-made things are not perfect, and there must be bugs. Sure enough, Tira Liling nodded. "That's right. Rosen currently knows almost nothing about the super time and space spell demiplane. So, if you want to obtain the management rights of the world, you can only rely on Tira Liling." The latter saw Rosen's thoughts, and showed a trace of guilt. "Dear, if I can, I am willing to do my best to help you, but I have not recovered all my detailed knowledge memory, so—" Rosen was a little disappointed, but he has never been a person who complains about the world. Since this way is blocked, he immediately thought of the second way. I have the sword of extinction and 26 kilograms of solar essence. How do you think I can make the most of it? Tila Lilin showed a trace of joy on her face. Just as she was about to speak, she shivered and couldn't help but said angrily, "Dear, it's already this time. Why are you still in the mood to play?" Rosen chuckled. "Lilin, the more difficult the situation is, the more you should find some fun for yourself to relax." Okay, I promise you, I will never move. Just maintain the status quo." Tila Lilin was angry and happy. She struggled for a few times, but failed to break free. She really couldn't get away from Rosen, so she gave up. "Show me the sword of annihilation." Rosen did it immediately. Tila Lilin took the sword of annihilation, closed her eyes, and carefully examined it, and her face became even happier. "My dear, this sword contains a dimension of time and space that the Dawn Empire has not yet fully mastered. So, it is a power beyond this demi-plane. As long as you are good at using its power, coupled with the assistance of the essence of the sun, you are enough to defeat any high-level plane guardian." Rosen was happy to hear this, and immediately asked modestly, "How do you make good use of it? Is it like me piercing back and forth?" Tila Lilin trembled, and almost lost her composure. After finally recovering, she glared at Rosen lightly. "If you make trouble again, I will ignore you." Rosen smiled and stopped immediately. After studying it carefully, Tila Lilin closed her eyes and pondered for a few minutes, and then handed the sword of extinction to Rosen. "My dear, hold the hilt." Rosen did as he was told. After Rosen grasped the hilt of the sword, Tila Lilin held Rosen's hand again and whispered, "Now, hold some more solar essence in your left hand." Sun essence is a high-energy synthetic element, light yellow in color, with a physical texture similar to clay. After pinching it in the hand, using the special ability of the divine body to absorb the power in it, you will feel a force constantly flowing into your body. Because of the limitation of time and space, the power that flows in every second is only 0.1 Rosen, so a soybean-sized sun essence can be absorbed for a long time. 26 kilograms is an almost inexhaustible treasure house of power. After Rosen did as he was told, Tila Lilin instructed again, "Dear, I believe you have discovered that the time spell is limited to a small extent in this world, right?" "That's right. So next, you follow my guidance and cast the time spell on the sword of annihilation. This time spell is very delicate and may not be mastered once or twice, so you have to be patient and focused. It's best to pull your sword out of me to avoid being distracted by it. This is a serious matter." Rosen also put away his playful thoughts and fulfilled Tila Lilin's wish. Tila Lilin breathed a sigh of relief and began to guide Rosen to cast the spell carefully. This spell is indeed very delicate and consumes a lot of energy. It needs to constantly absorb the power of the sun essence to maintain it. About half a minute later, under the effect of the fine space-time spell, the sword of annihilation in Rosen's hand began to glow. The originally gray and inconspicuous appearance showed a blue-white glimmer, especially the tip of the sword, which was the brightest and even a little dazzling. "Stab the marble wall forward." The marble wall was 5 meters away from the sword tip, and it should be impossible to stab it. But at this moment, the sword was thrust out, and the power accumulated in the sword suddenly surged out like a flood, and the tip of the sword sank into the air, like stabbing tofu, and sank into the marble easily. With a crisp sword sound, the sword of annihilation returned to its gray state, and a hole more than half a meter deep and smooth as a mirror appeared on the marble in front. That is to say, in this half-plane, the sword of annihilation can still achieve the two powerful attributes of hitting the target with a sword and indestructible. Rosen was excited and praised, "What a great artifact." Tila Lilin shook her head. "Although the artifact is good, it is too complicated to use. It can only be used as a killer move. Moreover, the situation is complicated at the moment of battle, and there may not be time to use it." This is true, but Rosen has his own ideas. He immediately said, "Dear, the time spell just now is still too delicate. I can't learn it for a while. Can you guide me to release it a few more times?" "Of course, no problem." At this moment, the fate of the two is one. Seeing Rosen so serious, Tila Lilin is naturally very happy, and she guides Rosen to release the spell over and over again. Rosen himself carefully experienced every detail of the spell, and asked Lai Fu to record it. After guiding it for more than 10 times, Lai Fu successfully recorded every detail of the spell. Therefore, through Heart of the God of War, as long as there is enough power support, Rosen can perform it in less than 1/5 of a second. And in terms of power, Rosen also has an understanding. "Dear, I found that there seems to be a way to slightly increase the power limit of absorbing the essence of the sun." Tila Lilin has also discovered, You are talking about the technique of absorbing multiple thoughts in parallel, right? This works very well in the main plane, but in this plane, this technique also has obvious limitations. After all, it is very difficult for a soul to separate more than a dozen thoughts. Even if it is separated, it can't do other things, so it can't solve the problem fundamentally. Rosen quickly calculated that with Lai Fu's current computing power, he could divide it into 100 complex thoughts, or 100,000 simple thoughts at most. Complex thoughts can be used to command complex combat tasks. If a combat task is completed to the extreme, each line can be regarded as a combat master. Simple thoughts can only do some simple tasks in one dimension. Fortunately, absorbing the power of the sun's essence is an extremely simple task. If 100,000 simple thoughts are added together, the power he can absorb at the same time will reach 10,000 Rosens. This is a very, very amazing number. In this primitive, backward and low-energy half-plane, it is as terrible as a nuclear explosion. This is the result of him using a lot of computing power to maintain the natural empire. If all the computing power is used, more than 200,000 simple tasks can be performed at the same time. With so much power entering the body, it can not only drive the Nirvana sword, but also do many other things. For example, cast various spells regardless of power consumption. Even if the power of the spell is suppressed to the point where it is almost negligible, but with the support of the endless power and the supergiant spell structure, he can still increase the effect of a single spell to a level that can affect the macroscopic world. Perhaps, a supergiant spell of the million Rosen level is not as powerful as an ordinary legendary spell of 0.1 Rosen in the main plane, but it is terrifying enough in this world. The key is that he still has 26 kilograms of solar essence, and he can cast a supergiant spell of tens of millions of Rosen level at most. This move is my trump card. I hide 90% of my ability, and only use 1 point for the time being. After finding the bug of the half-plane, Rosen breathed a sigh of relief and felt much more relaxed, so he immediately had many charming thoughts. This time, Tila Liling did not stop him. After a while, Rosen walked out of the hot spring bath refreshed. Butler Fix immediately came up and said, "Dear guest, dinner is ready. My master is here too. He wants to talk to you." Rosen had heard the noise outside the manor a long time ago. He not only knew that the manor owner had come, but also that he had brought many warriors with him, including Rudolph. Obviously, if he did not have extraordinary abilities, or did not have enough extraordinary abilities, then what was waiting for him was definitely not a good thing. Chapter 367. After taking a bath, Rosen changed into a leather jacket that matched the local style, and also equipped the Sword of Destruction with a leather scabbard to cover the light of this second-level artifact. If you don't look closely at his facial features, Rosen is completely the same as the local residents of the plane. In contrast, Tira Liling is still very eye-catching. Because most of the local residents have black, brown, and yellow hair and eyes, but she is violet. As long as she stands in the crowd, she will immediately become the focus of everyone's attention. This is obviously not good, and will cause many unexpected troubles. Before meeting the owner of the manor, Rosen raised his hand to cover Tira Liling's forehead. "Dear, I will help you disguise." Tira Liling was startled. "Disguise?" Before she finished speaking, Rosen answered her doubts with practical actions. Drawing a huge amount of power from the essence of the sun, and forcibly infusing the power into a super large-scale transformation spell, in just a blink of an eye, Tira Liling was transformed into a state of brown hair and black eyes. During the whole process, the power absorbed was as high as 10,000 Rosens, but the power that was finally poured into the transfiguration was less than 0.001 Rosens, which is about the same as the power of a one-ring transfiguration in the main plane. This is like opening a small hole in a reservoir with a huge capacity. The amount of water flowing out of the hole may not be large, but the flow rate must be extremely amazing, which is reflected in the extremely fast casting speed, which is completed in less than half a second. The remaining power naturally did not disappear, and it existed in Rosen's divine body, becoming a pure energy. If it were in the main plane, this energy would be transformed into an endogenous magic ring and dissipated continuously, and it would be completely dissipated in a few hours at most. But in this half-plane, the power of the magic ring is greatly restricted, so this internal energy can be stored for a long time and used when needed. This is a great advantage of the divine body, but this ability is not unlimited. At present, it can store up to 100,000 Rosens of power. On the other side, Tyralin felt her changes and immediately found a mirror to look at it. She was shocked. "Dear, how can you still cast spells? Although it is very weak, only the strength of one ring, this is a half-plane where casting spells is prohibited." Rosen smiled slightly. This was originally a supergiant spell of 1,000,000 Rosens. Tila Lilin still didn't understand. But I remember that you need the help of a 12-ring magic weapon to cast such a super spell? Rosen nodded. Before the 11th ring, I did need the assistance of the mountain amulet, but now we are a 12th ring divine body, and we can completely use the 12th ring divine body to simulate the effect of the magic weapon. Although this is quite complicated, it can be done after all. It is difficult for Rosen to do it himself, because it is too complicated. Even if he does it, it is difficult to distract himself to do other things. But he has Lai Fu's assistance, so it is easy. On the other side, Tila Lilin looked at Rosen with a very complicated look. My dear, your magic skills are truly incomparable. If you had a strong gift for time, your achievements would definitely reach incredible levels. Rosen didn't like this kind of fantasy. He spread his hands. It's a pity that the creator didn't favor me. The owner of the manor is probably impatient to wait. Let's go meet him. Okay. She held Rosen's arm and walked side by side to the reception room of the manor. When passing by the window, Rosen looked at the yard of the manor and found that a team of warriors wearing steel mail was stationed in the yard. The male was covered with a robe with a pattern of an eagle with spread wings. There were 20 people in total. Each of them was strong and sturdy. In addition to ordinary swords and weapons, each of them also carried a very sophisticated crossbow. It was obviously a team of very powerful elite warriors. Although the helmets covered their heads and faces, Rosen recognized from their body shape and walking posture that the captain of this team of warriors was the previous Black Wolf Rudolph. Tila Lilin whispered, I didn't feel anything before, but after losing the spell, I feel that these warriors are terribly strong. Rosen chuckled, my dear, you have a divine body. As long as you absorb enough power, you can run faster than a horse. They can't catch up with you. Tila Lilin had no confidence. That's what I said, but I can't be faster than a crossbow. After that, she complained shyly, you just use too much strength, and I can't run now. Rosen laughed, patted Tila Lilin lightly, and quickly cast 2 spells. They are giant strength and steel armor, with a second ring of power. This is also the upper limit of the power he intends to show at present. If he uses all his strength, he can probably cast a spell with a 6th ring of power. After casting the spell, he blinked at the ladder. What about now? I'm not afraid now, but can I be stronger? At this level at present, I should be able to be stronger after I study it carefully for a while. As he said that, he cast the same spell on himself. Tila Lilin was very happy. Dear, this is really good. Her dependence on Rosen became stronger and stronger, and she couldn't help but hug Rosen's arms tighter and tighter. Then, the two of them went to the reception room. There were 2 men in the reception room, one sitting and one standing. The sitting man was about 35 or 36 years old, wearing armor, but mainly light and gorgeous. The standing man was wearing heavy steel plate armor, over 1.9 meters tall, with shoulders as wide as a wall, which should be considered the peak level of mortal martial power in this world. Rosen took a glance and knew that the sitting man was a noble lord, and the one next to him was naturally his trusted guard. The noble lord was already impatient, and there was a clear displeasure on his face. Seeing Rosen arrive, he snorted, Young man, no one in this world can waste so much of my time. I think you have to give me a reasonable reason. Rosen didn't say anything. He took Tila Lilin and sat on the chair opposite the noble lord. After sitting down, he picked up the bottle on the table and poured a glass for himself and Tila Lilin as if no one was around. He drank a sip and crossed his legs. Seeing this, the plate armor warrior immediately put his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist and looked at the noble lord beside him. Obviously, as long as the lord looked at him, his sword would chop at Rosen. Looking at the noble lord again, his face turned slightly blue, and one hand tightly held the wine glass in his hand, as if he was about to explode in the next moment. Rosen saw everything and felt that he was about to touch the other party's tolerance limit, so he slowly said, Man, you should be the lord of Lion Town, right? The noble lord was stunned for a moment, then his face darkened. You guessed right, but no one has ever dared to call me fellow. Rosen laughed. Then now it is. The noble lord frowned and glanced at the guard beside him. Young man, you are very arrogant. I hope you have the capital to be arrogant. The guard beside him immediately drew out his long sword and chopped at Rosen's head. The sword was not chopped fast, mainly for the purpose of testing. Of course, if Rosen couldn't even take the sword, he deserved to be chopped to death. Rosen still sat upright, holding a wine glass in one hand to drink, and gently raised his other hand, stretched out his index and middle fingers, and gently pinched. His 12-ring divine body already has a huge force that far exceeds that of mortals. At this time, he was blessed with a giant force technique, so in terms of absolute strength, it was at least 10 times higher than the steel-armored warrior in front of him. There is also the steel armor technique to defend the fragile body, so there is no fear of mistakes. With a crisp sound of ding, his fingers successfully clamped the heavy sword weighing at least 15 kilograms. The armored warrior was very good at using swords. Seeing the sword being clamped, although he was very surprised, he immediately exerted force to rotate his wrist, trying to cut off Rosen's fingers with the sword. As a result, no matter how hard he exerted, the long sword did not move at all, as if it grew on the opponent's finger. How is it possible? The warrior's eyes widened subconsciously inside the steel mask. Before he could react, he saw the opponent bend his thumb and ring finger, seemingly lightly flicking the steel long sword. Clang! The steel long sword vibrated violently, and the armored warrior felt a sharp numbness in his palm, and even his entire wrist and arm became numb. He could no longer hold the long sword, and his entire arm fell down weakly. He looked at the long sword again. The tip of the sword was still clamped by the opponent, and the whole sword was still horizontal in the air, motionless. As if he had done something insignificant, the man took another sip of the wine glass with his other hand, and then pushed the empty wine glass in front of his master. "Mortal, this wine is good, fill it up for me." The noble lord was also stunned by Rosen's move, and his arrogance was gone, and he immediately filled Rosen's glass with wine. Rosen took the wine glass and took another sip. His right hand fingers slightly exerted magic power, and he fixed a one-ring sharpness spell for this steel long sword. "I bless this sword so that it can cut iron like cutting mud. Warrior, don't insult my blessing." As he said, he casually threw the sword over. The steel-armored warrior quickly took it with both hands, and felt that the sword became sharper, and there were 2 dents at the tip of the sword, and the fine lines of the fingers could be clearly seen on the dents. He was horrified. He could make a dent in the fine steel with just his fingers. Is he still a human? Rosen ignored the shock of the armored warrior and turned to look at the noble lord. "What's your name, buddy?" "Elliot." "What title?" "Baron." Rosen frowned. "Are you tongue-tied? How can you be a baron if you can't even speak clearly?" His demeanor was condescending and natural, and Baron Elliot felt as if he was meeting the king. No, even the king didn't have such a terrible momentum. So, not only did he lose all his arrogance, he also became extremely nervous and even a little humble. Aye, sir, may I ask your name?" "My name is Rosen." Rororo cough, cough, cough. He coughed several times in a row, calmed down a little, and spoke at a normal speed. "Mr. Rosen, you are the most powerful superhuman I have ever seen." This made Rosen's heart move slightly, and he immediately asked, "Why, are there many superhumans?" "Not many, but not a few. Of course, many of them are liars, but there are also many who are really capable, but none of them can be better than you." Rosen and Tyrallin looked at each other, and they saw curiosity in each other's eyes. Rosen continued to ask, "Tell me the names of some famous superhumans." Baron Elliot immediately did as he was told. Adela, the daughter of life, Hygrit, the apostle of lava, and Gamaliel, the supreme ruler. He said the names of 7 superhumans in one breath, and they were all the names of the great void god. Rosen was slightly surprised. Good guy, the invasion of the abyss is really everywhere. Even this hidden half-plane has projections of the abyss strongmen. It can also be expected that although the names are the same, the worlds are different, and the projection angles are definitely inconsistent, so the temperament is likely to be very different from those great void gods. Rosen pays special attention to Adela, the daughter of life, because he likes Adela, the void god, and subconsciously has a good impression of Adela, the elemental projection. This is very interesting. Chapter 368. 2 hours later, Rosen, Tyrallin, Baron Elliot and his guards rode out of the Thorn Manor and headed for a larger manor closer to Lion Town. Naturally, this manor was also Baron Elliot's property. At this moment, Baron Elliot's attitude towards Rosen was very complicated. He was both afraid and admired. He was afraid of the tyrannical power displayed by Rosen, and admired the various wonderful abilities displayed by Rosen. In particular, the spell just cast on him made him feel a wonderful sense of rejuvenation. All mortals will die one day, but all mortals are afraid of death. Usually, the higher the position and the more prosperous and wealthy the mortals are, the more afraid they are of death. Therefore, Rosen only used a small 2-ring magic gun spell to completely defeat Baron Elliot. On the way, he flattered and said cautiously, "Mr. Rosen, my wife was very beautiful when she was young, but in recent years, she has become uglier and fatter year by year. If that were all, it would be fine, but she likes to have fun more and more every year, which always makes me feel extremely painful. I wonder if you can help her regain her beauty." Rosen smiled. It's not a difficult task, but I'm very curious. With your status, you can keep a few young and beautiful mistresses. Why bother with your wife? Baron Elliot smiled bitterly. Mr. Rosen, this is indeed a good idea for ordinary barons. But my wife is of noble status. She is the second daughter of Count Lebrec, and has raised 3 sons, and 2 daughters for me. She is also very jealous. Let alone mistresses, even the maids at home, she won't let me look at them more. Rosen immediately understood that every family has its own problems, and the Baron's life was not entirely smooth sailing. Thanks to the Baron's previous introduction, he now knows that this demiplane is not large, roughly equivalent to a circle with a diameter of more than 2,000 kilometers. There is only one continent, with a radius of only more than 1,300 kilometers. On this continent, there are 3 powerful kingdoms, namely Auschwang Kingdom, Cologne Kingdom, and Linda Kingdom. The political systems of the 3 countries are basically the same. The Earl is the lord of a county, and there are only more than 20 earls in a kingdom on average, so the Earl is equivalent to the kingdom's frontier official, with a very high status, and his weight in the kingdom is second only to the Duke and the King. In contrast, the Baron is just a mayor. If he wants to keep his position, he naturally dare not offend the Earl's daughter. So, Rosen shrugged his shoulders and said, Baron, when we get to Tulip Manor, bring your wife to see me. I will make her as beautiful as a fairy. When saying this, Rosen secretly sighed. Who would have thought that I would actually do my old job of plastic surgery again? Baron Elliot was very happy and asked attentively, Mr. Rosen, are you going to preach in the mortal world this time? After that, he immediately said, I can guarantee that with your power, your church will spread like wildfire in the mortal world. Even the Eternal Sun Church cannot suppress your brilliant light. Rosen smiled without comment. I remember you just said that the underground ruler of this area is Talos, the Sage of Order? Elliot nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's Talos. But that guy is just a fortune teller, and he doesn't have any other special abilities, far inferior to you, sir. Rosen smiled and said, I haven't decided what to do yet. However, I like to help people solve their problems. No matter who they are or what difficulties they encounter, as long as they come to me and give enough money, I will definitely help. My rules are also very simple, that is fair trade. I will ask for some money from everyone who asks for help. Everyone's price is different. What I want depends on my mood, but it will never exceed the limit of the person asking for help. For example, Baron, what I need is your service. Baron Elliot nodded repeatedly, and he was more and more awed by Rosen. He felt that this extraordinary person was unfathomable, and was shrouded in an inexplicable mysterious aura. Rosen continued, Baron, you are a wise man, I am willing to do more business with you. Baron Elliot was delighted. Mr. Rosen, I am also very willing to do business with you. Rosen said, then, I will make a contract with you. He whispered this sentence in his heart. The contract is that every time you find a traitor for me, I will strengthen your body, making you stronger, and your natural lifespan will increase by 1 year. Please note that only you and I know the content of this contract. As long as you keep it a secret, this secret will never be heard by a third person. I can also assure you that there is no upper limit to the increase in lifespan. If you find 100 people, you can live 100 more years. If you have the ability to find 1,000 people, I will let you live 1,000 years. Baron Elliot's heart was pounding. He turned around to observe the situation of his men, and indeed found that they did not make any unusual movements, and it was obvious that they did not hear the content of the contract. He nodded repeatedly, indicating that he agreed to the deal. In the following process, Rosen did not say much. Baron Elliot wanted to talk more with Rosen, but he was suppressed by an invisible aura. He wanted to speak several times, but in the end, he could not speak. Because Rosen and Tyrallen were disguised as ordinary people, they did not attract too much attention along the way. The group arrived at the Tulip Manor without any disturbance. The manor was built on a hillside, and its area and building quality far exceeded the Thorn Manor. Standing at the window of the room on the top floor of the manor main building and looking north, the situation of Lion Town can be seen in a glance. It can be seen that the main town area of Lion Town is oval, spanning 3 kilometers from north to south, and only 2 kilometers from east to west. Judging from the number of houses, the permanent population of the town is about 5,000. As a closed world with productivity similar to that of the Middle Ages, the size of such a town is already very good. There are many villages scattered around the suburbs around the town, which should all be the Baron's territory. Considering the backward level of productivity, the number of farmers must be at least 10 times that of non-agricultural population in order to support the latter. So the Baron's entire jurisdiction is estimated to be 50,000 to 60,000 people. The town is good, Baron. Rosen praised indifferently. Baron Elliot always had the illusion of being inspected by the king, but the other party was obviously only one person. At this time, he was praised by the other party, and he immediately felt flattered and said repeatedly, "Mr. Rosen, thank you very much for your compliment." After that, he didn't know what to say. Rosen also felt that he was standing beside him, and was in the way, so he said, "Baron, go and execute our first contract and bring your wife here." After that, he raised his hand and patted the Baron's shoulder, and a new natural force was constant on him. The Baron felt a warm current flowing into his body, and the whole person was unusually comfortable. He almost couldn't help but groan. This also made him very motivated in an instant. "Mr. Rosen, I will bring my wife here." He ran away from the room, ran to the yard in a blink of an eye, rode a horse, and ran towards the town of Lyon in the north with his guards. His performance was that of a young man full of energy. Not long after the Baron left, the door behind him was pushed open, and Tira Leline, wearing a brand new black leather armor, walked in. Rosen watched the Baron go away, and said without looking back, "My dear, where do you think Ortiz will hide?" Their next goal is very clear, which is to find the hiding place of Emperor Safinos. To do this, all kinds of intelligence support are needed. This is also the reason why he wants to sign a trade contract with the Baron. Tila Leline walked to Rosen and whispered, "I originally guessed that it should be near the central temple of the Eternal Flame. But since the Abyss has invaded here, everyone must think so. If he hides in the Great Temple again, it will be very dangerous. So, for safety reasons, he should hide in a place that no one would think of." Rosen nodded in agreement. "You are right. The good news is that not only do we want to find Ortiz, the Abyss invaders must also want to, and Cicero, who arrived earlier than us, is the same." At this point, he turned to look at Tyrallan. "These people must have much more intelligence than we do. In the near future, they should take the initiative to find us. As his fame continues to grow, it will definitely alert the invaders of the Abyss." Tyrallan gently reminded, "The Church of the Eternal Sun will also come to us." Rosen smiled and said, "That's even better. It would be best if the one who comes to us is a high-level plane guardian. In this way, we can find more information about Ostli from the Guardian, or more information about the plane dimension." Tyrallan was a little worried. "Dear, can you ensure victory?" Rosen smiled and nodded, "Of course." As he spoke, his eyes turned to the large courtyard of the manor. To be precise, it was a cleaning maid in the courtyard, who was a little pretty. "I bet that this maid is a believer of the Order Sage Taros, and she is planning to report to Taros now." Tyrallan looked at the servant. It was a maid in her early 30s, looking around and acting sneaky. After confirming that no one was paying attention, she walked towards the side door of the manor's backyard. Soon, she found the manor housekeeper and left the manor by sacrificing her appearance. "This maid is indeed a ghost, but how can we be sure that she is Talos's person?" Rosen thought for a while. "Well, actually I'm not sure, it's just a guess. Let's wait and see." As he said that, he turned and walked towards the door. After a few steps, his figure gradually faded and finally disappeared into the air. It was a second-ring invisibility spell. "I set up a batch of detection spells around the manor to prevent being attacked by someone. To be more precise, it was a detection seal linked with Lai Fu. At the beginning, he used this trick to successfully escape from Dawn City with Selena. Unexpectedly, after becoming a 12-ring strongman, he still had to rely on this trick to ensure his safety. Sure enough, a truly good spell will never go out of style. Chapter 369. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Baron Elliot hurriedly took his wife to Tulip Manor. The Baroness looked 7 or 8 years older than the Baron, about 43 or 44 years old. The first time he saw her, Rosen immediately thought of the Apocalypse chariot newly developed by the Natural Empire. Her body was really too huge. She was tall, even a head taller than her husband Baron Elliot. Her face was rounder than the Baron's, comparable to the full moon in the sky. The neck could not be seen because it was covered by multiple layers of chin. The arms were extremely thick, and the circumference of the upper arms was almost comparable to Baron Elliot's thighs wrapped in tights. And the waist, which should have been the waist, was several times thicker than the Baron's. When the Baroness walked towards Rosen, the flesh all over her body trembled with her steps, and the wooden parts also trembled slightly, and made a creaking groaning sound. Rosen made a rough estimate, and thought that the other party's weight should be more than 300 kilograms. Finally, the Baron and his wife came to Rosen. "Mr. Rosen, this is my wife, Lady Tiana." "Madam, this is the extraordinary strong man who gave me great power, Mr. Rosen." Facing his wife, who was several sizes older than him in size and status, Baron Elliot looked like a pug wagging its tail at this moment. Rosen felt a little sympathetic to the Baron and looked at the man with a pitying look. On the other side, the Baroness looked Rosen up and down. A pair of green eyes that were squeezed several times smaller by fat were filled with distrust. Her expression was very complicated, with the arrogance of an aristocratic woman, as well as anxiety and anger. Rosen's eyes were sharp, easily penetrating the cover of the overlapping fat and seeing the original appearance of the other party. With a well-proportioned skeleton and full bones, she was indeed a beauty when she was young, not much worse than Belle Dandy, but it was a pity that she was ruined by time. He completely understood the source of the other party's negative emotions. No one would be in a good mood if they became like this. At this time, the Baroness spoke. "Elliot, there are so many liars these days, don't be fooled." Elliot was very nervous, and apologized to Rosen immediately. "Mr. Rosen, please forgive my wife's ignorance. She has been staying in the castle, and has never seen the real world." This remark caused great dissatisfaction to his wife again. "I say, Elliot, don't think that you can make up about me just because you performed well just now. Oh gods, this is not true." She suddenly hugged her cheeks with her hands, and widened her eyes. Because Rosen raised a finger, and there was a lightning ball as big as a date on the tip of his finger. The lightning ball emitted a dazzling platinum light, and the air was filled with crackling sounds, and a pungent smell of burning electricity. In a demiplane where the power of magic is so weak that it can be ignored, a real magic spell is more convincing than 1,000 or 10,000 arguments. Rosen thought, and the disorderly jumping lightning ball slowly turned into a lightning rose covered by platinum lightning, which lasted for a long time. He gently inserted the rose into an empty vase beside him, and then smiled and said, "Mrs. Tiana, I don't like to engage in meaningless debates. This little spell should be enough to convince you, right?" Tiana nodded repeatedly, staring at the lightning rose unconsciously, and the same panic as Baron Elliot immediately appeared on Manu's face. "Please forgive my ignorance, Mr. Rosen. I am like a blind man, and I can't see your brilliant light. I deserve to die." She raised her hand and slapped herself, slapping very hard, making a crisp sound, and 5 finger marks appeared on her cheek. It is a very wise character to correct mistakes immediately. This is very good, which can greatly save time and energy for both parties. At the same time, this is also the effect Rosen hopes to achieve. Because the power of magic in this world is greatly limited, the leader is determined to go against him, and using hundreds of warriors to deal with him will also cause him a lot of trouble. Now, using magic to scare the other party, and then give sweet dates from time to time is the safe way. Feeling that it was almost time, Rosen said, "Don't waste time, let's get straight to the point." Then he pointed to a table covered with fur. "Lady Tiana, take off your clothes and lie on it. Baron Elliot, you just watch from the side, so as not to say that I replaced your wife." Tiana did it without hesitation. After a while, a middle-aged fat woman with loose white flesh all over her body lay flat on the table. The moment she lay flat, her flesh was shaking all over her body, almost collapsing the table. Rosen walked around the Baroness, checking her various body parts, and soon found the spacious battlefield that was still in a mess. He immediately admired and sympathized with Baron Elliot. Although this guy is a baron, his life is really not easy. She raised her hand, and casually touched her shiny and elastic skin, then looked up at Baron Elliot with a hint of teasing in her eyes. The latter smiled awkwardly, rubbed his palms subconsciously, sighed silently, and showed a helpless, bitter smile on his face. But he did not forget the business, and immediately asked in a concerned tone, "Mr. Rosen, can you help my wife regain her youth?" The Baroness's self-esteem was immediately hurt, and she shouted angrily, "Elliot, do you think I'm ugly?" Elliot hurriedly said, No, I don't mean that. Dear, I just hope you can have a healthy and beautiful body. But whether you are ugly or beautiful, I love you as always." "It sounds nice, but it's definitely not what you really mean." The Baroness snorted angrily and stopped pestering, but Rosen saw a trace of tears in the corner of her eyes. Obviously, she was just using strength to cover up her helplessness. Rosen felt that he should give the other party more confidence, so he smiled confidently. "Remember, to me, the troubles of mortals are nothing but trivial matters. This is the truth." Although he did not have the natural scepter at hand, he could simulate similar functions with the 12-ring divine body. Although it could not reach the level of precision of the natural scepter, it could reach the level of precision of the cell level. With Lai Fu's rich operating experience, he could easily control the body of mortals. At this moment, he began to use the power of the divine body to carefully observe the body of the Baroness. After an inspection, he began to cast a spell. He did not cast the transfiguration to transform directly, because the transfiguration only treats the symptoms and not the root cause, and requires high spell power. He planned to use a small force to achieve a great result. Soon, he customized a life spell specifically for the Baroness's physical condition, which was to burn fat violently. After the spell was formed, it was gently slapped on the Baroness. The Baroness's body shook slightly, and gradually she felt her whole body begin to heat up, and then began to sweat. The body temperature was getting higher and higher, and the sweating speed was getting faster and faster, so that a thick white water vapor was formed above the whole body. Rosen immediately said, "Baron, go and move a wooden barrel and fill it with cold water." "Yes, yes, I do it right away." After a while, several servants brought a large wooden barrel and filled it with cold water. Rosen used a levitation spell again, and then gently lifted his hand, and easily put the Baroness, who weighed more than 300 pounds, into the cold water bucket. Baron Elliot didn't know the spell, he just thought it was Rosen's physical strength. Thinking of the fact that he could only barely move his wife with all his strength, his awe of Rosen's strength rose sharply again. In the cold water bucket, the Baroness trembled all over and kept shouting, "It's so hot, I'm dying of heat." The sweat flowing from her body not only contained water, but also a lot of oil. It can even be said that it was like flowing oil, so that a thick layer of oil was floating on the surface of the water. Baron Aludo was stunned and shocked by this incredible supernatural phenomenon. Rosen urged, "What are you doing? Hurry up and have someone change the water. Keep changing it, don't stop." "Yes, yes. Change the water quickly." The Baron shouted loudly, and even felt that it was not enough, so he joined in and ran back and forth with a bucket of water. The servants who were changing the water were all stunned, with horror written all over their faces. Rosen was not idle either, with one hand on the top of the Baroness's head. He not only monitored her physiological state, but also used magic to fine-tune her physiological functions at any time, and cured various hidden diseases in her body. After changing the water and adjusting it continuously for about an hour, the Baroness finally stopped complaining about the heat and sweating. She hid her whole body in the bucket, leaving only her head exposed, and said in a gentle and calm tone, "Dear, let the servants go out." Baron Elliot was shocked when he heard it, and immediately turned his head to look at his wife. He took a look, immediately raised his hand, and rubbed his eyes vigorously, and took a second look. His face was full of surprise. "Go out, everyone go out. Oh no, Mr. Rosen, I'm not talking about you, you must stay in the room." After all the servants went out, there were only 3 people left in the room. The Baroness stood up from the wooden barrel a little shyly. Amid the splashing sound of water, the previously bloated body disappeared completely, replaced by a graceful white lotus emerging from the water. Baron Elliot was completely stunned, staring at her for a long time, swallowing hard, and said with difficulty, "Oh dear, you are more beautiful now than when you were young, many times more beautiful, just like a fairy." The Baroness immediately said, "Mirror, I want a mirror." Click. Rosen snapped his fingers, and a full-body water mirror automatically appeared in front of the bucket. The Baroness looked at herself in the mirror, and subconsciously opened her eyes wide, and a deep obsession gradually emerged on her face. The person in the mirror showed a nearly perfect beauty, with skin as flawless as white jade. Even when she was 18, she was far from this level. She also clearly felt that beauty was only external, and her body had completely recovered its health, which made her feel very comfortable and comfortable. When she thought that such a beautiful and healthy body belonged to her, and that she would no longer have to endure the mocking eyes of others, her happiness was almost overflowing. After a while, she turned her head to look at Rosen, and knelt down to salute. "Mr. Rosen, I once again express my most sincere and humble apologies for my ignorance just now." Rosen waved his hand. "It's okay. I never mind the first impoliteness of a mortal." This sounded nothing at first, but it was a bit scary when you think about it carefully. The Baron and his wife subconsciously shrank their heads. Rosen reminded again, "Put on your clothes and talk." Baron Elliot woke up as if from a dream. Yes, put on your clothes. Such a beautiful wife, such a perfect body, can't be seen by those lowly servants. A quarter of an hour later, the Baroness dressed up and came to Rosen side by side with the Baron. Rosen also got to the point. "You two, I still say the same thing, fair trade. Baron, you brought me a new trader, and I have paid you in advance according to the contract, right?" The Baron nodded repeatedly. "Madam, I helped you restore your youth and beauty, so you should also pay me, right?" The Baroness nodded nervously. "Yes, Mr. Rosen, I will try my best to pay you, but I'm afraid I can't afford it." Rosen smiled. "Madam, I never ask for a reward that exceeds the ability of the trader to bear, so it's just a matter of whether they are willing or not. It doesn't matter if they are not willing, I will cancel the transaction. Even if she dies, the Baroness is unwilling to return to her previous appearance. She said without hesitation, Mr. Rosen, I am willing to pay the reward. Rosen nodded with satisfaction. Then, the reward I need is to go to the aristocratic circle to publicize my ability to make people beautiful, and at least 10 Baron or above family members of the Baron title must come to trade with me. Madam, you are now 45 years old. According to the law of life of mortals, your beauty will last for a maximum of 10 years before it will wither again. But I want to say that after reaching 10 traders, for each additional trader, I will let your beauty last for 1 more year, with no upper limit. The Baroness was originally full of trepidation, but after hearing the content, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief and had endless motivation. But she still had doubts. Mr. Rosen, what does no upper limit mean? If you bring 1,000, I will let your beauty last for 1,000 years. The Baroness was shocked, and it was the second time the Baron heard similar words. He was shocked and a little suspicious. He held back and finally asked, Master Rosen, I don't question your ability, but 1,000 years is too long, it doesn't sound real. Rosen smiled and said, Time will prove my words, mortal. Besides, 1,000 years is not very long. I have experienced 1,000 years. The latter sentence is of course false, but he has really dealt with many immortals, and subconsciously feels that 1,000 years is not long. At the same time, as the natural emperor, he experiences almost endless things every day, far more than ordinary people, even great gods. Many times, he even has the illusion that he has lived for a very long time. Therefore, when he said the second sentence, his demeanor naturally revealed a sense of vicissitudes that only immortals have, which made the Baron and his wife clearly feel that they were facing an unfathomable immortal. In any case, this gave the Baron and his wife great confidence. The Baroness immediately said, Mr. Rosen, this is not a difficult task for me, I can pay the reward soon. Rosen nodded with satisfaction. Then go for it. The Baron and his wife were full of energy and started to act without stopping. Rosen stood at the window and watched the two leave. He believed that his reputation would soon spread in the demi-plane, and through continuous transactions, he would get a lot of in-depth information about this demi-plane. Of course, there will definitely be trouble. In fact, there should be a trouble tonight. It was not his guess, but the result of the detection seal. Chapter 370. Dusk. Tulip Manor Restaurant. Rosen and Tyrallin enjoyed a very sumptuous, but ordinary dinner. After taking a bite of the roasted quail, Rosen commented, The ingredients are very fresh, but there are too few spices, and the cooking method is quite primitive. Although the final taste is rich, it is difficult to make the taste buds feel pleasant. Tyrallin was not so picky. My dear, this is just a barony, and the people here are busy making a living all day. It's good to have something to eat, but they don't have the time to pursue good taste. Rosen shrugged, that's true. Then he turned around and ordered the servant beside him, bring another set of tableware and fill it with wine. Don't neglect the new guests. The servant looked confused because there were no guests, but he still did as he was told. Soon, the tableware was served and the wine was filled. Rosen tapped the table with a silver fork and said loudly, Since you are here, don't hide. Why don't you fill your stomach first? No one responded. Tila Liling was also puzzled. Is anyone here? She didn't feel it at all. Rosen continued, I say, do I have to invite you out? After a few seconds, a figure suddenly appeared in the air beside the dining table. At first, it was a phantom like mist, and after a few seconds it turned from phantom to real, revealing a tall and charming woman. After taking a look, Rosen was quite surprised. Miss Death Angel Padnaros, this is really unexpected. He thought that the first person to come would be Talos, the Sage of Order. Rosen had never seen the true face of Padnaros, and seeing that the woman in front of him was not wearing a mask, he looked at her carefully. The woman had dark purple natural curly hair, bright almond eyes, and a delicate face with a slightly ignorant temperament. She looked like an angel, but if you look closely at her eyes, you will find that the depths of her eyes are cold and numb, like a pool of stagnant water. She sat down in the seat reserved by Rosen. She looked at the silver tableware on the table, picked up a silver table knife, played with it in her hand, and said in a clear and melodious voice, Your Majesty Rosen, I didn't expect that you would also come to this damn place. As soon as these words came out, Rosen and Tyrallin paused for a moment, and surprise appeared on their faces. Rosen raised his eyebrows, waved away the servants in the restaurant, and then asked, You actually know the situation in the main plane? Padnaros nodded. Not only do I know, Adela also knows. The reason is very simple. We are the main body of the projection of the void soul. This situation was really beyond Rosen's expectations. We thought you should be trapped in the abyss. Padnaros laughed, and then his face suddenly became serious. Your Majesty, this is the abyss. Rosen and Tyrallan looked at each other, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Tyrallan immediately said, Miss, you are lying. Padnaros shrugged, took a knife to cut a piece of steak and ate it. Okay, I'm not entirely right. A more accurate description is that there are some hidden connections between the spacetime here and the spacetime of the abyss. And the reason why these connections appear is, on the one hand, the result of our efforts, and on the other hand, because the spacetime density of this demi-plane is weaker than that of the main plane. We escaped from the abyss with great difficulty and thought we were free, but soon we found that we just escaped from one cage into another. Rosen suddenly discovered a detail. So what about Gomler? Is he also the real body? No, he is not. Neither are Hygrit, Talos, Karl, and Agmani. The real bodies of these 5 people are still firmly trapped in the abyss, and only the elemental projections of the real bodies are in this demi-plane. After a pause, Padnaros laughed again. Your Majesty, you really shouldn't come to this damn place. Because no one has successfully escaped from here, and the speed of time here is amazingly fast, and it takes a lot of energy to fight against the wear and tear of time. Rosen half believed and half doubted these words. It can be seen that Tyrallan is the same. After thinking for a while, Rosen continued to ask, So, what is your purpose in coming to me? To kill you, or to save you? Padnaros gave a very strange answer. After she finished speaking, she stopped talking and began to focus on eating and drinking. Seeing her like this, Rosen and Tyrallan had many questions, but they also refrained from speaking and followed her to eat and drink. In silence, the 3 of them filled their stomachs. Padnaros wiped the grease from the corners of her mouth with a tablecloth, and then said, Your Majesty, although the magic rings in this world are very weak, their strength is the same as that of the abyss, and has reached the 23rd ring. So, if you want to live in this hellhole forever without your soul being worn out by the torrent of time, there are only 2 ways. One is to advance to the 23rd ring and condense an eternal soul. The second is to master a powerful enough time spell. Otherwise, your fate will be to be ground into dust by the torrent of time, just like countless mortals in this world who disappear without a trace, and like countless refugees who flee from the abyss, who die helplessly. Rosen raised his eyebrows. So, which way did you take, miss? Of course, the second way. Although there are 23 magic rings, it is very difficult to advance, almost impossible. I have practiced for thousands of years, and only reached the 20th ring. In fact, even in our eternal empire, which is now the abyss, only 3 people have successfully condensed the eternal soul. At this point, Padnaros stood up, walked aside, and performed a swordsman-like gesture to Rosen. Your Majesty, I want to test your ability. If you pass, then we will recognize you as my friend, otherwise, then we have to say goodbye completely. Rosen didn't understand. What kind of strange rule is this? I developed this rule specifically for you. Because Adela is my sister, and you have repeatedly blasphemed her soul projection, and even made her soul projection completely independent. Although my sister didn't say anything, as a younger sister, I want to ask for an explanation for her. While speaking, I don't know where she took out a dagger. Take it, Your Majesty. This reason is really impeccable. Rosen dares to do it, and admits it. He also stood up and grasped the hilt of the sword of extinction with one hand. Miss, no matter what, apologize to your sister on my behalf. Padnaros smiled faintly. If you are a strong person, you don't need to apologize, because you are qualified to do so. If you are a weakling, then die. Rosen did not dare to underestimate it, and quickly took back all the computing power of the main plane, and raised the strength of heart of the god of war to the extreme. Then come on. The next moment, he saw Padnaros' body dissipate into a faint mist on the spot. At the same time, he felt a strong fluctuation of time spell. At this moment, Heart of the God of War did several things at the same time. Bless yourself with the super giant time torrent spell, and violently increase your own reaction speed. Because it is a super giant spell, it takes time to infuse mana, so the improvement of the spell effect is gradual, starting with 10 times, then 20 times, 30 times, and up to the extreme of more than 150 times. The whole process took about 1/5 of a second, and under the blessing of such a torrent spell, the surrounding time seemed to be completely stagnant. Because the light received at the same time has become much less, the world in Rosen's eyes has become very dim. At the same time, Rosen also blessed himself with a number of ordinary auxiliary combat spells, namely the second ring Giant Strength, the second ring Steel Armor, and the second ring swiftness. In short, as long as it is conducive to the use of swordsmanship, use it without hesitation. Lai Fu, who has full computing power, can perform extreme combat operations on 100 lines without worrying about the extra consumption of time. After a round of ordinary spells, Rosen's physical qualities soared sharply to a level that was enough to make people astonished. At an ultra-high reaction speed, Heart of the God of War immediately recognized the opponent's moves. It was a high-level version of the time spell, time and space spell, that distorted the light, thus achieving near-perfect invisibility. He could also feel that the opponent also used the torrent spell to speed up his reaction speed, which was roughly the same as his own, or even faster. The opponent claimed to be a 20-ring strongman, so he naturally had a divine body, and the power of the divine body was definitely much stronger than Rosen's 12-ring divine body. But the high-energy magic ring mainly improves the magic power, not the physical strength of the divine body. Therefore, in terms of the strength of the divine body, the 20th ring is naturally stronger than the 12th, but it is estimated that it is only 50% to 60% higher, and there is no crushing advantage. This is not Rosen's guess, but it was told by Tira Lilin, who was once promoted to a 22-ring strongman. Therefore, if it was in the main plane time and space where the magic ring was normal, Rosen would have no chance to fight and would be crushed by the opponent with one finger. But in this half-plane, a 20-ring strongman can only rely on cold weapons to fight. Rosen used Lai Fu to gain amazing melee power for himself. So, he had the ability to fight back. Clang! The Sword of Annihilation was unsheathed and stabbed into a slightly distorted air in front of him. Ding! The Sword of Destruction hit something hard and was blocked. Heart of the God of War was a stubborn person. When the attack was blocked, he immediately put away the sword and stabbed again. Ding 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 ding. The vibrations in the air almost became one. In about 2 seconds, Rosen stabbed 90 times in a row. His arms and the Sword of Destruction turned into overlapping shadows in front of him. But this was not the limit of his ability. Seeing that he could not suppress his opponent, his stabbing speed was gradually increasing. Padnaro's was also really good. He kept blocking. After another stalemate of 2 seconds, Padnaro's took the initiative to contact from the invisible state and kept retreating. The dagger in his hand was still desperately blocking the blade of the Sword of Destruction, while shouting urgently, "Stop, stop, stop, I give up, I give up." Rosen didn't really want to kill Padnaro's, so he sheathed his sword and said with a smile, "Miss, you don't have to hold back on me, I can be faster." Padnaro's indifferent eyes showed a slight ripple. "Your Majesty, your smug look now is really annoying. But I have to say that the reason you can beat me is mainly because of the Sword of Annihilation in your hand." "Yes, but is there any problem?" "Of course there is a problem. Because this sword belongs to Gomrel. Your sword can deal with anyone, but it can't deal with Gomrel, just like the Dawn Guard can't hurt members of the Safino's family." Rosen looked at Tyralalin, who nodded slightly. "Your Majesty, she is right. This is a big problem, because the Sword of Annihilation is his biggest reliance at present. I remember you just said that we are friends after passing the test. So, is there a solution, miss?" Padnaro's moved her hand, and threw the dagger in her hand to Rosen. The God's Meteorite Dagger is a weapon, with the same strength and attributes as the Sword of Annihilation. I have two, and we can each have one. Obviously, this dagger can't hurt Padnaro's, otherwise she wouldn't give it to her so straightforwardly. Rosen took the dagger, put it down and played a few neat knife flowers. "Nice dagger, thank you." In this way, he used the Sword of Annihilation to deal with others except Jayamiler, and used the God's Meteorite Dagger to deal with others except Padnaro's, which was just enough to deal with everyone. Padnaro's walked back to the table and sat down. "Your Majesty, I can see that you have a talent for time, but it is far from strong enough. With this inferior talent, there is no possibility of escaping this hellhole." Rosen's heart moved. "Then what?" "Then, I have to help you improve your time talent." Tila Lilin immediately said, "This is impossible." Padnaros smiled faintly. "Of course it is impossible for the Dawn Empire, but our Eternal Empire has gone further than you in the field of time, and has a deeper understanding of time than you." She turned to Rosen. "Your Majesty, the price is that you have to help us get rid of this hellhole." Rosen agreed without hesitation. "That's for sure, but why did you choose me?" "Because you are the only one who has a complete high-energy empire, although it is only a rising empire, but we have no choice. So, you are not only the hope to help us completely escape from the abyss, but also the only hope to fight against the fallen Eternal Empire in the future." After a pause, Padnaros added, "Moreover, because you are strong enough, otherwise cooperation will not only be meaningless, but will drag everyone to death together." Chapter 371. Increasing the strength of the time talent. This kind of thing completely exceeds Rosen's current cognitive limit, and he has no idea at all. Fortunately, he has just got an extremely reliable royal sage. Then he turned to look at Tyrallalin. The other party also frowned slightly, and looked at Padnaros with a very distrustful look. "Sage, you don't trust me?" Padnaros said directly. Tyrallalin also nodded simply. "Yes, I don't trust you." Padnaros looked at Rosen again. "What about you, your majesty?" Rosen's fingers danced, constantly playing with the newly acquired god's meteorite dagger. He knew that it was time for personal choice again, and he often faced such moments. Most of the time, his choice would affect the lives of countless people, but basically the lives of others. A few times, such as this time, it would affect his own life, so he naturally had to be very cautious. He asked, "First, I have to know how to improve it." Padnaros flipped his hand and took out a bead similar to topaz from somewhere, which was about the size of an adult's fist. But unlike topaz, this stone emits a faint golden light. Sunstone, or also called Time Orb, is collected from the outer layer of the Sun Ring by the Eternal Strongman driving the Empire's special interstellar spacecraft. Because the Sun Ring is extremely dangerous, even the Eternal Strongman is in danger of falling at any time. So, this thing is very precious. There are less than 10 pieces in the entire Eternal Empire. The reason why I can own one is because of my noble status in the Empire, and some accidental luck. As she spoke, she shook the Time Orb to Tyrallalin. "Sage, I know you must have heard of this good thing, but this is definitely the first time you have heard of its origin and purpose." Tyrallalin nodded slowly. "I have heard of it, but how should it be used?" "It's very simple, just projection. Find someone with a strong time talent, such as me." "Sage, don't look at me like that. I know your time talent is very strong, but it is definitely not as good as mine, because my time talent is projected from an eternal strongman." Speaking of this, Padnaros showed a trace of pride on her face that she couldn't hide. Tyrallalin was startled when she heard this, and immediately reacted. "Are you talking about the Eternal Strong, the painful queen of the abyss, Egdalin?" "Yes, it is the greatest emperor in the Sun-Star realm." Tyrallalin immediately corrected, "One of the emperors." Padnaros pursed her lips, but did not argue about this small detail, and continued, "She gave me a powerful time talent, and it was she who ordered the closure of the 3 abysses at the last moment, preventing the spillover of the disaster, thus preserving the civilization of our Sun-Star realm." Rosen was curious. Disaster? What disaster? He knew very little about the abyss, but he also knew that the abyss was self-sealed, which matched the information the other party said. He has always been curious about the reason for the closure. Padnaros sighed softly, tilted her head and thought for a while, and her delicate face, as innocent as a girl, showed a thoughtful look, as if she was organizing her words. After a few minutes, she spoke. "Your Majesty, time and space are the most basic existence. The strength of time and space can be increased or weakened. The fact is that rapids weaken, and stagnation increases. But the ocean of time and space is unfathomable. Under normal circumstances, no matter how we cast time and space spells, even high-energy time spells, we can only disturb the surface of the ocean. For the entire ocean of time and space, it is just some insignificant waves. However, curiosity is the nature of mortals. As the exploration of the world continues to deepen, people want to know more about the deep sea of time and space, and even the bottom of the sea. At first, it was just an idea. After hundreds of years of argumentation, the idea gradually turned into a super high-energy space-time laboratory called Eye of Eternity. The laboratory has undergone super high-energy experiments again and again, spending countless resources and time. In the end, we successfully weakened the strength of time and space to 0, or in other words, we touched the bottom of the ocean of time and space. Speaking of this, Padnaros's deep purple eyes, like an ancient well, showed an unconcealable fear. Tyrallalin whispered, "Time and space void?" Paternalos nodded, "Yes, time and space void. The most basic existence known in the world has disappeared. So what will appear? What kind of existence is there if there is no existence?" This sounds a bit like a philosophical question, but unlike the philosophical discussion of fantasy, the Eternal Empire has really achieved this through magic. Rosen and Tyrallalin looked at each other, and saw shock in each other's eyes. The magic of the Eternal Empire has really developed to an incredible height. The problems he encountered were truly terrifying. Padnaros sighed softly. No one knows the answer. But after that experiment, countless people became hysterical, countless people went crazy, and finally even the ruler of the glorious plane, that is, the ruler of the nightmare abyss now, His Majesty Antoine, went crazy. He stubbornly believed that the existence of life had no meaning, and was determined to wipe out all civilizations in the Solar Star world, even including the Eternal Empire itself. The fear on Patnaros's face became more and more intense. Antoine not only said so, but also did so, which forced the Queen to activate the Empire's ultimate defense system, the Black Sun Shield. And I, my sister Adela, and I are from the ancient family of the Empire, and we are also the trusted maids of Queen Egdalin. We obeyed the order of His Majesty, fled the fallen Empire, and searched for a new high-energy civilization to redeem the sins of the Eternal Empire. Rosen listened attentively, and after listening, he said, "It sounds like the cause of the Empire's fall is completely unknown. How can it be redeemed?" Paternello sighed. "Yes, it is still unknown, but we can't just give up, right? This is true. After all, it concerns the fate of trillions of creatures in the entire Solar Star realm, and we must always try our best." He looked at the most trusted royal sage. "Liline, do you believe what Miss Patnaros said?" Tira Liline was silent for a long time before saying, "Your Majesty, please forgive my ignorance. This time, my knowledge cannot help you identify the direction to move forward." In other words, she was also somewhat convinced by Patnaros. Rosen considered it, and made the final decision. "I agree to use this time orb to obtain a stronger time talent, but the talent provider is not you, but my royal sage, Miss Tyrallalin." Patnaros was slightly startled. "Your Majesty, my time talent is not. Queen Egdalin has the strongest time talent. She is obviously stronger than Tyrallalin, and Miss Tyrallalin has nothing to say about this." Tyrallalin didn't say anything, she acquiesced. Rosen nodded. "You are right, but it is limited, right?" Tila Liline nodded immediately. "Yes, it is limited. If we only compare the fineness, it is only about 2% stronger. In some aspects, such as perception, my talent is even stronger." Patnaros immediately said, "But compared to the upper limit of strength, it is at least 20% higher, and 6% stronger than Cicero." Rosen understood. "So, in general, the Queen's talent is only slightly stronger than the Sage. I don't mind this gap at all, and I still insist on using Miss Tila Liline's talent projection." Patnaros frowned. "Your Majesty, you still don't trust me?" Rosen immediately corrected. "I trust you, but I don't trust Queen Egdalin, because I haven't even seen her face." Seeing that Patnaros was still frowning, he pointed to the time orb again. "I be frank with you. I believe there is no problem with the time orb. It is absolutely effective. But as the ruler of the Empire, I deeply understand the character that an emperor should have. I think that the time gift that the Queen projected to you may be very powerful, but it is definitely not a pure time gift. It must be mixed with something related to the fate of the Eternal Empire. The purpose is to ensure that the Empire can continue to exist, and that the Queen can continue to rule the Empire. So, no matter how good this talent is, I can't use it, because I don't want to become a puppet for no reason, nor do I want my empire to become a tool for the Eternal Empire to revive. My natural empire is the natural empire, not the Eternal Empire, nor the Dawn Empire." Paternellos understood. She gently stroked the time orb in her hand with one hand, and fell into deep thought. Rosen used live food to carefully analyze his micro-expressions, and came to a conclusion. He immediately pointed it out. "You know this in your heart, but you can hide it. You just want to get away with it, right?" Patnaros was exposed, her body shook slightly, and a bitter smile appeared on her face. "Your Majesty, you win." She threw the time orb to Rosen. "Your Majesty, don't you worry that there will be problems with the orb itself?" Rosen took the orb and smiled. "The orb is right in front of me. It is much more difficult to tamper with it than the time talent hidden deep in the soul. Tell me, how should this thing be used?" "Use it like this." Patnaros threw another scroll to Rosen. "The usage is written on it." Rosen took it. "Yes, I have to study it carefully." "You can study it, but it's better to complete the talent projection quickly, because you will soon face waves of challenges." "Of course." He spread out the scroll and immediately scanned it into the database of Lifu to save it, and then pretended to look at it. "Where is Miss Adela recently?" Paternellos' face suddenly showed a trace of vigilance. "What do you want to do?" "I want to apologize to her in person." "No need, my sister doesn't want to see you for the time being." After a pause, Patnaros added, "The elemental projections from the abyss also have the talent of time. There are two sources. One is the glorious nightmare tyrant Antawanji, and the other is the former endless power plane, the current supreme ruler of the weak abyss, the withered demon King Maximin. Gomeler, Talos, and Karl are all Antawanji's people. They regard you as a must-kill target, and each of them has formed a considerable force in this half-plane. You must be careful." Rosen's eyes were still on the spell scroll. Hearing this, he shrugged slightly. "This is really regrettable. I will be careful. The talent of time is very profound, But the talent projection itself is not difficult. The principle is very simple. Just add a special lens between the two souls, and then project the talent of one soul onto the other soul. If the operation is perfect, it can be 100% correct, and it is even possible to achieve the focus of the talent. Just like a convex lens, it can enhance talents to a certain extent. However, projection is very difficult, and it is already the limit of human power. If you add focusing, it is absolutely impossible to do it by human power. But I have Lifu, I can use Lifu to assist and control. Well, I have to experiment carefully. If it works, it will be wonderful. Chapter 372. Night. Patnaros has left, and Rosen and Tyrallalin have come to the most secret underground wine cellar of Tulip Manor to discuss the feasibility of focus projection. In terms of time talent, Tyrallalin is an absolute expert. After listening carefully to Rosen's ideas and pondering for a long time, she gave her conclusion. Your Majesty, your idea is feasible, but it is extremely difficult, and no one has ever tried it. I am afraid that some unexpected situations will occur. In other words, there are certain uncontrollable risks. No one can help Rosen, so he can only prepare as carefully and meticulously as possible, and then gamble on luck. Do it or not, of course. This whole action is taking risks, so it doesn't matter if it's a little more risky. Tyrallalin was not surprised at Rosen's decision at all, so she cooperated with Rosen and discussed the specific implementation details in detail. Finally, after carefully rehearsing several times and confirming that there were no problems with every detail, the two began to act. Close the entrance of the wine cellar, add a spell seal, arrange the time orb, and then, the two stand on either side of the orb and start to activate the finely tuned focus projection spell. This spell is extremely complex, with a total of 3,600 steps, and must be completed within 10 seconds. It is an incredible task to rely solely on the human brain, and what's worse is that this projection spell is difficult to use magic tools to assist. Therefore, Tyrallalin actually has no confidence in her heart, but she has seen Rosen's powerful ability many times, so she still trusts and cooperates with him 100%. Time passed second by second, and 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Buzz. The time orb between the two people lit up slightly, revealing a subtle ripple of time. At the same time, Rosen felt a slight shock in his head, and then his consciousness became a little confused. A moment later, many light and shadow illusions appeared in front of him like mist and gauze. In the hazy light and shadow, he saw countless lives born and died, saw the mountains turn into the sea, and saw the sea arched up and turned into mulberry fields. He saw the rise of the empire, the glory of the empire, and the collapse of the empire. He saw endless barbarism and darkness, and countless civilizations and brilliance. At this moment, the illusion flickered at an incredible frequency. At the same time, countless phantom voices came from his mind. It was like hundreds of millions of people gathered together to shout, very noisy. But in the noise, some relatively clear words could be vaguely distinguished. Your Majesty, a large army is attacking along the Void Rift. Your Majesty, this is your son, his name is. Your Majesty, are you going to the Star Realm? Your Majesty, the information is too much and too dense, and many of the information is self-contradictory, and more of the information has no causal logic. The brain of life can't react at all. After watching for a while, Rosen felt a splitting headache and couldn't help covering his head. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? Tyrallallin's voice came from the side, revealing concern, but against the background of countless background sounds, it seemed real and illusory. Rosen secretly cried out in his heart, I guess the time talent is too strong. If this goes on, I will be driven crazy. What should I do? Rosen tried to close his eyes, but it didn't work. There were still endless illusions in front of him. He tried to cover his ears again, but it still didn't work. All kinds of noises echoed directly in his soul. After thinking for a while, he tried to silently recite in his heart, Lai Fu, block the time information. Tried to block, the blocking was ineffective. The reason for the failure is unknown. Even Lai Fu can't help. Rosen immediately began to think about other solutions. While thinking, he heard Tyrallallin's voice again, and the voice was much more real than before. Your Majesty, the focus projection was successful, but the effect is too strong. You must feel a lot of time illusions now. You must learn to control. Rosen's heart moved, and he immediately asked, how to control? Use fine time and space spells to control, and constrain all time illusions in a convergent time and space, so that it cannot affect your soul. The spell is called Tranquility, which is very fine. You must calm down and follow my guidance carefully. With these words, Rosen really felt the soul guidance of Tira Liling clearly. He immediately blocked out distracting thoughts and followed this chase. He clearly felt the power of his time talent. Because he had done similar actions before, but he always felt that he was not up to the task, and it was very laborious. He had to repeat the guidance of Liling many times, and often had to stand still and wait for him to catch up. Now, not only could he catch up easily, but he even felt that Liling's movements were too slow. Liling, my time talent has greatly improved. Indeed, I can clearly feel this. Your current time talent should be considered the best in this solar star world, Your Majesty. Rosen was a little proud in his heart, but then he moved and had a strange idea. Liling, what do you think, if I focus and project my time talent to you again, and then you focus and project it to me again, and repeat it in this cycle, will it reach an incredible level? If this bug can be successfully fixed, then becoming the god of time and space is just around the corner. Puff. Tila Liling couldn't help but laugh softly. Your Majesty, one adventure is not enough. Do you want to take adventures continuously? Just tell me if this is feasible? Obviously not feasible. For a mage who already has the gift of time, projection will destroy the original balance of power. Rosen is not a person who gives up easily. I think it's too early to make a conclusion now, just because we haven't studied the projection technique thoroughly yet. Maybe it will be possible once we understand the principle thoroughly. He secretly planned to treat this as an important research topic. Tila Liling's silence is quite effective. When the spell took effect, the time illusion that Rosen felt was immediately greatly restrained, and it was difficult to interfere with his mind. But there were still some omissions. Occasionally, there would still be some very clear illusions and phantom sounds that would break through the constraints and appear in front of him. Liling, there are still some sounds. Tila Liling smiled and said, this is normal. These clear time illusions are events with a very high probability of occurring in the near future. Generally speaking, the closer the relationship with you, the higher the probability of the time illusion, and the clearer and more concentrated it is. If this event threatens your life, you will not only have a strong sense of it, but also see it a while in advance. But how long in advance depends on how strong Your Majesty's time talent is. Rosen understood. The clarity of the time illusion depends on the probability of time occurrence and its coherence with oneself. Theoretically, all the time illusions I see are events that have a probability of being related to me. That's right. Well, interesting, very interesting. This ability is quite powerful. It can greatly save lives and even partially see into the future. But there are so many illusions, there is little logical connection between them, and many illusions are contradictory. If you want to see through them one by one and use them as a reference for future actions, it is definitely far from enough to rely on human power. It seems that Lai Fu has to train another ability, which is to help me collect and analyze various time illusions. What should this ability be called? Considering that seeing into the future is essentially a probability game, Rosen thought about it and said to himself, let's call it Majority Report. In addition, although he has a strong enough time talent. But in terms of specific time and space spells, he is still a novice who has just started. Fortunately, he has a famous teacher in this regard. Liling, I have to trouble you to teach me more time and space spells. It's my honor, Your Majesty. As soon as she finished speaking, Rosen saw another very clear time and space illusion. The illusion took place in the underground wine cellar, next to a wine barrel less than 5 meters away from him, and there stood a woman in a sky-blue dress. From the front, you can see that the woman has a very neatly combed thick black hair, and a pair of black eyes as bright as stars. A very familiar soft face with both anger and joy. It was Adela. In the illusion, Adela held a wine barrel with her right hand, bent over, and the hem of her sky-blue dress was tied around her waist, while he stood behind her, holding her left hand with one hand and grabbing her shoulder with the other hand, and was fighting hard. The illusion lasted for a while, and then quickly changed to another picture. Almost the same location, the same event, but different things. The woman changed from Adela to Padnaros. Rosen also heard Padnaros' voice. Your Majesty, please speak softly, don't let my sister know. The voice was crisp and melodious, revealing a hint of nervousness and uneasiness. Immediately afterwards, the cellar door was pushed open, and a slightly angry voice came. Sister, you disappoint me so much. After these words, the illusion completely dissipated. Rosen couldn't help but cover his forehead. What the hell is going on? He couldn't figure out why this happened. He wanted to get a hint from the time illusion, but the time illusion was the random surge of the time river, some of which were very clear, and some were blurry and couldn't be seen clearly at all, so it was difficult to find a usable clue from it. After trying to find it for a while, Rosen gave up. Forget it, let it go. Looking at the time, it was already past 1 in the morning, so he took Tyrallin back to the guest room to rest. Nothing happened that night. Early the next morning, the Baron and his wife brought many traders. Rosen naturally traded with them one by one, and from the trades, he learned a lot about the world. His reputation naturally soared, and he was called the extraordinary merchant Rosen. 10 days of such calm and busy days passed. Late at night on the 10th day, something finally happened. Deed. There was a sudden sound of dense horse hooves in the suburbs of Lion Town, approaching the Tulip Manor at a very fast speed. Rosen immediately felt the vibration of the thread of time, and subconsciously checked the illusion of time. As a result, he could only see some vague outlines, and could hardly see the specific appearance. He thought to himself, someone has obscured time. In other words, there is an enemy who controls the power of time hidden in the dark. The principle of this kind of spell to obscure time is to disturb the thread of time and distort the illusion of time, just like breaking the calm surface of a lake with a stone. The human eye cannot see a clear image from the shimmering lake surface, but Lai Fu can. No matter what, this is a truly powerful enemy, and we cannot be careless at all. Chapter 373. As the property of the Baron, Tulip Manor naturally has guards. But there are not many, only about 20, and their weapons and equipment are also ordinary. They are enough to defend against ordinary bandits, but they are almost useless tonight. In the bedroom, Rosen has already equipped himself, and is leaning against the window to try to observe the situation. There is no moon or stars in the sky of this half-plane. The only light source is the windproof oil lamps hanging everywhere in the manor. But the light is too dim, and can't shine far. Looking into the distance, it's just pitch black, like the thickest ink, nothing can be seen clearly. The magic ring of this world is also extremely weak, and the void vision has completely lost its effect. Therefore, the detection methods that Rosen relied on in the past have greatly limited their effectiveness. In the dark, Tira Leeling was rustling and putting on her clothes. She complained in a low voice, "Dear, you threw my clothes everywhere." The voice was a little trembling because of fear. Rosen was in the wrong about this matter. He smiled, crouched forward, and helped Tyrallin pack her clothes. Tyrallin only complained once, and then got to the point. "The enemy is very strong. I can't see the enemy's situation clearly. What about you?" "I can see it clearly." Lai Fu has restored the true appearance of the time illusion from the broken time water surface. 40 fully armed warriors came, wearing light-studded leather armor, weapons or shields, war hammers and crossbows, but no identity markers can be seen. Currently more than 2 miles away from us, the speed has slowed down a bit, and it will arrive in about 5 minutes. But these people are used to attack head-on and attract our attention. 5 people have quietly sneaked to the vicinity of the manor, and are currently hiding behind the bushes outside the manor wall. These 5 people are stealth experts, and their weapons are crossbows that can fire 3 times in a row. In addition to these, I also saw a person on the treetop 100 meters away from the manor. This person looks like this. While speaking, Rosen raised his hand and drew a few times in the air in front of him, and a clear figure with a faint light suddenly appeared in the air. Tila Leeling was shocked by the information Rosen obtained. "Dear, how do you know this?" "Time magic, who made me have the most sophisticated time insight talent." This makes sense, but Tila Leeling always feels incredible, because this insight ability is really outrageous. As the saying goes, talk less and do more, and hide 9 out of 10 skills, which is the way to protect yourself. So, Rosen never discusses the limits of his ability, even if the other party is a woman he completely trusts. After a vague explanation, he pointed to the figure. "Leeling, do you know him?" Tila Leeling carefully identified him, and shook her head gently. "I have never seen this person, but he has the breath of time power. He should be the mastermind of the sneak attack tonight. Then catch him and interrogate him." While the two were talking, 40 cavalrymen had already rushed to the gate of the manor. Without any notice, they started to break the gate directly. The manor was not used for military purposes, and the gate was just an ordinary thick wooden door. It could only support a few minutes at most. As the attack began, the manor immediately fell into chaos. The barking of dogs, the neighing of horses, the roaring and the screaming, one after another in the dark night. Because of the windproof oil lamp, there was still some light in the manor. With light, the detection seal was effective. With the help of the detection seal, Rosen clearly saw that the 5 crossbow assassins lurking outside the courtyard wall immediately began to act. They took advantage of the chaos, quietly climbed over the manor wall, sneaked into the courtyard, and then immediately hid in a secret place. To be honest, if Rosen did not have a strong detection ability, he might have been attacked by these 5 guys with crossbows while focusing on facing the cavalry. Unfortunately, Rosen's most important thing is intelligence gathering, and his opponents greatly underestimated his ability limit. He did not delay any longer, stood in the bedroom, pulled out the sword of annihilation and stabbed the air in front of him. Puff! One of the crossbow assassins was stabbed to death silently. The sword of annihilation can ignore the spatial distance and launch an attack directly, but it is also limited. The biggest limitation is still the spatial distance. For every doubling of the space crossed, the power consumed will increase sharply at the square of the distance, because of the characteristics of time and space. Because of this, if the target is 5 meters away from the body, Rosen can stab more than 40 swords in 1 second at the fastest speed, but if he hides more than 40 meters away, not only will the power consumption increase greatly, but he can only stab 1 sword every 2 seconds. Puff! 2 seconds later, the second crossbow assassin died. These assassins are all very powerful. After 2 of them died suddenly, the third assassin finally noticed it, and immediately looked around to find the enemy lurking in the dark. Unfortunately, the enemy he faced was not an ordinary person, so these vigilance actions were doomed to be in vain. Puff! 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 The remaining 3 assassins also fell to the ground one by one. The way they died was the same, with a blood hole suddenly appearing between their eyebrows, and they fell limply to the ground. Dong dong. The cavalry outside the manor gate had not noticed anything, and they were still hitting the thick wooden door with their war hammers. These cavalry were farther away, about 60 meters away, and it took Rosen more than 3 seconds to stab a sword. Using the detection seal to check the situation of the gate, it couldn't hold out for much longer. After thinking for a while, Rosen aimed at the main cavalry attacking the gate and raised his hand to stab. Puff! This cavalry was very tall and strong, just like a bear. The warhammer in his hand weighed at least 20 kilograms. When he raised it high, there was a flash of blue and white light, and a line of blood suddenly appeared between his eyebrows, and the whole person lost his life immediately. Puff! The warrior as strong as a bear immediately fell to the ground, which shocked the surrounding warriors violently. He subconsciously stopped the attack and looked around, looking for the opponent hiding in the dark. Who? Come out! Despicable sneak attacker, get out! Be alert, be alert! The man fell to the ground halfway through shouting, and there was a cut on his forehead, and white brain mixed with red blood kept flowing out. The person was dead. Finally someone saw the blue-white light. No, it's evil magic. Too scary. There really is a scary devil living in the manor. The soldiers outside the gate shouted. Attack! Keep attacking. No, set fire, burn it with fire. Puff! The soldier who shouted to set fire also fell to the ground. But the other soldiers also understood what he meant, and began to light torches and set fire. Tira Leline was a little anxious. The manor buildings are all made of wood, and they can't withstand fire attacks. Rosen smiled slightly. It's okay, just ordinary torches, I bet they can't light a fire. As he spoke, he had an idea and cast a second ring fate spell. The spell effect was cannot be ignited. At the gate of the manor, the soldiers were busy with flints, making sparks fly, but the oil torches they carried with them could not be ignited. But every 3 seconds or so, a soldier would fall to the ground and die. Apart from the faint blue-white light, there was no other source of attack, so naturally there was no way to avoid it. But these soldiers were really brave. Seeing the 6th soldier fall to the ground, and the torch could not be ignited, someone immediately shouted, break the door, force your way in. He swung the war hammer again, intending to continue to break the door. Rosen looked at the other party. Whoever swung the hammer the hardest and rushed to the front would die first. 20 seconds later, 6 more fell, but the gate of the manor was still intact. At this time, there were already 15 soldiers, and they couldn't even find the enemy, let alone break the door. Fighting spirit almost completely dissipated, and fear began to spread. What should we do? The devil is too powerful, we are no match for it. How about retreat? Retreat? Where to retreat? We are warriors, and warriors can only die. The warrior died before he could finish his words. Block your forehead with a shield, block your forehead. Someone shouted. The warriors did so. Rosen smiled slightly, like a cat playing with a mouse, and poked in from the back of the head. Block the back, block the back. Rosen poked from the bottom up. Below and below. Rosen had a mischievous idea, and directly stabbed the sword out of the opponent's body, piercing the heart with one sword. Because the opponent was a mortal warrior, and had no time magic to protect himself, he could stab him from anywhere on his body. The stabbed person was shocked, and fell to the ground limply, without any scars on his body. Ah! The incomprehensible weird situation caused extreme fear. One warrior's will completely collapsed, and he screamed in a distorted tone and turned to run. When one person ran, the other warriors also collapsed and turned to follow him. Naturally, the threat to the manor was completely lost. Rosen did not kill them all. He did not like killing, and killing was only a means to achieve his goals, and he would never overuse it. Letting these frightened guys run away, and letting them spread fear of themselves is the best choice. Because, in the absence of absolute power, fear is his best umbrella. But he was not idle either. Gathering strength, he stabbed the mysterious man hiding in the tree canopy with a sword. He did not stab the vital points because he wanted to live. Dang, Puff. The sword was blocked, but not completely, and the blade penetrated the opponent's body. Judging from the bloodstains, it penetrated at least 8 centimeters. Puff. A figure was vaguely seen falling from the tree. After a few seconds, he struggled to get up and limped away, and his speed was not slow. Rosen naturally couldn't let him get away. Aiming at the opponent's right leg, he stabbed the sword of extinction again. Puff. The opponent fell to the ground. This guy was also a ruthless person, and he took out a dagger and wanted to commit suicide by slitting his neck. Dang, the arm holding the dagger was stabbed again, and the dagger fell to the ground. The first suicide failed. Rosen immediately jumped out of the bedroom window and rushed to the mysterious man at full speed. When he ran halfway, he saw the mysterious man picked up the dagger with his left hand and insisted on committing suicide. At this time, Rosen was less than 30 meters away from the opponent, and he immediately stabbed the second sword. Poof. The mysterious man's left arm was also pierced, the dagger fell to the ground again, and the whole person collapsed to the ground. But he was also really cruel, and was about to bite his tongue. Bang! He bit down, but bit the blade of the sword of the Annihilation Law, breaking many teeth, but the tongue was intact. At this time, Rosen had come to the other party, pulled out the sword of annihilation from his mouth, and shook off the blood on the sword with disgust. At the same time, he kicked the other party in the head and knocked him unconscious. He smiled slightly in his heart. You are so obsessed with hiding your identity, are you afraid of my revenge? Chapter 374. Splash. Late at night, in the woodshed of the manor, Rosen poured a bucket of cold well water on the captive's head. Cough, cough. The captive woke up. This is a young man under 30 years old, with a well-proportioned and agile body and a tough look. For safety, his clothes have naturally been taken off, and his body has been carefully checked to ensure that he does not carry any lethal hidden weapons. Of course, this was not done by Rosen, but by a chef named Lask in the manor. The method was a bit rough, but the inspection was very detailed. Rosen looked at the captive tied to the wooden frame from a few meters away, holding the sword of extinction in one hand to prevent the other party from committing suicide at any time. Name? Silence, and looked at Rosen with an indifferent look, as if he had seen through life and death. In the past, Rosen would never get anything out of him if he didn't use some special means. But now, he has a better way. Rosen stared at the target, and activated the time spell Insight into the Past that he had just learned. As the spell was activated, Rosen saw overlapping phantoms appear on the man's body in front of him, and various sounds appeared in his ears. At the same time, Rosen's strength was greatly consumed, but it didn't matter because he carried a kilogram of solar essence with him. As the spell was running, he saw the man tied to the wooden frame fall off the wooden frame and retreat all the way back. Because it was a situation that had already happened in the past, the image of this man and the image within about 3 meters around the man were very condensed and clear. Rosen felt like he was watching a movie played in reverse. The man also mastered the time spell, and he quickly felt Rosen's movements and guessed his intentions. The fluctuation of time magic suddenly appeared on his body, and began to interfere with Rosen's insight. At the same time, Rosen felt that the image in front of him became blurred, as if a layer of white gauze was covered in front of the movie. Even Lai Fu could hardly recover 100% of such interference. After thinking for a while, Rosen was not in a hurry to see forward, so he patiently waited at the current time point. Time passed by minute, and after about 5 minutes, the interference disappeared. The reason was very simple: the prisoner's strength was exhausted. Rosen continued to look forward. He saw the prisoner return to the tree, fall from the tree, and then retreat all the way to a remote valley, where he found an unknown armed force, which was the previous 40 knights. Then, the mysterious man withdrew from the valley again, retreated all the way to the town of Lion, and then went to a brothel called Fragrance in the town. Then he retreated into the basement of the brothel, and met a masked mysterious man. The masked mysterious man said, "This is the mission this time," and handed the captive a scroll. The captive glanced at the contents of the scroll, and Rosen naturally saw it too, and saw the words Merchant Rosen written on it, and then drew an X on it. Seeing this, it was obvious that the captive was just a knife in the hands of a big shot. Who is this big shot? Rosen turned his attention to the masked mysterious man, and followed this mysterious man to trace back to the source of time again. This is an extremely difficult spellcasting technique called tracing back to the source. Theoretically, as long as the time talent is strong enough, and the power is strong enough, it can be traced back to the past of everyone in the world. But theory is only theory. In practice, 10 jumps are the limit for Rosen, and this is because of Lai Fu's help. If Lilin is pulled, he can only jump 3 times. His eyes penetrated the past, followed the mysterious masked man, and watched him continue to retreat. The masked man retreated to the 2nd floor of the brothel first, and after removing the cover on his body, he revealed his identity as a prostitute. She turned around and joined the carnival. During the carnival, a black crow flew in from the window, with a bamboo tube tied to its leg. Obviously, the prostitute was just a mouthpiece. She was really cautious. Rosen had to conduct a second tracing jump and turn the target to the black crow. Following the black crow all the way, he soon flew out of Lion Town and entered the backyard of a manor on the outskirts of the town. There was a large group of black crows in the backyard. The situation was that the message was sent by another black crow. Obviously, this was just a message transfer station. So, Rosen made the 3rd jump and traced the source, and continued to fly with another black crow. They kept flying like this, and soon, there were the 4th, 5th, and even 6th jumps and traces. At this time, Rosen had already understood that the ultimate mastermind behind the scenes must also be a master of time magic. He deliberately turned around like this to prevent being traced by the opponent. Until the 7th tracing jump, Rosen's sight followed the black crow back to the backyard of a manor in the eastern suburbs of Lion Town. Entering the manor, his eyes followed the servant, who delivered the message from the backyard to the front hall, and then walked along the steps to the door of the study on the 2nd floor. The door of the study was open, and the situation inside the study could not be seen. Only a scroll was stuffed from the crack of the door, and a gentle middle-aged male voice was heard. Ade, send this message out. After tracing back to this point, it is impossible to proceed to the next jump, because there is no entity available for jump in the image. If you want to know the situation behind the study, you have to go to the manor in person and conduct a field investigation. But Rosen has only traced the source 7 times so far, and he can continue to trace the source 3 more times. I don't believe that you can hide in the study without showing up. Rosen thought for a while, and continued to follow the messenger servant. After he went downstairs, he jumped the target to the maid who was cleaning the living room, and then waited patiently. At this time, it was the 8th tracing jump, and the total time of tracing back to the source has exceeded 16 hours. According to the tracing theory, as long as the power is sufficient, it can be traced back to the origin of the world. But the power of mortals is always limited. In Rosen's current situation, the farthest he can go back is 48 hours. Tira Lilin, even only 6 hours. If it was her, she would have lost it long ago, but Rosen still had more than a day to spare, so he waited patiently. Of course, because it was tracing back to the source, there was no need to wait 1-to-1, and it could be greatly accelerated. He waited in reverse time for about 4 hours. During this period, through the conversation between the maids, he learned that the owner of the manor was Sir Orland, who had farms and mines under his name and was a famous figure in Lion Town. Click. The door of the study opened. A middle-aged man with a white face and no beard walked out of the study. The maid immediately saluted him and called him master. Rosen used the mirror hanging on the courtyard wall to take a look at the other person's appearance and immediately stopped tracing the source. This is naturally a trick taught by Tyralin, which is to prevent disturbing the opponent's time thread and letting the other party notice it. Because every time caster is extremely sensitive, especially to those time threads that are related to their own destiny, even the slightest tremor may alarm the other party. After retracting his gaze, Rosen looked at the captive in front of him and asked, "Who do you serve?" "I don't know." Rosen believed that this was the truth, because with the caution of the mastermind, he would never reveal his identity to the frontline tool man. This guy is just a bounty mercenary. So he asked again, "Where does your power come from?" The captive was silent. Rosen smiled and said, "I don't think you need to hide this. This matter has nothing to do with your mastermind, right? As everyone knows, I am a businessman who values credibility and likes fair trade. My trading conditions are that you tell me the source of your power, and I will not only heal your injuries, but also set you free." This made the captive look slightly shocked. Obviously, he was tempted. Rosen continued, "Okay, don't hesitate, Tell me earlier, and you will suffer less. As he spoke, he raised his hand and flicked it towards the other person's body, releasing a natural healing spell on the wound on his left leg. The wound on his thigh healed instantly at a speed visible to the naked eye. This directly convinced the other person. After taking a deep breath, he spoke. I used to be a demon hunter in the church. Because I couldn't stand the corruption and depravity within the church, I left the church and became a free demon hunter. Since I was a child, I have practiced according to the method provided by the church. In the church, this method of practice is called sun meditation. Rosen immediately asked, how do you meditate specifically? It's actually very simple. Just imagine a great, bright, and eternal sun god in your mind, and the name of this sun god is Ortiz. This made Rosen's heart move slightly. The captive didn't notice, and he continued, through meditation day after day, as short as 10 years or as long as a lifetime, there will be a lucky person who will get the response of the sun god and be given the power of God. The proportion of lucky people is not high. In 10 years of meditation, only 1 out of 10 warriors can get the favor of God. Rosen nodded. Since you have left the church, why do you still have divine power? The sun god only looks at whether the faith is pure. My faith in the sun god has never been stained with dust, and my hands have never been stained with the blood of ordinary people. In contrast, most of the priests in the church have long forgotten their sacred duties and become the minions of secular power. Rosen was a little confused. In this case, won't the sun god punish those with impure faith? He felt that this sun god was very irresponsible. The captive also had a puzzled look on his face, but he gave a self-comforting explanation. God is tolerant. Rosen nodded to show that he understood, raised his hand, and flicked the wound on his body a few times to heal his injury. I am a businessman, not a devil. I never force people to trade with me, and I never hide traps in trades. Now, I fulfill my promise. Using magic to untie the young captive's shackles, you are free. The young captive showed a hint of surprise. Are you really going to let me go? What else? If I really want to kill you, why bother? This is also true. The young captive looked at Rosen seriously and said, my name is Leno, the demon hunter Leno. I owe you a life, so I will not accept any bounty commissions related to you. Thank you, I remember. Rosen nodded, turned and walked out of the woodshed, and said loudly to the manor guard at the door, let him leave safely. Returning to Tyrellin, the latter asked, Dear, have you found the real murderer behind the scenes? We found a heavyweight, but whether it is the real murderer needs further confirmation. It can be felt that this demiplane has experienced too long, and the information exchange is very backward, so countless secrets and interest disputes have arisen. Dear, what are you going to do? Rosen raised his hand and added a few 3-ring spells on Tyrellin. You stay in the manor and wait for me, I will go to confirm it now. He never gives his opponents a chance to breathe. Chapter 375. 1 o'clock in the morning. Rosen used a light spell to illuminate the way ahead, riding alone on a horse, walking slowly on the field path in the suburbs of Lion Town. The night was extremely dark, and there was thick ink all around, looking like an endless abyss. Gaga, coo. The strange cries of the night owls came one after another. Some sounded like strange laughter, some sounded like babies crying, and some sounded like dying screams, which were indescribably creepy. After walking for a while, they encountered a group of wolves foraging in the fields. There were at least 20 or 30 of them, each as strong as a calf, and they were not afraid of people. After seeing Rosen, they attacked without hesitation. Naturally, they were wiped out instantly. But this was because Rosen had a divine body with infinite power, and also mastered powerful ordinary spells and powerful artifacts. If any of the 3 was missing, it would be difficult to defend against the wolf pack head-on. Not long after repelling the wolves, he walked less than 2 kilometers and crossed a forest when he encountered 3 black-haired giant tigers in ambush. They were all very huge, estimated to weigh at least 500 kilograms, and were ambushing behind the bushes, preparing to attack him. Such big guys actually knew how to work as a team and ambush and attack. Except for the Abyss Masters, who mastered the artifact, ordinary masters would find it difficult to escape unscathed. He killed the 3 black tigers one by one with one sword, and shook off the blood on the sword blade, and rose inside secretly. This half-plane is still in the era of coexistence between humans and beasts. The day belongs to humans, and the night belongs to beasts. Fortunately, the manor where the target is located is not far from the Tulip Manor. About 40 or 50 minutes later, Rosen arrived near the target. During the whole process, Rosen maintained a time spell called Undercurrent Surge, which is to reduce the noise of his own actions in the river of time to avoid being detected by the opponent. This is a delicate time spell that requires super high skills and long endurance. Ordinary time masters can never use it, and it is also a great challenge for those masters who can use it. Any slight mistake or insufficient strength will be wasted. Rosen has live food to assist, so he naturally doesn't have this worry. But although the effect of the undercurrent spell is excellent, it is not omnipotent. This spell can only conceal the perception of the time masters, but it has little effect on ordinary detection sentries. For example, it has basically no effect on the dogs guarding the house. To deal with the watchdog, you have to borrow the help of ordinary spells. So, Rosen blessed himself with Silent Barrier and Lightless Barrier. Although the light spell is on, you can't see or hear any sound when the distance exceeds 3 meters. He floated towards the manor wall like a ghost. He soon arrived outside the manor wall, dismounted, tied the horse to the tie post outside the manor gate, cast a calming spell on it, and then came to the manor wall, and with a little effort, he climbed in. Not to mention people, even the manor dog was not alarmed. Rosen had figured out the layout of the manor through the tracing spell, and now he was familiar with the bedroom window of the manor owner Sir Orlant. The bedroom was on the 2nd floor, and the windows were closed, but this naturally did not pose a problem for Rosen, who knew spells. First, he cast various auxiliary spells on himself to improve his physical condition to the limit. He went upstairs with the levitation spell, and the wizard opened the window with his hand. After floating in silently, he carefully closed the doors and windows. There was a person sleeping on the big bed, who was the middle-aged man seen in the tracing spell. He walked over, stood by the bed, and gently patted the other person's cheek with the cold sword. "Hey, don't sleep, wake up." The middle-aged man opened his eyes in a daze, and the moment he saw the figure beside the bed, he raised his hand to grab the sword beside him, as fast as lightning. This is definitely not the speed that mortals can have. It means that this guy has a divine body, and from the speed, the strength of his divine body is very high, much higher than Rosen's 12 rings, but there is still a big gap from the 20 ring which Padnaro's. It is estimated to be 13 or 14 rings. Rosen was prepared. The sword body rotated to swing away the opponent's palm, and the tip of the sword was sent forward to touch the center of his eyebrows, and it was immersed for a full half centimeter. Be honest, or you die. The middle-aged man on the bed froze immediately, slowly lying down, staring at Rosen without blinking. "Merchant Rosen?" "That's right. How did you find me?" The other party came too quickly, and there was no sign at all. He couldn't figure it out. Rosen didn't answer, the sword flashed, and slapped the opponent. "I ask you answer, don't talk nonsense." The man looked at Rosen hatefully, but didn't dare to make any extra moves. "Sir Orlant, why did you send someone to kill me?" "Kill me? I won't tell you." Rosen smiled coldly, the sword body pressed against the other's mouth, and pushed it in little by little. "If you are not afraid of death, you will resist desperately before, instead of being threatened by me. You'd better tell me now, wait until your head is pierced by me, then everything will be too late." Sir Orlant held on for 2 seconds, and just as the sword was about to pierce his throat, he suddenly spoke vaguely. "I say." Rosen immediately drew his sword and looked at the other party. "I serve the Order Sage Talos, and he asked me to kill you." This news is consistent with what Padnaro said. "So where is Talos hiding?" "I don't know. The sage never shows his face in public, and he doesn't have a fixed residence. I don't even know what the sage looks like." "How do you contact me?" "I usually contact him through Black Crow." "Then where are you from?" "I came from the projection of the Glorious Glory Plane." The Glorious Glory Plane corresponds to the current Nightmare Abyss, that is, it is the people of the Nightmare Tyrant and Awanji. Rosen continued to ask, "How many people like you are there?" "There are quite a few. I don't know the exact number, but there should be at least 400 or 500, distributed all over the half-plane." Rosen was secretly shocked. This number is really too much. "What is your purpose?" Sir Orlant shrugged slightly. "Of course, we serve the adults. This is our destiny that we cannot escape." "Destiny?" Rosen looked at Sir Orlant on the bed, and felt a little tricky. He wanted to remove the other party's destiny like he transformed Adela, so that she would lose the reason to fight against him. But he immediately found that he did not have this ability. Because the other party's soul strength was several rings higher than his, he did not have any auxiliary magic tools at hand, and simply relying on the ability of the divine body simulation was not enough to turn him against him. It seemed that he could only silence him. Sir Orlant vaguely guessed what Rosen meant, and hurriedly said, "You said you would not kill me. Many times, a quick death is a reward." As he spoke, he stared at the other person intently, and slowly raised the sword of annihilation. But at this moment, he suddenly saw a very condensed time illusion. Two women appeared in the illusion. They were both old acquaintances of his. One was Adela, and the other was Padnaros. They were standing on both sides of Sir Orlant's body. Sir Orlant was still alive. Rosen was slightly startled. How could these two women appear here? The abnormal situation made the murderous intent in his heart slightly dispersed. The sword of annihilation in his hand changed from stabbing to slapping, fanning Sir Orlant's desperate struggle, and then raised his foot and kicked him back to the bed. Don't move. Sir Orlant was about to die, so he didn't listen and struggled desperately. The sword of annihilation pointed forward again and pressed against the other party's forehead. I said, don't move. This time it worked. Rosen did not continue to stab forward, but stood there and waited patiently, because such a condensed illusion of time meant that the event happened very recently, probably less than 10 minutes. Sure enough, about 2 minutes later, there was a light tapping sound outside the bedroom window, and a whisper came, Rosen, open the window. Outside the window was Padnaros. Rosen had an idea and opened the window with the hand of a wizard. Padnaros, dressed in leather armor, jumped in lightly, then untied the rope around her waist and threw her out of the window. After a while, Adela, with black hair and black eyes, soft features, and a sky-blue dress, climbed up along the rope and turned around to close the window again. Rosen kept his eyes on Sir Orlant on the bed, and only looked at the two sisters with the corner of his eyes. Good evening, ladies. Padnaros looked at Rosen with curiosity, while Adela behind her had a cold face, but there was an inexplicable light in her black eyes. Your Majesty, I feel that you have obtained a very powerful time talent, even stronger than me, which is really beyond my expectation. Padnaros was very surprised. Rosen smiled. It's just luck. After saying that, he immediately said, I want to borrow the good stuff for a while. Is it okay? The good stuff is naturally the time orb. Padnaros said with a smile. Since your Majesty has achieved such an amazing achievement, you can use it as long as you like. Then, she got to the point. The situation is like this. My sisters are in the same situation as you, and we are also wanted criminals by Anawanji. In fact, our situation may be worse than yours, because Anawanji knows us much better than your Majesty. Now, Anawanji's elemental projection Gal Miller has established an organization in this demiplane called the Dark Brotherhood, and one of its tasks is to hunt us down. For this reason, my sister and I have also formed a wizard association to fight against the Dark Brotherhood's pursuit. While speaking, Padnaros walked to the side of Sir Orlant and kicked the prisoner with her foot. This knight is a core member of the Dark Brotherhood. My sister and I want to develop him into a spy for our wizards, to infiltrate the Dark Brotherhood. Sir Orlant felt the hope of survival and immediately nodded. Yes, yes, spy. I am willing to be a spy. Rosen understood and believed that the sisters had the ability to turn members of the Brotherhood against the Brotherhood, but he was a little curious. How did you know I was here? Padnaros smiled softly. To be precise, we have not gone far. We have been secretly observing your Majesty's actions and following your Majesty from a distance. Rosen was a little surprised. Then you are really good at hiding. He didn't notice it at all. After all, we have been entangled with the Dark Brotherhood for countless years, and we still have some experience in hiding. Of course, it is mainly because our souls are much stronger than your Majesty's, and we are far away from your Majesty. Padnaros explained, and then asked with a smile, Your Majesty, do you agree to let your captive become a spy for the Wizards Association? Rosen stepped back and put his sword back into the sheath. I have received great help from you, and this Sir Orlant is a small reward. Hearing this, Adela, who had been silent, walked to Sir Orlant and touched his forehead with her hand. At the same time, Padnaros took out a dagger and pointed it at his chin. Don't move, or I pierce your head. Sir Orlant immediately lay obediently on the bed without saying a word. After a few seconds, he suddenly groaned and his body trembled violently, but in order to avoid being killed, he held the mattress tightly with both hands and remained silent. About 10 minutes later, Adela withdrew her hands, and a trace of fatigue appeared on her face. Okay, Sir Orlant, you are now a member of our Wizard Association. Once the Dark Brotherhood has any movement, report to us immediately. Sir Orlant was already soaked, but he still quickly got up from the bed, with a humble face. Yes, ladies. Adela did not respond, and turned to walk towards the window. When she passed Rosen's side, she looked up and glanced at him, with a complex light in her dark eyes, and then she retracted her gaze and continued to move forward. When she reached the window, Padnaros finally couldn't help it. Sister, didn't you say you wanted to have a good talk with Rosen? Adela paused. Yes, we need to have a good talk. Rosen, let's go to your Tulip Manor to talk. Rosen's heart moved slightly. As you wish, ma'am. Chapter 376. An hour later, the three of them returned to the vicinity of the Tulip Manor. Adela suddenly spoke. Your Majesty Rosen, I want to have a secret talk with you, and the content must not be heard by the Brotherhood. We need to set up a sufficiently powerful space-time array in a secret place. She immediately added, it is best to be underground. As soon as these words came out, Rosen's heart moved slightly. There is an underground wine cellar in the manor, is that okay? He was not worried that this would reveal the illusion he had seen, at least not now. Because the characteristic of space-time illusion is that in the space around the seer's body, as far as the eye can see, one can see what may happen in the future here. And they are not in the underground wine cellar now, so Adela certainly cannot see the corresponding illusion. He turned his head and looked at Adela, who was elegant, soft, and showed a cool temperament, just like a white orchid blooming in an empty valley. Rosen's mind suddenly became a little hot. For some secret purpose, he quietly maintained the undercurrent surge technique on himself, minimizing the interference with the time thread as much as possible. In this way, even if the other party arrived at the cellar, they would not find anything unusual. Sure enough, there was no abnormal expression on Adela's jade-like smooth face. Okay. Then she turned her head and looked at Padnaros. Sister, you stay outside the wine cellar door. Yes, sister. Padnaros agreed, but seemed a little reluctant. After entering the manor, Rosen first reported safety to Tyrallan, and then went into the underground wine cellar with Adela. Click. The wine cellar door closed. Click. Rosen snapped his fingers, activating several light spells that emitted warm and soft light, and fixed them one by one on the surrounding lampstands. The underground wine cellar, which was originally filled with ghostly atmosphere by the flickering candlelight, suddenly became bright. Adela raised her eyebrows. Your Majesty, when my sister told me that you can use ordinary spells, I didn't believe it. I'm very curious. How did you do it? She has been in this damn demi-plane for many years, and has been bound by the plane rules. She racked her brains, and could only develop some auxiliary space-time spells. She didn't expect that Rosen could break through the constraints as soon as he came here, which made her feel surprised and envious, and even a little jealous. After coming to this world, she yearned for a beautiful world where she could cast spells freely every day. Rosen stood on a wine barrel with his arms around his chest, and looked at Adela's dress secretly. Her face was as white as jade, her black hair was tied into a neat ponytail behind her head, she wore a conservative sky-blue long skirt on the outside, and a similar white underwear inside. She didn't look like a space-time strongman, but a pure and innocent family governess. Rosen knew that the other party's soul was very strong, so he glanced at it and retracted his gaze. Miss Adela, of course I can tell you the trick, but I am a businessman. Adela frowned slightly. You are obviously the emperor of the empire. No one has ever stipulated that businessmen cannot be emperors, right? Rosen said with a twisted reason, and smiled. Okay, don't you want to have a secret talk with me? Shouldn't you arrange it carefully? This is business. Adela's expression became serious, and she took out some magical instruments with strange shapes and special materials from her bag, and placed them on the ground and the surrounding walls. After arranging them, she stood in the middle of the magical instruments and began to cast time and space spells. As the spell progressed, Rosen felt a faint white veil spread out in all directions. When the white veil brushed across his body, Rosen clearly felt a gentle pulling force. About 10 seconds later, the white veil used various magic tools as fulcrums to build a relatively closed time barrier around Rosen and Adelai's bodies. After doing all this, Adelai's face turned pale, and she had to sit on a wine barrel to rest. This action made Rosen's heart move slightly. What a coincidence, it was the wine barrel shown in the illusion. Patiently waiting for Adelai's face to return to normal, Rosen spoke. Madam, can you tell me now? Adelaide pulled a strand of messy hair from her temples. Your Majesty, after a long exploration, I know 2 secret passages. One of them leads to the Dawn Palace of Oletus and Sophinos. Rosen's heart was slightly shaken, and all his fantasies disappeared completely. This is a great thing. It's not bad, but we also heard that the Dawn Palace is stationed with an astonishing number of strong men and terrible combat puppets. With my strength and understanding of the palace, it is impossible for me to reach the cowardly emperor, let alone subdue him. Rosen understood. I'm afraid I don't have this ability. After all, I can only cast some small spells. Moreover, the magic circle in the Dawn Palace is probably very strong. Adela immediately shook her head. As far as I know, it is not strong, which is exactly the same as the situation in the demi-plane. Your ordinary spells can still have a great effect. So, I hope your Majesty can sneak into the Dawn Palace with us and help us pass through the palace's defense circle. Sounds interesting. Rosen nodded without comment, and then asked, "What about the second secret passage?" "The second secret passage leads to the Nightmare Abyss. This information is even more valuable, but it is useless to Rosen now. With his current strength, entering the 23rd ring abyss is tantamount to seeking death. But he has to go anyway, because he must figure out the reason for the fall of the Empire, and the Eternal Eye Laboratory was originally built in the Nightmare Abyss." Back to the current situation, Rosen shrugged. From the current situation, finding the cowardly Emperor should be the only way to get rid of this demi-plane. "That's right. So do you agree to take the risk?" Rosen began to put forward conditions. "Of course I agree. But my current strength is too weak, mainly my soul is too weak. I need to increase the strength of my soul." Adela immediately nodded in agreement. "I have a 21-ring soul, and will try my best to help your majesty improve his soul power, but to be honest, it is very difficult, especially in this demi-plane with weak magic rings. The difficulty is very high. I am afraid that your majesty will need at least 3 years to improve 1 ring, and the higher the number of rings, the slower it will be. I personally don't mind waiting a few more years, but can your majesty's empire be away from your majesty for so long?" Rosen smiled. 100 years will not cause any major problems. The corresponding outside world is 1 month. He now has a puppet sitting in the empire. Although the control is not as good as before, 1 month is completely fine. Adela shook her head repeatedly. 100 years is too long. I am afraid something will happen, at most 10 years. 10 years should be enough for your majesty to obtain a 14-ring soul. We can also take advantage of this time to carefully manage the forces in the mortal world, and quietly approach the entrance of the secret passage without alerting Orletus. Rosen didn't quite understand. Management mortal forces? Adela explained carefully. "Your majesty, I have to say that you have been too high profile recently. It will cause a lot of unexpected trouble. In this demiplane, although every Abyss strongman has revealed his reputation, no one knows where we are hiding and how many identities we have. For example, the world only knows that there is Adela, the daughter of life, but very few people know that I am the leader of the Wizard Association. Even fewer people know that I am also a great noble of the Aoshuang Kingdom." Rosen became interested. "Which great noble?" Adela smiled faintly. "Your Majesty, next I will arrange for you to gradually get closer to the royal family of the Aoshuang Kingdom. In the process, you will naturally know my identity." "Okay. The main business is over here," and Adela returns to the initial confusion. "Then your Majesty, I really want to know your skills in using ordinary spells. If I can get this skill, the power of my Wizard Association will be greatly enhanced. So, I am willing to pay a large price for it." This matter is considered a big trump card of Rosen. He can now release a supergiant spell with the peak strength of the 6th ring at most. If it can be upgraded to the 13th divine body, it is estimated that it can reach the 8th ring. If it is the 14th ring, it can reproduce the legendary power. And the reason why it can achieve this level is 99% of the credit due to Lai Fu's assistance. If he relies on himself, he can only release a spell with the power of the 2nd ring at most, and the casting speed will be very slow, which may exceed 10 seconds. Everyone knows that the casting speed is closely related to the actual combat value. Spells that take more than 10 seconds can only be purely auxiliary. In other words, even if he shared the method, others would not be able to do it to his level, and naturally they would not be able to threaten him. Considering that he needed Adela's help to gain stronger power, he naturally had to give her some rewards. Therefore, he could share, even without reservation. After thinking it over, Rosen said, "Miss Adela, we are allies both inside and outside the demi-plane. I can tell you all the secrets, but there's a price." While speaking, Rosen's eyes moved down along the curve of the other person's body. "You must know me, and you must have known what I want." Of course Adela knew. Her white jade cheeks were instantly filled with red clouds, and she showed a hint of anger. "Your Majesty, please respect yourself." Rosen shrugged. "I don't force it. If the lady doesn't want to exchange, then forget it." Adela frowned. "Your Majesty Rosen, does it have to be like this?" Rosen nodded. "Miss, you must know that I love you very much outside the demi-plane." "That's not me, it's just my projection." "At least it's a part of you, isn't it?" Adela had nothing to say, because Rosen was right. After taking several deep breaths, she finally made up her mind, turned around, and held the barrel with both hands. Just this once. Rosen was very alert, but smiled and walked forward. "Thank you, Mississippi. In return, I will definitely teach you the skills without reservation." While speaking, he had already sheathed the long sword with ease. "Miss, you are actually prepared. Otherwise, the hidden dragon would not enter the abyss so easily." Adela gritted her teeth and said, "Shut up, you bastard." Rosen felt that Adela's real body was much more reserved than the projection, and fearing that he would completely annoy her, he kept silent and worked hard. "Don't let my sister know about this. I will never tell her, but I doubt I can hide it from her. You are such a bastard." Adela cursed again. Rosen laughed. "Well, miss, I am indeed a bastard, but you don't hate bastards that much, right? Otherwise, the flood would not be so rampant." Adela's face was still full of anger. "When I run away from this half-plane, you will not be my opponent, and I will definitely retaliate against you. The god realm no longer exists in the world. After you go out, you can't maintain a 21-ring soul at all, and you are still not as powerful as me." Adela was speechless and could only curse. "Ah, woo-woo, you are such a bad guy." After a while, Rosen shared all his spellcasting skills with Adela as agreed. Adela looked at it carefully and was immediately disappointed. "Is it so difficult?" Rosen sat on the barrel, held Adela in his arms, and gently tidied her messy hair. "If it's not difficult, then wouldn't the whole world know it?" Adela no longer resisted Rosen's closeness. "You didn't lie to me?" Rosen directly asked Lai Fu to start casting. In order to let Adela see his casting movements clearly, he deliberately demonstrated the situation at different casting speeds. An ordinary light spell, from 10 seconds, 8 seconds, to 0.1 seconds. "Dear, you see that I did it this way. I think that with the assistance of the time-torn spell, it is not difficult to cast in 2 seconds. Casting in 2 seconds has good practical value. Of course, because it requires double-line casting, the difficulty is higher." "Don't call me dear," Adela said with a slight frown, but her face was already full of shock. "Your Majesty, how long did you practice to achieve this spellcasting achievement?" "Not long. I don't think it's very difficult." Rosen's every spellcasting action was very clear, and the ironclad facts were right in front of her. Adela was completely convinced. "No wonder my soul projection is so obedient to your Majesty. You are indeed an extraordinary magic genius, your Majesty. What are you doing? You said it would be just once." Rosen smiled lightly. "Miss, how about this gift?" As he spoke, he took out 10 grams of solar essence. Adela frowned. "Do you think I'm a prostitute?" Although she said so, Adela still accepted this extremely practical gift, because Rosen was so fast that he got what he wanted in a blink of an eye. If she didn't take it, she would lose. "No, I admire you very much, and I wish I could be with you every day." This is true, he really likes it. Adela's face softened immediately. "Hey, your Majesty, I don't know what to say to you." After another storm, Adela whispered, "Your Majesty, next, your reputation can be spread, but you have to hide." "I understand. You wait patiently for a while, and a big man will come to you. There is also this scroll, which records the secret method of cultivation. If you practice it, your soul will continue to strengthen." "I remember it." "Dear, when will we meet next time?" "There will be no next time. Hey, what can I say about you?" Adela looked helpless, but still relieved. "Next time, depending on my mood, I can only come to you, you can't come to me." "Yes, ma'am." Chapter 377. 4 o'clock in the morning. The 3-hour secret talk finally ended. When the two came out of the underground wine cellar, Patnaros had already been waiting impatiently. She looked at the two with suspicion. "What did you talk about? It took so long?" Rosen shrugged. "It was mainly about future plans, and how to teach me how to practice to improve my soul power faster." "Really, sister?" Adela nodded expressionlessly. "Your Majesty is telling the truth." As if she was afraid that her sister would ask more questions, she urged, "We have been away for too long this time. Now everything is settled. It's time to go back." After saying that, without waiting for Padnaros' response, she quickly left the door of the wine cellar. Padnaros is not a simple person. She looked at Adela's back for a few seconds, then turned her head and looked at Rosen with a meaningful look. But she didn't say anything, but walked a few steps quickly to catch up with Adela. Soon, the two sisters left the Tulip Manor in the dark. Not long after they left, Padnaros said, "Sister, you and His Majesty have reached an agreement, right?" "Yes, we have reached an agreement, and I have also learned the skills of casting ordinary spells from him." "Well, that's really good." After a pause, Padnaros suddenly asked, "Sister, you and Rosen are doing it in there, right?" Adela frowned and scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Padnaros was not afraid at all, but full of curiosity. "Sister, don't you always hate dissolute gentlemen the most?" Adela knew that she couldn't hide it, so she sighed. "To be precise, I hate gentlemen who have nothing to do except being dissolute. But obviously, His Majesty Rosen is not such a person." His dissoluteness is indeed his shortcoming, but he has countless advantages. Hypocrisy? Padnaros curled her lips and muttered softly. What did you say? Adela didn't quite hear clearly. Sister, you swore to keep your distance from him, but you did it with him within a few hours of meeting him, and it took so long. If this is not hypocrisy, what is it? Adela blushed and felt embarrassed and speechless. Padnaros changed her tone. But I also understand your temper, sister. I know that this matter was definitely not brought up by you. It must be that dissolute emperor who is doing bad things, right? Adela felt relieved. She had a little resentment towards Rosen in her heart, and subconsciously walked down the steps given by her sister. Yes, it was him who did the bad things. He was so powerful that I was no match for him. I had no choice but to submit. Padnaros was straightforward and got angry when she heard it. She immediately turned around and walked back. Sister, wait here. I go back and ask him for an explanation. Don't. Before Adela finished her words, Padnaros had already disappeared. Her response came in the wind. Don't worry, sister, I won't do anything stupid. Adela's heart was in a mess. She was shy, resentful, worried, and all kinds of emotions intertwined in her heart. For a moment, she was at a loss, and could only find a hidden place nearby to hide and wait. On the other side, Padnaros ran all the way and returned to Tulip Manor in less than 10 minutes. She climbed over the manor's retaining wall and searched the yard quietly for a while. Soon, she found Rosen in the underground wine cellar following the clues. The light spell was still effective, and the wine cellar was as bright as day. Next to a pile of large wine barrels, Rosen stood by the barrels, holding a glass of wine in his hand and another glass on the barrels. Seeing Padnaros rushing over angrily, he asked with a smile, Miss, what made you angry? Padnaros snorted coldly, Your Majesty Rosen, I didn't expect you to be such a person, forcing my sister to do things. As soon as Rosen heard it, he knew that Adela couldn't save face, so she pushed all the responsibility on him. This matter was originally his initiative, and Adela was reserved and shy, so he should bear the blame. So he nodded and admitted, smiling, I was indeed wrong about this matter. If I have a chance, I will apologize to your sister. I see you have run a lot of distance. Your forehead is full of sweat. You must be thirsty. Come and have a drink. He flicked his hand gently, and the wine glass filled with wine floated to the other party. This year's new wine tastes very good. Padnaros was indeed thirsty, took it, and took a big sip. Your Majesty, I must say that you did a really bad job. Just an apology is not enough. You have to compensate. Rosen nodded. I agree, but what compensation do you want? Padnaros was a little stuck, and didn't know what to ask for a while. Rosen just wanted to use this incident to get a deeper understanding of the personalities of the two sisters. After all, the personalities of the projection and the original body are different, and they plan to enter the Dawn Palace together for adventure. At the critical moment, they need to trust each other's backs. If the other party has ulterior motives, it will be really fatal. In addition, he also wanted to verify the illusion of time he had seen. Seeing that the other party couldn't think of a word, Rosen reached into his pocket and took out a box. Sun essence, you know it? Padnaros was shocked. Of course. This thing is an extremely condensed source of power, which can greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of the divine body. They also had it at the beginning, but it was not called Sun Essence, but Eternal Essence, which is an order of magnitude stronger than the power density of Sun Essence. But after coming to this world for too long, the Eternal Essence has long been used up. Usually, it can only get some power supply from burning and food, but the speed is naturally far less convenient and durable than the Sun Essence. Rosen threw the box to Padnaros. I bullied your sister twice, about 50 minutes each time. At the price of 1 gram for 10 minutes, I will give you 10 grams of Sun Essence as compensation. The power contained in it should be enough for your sister to use for 50 years. It can be used for so long. First, the power density of Sun Essence is really high, and second, the speed of power consumption in this world is very slow. Padnaros was slightly shocked when he heard it. She was shocked by Rosen's fighting ability in doing things, and also surprised by his generosity. Because in her mind, doing things is just a small matter of entertainment. Only her sister would care so much. She didn't care. She could do things if she liked each other. Unfortunately, the men in this demiplane were either mortals or enemies, and she had no chance to practice. For such a small matter, he gave so much solar essence, and His Majesty the Emperor was really generous. Your Majesty, do you have a lot of solar essence? Indeed, there are quite a few. After all, I can't be unprepared when I enter the demiplane in person, right? Rosen took a sip of wine and reminded, but I hid the things very well. Unless someone has a time talent that is much better than mine, they will never find it. He dared to say this because of a time and space spell taught by Tyrallalin, Space Treasure House, which is similar to a space pocket and is very convenient for hiding things. Patnaros had really wanted to steal, but when she heard this, she immediately gave up the idea, but she did not give up getting more sun essence. After all, this thing is too useful. After thinking for a while, she asked, "Your Majesty, the price of 1 gram for 10 minutes? Rosen understood what Patnaros was thinking as soon as he heard it, and his eyes turned around the other's enchanting figure wrapped in tight leather armor. That's the standard for compensating your sister. If it's someone else, it's different. Compared to Adela's reserve, Patnaros was much more straightforward, and said directly, "What if it's me? There are 2 standards. One is the ordinary time method. I will give you 1 gram every 15 minutes. Patnaros was immediately dissatisfied. "Why is mine so much lower than my sister's?" Rosen smiled. "I don't mean to belittle the lady. Of course, the lady's figure and appearance are both superb, but everyone has their own preferences. I just like your sister's type more." Adela was gentle as water, reserved and shy, which was really a great enjoyment. In comparison, Patnaros had a straightforward personality and dressed a bit like a tomboy, so naturally she lacked a lot of feminine charm. His answer made Patnaros unable to find fault. "What about the second standard?" "The second is gambling. Let's bet to see who can persist longer. If you persist longer, I will give you 20 grams at a time. If I persist longer, then I will only give you 1 gram. Patnalo chose the second option without hesitation. "I choose the second option." Rosen raised his eyebrows. It seems that this girl likes adventure by nature and is a practical person. In contrast, Adela's temperament is steady and cautious, which is the opposite of Patnalo's. "Then let's do it now. Come on." Patnalos glanced at Rosen provocatively. After that, the two began to compete with each other in endurance. After about a quarter of an hour, Patnalos admitted defeat, but she was not convinced. After recovering, she immediately said, "I lost this time. Let's do it again." "Okay." Rosen has 26 kilograms of solar essence. The power of this world is used up slowly. Even if it is used freely, it may take tens of thousands of years. He didn't even take a mere 1 gram of solar essence seriously. After another competition, Rosen won again. "Miss, can you still hold on?" Patnaros began to draw strength from the essence of the sun and soon recovered. "Of course, no problem, come again." The third competition began. This time, Patnaros was indeed much stronger. She lasted for 20 minutes, even shaking the barrel apart, but she did not lose. Rosen also fought more and more fiercely, shouting happily. But of course, he did not forget to pay attention to the changes in the outside world. After another 10 minutes, he felt that Adela was back. He smiled in his heart. It is exactly the same as the time and space fantasy predicted. He did not stop it, but let things develop. Because human nature is often reflected in conflicts, he wanted to see what the sisters would do. At this time, Patnaros did not have the leisure to pay attention to the changes in the outside world. She was resisting Rosen's offensive with all her strength. Suddenly, the wooden door of the underground wine cellar was pushed open, and Adela strode in and shouted angrily, "Sister, you really disappoint me." Patnaros was shocked. Her defenses were lost, and she immediately suffered a great loss, allowing Rosen to get a big advantage. After a while, Patnaros calmed down and looked at Adela with some shame. "Sister, Her original purpose was to seek justice for Adela, but now it turned out like this, and she didn't know what to say for a while. Rosen had an explanation. He calmly cleaned up the mess for Patnaros. "Miss Adela, our transaction is fair and just. Miss Patnaros has no reason to seek justice for you, right?" Adela was also speechless. Patnaros was startled. "Sister, what does His Majesty mean?" Now it was Adela's turn to feel ashamed. "Sister, you ran away before I finished speaking, and I didn't have time to tell you everything." At this time, Rosen came to stir up trouble again. He took out a large piece of sun essence and gently placed it in Patnaros' pocket in front of Adela. "I am very satisfied with the last battle, plus the previous ones, a total of 50 grams. Patnaros was secretly happy, and immediately hid the sun essence carefully in his own space-time treasure house. The effect of sun essence on the divine body is really too great, and 50 grams is really not a small amount. Adela lost her composure and said angrily, "Your Majesty, this deal is not fair." Before Rosen spoke, Patnaros said, "Why is it not fair?" "I think it is fair." Rosen laughed. "Ladies, we have a lot of time in the future, so we don't have to worry about the gains and losses of the moment. It's getting late, the two ladies should leave, and I have to rest well. This statement did not help either side, and no one could refute it. Adela and Patnaros looked at each other. No one spoke. Finally, Patnaros broke the silence. Sister, your majesty is right. There is a lot of time in the future. Let's go, sister. As she spoke, she was the first to leave the underground wine cellar. Adela remained silent. She looked straight at Rosen, turned around and left. The two sisters left the Tulip Manor one after another. Rosen watched her leave, raised his hand, and gently stroked his chin, thinking back to Adela's last look, and always felt something was wrong. I couldn't quite understand it, so I asked Lai Fu to analyze it. Lai Fu quickly came to a conclusion. Rosen took a look and was secretly surprised. TSK, this is interesting. It seems I have to appease her well, so as not to let her resent her. Chapter 378. The Wilderness in the Early Morning. Sister, the Emperor is deliberately trying to sow discord between us. Paternalos was the first to break the silence. I know. Both of them were maids of the Queen, and they had lived for countless years, so they could naturally see through Rosen's methods. But even though they saw clearly, they still felt unhappy. After walking for a while, Adela finally couldn't help it and said bitterly, "This bastard only used a few dozen grams of sun essence to do whatever he wanted to us. He is so bad." Paternalos had a good impression of Rosen. He is a bit of a jerk, but the sun essence is indeed very useful to us. In addition, he is indeed a rare sharpshooter. I cough anyway, he is very memorable. Adela felt even more uncomfortable. He tortured me for almost 2 hours, and only gave me 10 grams of essence. Paternaros got the advantage, and then laughed. Sister, are you jealous? Adela did not deny or admit. Anyway, he is a jerk. Paternaros smiled and said, in any case, these sun essences are of great help to us, and can greatly increase our chances of winning against the Dark Brotherhood. It just so happens that the Dark Brotherhood is brewing a major action, so these sun essences are very timely. This is true. Adela's footsteps suddenly stopped, turned abruptly, and returned to the Tulip Manor again. Sister, what are you doing? Go to him to exchange for more sun essence. This sister? This is too humble? Paternaros looked incredible. Adela's face was full of resentment. Power is dignity. It is natural to sacrifice some dignity for more power. Patnaros was not stupid. After a moment's pause, she suddenly understood Adela's thoughts. Sister, you won't fall in love with that bastard, will you? She just relaxed and didn't take it to heart. She didn't expect her sister to be serious. Adela turned her head to look at the dawn in the sky. You think too much, sister. We must try our best to stop it, at least to delay the Dark Brotherhood. And more power means more chances of error. Patnaros understood it completely, and she advised seriously. Sister, don't hide it, you just like him. But he is the Emperor, the most unpredictable and ruthless person in the world. He has a good reputation. We can cooperate with him, but we must not place our feelings on him, otherwise you will be very painful. Adela was annoyed. Patnaros, why do you talk so much nonsense? I understand every word you say, and I will also restrain my emotions, so you don't need to remind me. At this point, Adela suddenly realized her own loss of composure. She immediately took a deep breath and exhaled it for a long time. Sister, you are right. The Emperor is a ruthless person. I think too much. Let's go back to Bluestone City. At this time, the sun had jumped out of the horizon. The morning light shone through the wilderness, and quickly drove away the morning fog. Early farmers will soon appear in the suburbs, so the sisters speed up their journey. But after walking for a while, I suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from behind the fog. Good morning, ladies. As the voice was spoken, a gust of wind blew by, dispersing the already thin morning fog and revealing a big tree on the side of the road. A person was leaning against the tree trunk. It was Rosen, the Emperor of the Natural Empire, who had sex with them several times at night. Adela was startled. Your Majesty? Rosen smiled and waved to her. Come here, come to me. Adela frowned. Your Majesty, if you have something to say, please speak quickly. We are very busy. Rosen emphasized his tone and said seriously, I insist. Adela hesitated for a while, but finally walked towards Rosen. When she got to Rosen, Rosen took her in his arms, suppressed her struggle with a little force, and then gave her a deep kiss. Adela resisted for a few seconds, and then obeyed. Patnaros, who was watching the scene, couldn't help but sigh softly. A few minutes later, Rosen comforted her with a secret word of the heart. Miss Adela, Patnaros and I are just playing games, but I really love you. I can't bear to see you sad. When he said this, Rosen really felt that he was a complete bastard. If he were on Earth, he would definitely be called the #1 scumbag in history. But now, his thoughts have changed greatly. As long as his original intention remains unchanged, he has no taboos and specific means. On the other hand, Adela is not so easy to appease. She snorted coldly, "Your Majesty, sweet words will not work on me." Rosen naturally knew. He smiled lightly and reached into her dress. The latter subconsciously wanted to resist again, but stopped immediately because she felt Rosen's action. This action made her very shy, and she couldn't help but whispered, "Your Majesty, my sister is watching." Rosen smiled softly. "Don't worry, the skirt is blocking it, she can't see it." After a while, he smiled and took his hand out of his dress, and whispered, "I just heard from Patnaros that you want to stop the Brotherhood's big action. As an ally, I will naturally not stand by and watch. These 300 grams of sun essence are my first aid to you. If you encounter difficult problems in the future, don't hesitate, come to me directly, I will do my best to help." This is not just sweet talk. Adela roughly understands the level of high-energy magic in the Natural Empire, and knows that its domestic sun essence production capacity is very limited. These 300 grams of sun essence are of great help to her, and for the other party, it is also a real thing. She also knows that the other party attaches great importance to credibility. Now he has made such a clear promise, which is enough to show that what he said just now is true. She felt very warm in her heart, and all her resentment dissipated completely. He glared at Rosen with some shame and anger, and cursed softly, "Your Majesty, you are a bastard." Because Rosen's sun essence was placed in the wrong place, although it was contained in a smooth container, it was definitely the other party's bad taste. Rosen knew that the matter was done, and laughed, "Yes, I am a bastard." While speaking, he activated the 5-ring powerful spell Floating Spell, and his body flew away at a very fast speed in the morning mist, like a weightless leaf. Even outside the demiplane, few people can do such a graceful and smooth floating spell, let alone in the demiplane. His unparalleled spellcasting ability was once again revealed. Adela stood by the big tree and watched Rosen leave all the way. She waited until she could no longer see the other party's figure, still looking at the direction of his departure, and did not retract her gaze. At this time, Patnaros' voice came into her ears, "Hey, this guy's spellcasting ability is so powerful that it makes people despair." Adela nodded in agreement, indeed. If his soul is promoted to the 23rd ring, he must be the strongest in the Sun Star realm. Patnaros sighed again. "Sister, the Supreme Strong are always ruthless. If you like him, you will be sad in the future." This time, Adela did not escape. She withdrew her gaze with some reluctance. "No, he is different, he is affectionate. Otherwise, he would not risk entering this demiplane. He is just a little dissolute, but who in this world does not have shortcomings?" Patnaros couldn't help rolling his eyes. "Sister, you are really hopeless." "Maybe. Let's go, keep on going, sister." On the other side, Rosen had returned to the Tulip Manor and was standing side by side with Tyrallalin at the bedroom window, looking at the beautiful morning light in the fields. Tyrallalin said, "Dear, do you think they are trustworthy?" Rosen nodded. "At least Adela is completely trustworthy. He has seen through the nature of the Daughter of Life. She is a little woman who is forced to take on heavy responsibilities, has to run around, and has to pretend to be strong. As long as she is given a shoulder to lean on when she needs it, she can get her wholehearted help." Tyrallalin asked again, "What should we do next?" "Of course, learn from Sir Orlant, find a good place to hide, and set up a few more guard posts. In addition, I feel that my strength is still insufficient, and I have to intensify my practice. Strength is something that you can never have too much of. With Lai Fu's help, he should be able to raise his soul's strength to 13th ring in 3 months at most. By then, he will be able to use spells with the power of the 8th ring." Tyrallalin asked again, "Then will the trade with mortals continue?" "Of course, it will continue, but the number of trades per day must be limited. For example, only 1 trade per day. He already has a great understanding of this world, but he is far from seeing through the fog. Therefore, he will not cut off this source of information, and will even continue to expand the scope of trade. Liline, I also want to continue to learn time spells from you." "As you wish, Your Majesty." Tyrallalin naturally obeyed Rosen's decision unconditionally. Half an hour later, Rosen arranged all the trivial matters, and took Tyrallalin away from the Tulip Manor. Less than an hour after he left, 2 ordinary farmers appeared about 1 kilometer away from the manor. The two looked at the Tulip Manor from a distance. After a long time, one of them said, "The Dark Brotherhood was defeated badly this time." Another farmer nodded. "Obviously, His Majesty Rosen has mastered amazing power beyond imagination. A strong competitor has appeared in the crown of Dawn again. Gal Miller should have a headache. Who says not? However, this young emperor is an extraordinary person. Will he see through our plan? Even if he sees through, what can he do? In this demiplane, our emperor is the only supreme ruler. He can make anyone live or die as he pleases. Another farmer was still worried. It is true for other people, but this Rosen is different. His magic talent is ridiculously strong. Well, actually I am a little worried. But we are just small people, just watch the show. You are right. The two farmers watched for a while, and then carried their hoes and burdens and left. Chapter 379. The suburbs of Liontown. This place is located outside the wall of the main town area, and is inhabited by lower middle-class townspeople. The buildings in the suburbs are generally simple, the various infrastructures are also very weak, and the public security is not good. The advantage is that there is free access, and it is suitable for seclusion. Among them is a slightly shabby two-story wooden building, which is the new residence that Rosen found for himself. The house is built on the highest point of a slope, separated from the surrounding buildings by more than 10 or 20 meters. There is also a small yard around the house with a thorny fence, and a patch of colorful phoenix tail flowers is planted in the yard. At first glance, there is nothing special, just a resident with a little wealth and a little interest. But this is just an appearance. Under the wooden building, there is a fairly spacious basement hidden, which was newly dug out by Rosen using architectural deformation. At this moment, a strong middle-aged warrior is lying on the deformation table in the basement. Everything is good, but his right arm is empty, almost broken at the root. Mr. Rosen, can my broken arm be regenerated? The soldier asked cautiously. Rosen sat beside the transformation table, carefully analyzing his blood. Of course, but what kind of reward are you going to give me? The soldier looked embarrassed. I brought all my savings, all in my wallet. If this is not enough, I can only tell you an adventure story I experienced when I was young, okay? Rosen's eyes swept across the knife-like wrinkles on the other's face, and the patches on his clothes, and smiled. Of course. Please tell me. The soldier breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately began to tell the story. When I was young, about 10 years ago, I was only 27 years old, and I was a famous young swordsman. I was a restless person, so I joined an expedition team, and went on adventures everywhere, hoping to find some hidden treasures, or to discover gold mines in the wild, and I dreamed of getting rich overnight. One year, I arrived in the Bluestone City in the north, and I saw a strange thing in a brothel. Speaking of this, the soldier's eyes subconsciously showed fear. Mr. Rosen, you know that we adventurers can't save money at all. Once we have more money, we will definitely find a way to spend it. There are only a few ways to spend it, either alcohol, gambling, or women, and I like women. That day, I got some money, and went to find a lover I knew in the past to reminisce about the past. I knew where she lived, and I didn't see the madam that day, so I went straight to her room to look for her. Just when I was about to reach her room, I heard a very strange sound that I had never heard before. At this point, the fear in the warrior's eyes became stronger. His heartbeat accelerated and his breathing became heavier, and all of these were natural, not disguised. This sound is like someone groaning in the dying state, or like a shouting with all one's strength blocked in the throat, mixed with the sound of a wooden stick churning butter. Sir, I know you must have thought wrongly at this time, thinking that I am talking about the sound of men and women making love. But I swear to the eternal sun, this is definitely not that kind of sound. Rosen smiled and said, I believe you will never hear it wrong, continue talking. The soldier nodded slightly. The sound came from a room at the end of the corridor. I was both scared and curious. I didn't know what to think at that time. I hesitated for a moment, plucked up my courage, and quietly moved over to observe. I saw a door, and the sound came from behind the door. I leaned over the crack of the door to see, and I saw a scene that I will never forget in my life. The fear on the soldier's face became stronger, his eyes widened, and his intact left hand subconsciously grasped the transformation table tightly. His knuckles turned white. The room was dark, and I vaguely saw a woman lying on the bed, seemingly without clothes, with her legs wide open, and then a person crawled out from between her thighs. The woman made a suppressed moan, and it was not a baby that crawled out, but a person, an adult woman with long hair. The woman's hair was wet, and it seemed to be blood, or amniotic fluid. Anyway, it was not clear. When she crawled out, I heard a gurgling sound's voice. After the woman crawled out, she began to clean the mucus on her body. She cleaned it quickly and skillfully, as fast as an ordinary child. After cleaning it, she stood up and turned around. There was still some light in the room, coming in from a small window. When she turned around, a ray of light shone on her face. To be honest, I was scared at that moment. The man looked exactly like the woman on the bed. And when I turned around to look at the woman on the bed, I found that the woman's body had become very shriveled, as if the blood, flesh and internal organs had been drained out, leaving only an empty shell. I was terrified and ran out of the brothel as fast as I could. I left Bluestone City overnight, and never went back to that city. Rosen listened carefully, and after the other party finished speaking, he asked, "What is the name of the brothel? Which street is it on?" "Joy and Love, 271, Saltwater Lane. The prostitute I am familiar with is called Molly. She has a mole on the right corner of her mouth, and a blue birthmark on her left chin. If she is still alive now, you can tell her that she is Ollie the Coyote. She will definitely remember me, because I made her scream when I fucked her." The information was very detailed, and the tone was very natural. Laifu judged it to be true. The value of this story is also very good, so Rosen said, "Very good, I accept this reward." While speaking, he had already cast the fine-tune life spell on the other party's broken arm. Your broken arm is a little itchy, which is a symptom of the broken arm's regeneration. After you go back, eat more meat and more bones to supplement the regenerated arm. In about half a month, you will get a brand new arm. Meat is expensive, and you don't have much savings, so don't give it to me. Now, go back to where you came from. While speaking, Rosen used a sleepwalking spell on the warrior again. The other party stood up and walked forward along the underground passage in a daze, like a sleepwalker. The underground passage was of course dug out by Rosen. It was dark inside, and there were many forks and detection seals. The final exit was set more than 500 meters away, so there was no need to worry about being invaded. After the warrior left, Rosen came to the basement next door. "Liling, I've heard a story like this for the third time. The plots of the stories are all similar, that is, a person, like a crab shedding its shell, gave birth to himself. The first time may be a fantasy, the second time may be an illusion caused by rumors, and the third time makes people feel that there may be some inside stories worth exploring." Tila Liling asked back, "Your Majesty, what do you think? When I advance to the 13th ring, I will find a chance to go to Bluestone City and investigate the situation carefully." He has moved to the outskirts of Lion Town for more than 2 months, and has been practicing for more than 2 months. He can feel that he is only one step away from the power of the 13th ring. According to the practice description given by Adela, compared with the 12th ring, the soul strength of the 13th ring will increase by an order of magnitude, and the soul scale will not change much, but it will increase by 30% to 40%. Higher soul strength will greatly increase the power of spells, and make the control of mana more precise. In the field of time spells, it is to clearly feel a certain basic attribute of time and space. What kind of attribute it is depends on the gift of the creator. In the description of the practice of the Eternal Empire, this phenomenon is called time and space element perception. In the description of the Dawn Empire, it is called dimensional mastery. This is very important, because an excellent element detection can even greatly eliminate the power gap between low-level and high-level rings. Therefore, Rosen now wants to improve the strength of his soul as quickly as possible to see what kind of elements he can detect. In addition, if he is promoted now, it doesn't matter if he falls back to a low level due to the environment after arriving in the outside world, because as long as the environment is suitable and there is enough power source, he can be promoted again immediately. Just like Tyralilin at this moment. She used to be a 22nd ring strongman. Now in this half plane, with enough support from the Sun Essence, it only took her 2 weeks to return to the 13th ring, and then quickly recovered to the 14th ring. If nothing unexpected happens, she will be able to return to the 22nd ring in a maximum of 1 year. On the other side, seeing Rosen say this, Tyralilin said, "Then I will practice too." So, the two of them occupied a corner in the secret room and practiced attentively. Time flew, and in a blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. On this day, the moment Rosen finished his practice, he felt a slight shock in his soul and vaguely heard a cracking sound of ice. Then, he saw a ball of blue light. It was strange that he could see things with his eyes closed, and he saw them very clearly. This blue light was very strange. From a distance, it looked like fog. But when you look closer, you will find that its structure is extremely fine, and it is moving all the time, moving in a very strange law that cannot be described in simple language. Rosen carefully experienced it for a long time, and then understood the nature of the blue light. Oh, it turns out that the annihilation element contained in the Sword of Annihilation let the probability wave return to 0, thereby smoothing out the wrinkles of space and time, and causing the annihilation of space and time. So this is how it is, Then I found out. There is the power of annihilation in both the sword and the dagger, and the craftsmanship is very excellent, but it is greatly suppressed by this half-plane. No, it should be said that it is out of tune with the laws of space and time in the world, resulting in a significant reduction in the power of annihilation. If it can be synchronized, the power of the sword of annihilation and the dagger of the god of meteorite can be increased by at least one order of magnitude. That is to say, at a distance of 100 meters, he changed from one sword every 5 seconds to one sword every 0.5 seconds. If it were other strong men, after they noticed the element of annihilation, they would use this element to create annihilation-type magic tools, or spend a lot of time to set up the annihilation array. The reason is that the element of annihilation is too complicated. But Rosen has Lifu, so he can directly develop a powerful space-time annihilation spell based on this element. It is more flexible to use, and there is no need to worry about the weapon being stolen. He was secretly happy in his heart. Not bad, this element is really good. Looking at Tira Liline again, she has returned to the 14th ring and started to impact the 15th ring. She also reactivated 2 space-time elements, namely Immortal Light and Quality Control. 2 very strange space-time elements. This is naturally good news. The bad news is that although the soul strength has increased and the elements have been awakened, she does not have Rosen's abnormal spellcasting ability, so the improvement in combat power is very limited. Even if he reaches the 22nd ring one day, his combat power will probably be at the same level as Padnaro's and Adela. 5 days later, Rosen was basically familiar with the new annihilation element and developed some usable annihilation spells. Coincidentally, Baron Elliot also wanted to go to Bluestone City, so we could go together. Liline, let's go! Chapter 380. The area where Rosen is currently located is called the Aoshuang Kingdom. Launcher City is one of the largest cities in the Aoshuang Kingdom, second only to the capital Baizé City in size. From a geographical point of view, Launcher City is one of the 3 satellite cities of Baizé City. The Aoshuang Kingdom has considerable restrictions on population mobility between territories. If civilians want to travel across territories, they must obtain an identity certificate issued by the local lord. Otherwise, they will be regarded as unprotected refugees by the lords of other places and be captured as slaves. Fortunately, Rosen has a relationship with the Baron of Liontown. The Baron's family happened to be going to Launcher City to participate in the Triennial Night Tournament, and Rosen and Tyralin followed as entourage. For this, the Baron's family, who knew Rosen's strength, naturally wanted it. Wheel. At this moment, 3 carriages and a guard team of 200 elite warriors were walking on the road to the north. The carriage of the Baron and his wife was in the middle, and it was the largest and most luxurious. In front was the simple carriage of the Confidants, and the last carriage belonged to Rosen and Tyralin. Clatter, clatter. Suddenly a black crow flew from a distance and landed on the window edge of Rosen's carriage, pecking at the window with its beak and staring at Rosen with its dark red eyes. The black crow showed a familiar magic aura. It was Adela's magic messenger. Rosen opened the window, and the black crow jumped in immediately. After Rosen closed the window, the black crow spoke in human language, and his voice was exactly the same as Adela's. There are 2 important news. First, the Dark Brotherhood is looking for you everywhere, and has sent at least 30 blood hand assassins with at least 12 rings of power and carrying the essence of eternity. Their leader is Cicero, the former head of the Imperial Sage of the Dawn Empire. You must be careful, and pay attention to the restrictions on the use of the Sword of Annihilation. Second, at the night tournament in Bluestone City, you must find a way to disguise yourself as a wandering knight from the Kingdom of Cologne, and then save someone at the agreed location. Then a big shot will take a fancy to you and lead you into the upper class of the Kingdom of Aoshuang. Try to disguise yourself as much as possible. I believe it will not be difficult for you. After saying this, Black Crow stared at Rosen and asked, "Have you confirmed that you have received it?" Rosen nodded. The message has been received. As usual, Black Crow Messenger was fed water and food. The latter rested for a while, flapped his wings, and flew away from the carriage. In the carriage, Rosen whispered to his royal sage, "Cicero actually joined the Abyss. Do you think he did it voluntarily, or was he forced?" Tila Liling responded with certainty. "Cicero is a staunch radical who hates the Abyss very much and has always believed that Orletus is too weak. He would never join the Abyss voluntarily. In other words, it is likely that he was forced. It's normal to think about it. After all, he entered such a hellhole alone. Even if he brought some sun essence and used time and space spells, his combat power level was only about the same as that of the Adela sisters, far from enough to fight against the Dark Brotherhood. He was unfamiliar with the place, and would be captured if he was not careful. If he didn't join the Brotherhood, he would die. And Cicero certainly didn't want to die. In this case, the Dark Brotherhood also has a dawn guide. This is really not a good thing. Tira Leline corrected. It should be a guide with ulterior motives. Cicero was once a strong man at the peak of the 22nd ring, and he almost broke through to the 23rd ring. He would never be willing to be a slave. This is good news among bad news. Next, Rosen began to prepare to disguise himself as a wandering knight. He didn't know much about the situation in the Kingdom of Cologne. The good news was that there were several Cologne people among Baron Elliot's guards. Rosen learned from these Cologne people. He not only learned Cologne language, but also learned various common sense of the Kingdom of Cologne, as well as some personality traits shared by Cologne people. Inquired openly and observed secretly, trying to learn as much as possible. In this demiplane, even within the kingdom, there are still a large number of semi-civilized wilderness areas, occupied by wild beasts, robbers, and some inexplicable things. For safety reasons, even the fully armed Baron team was very cautious when traveling, so the speed was naturally not fast. According to the itinerary, the total distance of about 800 kilometers would take at least half a month. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The team walked about 100 kilometers and entered a wasteland called the Howling Wasteland. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, along a muddy road full of weeds, dark clouds gradually gathered in the sky, and the wind began to blow. Woo woo! The wind was running wildly across the endless wasteland like a wild horse, and the wind was howling fiercely, as if a ghost was howling in the sky. Baron Elliot issued orders loudly. It's going to rain, and it depends on the situation. The rain will not be small. Stop moving forward and find a high ground to camp. The accompanying knights, knight squires, elite guards, and followers immediately made arrangements with ease. Soon, a temporary camp was built on a high ground. Not long after, the rain began to fall, and soon it developed into a storm, violently destroying everything in the Howling Wilds, including the tents that had just been built. This is really terrible weather. Rosen and Tyrallalin had a separate tent. He handed the meat-stuffed bread warmed by magic to the latter. Here you go. Thank you. Tyrallalin took Rosen's food with one hand and stuffed it into her mouth like a machine, while in the other hand she held a spherical magic weapon, as big as an adult's fist, turning it over and over, and couldn't let it go. Rosen reminded, Leline, the bread is about to be stuffed into your nose. Wait, and see after you finish eating. Tyrallalin smiled embarrassedly, and put down the magic weapon. The magic weapon you made is really beautiful, and the craftsmanship is very high, almost comparable to the level of refining in the Royal Creation Bureau. To be honest, if I hadn't seen you make it with my own eyes, I couldn't believe that human power could reach such a high level. Rosen took a sip of wine and swallowed the bacon in his mouth. The best tools in the world are always made by people, right? That being said, the biggest characteristic of human power is instability. When it is high, it is very high, and when it is low, it will be terrible. It's okay if the number is small, but once it reaches a scale, it will be even more difficult to compare with industrial puppets. You're right, so I can only reach this level when I concentrate. Rosen took the magic weapon and tossed it up and down. Even if I have a powerful divine body, I can only persist in making more than 10 at most. The level will be greatly reduced after the 11th one. In fact, this magic weapon was controlled by Lai Fu. A total of 4 were made, and they were usually used as lighting. He could make it by himself, but it was definitely not so precise. As he spoke, he picked up the spherical magic weapon and shook it vigorously for a few times. The magic weapon emitted a soft and stable light, illuminating the interior of the tent as clearly as daylight. The strange thing is that this light has a very obvious boundary. Once it exceeds the range of the tent, it cannot be felt at all. Even looking inside the tent from outside, it is impossible to feel the existence of the brilliance. Only when entering the tent can you suddenly feel the light. It's like a ball of light wrapped in a layer of soap bubbles. This is the glory sphere created by Rosen under the guidance of Tira Leline, with the eternal light elements he mastered. It looks ordinary, but it is actually a very powerful time and space artifact. The light it emits can not only limit the boundaries, but also pierce all darkness. In addition to the glory orb, the same principle was used to borrow the elements of Tyrallalin's quality mastery to create several cubic spacetime artifacts called Hercules. Its function is to make objects as light as a feather become as heavy as 1,000 pounds, or vice versa. Of course, although it is an artifact, the law of conservation of energy is still in effect, and energy cannot be created out of nothing, so there are still many restrictions on the use of the Hercules artifact. But no matter what, it is much better than nothing. Back to the topic. The two of them enjoyed a delicious meal, while discussing the details of the magic, and they filled their stomachs in a short while. They were not idle either, and continued to practice. The rain in the wilderness was getting heavier and heavier, and the sky was getting darker and darker, and gradually it was completely dark. Considering that there were more than 200 elite warriors guarding the camp, he also set up many detection signs and defensive spells around the camp. Rosen was in a relaxed mood, just thinking that this trip was just a trip to enjoy the mountains and rivers. After the training was completed, he ignored Tira Lilin's soft objection and hugged her warm body to play daily games. While playing, Rosen's heart suddenly shook and he stopped immediately. Something is wrong. Tira Lilin was stunned. Is it? Why didn't I feel it? Her soul strength was close to 15 rings, and she had a very strong time talent. If there was really danger, she would immediately feel the vibration of the thread of time. But she didn't dare to ignore Rosen's words, because the latter's time talent was much stronger than hers. She immediately asked, Is the thread of time trembling? Rosen shook the soaked magic gun. No. It was the abnormality found by the detection spell. The surroundings are too quiet, too quiet. The ears could not distinguish that it was Lai Fu's heart of the god of war, who called the police. Tila Lilin slapped Rosen's arm in anger and said, It's still a fuss at this time. Then she pricked up her ears and listened. I only heard the sound of wind and rain. Big drops of rain kept hitting the tent, making a pat-pat-pat sound, and nothing else could be heard clearly. The result of the super high perception of this 14-ring divine body is that if it were replaced by an ordinary mortal, nothing would be heard clearly. Rosen did not dare to despise it at all, because Lai Fu basically would not make mistakes. He quickly put on his clothes, raised his hand to grab the sword of annihilation and the dagger of the falling god, and put a glorious magic ball and a Hercules in his pocket. It's always better to be careful. You stay in the tent, and I go outside and take a look at the situation. Chapter 381. Clatter, clatter. The rain kept falling, and the wind kept blowing in the howling wilderness, but no lightning could be seen. It was another dark night. After leaving the tent, Rosen first took out the magic weapon Hercules and cast a spell heavy as a 10,000 pounds on the cloth pressing stones around the tent. In this way, the stone, which looked only a dozen kilograms on the surface, would actually show a mass of more than 200 tons. Then, he cast a 5-ring powerful tempering spell on the fur of the tent, temporarily increasing the strength of the old cowhide, which was about half a centimeter thick, to a level comparable to that of high-strength steel plates. So, this small tent suddenly became an inconspicuous, but very solid temporary fortress. After ensuring Tyrallin's safety, Rosen cast an ordinary dark insight on himself. Under the effect of the spell, his eyes lit up slightly, and a dim and pale world appeared, which was similar to the night vision mode of electronic surveillance. Then, he cast various combat auxiliary spells of the same 5th ring power. After confirming that everything was ready, he patrolled the temporary camp built on the high ground quietly like a cat. The wind and rain were so strong that everyone in the camp was huddled in the tents, and no one could be seen outside the tents. No one was worried about being attacked in such bad weather, so the camp was on low alert. The soldiers on night watch were all relaxed, and many of them were taking a nap. After a circle, no abnormalities were found in the camp for the time being. So he kept expanding the patrol range. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. When the range was expanded to 300 meters, Rosen finally found something wrong. Behind the half-human high weeds, he saw a lot of looming human figures. The figures were very tall, about 2 meters tall, very strong, human-like but not human, human-shaped, with animal ears, gorilla-like faces, and thick hair, in the form of orcs in the folklore of the demi-plane. There were quite a few of them, estimated to be more than 40, staring at the camp on the high ground. Even though they were just orcs, they were very strong, but Rosen didn't take them seriously at all. What really made him feel incomprehensible was that although these orcs showed great hostility towards the camp, his and Tyrallin's time crisis premonition did not respond at all. Even now, Rosen has discovered the sneak attacker, and the time crisis sensor has not been triggered, as if these orcs in front of him were just illusions and did not exist in this time and space. Could it be that someone secretly cast a spell similar to Undercurrent? That's not right. If there is such a great ability, why would they sneak attack secretly? Wouldn't it be better to crush them directly? If I can't figure it out, I will continue to investigate. There are only more than 40 orcs, and their perception ability is not very good. They have never discovered Rosen's existence. After a while, Rosen successfully went behind the orc attacker and began to search for possible time masters. When searching, he mobilized all the computing power of Lai Fu. Once he found the opponent, he would not hesitate or show mercy and burst out the most powerful attack. But after searching for a long time, he found nothing. He once suspected that it was Antoinage's elemental projection Gal Miller who came in person, so he didn't plan to discover the opponent first, but planned to defend and counterattack. What's going on? If there is a strong man behind the orcs, with the means they have shown, they would have probably discovered me and attacked me, but they have not done anything. This is probably not because of the other party's pity, but because there is no such a strong man. But why can't the time spell sense these orcs? Rosen stood 50 or 60 meters behind the orcs, concentrating his mind, and began to observe the time illusion on the orcs. After a few glances, he was shocked. Hey, there is no time illusion? The time spell is aimed at the most basic power of time and space. Logically speaking, as long as there are creatures in time and space, there must be overlapping time illusions on their bodies, showing their past and future appearance. But there is nothing on the orcs in front of him, only a void. They are breathing every moment, and they have obvious heartbeats, which means they are all living people, interacting with this time and space at all times, and their time illusions must exist. But why can't I see it? After thinking about it, he thought of two possibilities. Either his time talent is not strong enough, and these orcs have some ability to hide illusions. In other words, his Taoism is not high enough. Or there is a principle of time magic that he is not clear about, and it is this principle that causes the current abnormality. The specific situation is not known for the time being, and it will take careful research to figure it out. The research target is naturally the group of orcs in front of him. These orcs look stupid, but their strength is still unclear. To avoid accidents, Rosen quietly retreated more than 100 meters away, then picked up a stone and threw it at an orc with the throwing technique. Puff! The stone hit the orc's back. The force was not too light or too heavy. The orc turned his head and seemed to look at it, then scratched his back hard, and then nothing happened. Such an obvious abnormality, he actually treated it as if nothing had happened. Looks like a fool with a bad brain. Then I'd be ruthless. Rosen sneaked in about 50 meters away from the opponent, aimed at the place where the orcs were most densely packed, and with a thought, he cast a newly developed elemental spell Nirvana Blade. Buzz. A faint sound was easily covered by the sound of wind and rain. A weak and invisible fan-shaped ripple cut at high speed towards the dense group of orcs in front, and in the blink of an eye it passed through the chests of nearly 30 orcs. Puff puff puff. A total of 43 orcs, 33 of whom had their upper and lower bodies suddenly separated, and the upper body above the chest fell directly from the lower body, and blood rushed into the sky, but was diluted by the storm in a blink of an eye and washed away. And walked away. The remaining orcs were shocked by the sudden and terrible attack. They stood up and looked around, looking for hidden enemies. But Rosen did not give his opponent a chance to react. Buzz, buzz. He quickly changed the location, and used 2 annihilation blades in succession, at a frequency of once every half a second, killing another 8 orcs. Almost in the blink of an eye, only 2 orcs were alive. To be more precise, these 2 orcs were intact. Because Rosen found that although those orcs who were separated from each other were in great pain and on the verge of death, they had not died completely, and the souls in their heads had been condensed and not dispersed. Rosen was secretly surprised. Are the vitality of these orcs so strong? The remaining 2 orcs were so scared that they just stood there motionless. Rosen walked slowly to the vicinity and asked the 2 orcs, "Can you understand human language?" The 2 orcs woke up, fell to their knees, and spoke to Rosen in a gibberish. It was a strange language, and I couldn't understand what it meant, but from the tone, it should be begging for mercy. From the pronunciation, it should be a variant of the common language of the Ao Shuang kingdom. With the help of Lai Fu, Rosen quickly mastered this orc language. He asked, "Where are you from?" "The dark wilderness." Rosen had never heard of this place name in the Ao Shuang kingdom, so he asked, "Which kingdom? Cologne or Linda?" The 2 orcs shook their heads. One of the orcs with a tuft of white hair on his head said, "Not in this world, nor in the previous world, but in a very, very far place." Another orc with big buck teeth said, "The ground of my hometown suddenly cracked, and a big hole appeared. We fell in, and kept falling, and came to a new world." The white-haired orc continued, "The new world is terrible, and they wanted to capture us all, so we ran away, and kept running away. Many of our tribesmen died, but we were lucky to find a cave, and we climbed through the cave and came here." The big buck teeth continued, "This world is also terrible, but it is better than the previous world." The white-haired orc immediately followed up, "We want to go back to our hometown, but we can't go back no matter what we do. In fact, our hometown is not very good. Those hairless people are very hateful. They keep us in captivity like wild animals, and don't let us run around. The two orcs talked back and forth, like a crosstalk, gradually outlining the outline of the incident. Rosen listened with half belief and half doubt. Where did you learn what you are saying now? Big T said, from the adventurers in the past wilderness. We have been in this world for many years. Whitehair said, we can live for a very long time. I have lived for more than 300 years. Rosen asked again, how did you originally plan to deal with the camp ahead? Big T swallowed his saliva and trembled. I dare not deal with it. Speak quickly. The fear and helplessness on Big T's rough face were clearly visible. He stammered. We didn't want to kill you all. We just wanted to take some people back and eat them as food. Whitehair continued, we have no choice but to do this. In fact, human flesh is not delicious at all, but we are very short of food now. If we don't have anything to eat, we will starve to death. We won't let them suffer. We don't like to torture people. We will smash them to death with stones. Rosen knew there were many lies in these words, because these orcs were tall and strong, and they didn't look hungry at all. But it had nothing to do with him. He asked again, you just said that you crawled through a cave and got here. Have you ever thought about crawling back? The orc shook his head again and again, you can't crawl back. The situation will be completely different after you crawl back. It's very strange. Another orc nodded again and again. Yes, it's very strange. There are orcs crawling out from inside, but they can't crawl back. Everyone also said that we fell from one hell to another, and have been wandering in hell. We don't know what kind of misfortune we have suffered. Rosen smiled faintly, and then his face became serious. Lie down. What? Lie down on the ground. Don't move. The two orcs did it immediately. Rosen walked over, first opened a barrier to block the wind and rain, and then began to carefully observe their soul structure. Why observe the soul? Because the illusion of time is located by the soul. He can't see the orc's illusion of time, and the problem is likely to come from their souls. It was soon discovered that the soul structure of these two orcs was completely different from that of the human race in this solar star world. It was completely different from the bottom structure. Not only can no similarities be found at present, but there is no similarity in the biological evolution path. What's more strange is that their souls, and the thread of time do not react at all. Rosen was secretly surprised. It seems that the hometown of these orcs is probably not a certain plane of this solar star world, but another solar star world. Where is this solar star world? Is it the same universe as them, or somewhere else? No one knows. While studying the structure of his soul, Rosen said at the same time, what is your hometown like? Describe it to me in detail. The two orcs immediately rushed to speak, fearing that Rosen would tear them apart if they spoke slowly. There are 2 suns, one blue and one yellow. There are 4 moons and countless stars. The sky is very lively. There is also magic, but magic is very difficult, and we can't learn it. Rosen immediately asked, what does it look like? It's magic that allows people to fly in the sky. It can also lift cities into the sky. It can create a moon in the sky. It can also connect the moons in the sky with ropes. Those hairless people are so powerful, much more powerful than us hairy people. Rosen asked again, have those hairless people come to this world too? I don't know, they should have come too. They look similar to you. Anyway, I can't see any big difference. Rosen observed the soul structure of an orc, and then observed the soul of another orc. Soon found the common point. There seems to be a fine space-time structure on the soul, which should be the reason why the time spell is ineffective against it. This structure is at the subatomic level, very, very subtle, and extremely difficult to perceive. With Rosen's time talent and 13-ring soul strength, he can only vaguely feel its existence, but is unable to explore its specific fine structure. He also checked the souls of the remaining 41 orcs that were always condensed, and found similar space-time structures. During the inspection, he also found that although these orcs were cut in half from the chest and even their hearts were cut open, so that they were too weak to move, the vitality of their body cells was still very strong, and it felt like they could be revived as long as their bodies were reconnected. He tried it immediately. As a result, as soon as he connected their bodies, the broken ends began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this speed, it would take at most 3 hours to heal. During the healing process, Rosen did not feel any interference from ordinary magic power, but only vaguely perceived a very obscure and subtle fluctuation of time and space. What is this? Space-time life spell. In any case, this situation greatly exceeds Rosen's current understanding of space-time spells, and makes him feel the breath of a higher dimensional power. He came to a conclusion. It seems that the Eternal Empire's ultra-high-energy space-time experiment may have opened a channel to the distant solar star realm. The mainstream races on the opposite solar star realm also have extremely powerful power, even more powerful than the Eternal Empire, so the Eternal Empire was invaded. Since these orcs can come, the mainstream races can definitely come, and the number of people coming is likely to be more and stronger. While speculating, Rosen carefully recorded the special spacetime structure he sensed into LiveFu's database. The current spacetime power of the solar star realm has an extremely weak effect on the soul of another solar star realm, which can be almost ignored. That is to say, there may be a large number of time-empty souls from another world in this demi-plane, or even in the abyss. Thinking of this, Rosen asked again, "Which cave did you come out of?" "I lead the way." "I do it, I remember the way better than you." The two orcs rushed to speak again. Rosen immediately said, "Let's lead the way together." Originally, he planned to go alone, but considering that his knowledge and experience in time and space spells were far inferior to Tyralalin, he returned to the tent and took the ladder with him. Chapter 382. Rainy Night. The two orcs ran very fast. Even in the dark rainy night with rugged roads, they ran more than 20 meters per second, showing extremely amazing physical fitness. Of course, with the help of powerful divine bodies and spells, Rosen and Tyralalin easily followed the orcs, and even had time to discuss the situation. "Your Majesty, I also vaguely felt the fine spacetime structure you mentioned. But with just these orcs, the sample is still too small. It would be better to find more orcs for observation." "You are right, I will find them later." After a pause, Rosen asked, "Do you think that the world described by this orc is a distant sun in the starry sky above our heads, or somewhere else?" "Somewhere else?" Tyralalin didn't quite understand. Rosen thought about it, and found a description. "The starry sky above our heads, at least within the observable range, shares the same basic spacetime laws as us. For example, the speed of light is exactly the same. The other places I'm talking about are places where the speed of light is very different from our solar star realm. A place with a completely different starry sky from ours, which cannot be seen in the starry sky through optical instruments, and must pass through spacetime rifts, rather than simply relying on star travel to reach it." Tyralalin understood a little. "You mean, another starry sky?" "Yes, and it is very likely that this starry sky led to the fall of the Eternal Empire, and made the nightmare tyrant Anawanji fall into madness." Tyralalin nodded slowly. "This is very likely, but it is just speculation anyway. Let's go check the cave first." The cave was also in the howling wilderness, not too far away, in a hilly area more than 40 kilometers away from the camp. Soon, the four of them arrived at the end of the field. The white-haired orc pointed to the bottom of a mountain wall. "Look, this is the cave. It looks no different from an ordinary cave." Rosen looked up, and saw a mountain wall about 30 to 40 meters high. At the bottom of the mountain wall, there was an irregular depression about 5 to 6 meters wide. Many vines hung above the depression, and the inside of the depression looked pitch black. It was no different from an ordinary cave. He even suspected that the orc was lying. But at this moment, a subtle wave of time and space appeared in the cave. After a while, a large group of orcs of different sizes emerged from the depression, more than a dozen of them, big and small. Judging from the situation, it was a family of orcs who had fled. Rosen was very surprised. He was quick-witted, and used a group sleeping spell on the orcs at the first time. The result was ineffective. Rosen immediately changed to the Annihilation Blade and directly beheaded the group of orcs. Gulyalu. The orcs' heads rolled all over the ground. Rosen picked up the heads one by one, arranged them in a row on the ground, and began to carefully observe their soul structures. Soon, he came to the conclusion, they all have similar spacetime structures. Tyralalin was also observing, and came to a similar conclusion. Then, she carefully sensed the spacetime around the cave. After a long time, she whispered, "This is a one-way spacetime tunnel, and the other side should be the nightmare abyss." Rosen was slightly shocked. "Can you find a way to reverse or close this tunnel?" Tyralalin shook her head slightly. "I'm afraid not. This should be an uncontrollable spacetime intersection phenomenon caused by the abnormal folding of spacetime. It may exist forever, but it may also disappear in the next moment. The only thing I am sure of is that this is definitely not the only channel. Or to be more precise, it is not the main channel, but just a small gap derived from the main channel. There must be other cracks, and the structure of the cracks may be very different. Perhaps it is the same as the one in front of us, perhaps one way to the abyss, or two-way communication." Rosen understood. In other words, this half-plane has been seriously invaded, and the identity of the invader is very complicated. "That's right." Tyralalin face showed deep worry. The severity of the situation has greatly exceeded everyone's expectations, and is extremely complicated. I'm afraid no one knows all the truth, not even His Majesty Safi knows. In other words, this half-plane is actually out of control. Rosen shrugged. Safi knows has a headache. He turned to look at the two awake orcs. Continue to tell me about your hometown, the more detailed the better. The two orcs immediately started to tell crosstalk. Although the two of them were not very smart, their memory was quite good. They talked about a lot of things in a rambling way, and actually provided quite a lot of content. One of the important information is that when orcs first fall into this world from their hometown, their bodies will experience extremely severe pain, as terrible as being cut into pieces. Many orcs could not bear such pain and died in agony. Those who could finally survive were all very strong orcs. Speaking of the strength of orcs, Rosen already has a very clear understanding. These orcs are not only very strong, but also full of extremely strong vitality, which is dozens or even hundreds of times that of ordinary human beings. Their tolerance to injuries also crushes human beings. Tira Liline whispered, obviously, it is difficult for the existence of the two worlds to communicate directly. There will be a fierce space-time conversion process in the middle. Rosen nodded. Human beings, even us, may not be able to withstand such a conversion. These orcs can cross over, one is good luck, and the other is tossing. To what extent can they toss and turn, of course, we have to experiment. There happened to be a family of orcs in front of us. Rosen used this group of unlucky guys to do a simple experiment. The skin was cut with a knife, and the blood coagulated and formed a blood scab in more than 10 seconds. After a few minutes, the blood scab was torn off, and the wound disappeared. The bones were broken for observation, and the bones recovered very quickly. The injury of the broken thigh bone may only take less than half a day to recover. It also causes damage to the internal organs. It turns out that all of its internal organs, even the brain, are regenerative. Even if it is made into the most complete meat, as long as the meat is kneaded together, it can slowly recover. It is also very resistant to flames, and can withstand high temperatures below 2,000 degrees, while the temperature of ordinary molten steel is only 1,500 degrees. In other words, if these orcs are thrown into molten steel, they will be seriously injured and burned, but they will not die. As long as they are fished out, they may still recover. Then it was discovered that there are differences between individual orcs. The older the orcs are, the worse their recovery ability is. The younger, especially the children, have a terrifying recovery ability. Rosen feels that even if the orc children are crushed into mincemeat, as long as the mincemeat is piled together, a new orc child can still grow out of the mincemeat. This is simply an indestructible cockroach, and it feels stronger than Wolverine in the movie. No wonder they can physically withstand the time and space waves of the world. The life of their solar star world is far from being so durable. This skill is not easy to learn, because this is a very delicate and subtle time and space spell. With Rosen's current perception ability, he can only see a rough outline. Liline, can you understand it? Liline is about to break through the 15th ring. Although her talent is not as good as Rosen's, her soul strength is much stronger than Rosen. Her current time and space perception ability is stronger than Rosen. Tira Liline also shook her head. I don't understand. It's too subtle. After a pause, she whispered, according to the space-time theory of the Dawn Empire, there are still a lot of subtle and unfathomable space-time structures under the elemental particles. The degree of subtlety may even differ by dozens of orders of magnitude. These structures are far beyond the perception limit of the time talent. Even if we use various powerful magic tools, we can't get to the bottom of them. Rosen could understand this, and whispered, it seems that the world these orcs live in has a much better understanding of the world than us. At this time, almost everything that should be understood has been understood. Rosen looked at the first two orcs. Your companions should not be dead yet. I allow you to reconnect your companions' bodies. The two orcs immediately showed joy on their faces. Oh, you are so kind. Thank you very much. We will definitely stay away from you and your team in the future. Not only will we stay away, but all the blind guys in the wasteland will stay away from you. Rosen nodded. Very good, let's do it. After that, he and Tila Liline did not rush to leave, but squatted at the entrance of the cave to hit them. The frequency of orcs coming out of the cave is still quite high, with a wave every 10 minutes. When a wave comes out, Rosen knocks it out and then studies it carefully. After studying more than 400 orc samples, he thoroughly understood the situation of the orcs. It was more than 2 o'clock in the morning before the two rushed back to the camp again. On the way back, Tyrallin whispered, Your Majesty, why do you think Antoine feels that everything in the world is meaningless? Rosen shook his head. Who knows? Maybe he feels that the gap is too big, and he feels desperate. Or maybe he is just crazy. But I am afraid that only he can give the answer. Your Majesty is right. Tyralan sighed. The situation is getting more and more complicated. I really don't know what the result of our adventure will be. Rosen was not sure about this, but he was very optimistic. Neither the abyss nor the other world is as terrible as imagined, otherwise we would have died long ago. If it is a completely crushing war, it is a dimensionality reduction attack, and there will be no stalemate. Now it has appeared, which shows that although there is a gap in the strength of the two sides, there is still room for maneuver. While speaking, he stretched lazily. I've been busy all night, I'm a little tired, take a good rest. We have to travel tomorrow morning. Although he said so, he started to toss and turn again after entering the tent. Tila Lilin was speechless. Your Majesty, didn't you say you were tired? I am indeed tired. It was supposed to be an hour, but now it's half an hour. He kept his word and rested contentedly after tossing and turning for half an hour. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, the convoy set off again. No one in the entire convoy knew that they had been in the hands of the god of death last night. The road was much quieter afterwards. After more than half a month, the two sides of the road gradually became lively, and the density of villages and towns also increased significantly. Bluestone City was in sight. The soldiers who had traveled a long distance also breathed a sigh of relief, and their tense nerves along the way were much more relaxed. I thought it would be a smooth journey here, but when the team just entered the outskirts of Bluestone City, they saw a huge noise suddenly coming from the front. There were screams, and an inhuman roar. The Baron's knight captain turned pale upon hearing the noise. It's a bloodthirsty devil. Turn around, and leave here immediately. Chapter 383. Bluestone City outskirts. The Baron's convoy turned around hastily on the narrow and muddy streets. Rosen sat in the carriage, looking at the commotion on the street ahead, opened the window, and asked the soldier beside the car, Hey man, what is a bloodthirsty devil? The soldier was turning his horse's head in panic. It's a terrible devil that likes to drink blood. It's very fast and powerful. It usually disguises itself as an ordinary person, but when it commits a crime, it will become a terrifying monster. Go quickly, it's very dangerous here. Only the people of the church can deal with these devils. As soon as the voice fell, Rosen heard an extremely piercing scream not far away. The sound intensity was so strong that you could even vaguely see the ripples in the air, and the window glass of the decent people on the roadside was shattered on the spot. Bluestone City is a big city, and even in the outskirts, the population density is quite high. After such a roar, the whole street was in great chaos. In the ears of ordinary people, this is the roar of a terrible monster. But Rosen could sense something different. The roar was terrifying, but he didn't feel any fluctuations in the power of the spell. It was a pure release of power. The strength of this body was indeed ridiculously strong. The roar alone was as powerful as a 6-ring spell. For the mortals in this half-plane, it was indeed a crushing force. But the emotions contained in the voice were very complicated, mainly anger, but there was also a lot of fear and panic, just like an ordinary person who suddenly fell into a desperate situation. Interesting. Rosen's heart moved slightly, turned around and whispered a few words to Tyralan, then his body shook slightly, and a spell illusion appeared on the spot, but his real body was blessed with an invisibility spell, quietly left the carriage, and went against the rushing crowd, sneaking all the way to the center of the chaos. Soon, he saw the so-called bloodthirsty devil in the depths of an alley. It was more than 2 meters tall, with 2 horns on its head, sharp fangs in its mouth, bloodshot eyes, a very strong body, and knotted muscles all over its body. It was covered with a hard shell with scarlet mist on its surface. It looked really scary. Rosen also found that there were pieces of clothing hanging on its shell, indicating that it should have looked like an ordinary person before, and it suddenly transformed into this appearance. It was also found that he ran all the way to the depths of the alley in a panic. He obviously had very powerful strength, but he didn't know how to use it, so he stumbled and bumped around. He staggered forward all the way. Soon he found that the monster did drink blood, bit a poor guy and then drank blood in big gulps. After drinking a few sips, it seemed to feel something was wrong, so it immediately let the person go, and then continued to run forward. Although he still had the desire for blood, he kept holding back and didn't drink anymore. Rosen was moved by these details. Looks like an ordinary person who got power accidentally. At this time, the demon hunters of the Bluestone City Church began to act. Hundreds of people came. 10 of them had quite powerful space-time power, and they should be the core elite of the church. They were the commanders of the team. Other demon hunters also basically mastered space-time magic power, but their strength was much weaker, but they all carried special space-time magic tools, which could cause considerable damage to the bloodthirsty monster. The demon hunters formed a shrinking encirclement in the streets and alleys, constantly compressing the monster's activity space. Rosen carefully observed the power comparison between the two sides and came to a conclusion. Without external intervention, the demon hunters of the church would suffer some losses, but they seemed to have rich experience in fighting monsters, and would most likely destroy the monsters in the end. Then he turned his head and looked at the monsters. He also felt the danger, but his desire to fight was very low. He just kept running wildly in the alley, and tried to break through many times, but his forward trajectory had no rules, and he was completely panicked. Every time he ran a distance, he would be blocked by the demon hunters. If it was just like this, Rosen would not intervene. But he soon discovered that there was no illusion of time and space on this monster. Could it be that it was a visitor from another world like the orcs? This strengthened his idea of helping. With a thought, he first cast the Undercurrent Surge spell to avoid the tracking of time and space spells, and then used an ordinary invisibility spell to cover the monster not far away, making it invisible on the spot, and at the same time released a mind connection to it. Don't panic, relax, follow my instructions, and you will break through the encirclement. Who are you? The monster's voice was still full of panic, but it did not lose its mind. Someone who can help you. Why help me? I don't think it's a good time to ask this question now. At least wait until you are in a safe place. Okay, you're right. In any case, thank you very much. Next, Rosen flew in the sky with the help of invisibility, observing the movements of the demon hunters from a high altitude, and constantly giving guidance to the invisible monster on the direction of advance. The monster also cooperated very well. Although his movements were a bit clumsy, he went east when asked to go east and west when asked to go west, without any hesitation. In a world without ordinary spells, the existence of invisibility is like using a cheat, and the ultrafine time spell Undercurrent maintained by Lai Fu is almost like a dimensionality reduction attack. The demon hunters who were in order a moment ago became headless flies the next moment. Soon, the monster successfully broke through the encirclement of the demon hunters, and was taken to the wilderness of the outskirts of Bluestone City by Rosen. Okay, it should be safe now. Rosen fell from the sky and appeared in the grass about 20 meters away from the monster, and cancelled the invisibility spell on the monster. He was on full alert, because he felt that this monster had very strong physical strength. If it burst out with all its strength, the attack strength should be able to reach 10 rings, which is enough to threaten his life. On the other side, the monster stood there and stared at Rosen motionlessly, opened its mouth, and seemed to want to speak, but it made a sharp cry. He immediately closed his mouth again, and continued to talk to Rosen through the mind connection. Sorry, I can't talk like this. His voice was still flustered, but much calmer than before. Rosen nodded to show his understanding and asked again, Can you change back to a normal person? The monster nodded, Yes, but wait until I calm down completely. I am very calm now, and I should be able to change back in a while. He used his hands with sharp nails to tear off the pieces of clothes hanging on his body. Damn it, the clothes I just bought are all ruined again. As he spoke, he sat cross-legged in the grass and began to take deep breaths again and again. With this action, the scarlet blood mist covering his body gradually converged, and the protruding hard shell slowly softened into skin, and the sharp horns, fangs, and claws slowly retracted. About 3 minutes later, a young man in his 20s appeared in front of Rosen. He had brown-black hair, three-dimensional and resolute facial features, a tall and well-proportioned figure, and skin that shone like white marble. He was a rare handsome man. During the entire transformation, Rosen did not feel any power fluctuations of ordinary spells, but he faintly felt the waves of space-time power, which made him slightly moved. He looked very much like an orc. Then he looked at the young man. He seemed a little shy, and pulled some weeds to cover his waist. Sorry, I let you see me in such an unseemly state. Rosen had put some spare clothes in his space-time treasure house, and now he took out a set and threw it over. The size is a bit big, but wear it for now. Oh, thank you very much. The young man immediately took the clothes, put them on in a hurry, and began to introduce himself naggingly. My name is Gillis, Renault, from the city of Luyo, owned by Grand Duke Taz. My father is a knight, and my mother is the daughter of a merchant. Our family is well off, and we have never lacked money. I don't know why I came to this place called Bluestone City. About 5 days ago, I went to the suburbs to camp with my friends, and when I woke up, I was in this hellhole. I don't know why, but as soon as I arrived, I could understand and speak the language of this world, even though I had never learned it. That's fine, but I turned into such a disgusting monster. I must have been cursed by the god of destiny. Rosen listened carefully, and after the other party finished speaking, he asked back, "Is there a place called the Dark Wilderness in your world?" The young man Gillis immediately asked back, "My world? What do you mean? Have I come to another world? If so, have you been to my world? That is to say, there is this place name." Without waiting for Rosen to answer, Gillis immediately said, "The Dark Wilderness is the homeland of the barbarians. It is tens of thousands of kilometers west of Leo City. I have only heard of it but never been there. But I have seen barbarian slaves. They are covered with black hair, ugly and strong, almost like wild beasts." Rosen thought and condensed the water vapor into the appearance of an orc. "Does it look like this?" Yes, it looks like this." "Have you seen a barbarian?" Gillis was surprised. Rosen found that he was accustomed to magic, which means that there are magic in his world. This is consistent with the description of the orcs. Back to the previous topic. Rosen nodded. "There is a howling wilderness in the southeast, where there are these barbarians, who claim to be from the Dark Wilderness. They also say that they believe in Tagris, the god of the wilderness, and are the people left by Tagris in the mortal world." Gillis showed a trace of relief on his face. "It seems that I am not the only one who has fallen into a foreign land. Although I am a barbarian, at least I am not alone. However, how did these barbarians come to this world?" Rosen repeated the orc statement. "In fact, they are also very confused." Gillis sighed and looked bleak. "It seems that everyone has been cursed by fate." Rosen asked, "Why don't you tell me about your hometown, Leo City? Maybe I have heard of it." Gillis' eyes lit up, and he immediately began to introduce it. Rosen listened carefully. Gillis was a very talkative person, even more talkative than the orcs, and he would never stop talking. From his words, Rosen knew that the so-called Grand Duke Taza's Leo City was a very prosperous city. But in terms of productivity, it was not higher than the previous Natural Alliance or the Glorious Empire, and was even lower. But unlike the natural plane, Gillis' world had gods. They were real gods with supreme power and high above, and there were many of them. Because of this, in Gillis' world, every mortal had faith. People without faith were heretics, and not only could they not get the protection of gods, but they would also be invaded by evil gods. Rosen suddenly had a feeling that the existence that invaded their solar star world was likely to be the gods of the other world. But this was just a guess, and could not be verified for the time being. "Gillis, what are your plans next?" Gillis shook his head, looking confused. "I don't know." Rosen said, "Then follow me first, but you have to control yourself, and don't easily become a monster that drinks blood." He was very interested in Gillis' soul and body structure, and planned to study it carefully. When talking about drinking blood, Gillis' face turned pale. "This may be difficult. I found that I have an irresistible desire for blood." Rosen thought for a while. "Then drink animal blood, don't drink human blood, so as not to cause trouble." While speaking, he sensed a wild boar more than 100 meters away, so he immediately knocked the wild boar down, poured a large bowl of blood and handed it to Gillis. "Can you drink it?" The latter's eyes suddenly lit up, and he drank it all up. "It's very delicious, even more delicious than human blood, and it's enough to quench your thirst." "That's fine." He continued to give him wild boar blood to drink, and after he drank more than a liter, he let the unfortunate wild boar go. "Come on, follow me back to Bluestone City, and tell me about your past in detail." Chapter 384. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Rosen wore tattered iron armor made by Transfiguration Alchemy, rode a skinny horse bought with money, and disguised himself as a down-and-out wandering knight from the kingdom of Cologne. Gillis disguised himself as his knight squire, wearing even more tattered clothes and riding an even thinner warhorse. As for Tyrallalin, Rosen had already informed her of his plan through the spiritual artifact he had made in advance. The other party would stay in Baron Elliot's mansion, disguised as the Baroness's maid. He was not worried about Tyrallalin's safety, because Rosen had made many powerful magic tools for her to protect herself. Clack, clack, clack. The two skinny horses walked one after the other on the muddy road outside the Bluestone City. "Remember, I am a knight from the kingdom of Cologne named Rog. You are a knight attendant I recruited halfway, so your real name is Gillis, and you are from Lion Town in the south of the kingdom of Auschwang. Remember." Gillis rode a horse very skillfully, and adapted to his new identity quickly. Because he can ride a horse, and in his world, there is also the profession of knight. In a way, the mortal kingdoms of the two worlds are very similar, and I don't know if it is a coincidence or other reasons. You don't know much about the kingdom of Auschwang, so don't speak too much when you have nothing to do, so as not to cause unexpected trouble. Okay. Now tell me about your taboos, or weaknesses. Gillis immediately said, "I don't know why, I am afraid of gold. If I touch gold, I will be severely burned and it will take a long time to recover. My nose is very sensitive. Strong smells, such as onions, garlic, peppers, etc., will make me very, very painful, just like someone stabbing my nose with a knife. By the way, I'm afraid of light too. For me, the sun is too bright, it hurts my eyes, but on cloudy days like today, it's barely acceptable, although it's still very dazzling. There are still many weaknesses. Are there any more? No more. Rosen thought about it, and tried to perform transfiguration on its body first. The result was that transfiguration had no effect. Rosen was not surprised, because when he used mind magic to deal with the orcs were completely immune. After thinking about it, Rosen changed his method and used time and space magic to add a faint invisible space membrane on the surface of its skin, eyes, and ear and nose mucosa, which is to isolate or weaken the perception of the outside world. What about now? Well, a little slow, the vision is very dim, I can't see anything clearly, my nose is blocked, and I can't breathe. In other words, the time and space magic is effective. This is also consistent with the performance of the orcs. Rosen fine-tuned the thickness of the membrane, and after adjusting it more than a dozen times, Gillis was finally satisfied. He asked expectantly, "It's almost the same as before. Have you dispelled the curse on me?" "No, I just used some small spells to try to help you overcome your current weaknesses." Gillis was a little disappointed. "Okay, but it's still much better than before." "Thank you again, Lord Roger." Rosen continued to ask, "Tell me, what are your personal hobbies? What are your bad habits?" "I come from a wealthy family. I like reading and writing all kinds of scripts. As for bad habits, if writing erotic scripts is considered a bad habit, then it is my only bad habit." Rosen was startled. "Erotic scripts? Do you like women?" Gillis shook his head repeatedly, his face showing disgust. "No, I don't like it. I think most women are vulgar and stupid creatures, very emotional, difficult to communicate with normal logic, and even unreasonable. So there are no women in my script." Rosen was a little puzzled. If there are no women, how can there be eroticism? As soon as he finished speaking, Gillis' handsome face showed a trace of embarrassment. "In fact, I like men. Although the gods think it is a taboo, I like them. Of course, it is precisely because it is a taboo that I have never practiced it. I only wrote my preferences in the script." Rosen understood and couldn't help laughing. "Gillis, maybe it is your bad habit that angered a certain god, so you were thrown into this hellhole." Gillis' face turned pale. "Maybe, I will try to restrain myself in the future. But the reason why bad habits are bad habits is that they are difficult to get rid of." Rosen shrugged. "Indeed?" As they talked, the two returned to the outskirts of Bluestone City again. Gillis was still a little scared, and he was obviously silent, following Rosen without saying a word. Rosen gave the role of Cologne Knight, and the guard to Lai Fu. He rode a horse, his body was lazy, his eyes were alert, and one hand was always on the hilt of the sword, just like a down-and-out knight wandering the world. There are no formal guards in the city's suburbs, only some semi-professional militia. After the two took a few steps, they were stopped by a group of militia. The leading militia captain asked, "Hey, warrior, where are you from?" Rosen replied lazily, "First of all, I correct you. I'm a knight, not a warrior. Then, I'm from the Kingdom of Cologne." "What's your name?" "Ra Gund." "Why did the knights of the Kingdom of Cologne come to our Auschwang?" "The baron I was loyal to was killed by a wild boar. I have no lord to be loyal to, so I can only come to Bluestone City to participate in the tournament and try my luck." At this point, Rosen's 5 fingers grasped the hilt of the sword as if unintentionally, and said lazily, "Okay, militia, I've said everything I should say, and it's time to let you go." As he spoke, he began to exude a dangerous aura, as if he would draw his sword if he said more. Ordinary people in any world are bullies, who are afraid of the strong. The night tournament in Bluestone City is about to be held, and there are wandering knights like Rosen everywhere. Each of them is a ruthless character, who licks blood on the blade. The militia captain was really stunned and didn't dare to ask more questions, but he felt that he had lost face, so he added unwillingly, "Dude, I hope you can still be as tough as you are now in Bluestone City." Rosen didn't say anything, just raised his hand, and made a farewell gesture unique to the Kingdom of Cologne, and continued to walk forward leisurely. Soon they arrived at a low-end hotel in the suburbs, took Gillis into the bar hall of the hotel, sat down in the corner of the hall, and whispered, "Can you drink? You can eat and drink like a normal person." "That's not bad." Maybe it was because of the tournament, or maybe it was because of the chaos just now. The church's demon hunters were often seen in the suburbs of Bluestone City, and there were 2 in this bar hall. These guys scanned the newcomers like hounds. So, both of them were very low-key. Soon, the servant brought beer and rough bread. While eating and drinking, Rosen quietly performed telepathy. About 3 minutes later, he successfully contacted Adela, who lives somewhere in Bluestone City. "Dear, I'm here." "Very good. Tell me your identity, your appearance after dressing up, and your current location, and I will arrange for you to meet the big man by chance." Rosen did as he was told. After that, Adela replied, "Tomorrow afternoon from 1 to 3, you go to the arena in the eastern suburbs of Bluestone City, and a mad giant bear will appear. The bear will pounce on a carriage, and you will find the right opportunity to shoot the monster with arrows to protect the carriage owner. Can you do it? It's a small matter." This was something he had agreed with Adela before. In addition to this matter, Rosen also had a private matter of his own. But this private matter is not easy to handle at the moment, because with his current identity, it is not convenient for him to go to Bluestone City to do business. It won't be too late to save the big shot tomorrow. After eating and drinking, Rosen walked towards the room in the backyard of the hotel. In order to match the identity of a down-and-out knight, he only booked one room, slept on the bed himself, and Gillis slept on the floor. After entering the room and closing the door, Rosen said, "Okay, now sit still and don't move. Let me check your body carefully to see if there is any way to remove the curse." Gillis already trusted Rosen, the powerful savior, very much, and sat down on the chair immediately after hearing it. Rosen tested Gillis just like he tested the orcs before. Of course, the means were much gentler. After a check, the conclusion was drawn. Its soul structure is very different from that of the human race in this world, but it is similar to that of the orcs, indicating that both sides come from the same world. There is also a special space-time structure deep in the soul. Although the fine structure cannot be seen clearly, it can be felt that it is similar to the space-time structure in the soul of the orcs, but it is not the same. Finally, it returns to its body. The body also has a super strong recovery ability, even stronger than the orcs, and some are similar to the vampires in the Earth legend. But there are also some inexplicable defects. Just checking all the way, Rosen suddenly had a guess in his mind. Could the special structure deep in the soul be a kind of life blueprint at the subatomic level? The blueprint of ordinary life is recorded on elemental particles, that is, atomic molecules, that is, DNA. If the body is destroyed, and the DNA is broken, the person will die. But if it is recorded on the special space-time structure at the subatomic level, then the chemical and physical means that kill ordinary life will not be able to destroy it. Therefore, no matter how serious the injury is, as long as enough power and material are supplied, it can be reborn. Of course, this is just a guess. But is it really like this? How can the subatomic and atomic intercommunication be achieved accurately? Rosen had no idea, but he was extremely curious, so he studied more and more carefully. But in the end, he was still incapable. No matter how he tried, it was difficult to explore the essence of the spacetime structure. Time passed by, and at 9 o'clock in the evening, Gillis, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly raised his hand to cover his head. "It seems that someone is talking in my head, and calling me over." Before he finished speaking, Gillis got up and walked towards the door. "Lord Roger, I can't control myself." He looked panicked. Rosen's heart moved, and he immediately followed him and comforted him. "Then you obey the call. I will always follow you to protect you. The curse on you is very difficult, but as long as you find this summoner, it may be completely lifted. Because this summoner is likely to be the one who releases the curse." Gillis trusted Rosen very much and regarded him as a life-saving straw. Hearing this, he calmed down a lot. He obeyed the mysterious call and walked out of the hotel. Chapter 385. Night. Bluestone City outskirts. In this area, the closer to the Bluestone City moat, the denser the buildings. The farther away, the sparser the buildings, but the quality of the buildings gradually improved, and gradually exquisite manors and villas appeared. Under the call of some mysterious power that Rosen could not perceive, Gillis walked all the way to the outskirts of Bluestone City under the cover of night. At the beginning, there were still some street lamps to provide lighting, but gradually, the street lamps disappeared, leaving only a thick and indissoluble darkness. "Lord Roger, I can't see at all." Rosen immediately removed the time barrier that was wrapped around Gillis' body. "What about now?" "I can see again, and it's very clear. In my hometown, only those who are blessed by the gods have such ability." "Do you think I have been cursed by the evil god?" Rosen shrugged. "I don't know, maybe." The two walked along the dirt road in the suburbs, one after the other, and after walking for about 10 miles, they entered a low hill with undulating terrain. The environment became very desolate. No houses could be seen in all directions, and the movements of wild beasts gradually increased. This is a deserted wilderness with few people. Gillis was a little scared. Lord Roger, do you think we will encounter monsters? Rosen reminded, don't worry, you are a monster now, and others should be afraid of you. This statement made Gillis a little sad, but then again, it did greatly reduce his timidity. After walking along a mountain road for a while, and bypassing a dense forest, we saw dim lights in a remote valley. There are people living in the valley, Gillis whispered. Rosen nodded. I saw it, it should be the summoner's residence. After walking a little closer, he could see the outline of the building clearly. It was a large manor built on the mountain. There was a stone wall more than 4 meters high outside the manor, which enclosed a square flat land with a length and width of more than 80 meters. Behind the wall was a 3-story building made of stone and wood. There were many rooms in the building. From the front window, there were at least 50 rooms. The lights I saw before were reflected from a window on the 3rd floor. Gillis was scared again. Lord Roger, I can feel that the summoner is in the manor, and I can also feel that there are many people like me in the manor. Rosen's heart moved when he heard it. A lot. How many? I counted and felt that there were 100. I can also feel that many people are stronger than me, and there are 5 who are much stronger than me, which makes me feel an uncontrollable fear. No, it should be despair, just like facing a mad barbarian alone. Gillis' voice was a little trembling. Even if he turned around and ran the next moment, Rosen would not be surprised. But of course, he did not turn around and run, because he was now helpless. Rosen felt a little sympathetic to this unfortunate guy, so he comforted him softly. Since the summoner has spent so much effort to summon you, as long as you obey him, he will not hurt you easily. Of course, he may also force you to do something you don't want to do, but don't worry, I will accompany you into the manor. This greatly comforted Gillis, and he took a deep breath. Thank you very much, Lord Roger. Soon, the two arrived at the gate of the manor. With a strong enemy in front of him, Rosen dared not be careless. He had taken back 95% of Lai Fu's computing power, and invested it all in Heart of the God of War, only using the remaining 10% to maintain control over the Emperor puppet of the Natural Empire. He was not worried about losing control of the Empire. First, the time flow rate in this demi-plane was 1,000 times faster than that in the main plane. It took less than 4 seconds for 1 hour to pass in the main world. The main world basically could not detect the slow reaction of this little time. Second, after being promoted to the 13th ring, the soul strength soared, and Lai Fu's computing power was greatly improved. Even if only half of the computing power was used, the normal operation of the Natural Empire could be maintained. He did not feel the slightest fear, but a faint excitement. With a sharp sword in hand, magic in mind, and the Heart of the God of War that had been honed for many years, it would be a waste if he did not try it out. Gaz. The iron gate of the manor opened, and the one who opened the door was a handsome man in black who was as handsome as Gillis. After opening the door, he looked around Gillis and Rosen, then fixed on Rosen, with a wicked smile on his face. Warrior, you are in the wrong place. Although he said so, he did not make any movement to drive him away, and his eyes also revealed a clear sense of looking down, as if a powerful person was looking down on an insignificant ant. Rosen was not surprised by this, because he was now playing the role of a mortal warrior, and monsters, like Gillis, did have the powerful power to look down on mortal warriors. He smiled slightly. I came here with my friend Gillis. No matter what, I have to be with him. Since you insist, let's come in together. The handsome man bowed slightly to invite him, with a nonchalant look on his face. Rosen put his left hand on the artifact glory orb, and his right hand on the hilt of the artifact silence sword. He took a half step behind Gillis, and entered this mysterious mountain manor with him. Click, click. The big iron door behind him closed again, and then the handsome man in black who opened the door to welcome them took a few quick steps, and came to the front of the two to lead the way. With the help of the spell Dark Insight, Rosen has a dark vision that is not inferior to Gillis. He can see clearly that although there are almost no lights in the manor, there are many people gathered in the yard in groups of 3 or 2. These people are both men and women, all very young, and the men are extremely handsome, and the women are also very beautiful. If they appear in public, they must be dazzling beings that attract the attention of ordinary people. The only thing that makes Rosen feel a little comfortable is that these people's temperaments are too feminine. It's fine if the woman is feminine, but the man is also like this, so it makes people feel spooky. These people were originally very calm, but when they saw Rosen and Gillis enter the yard together, their faces suddenly showed surprise. Their eyes were all cast on Rosen, and they seemed to not understand why he was here. But the surprise lasted for a while, and then turned into curiosity, gloating, and other expressions of watching the show. Many people smiled at Rosen, but no one really took Rosen to heart. After a while, the handsome man in black brought the two to the main door of the manor. The door was very large and very thick, made of iron inlaid hardwood, and was closed at this time. The handsome man in black looked at Rosen with a smile. "Hey, warrior, I have to take my new companion to see the master. Do you still insist on following?" Rosen raised his eyebrows. "Why, no? Of course, but the master has a bad temper. Especially he doesn't like rough warriors who like to be heroes. If you die tragically because of this, don't blame me for not reminding you." Rosen squinted and smiled. "Well, thank you for your reminder." The handsome man in black shrugged, and the men and women in the yard laughed again after hearing Rosen's reply, as if they had seen a rare and interesting thing. Squeaky, the handsome man in black, pushed open the door, and behind the door appeared a dimly lit and gorgeous hall, and at the same time, a strong bloody smell rushed out from behind the door. Combined with the dark red decorations in the hall, it showed an extremely depressing atmosphere. Gillis' face turned pale, his body couldn't help shaking slightly, but his eyes showed a scarlet glow. Rosen could see clearly that Gillis was afraid, but the strange power in his body was excited, as if a lost child had returned home. A feminine male voice came from the depths of the hall. "Come in, my servant." Gillis hesitated, but could not resist the instinct deep in his body, and was forced to step into the hall. Rosen glanced at the handsome man in black at the door, who still had a gloating look on his face, and did not make any blocking move. He continued to follow into the hall. The floor of the hall was covered with thick dark red carpet. Walking along the carpet for more than 30 meters, you can see a gorgeous high-back bench with a man sitting on it. The man had scarlet hair and a delicate and feminine face. He wore a scarlet crystal spike crown on his head, a gorgeous scarlet silver silk robe, and a scarlet gem black wooden cane in his hand. Judging from his facial features, the man was very young, but his temperament was full of vicissitudes, as if he had experienced countless years. Rosen observed the other party quickly. He did not find any illusion of time and space on his body, indicating that the other party's soul also came from another world. The soul breath was very condensed, at least up to 18 rings, very strong, much stronger than Rosen, but nothing in this demi-plane. The gem cane in his hand was very special. To be more precise, the scarlet gem inlaid on the cane was very special. He could clearly feel that the gem exuded an obscure, but not negligible time fluctuation, and its fluctuation characteristics had many similarities with Gillis' soul structure, but the degree of condensation was ridiculously high. Rosen felt that it was more condensed than Adela's 21 ring power when casting time spells, and it was very likely to have reached 23 rings, or even beyond 23 rings. It is entirely possible that a magic weapon beyond 23 rings will appear. For example, the orb of time given by the witch Padnaros comes from the sun ring, and its strength exceeds the 23rd ring. Adela and Tyrallen both told Rosen that the magic weapon beyond the 23rd ring has an extremely incredible power that even mortals cannot understand, so it is given the same name by the two empires, that is, the true artifact. A thought flashed through my mind. This gem cane is the key, I have to focus on it. The true artifact must be ridiculously strong, but the person who uses the true artifact is far from strong enough. So although Rosen was alert, he didn't feel scared. At this time, a feminine male voice came from the front again. "Ah, a blood guard who came to the door on his own initiative. It's really rare." This was obviously said to Rosen. Rosen raised his eyebrows slightly. "Can I know where this is?" "This is the mortal temple of the great Slokovid. And I am Ackerman, the blood mage who worships the Great One." You are not bad looking, but your temperament is too strong, which is not quite in line with my requirements." The feminine man who called himself a blood mage looked Rosen up and down, like a slave owner looking at a slave in the market. Finally, his eyes fell on Rosen's sword of annihilation. "Oh, your sword is pretty good. So, you should be a demon hunter of the Church of the Eternal Sun?" Rosen did not comment. "My identity is not important. What's important is that I hope you can remove the curse for my friend Gillis." "Curse?" A trace of anger appeared on Ackerman's face. "You call the blessing of eternal life a curse?" Without waiting for Rosen to respond, he immediately restrained his anger and said with a smile, "But it doesn't matter, because God never blames the ignorant. Now, kneel down and accept Slokovid's blessing of eternal life." Rosen put his hand on the sword of annihilation and shook his head slowly. "Master Ackerman, I insist otherwise." "Otherwise you will draw your sword?" Ackerman completely ignored Rosen's threat. He smiled and said, "I can see that you have good strength and extraordinary courage. You should be the most powerful demon hunters in the church. But you made a mistake." While speaking, Ackerman clapped his hands gently, and the men and women in the yard walked into the hall one after another. There were 119 people in total, surrounding Rosen and Gillis in the middle. Moreover, 5 men and women stood in front of Ackerman, acting as his guards. The most powerful demon hunter cannot fight against 2 blood guards at the same time, and I have far more than 2 blood guards here. You shouldn't come alone, but since you are here, you only have 2 choices. Either choose to accept the blessing or die. Ackerman's voice was as feminine and calm as always, as if he was the god who controlled fate. The blood guards present also laughed softly, looking at Rosen as if they were looking at a little mantis waving its sickle claws in front of the carriage. Rosen looked at the blood mage and smiled. It seems that we have to speak with swords. He dared to come alone, and when he found that his opponent had more than 100 people, he still dared to enter the yard alone. It was not because of arrogance, but because he was confident that he could destroy all the opponents. Obviously, Ackerman had the same confidence, and even his confidence was stronger than Rosen. Put the scarlet jewel cane horizontally on his knees, leaned back, and looked like he was watching a good show. Warrior, please speak. Let me see how loud your words can be. Chapter 386. The Manor-style Temple of the Mysterious Great Man Slokovid. Blood Mage Ackerman sat leisurely on the reclining chair, like a slave owner watching slaves fighting in the ancient Roman arena. As soon as he finished speaking, the first person to attack was not someone else, but Gillis standing next to Rosen. His body was shining with a scarlet glow, and his right hand had already drawn a dagger-like claw and stabbed Rosen's chest fiercely. This was a sneak attack, secretive, abrupt, and swift. But he was fast, and Rosen was faster. Under the 13th ring soul, Lai Fu's heart of the god of war, which was blessed by 95% of the computing power, already had an extreme combat capability of up to 300 lines, or a simple task execution capability of up to 1 million, and could draw power from the essence of the sun with an amazing efficiency. At this moment, this terrible combat capability was brought to its extreme in an instant. The quality control of the magic weapon Hercules made Rosen's body as light as a feather, and at the same time, the 8-ring power of the magic movement was activated, allowing his body to move backwards at an incredible speed and angle. His speed was so fast that Gillis's claws could not catch up with Rosen's speed, and finally only hit a ball of air. Of course, these blood guards were indeed not mediocre. Especially the 5 elite blood guards standing in front of Ackerman, whose combat power was even stronger. They were ready long ago, and began to transform as soon as they noticed something wrong. When Rosen dodged backward, the 5 people had already completed the transformation. 3 of them were divided into 3 directions, and pounced on Rosen's body like lightning. The other 2 stood on both sides, took a deep breath, and prepared to let out a sharp howl at Rosen. But just when the 5 people were about to launch their attacks, Rosen used the space-time magic weapon Glory Sphere. Lai Fu separated nearly 100,000 soul tentacles, absorbed a lot of power from the essence of the sun, and violently injected it into the Glory Sphere, which was transformed into pure light, with almost 100% efficiency. This light was dozens of times brighter than the midday sun. As soon as it appeared, it turned the dim hall into a sea of light. Ah! A scream came from the hall, and all the blood guards subconsciously covered their eyes. But even if they closed their eyes, it was useless, because the thin eyelids could not prevent the strong light from penetrating, so they could only raise their hands and cover them with their palms. As a result, all attacks against Rosen paused for a moment. This bought Rosen some time. Not much, maybe less than 1 second. But it was enough. After 0.8 seconds, Rosen had poured at least 1,000 Rosen's power into the space-time magic weapon Hercules, and then activated it. In the main plane, this power may not be a big deal, but in the half-plane where the magic ring is limited, this power is an unbearable weight. Buzz. A circle of invisible space-time waves spread out in all directions with him as the center. Wherever the waves passed, the rest mass of all elements with rest mass was increased by at least 1,000 times. 1 gram became a kilogram became a ton, and a ton became 1,000 tons. During the day, Rosen studied the blood guard. He knew that the mass of the blood guard before and after the transformation was different, which meant that this so-called great man also mastered the ability to control similar mass. But having the ability alone is not enough. It must be the ability that hits the opponent to be a useful ability. Rosen's power may not be unique, but his speed is uniquely fast. In just a moment, all the blood guards, including Gillis, were crushed to the ground by their terrible weight. Those blood guards, who have completed their transformation, can still withstand 1,000 times their own weight with their strong bodies. But those blood guards, who have not yet transformed, are not strong enough, and are directly crushed by their own weight and turned into a meat pie. This is understandable. An ordinary person's body mass is about 50 to 100 kilograms, and 1,000 times the mass is at least 50 tons. It would be strange if 50 tons of weight were pressed on a 50-kilogram person. Rosen was not worried that Gillis would die, because the blood guard's recovery ability was amazing. At the same time, the main building of the manor was also greatly affected. The wooden and stone structure of the house could not withstand this terrible weight at all. Boom boom. The house collapsed and turned into a pile of ruins. Before the house collapsed, Rosen had left the hall like a phantom. In the ruins of the house, smoke and dust were everywhere, obscuring the specific situation, but Rosen knew that his real opponent, the blood mage Ackerman, was still intact. He did not continue to attack, but stood in the yard, casting various 8-ring auxiliary spells on himself while waiting for the smoke to dissipate. Pa pa pa. A crisp applause came from the smoke, and Ackerman's feminine voice came from the smoke. Not bad, really good, your strength is really beyond my expectation. As he said this, a figure slowly walked out of the smoke. It was the blood mage Ackerman. Ackerman held up the scarlet jewel staff in his left hand, and the light emitted by the gem on the staff formed a scarlet glass light shield that enveloped his body. It was this light shield that not only blocked all of Rosen's attacks, but also blocked the collapsed house. Rosen looked at the staff and smiled faintly. Ackerman, you are very important to Sokovit for being able to obtain the true artifact. Ackerman stared at Rosen, with scarlet blood in his eyes. Mortal, you have extraordinary knowledge, but you should consider your own destiny now. Before he finished speaking, a cone of scarlet light suddenly shot out from the scarlet jewel staff, covering Rosen directly. For mortal warriors, such an attack is unavoidable. But Rosen's resting mass is extremely low at this moment, and he has an 8-ring powerful spell and a divine body. His moving speed has reached an extremely outrageous level. At the same time, due to the combined effect of Lai Fu and the powerful space-time torrent spell that accelerated more than 1,000 times, Lai Fu's reaction speed directly reached a level of 10 nanoseconds. Intuitively speaking, Lai Fu could even see the trajectory of light propagating in the air. On the other hand, the blood mage Ackerman should have also blessed himself with the time torrent spell to improve his reaction speed. But after all, he was far behind Lai Fu, which gave Lai Fu enough room. TSK. The cone-shaped light only hit the afterimage of Rosen's body, and after passing through, it hit a big tree in the yard. Click, click, click. There were no scars on the big tree, but it moved without wind, as if it was about to transform into an animal. Rosen was not idle either. When dodging the attack, the sword of annihilation thrust out with all its strength. Because the distance to the target was close enough, less than 20 meters, and after advancing to the 13th ring and comprehending the element of annihilation, the power of annihilation increased greatly. So, in 1 second, 20 swords were thrust out directly. Ding 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 ding. White dots kept appearing on the scarlet glass light shield, and then quickly dissipated. As expected of a shield activated by a real artifact, it could actually resist the must-hit attribute of the Sword of Annihilation. Chi chi chi. Ackerman kept shooting scarlet light cones at Rosen. Although he didn't hit a single shot, he almost awakened all the big trees in the yard. Snap! 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 Amid the crisp whip sound, the moving big trees waved their branches and began to chase Rosen. But the chase lasted for a while and ended. Buzz. Rosen multitasked. While keeping dodging and attacking, another circle of mass force field spread out in all directions. Boom. It was the collapse of the manor's wall. Crackling. The moving trees collapsed due to their huge weight. Faced with such a situation, Ackerman was quite surprised. Not bad, really good, you are a nearly perfect warrior. If I offer you to my master, he will be very, very happy. But how fast you are. Can you be faster than light? As he spoke, he grabbed the gem cane with both hands. The scarlet gem on the cane shone brightly, and it seemed that he was about to cast a spherical scarlet light. Under normal circumstances, this is naturally unavoidable. But after mastering the space-time spell, this trick can be solved. Because distorting space-time can distort light. In this demiplane, the spell power of ordinary space-time masters is limited, and it is difficult to distort light to a large extent. But Rosen borrowed the supergiant spell structure cast by Lefford, which could make the distortion of time and space reach an incredible degree. As soon as he thought about it, he cast a time and space invisibility. The basic version of this trick came from Patnaros, which could only distort visible light, but after it came to Rosen, it was strengthened into a supergiant spell, which could distort full-frequency light. Buzz. Ackerman's spell took shape, and a scarlet light storm spread violently in all directions with his body as the center. Part of it spread to Rosen, but rushed around his body. If there was an observer with a higher perspective at this moment, he would find that the scarlet light was like a washing wave, and Rosen was like a speedboat in the sea, facing the collision of huge waves, with an extremely agile posture, not retreating but advancing. Although the power of the waves was extremely violent, it did not hit Rosen at all. In an instant, his agile speedboat moved to a position less than 2 meters to the side of Ackerman like a ghost. At this moment, Heart of the God of War seized the opportunity, and violently increased the frequency of attack on Ackerman to 180 lines. Only 20 lines of computing power were left to draw strength from the essence of the sun, to ensure the endurance of the body. The right-hand sword of annihilation stabbed fiercely, and the stabbing speed increased to 60 swords per second. The God Meteorite dagger in the left hand was not idle either, and it also stabbed the light shield fiercely, with a frequency of 70 swords per second. At the same time, the magic weapon Hercules performed a mass attack. The directly condensed annihilation spell also did not stop for a moment. In short, all time and space spells that can be used are used. It was like 180 Rosens were besieging together, and the power consumed per second was as high as 10,000 Rosens. Such a power consumption level is quite amazing even in the main plane, let alone this damn half plane. Ding 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 ding. The scarlet glass light shield suffered a terrible blow, and many white dark marks appeared. Some were white spots, some were white mist, and some were cracks. The frequency of appearance was ridiculously high, and it even exceeded the recovery speed of the scarlet light shield. Ackerman was shocked. Because of the existence of invisibility, he couldn't see Rosen with his eyes, but he could vaguely feel that Rosen was standing beside him. He also clearly felt that he had greatly underestimated the power of his opponent. If his power was not replenished enough, I am afraid that today would be his death. Of course, he was also replenishing, but the replenishment speed was far slower than the consumption. He immediately prayed to God in his heart, "My Lord Slokovid, I am your most loyal believer Ackerman. I have opened up new territories for you in another world, but now I have met a terrible enemy. Lord, please save me." He kept calling in his heart, and faintly felt Slokovid's will. However, this place is too far away from the divine realm of the great man, and the master's response has not arrived yet. Just waiting, 5 seconds passed. Snap! With a crisp and fierce sound, the scarlet light shield finally couldn't resist, and was broken by Rosen with an almost crazy fighting style. Ackerman didn't have time to make an effective response. He felt a chill on his neck, and then the world in his eyes began to spin. From one of the ground perspectives, he saw a headless body standing on the ground. At this moment, many thoughts flashed through his mind. Did I get my head chopped off? How can I break the blood scepter given by the master when I only have a 13th ring soul? How is this possible? The blood scepter is a divine weapon. In his cognition, a divine weapon is an invincible magical weapon made by God himself, and has a power beyond the 23rd ring. He possessed such a powerful divine weapon, but he was defeated by a 13th ring mortal. It was really unreasonable, and hard for him to accept. At this moment, he finally waited for the master's response. "My loyal believer, I heard your prayer, but I seem to be a little late." No, master, you are not late at all. I just lost my head. This little injury is not worth mentioning. Through your eyes, I saw the current situation. I have to tell you, it's too late. Power is power. The long distance has greatly blocked my power transmission, and you have lost control of the blood scepter, which leaves me no room for intervention. However, I will naturally not let my loyal servant die in vain. I will say a few words to the opponent who defeated you. On the other side, Rosen also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he is prepared to run away at any time. Once the situation is not right, he will escape immediately. Fortunately, although the artifact is powerful, it is a mortal who controls it. Picking up a few pieces of gravel from the ground, smashed the blood scepter away from the headless body. Then he walked to Ackerman's head, straightened his head, patted the dust on it, and said with a smile, "How is it? Is my speech loud enough?" Ackerman was so depressed that he kept vomiting blood, but he was defeated. "Tell me your name, mortal." "Rog Gun, a wandering knight from the kingdom of Cologne, born to be nosy." "Buzz." Ackerman's eyes glowed with scarlet light, and replaced with a majestic and simple soul voice. "Knight Rog, I am the blood drinker Slokovid. How about we make a deal?" At the same time, Rosen clearly felt an extremely magnificent will. Although reason told him that the two sides were separated by a long distance, he still had a strong sense of insignificance in his heart. This feeling is like a mortal less than 2 meters tall facing a giant who is 10,000 feet tall. No one has ever made him feel this insignificant, not even when he was facing the great god of the void. He was secretly shocked. Is this the true God whose soul has surpassed the 23rd ring? Chapter 387. Rosen has been a lord for more than 10 years, and has a deep understanding of one truth. That is, when a guy who is clearly an enemy, no matter what his identity is or how powerful he is, as long as he is willing to talk to you calmly instead of taking action directly, it means that he can't do anything to you for the time being. Back to the current situation. It is true that this so-called great man, Slokovid, has an extremely magnificent soul, but after cutting off the head of his apostle, he not only did not punish himself, but instead used the believer's skull to make a deal with himself, which probably means that he is out of reach of himself. So, although his heart is filled with a strong sense of insignificance, he does not feel humble, let alone despair. Patting the dust on his body, Rosen smiled and responded, "What is the specific transaction method?" Slokovid looked around and looked at the blood guards groaning in the ruins. "You let my apostles go. In return, I will teach you a very practical magic. The other party is likely to be a strong man beyond the 23rd ring, and his magic is naturally very powerful, so Rosen is very tempted. But it is not ruled out that the other party uses the information advantage to fool him." After thinking for a while, Rosen said, "Why don't you introduce the magic in detail first?" The magic inside spike condenses an extremely fine, but extremely sharp sub-element spike to explore and adjust the microscopic structure of the sub-element, thereby partially breaking through the limitation that mortals cannot enter the sub-element field. As he spoke, a faint scarlet light shot out from the eyeballs of Ackerman's head. This light was like gas, quickly drawing connections in the air. After more than 10 seconds, it turned into a thin spell book called Insight Spike. "Mortal, you can learn it yourself, or you can teach it to someone who is capable of learning it. I guarantee that it will definitely benefit you greatly. Of course, given that the sub-element field is countless times deeper than the deepest ocean in the world, what you can find and how deep you can find it depends entirely on your own efforts." Rosen's heart was pounding when he heard it, because this was exactly the ability he lacked the most at the moment. He could also understand the principle of this magic. It was just taking a thin needle to explore the sub-element world like a blind man touching an elephant, which was far less useful than direct observation with the eyes, but it helped him break through the dividing line between can and cannot. What made him even more excited was that this kind of repeated exploration was most suitable for Lai Fu to do. With Lai Fu's current computing power, one person's exploration ability could match that of thousands of people, and once you get it, you will always get it, and will never forget it. Of course, as the other party said, the sub-element realm is unfathomable. So, he also needs to know how deep this so-called insight spike can reach. He asked directly. Slokovid also gave a clear answer. If you can reach the 23rd ring and have outstanding talent, then you can reach a depth that is 15 orders of magnitude smaller than the size of the basic element particles. What about the 13th ring? 13th ring, then it is estimated that it can only go 5 orders of magnitude deeper. 5 orders of magnitude, not much, but it is definitely useful. Rosen asked again curiously, how deep is the sub-element realm? To be honest, I don't know. I used to think that many constants of time and space are constant, so the sub-element field should be 26 orders of magnitude deeper than the elemental particle scale. But I later discovered that there are no constants in the world at all, and everything is variable. So, I can only say that there is no truth in this world. What world you can see depends on the height of your soul. For these words, Rosen could only understand the surface meaning, but could not comprehend the true meaning, because his power was insufficient, far from sufficient. In order to avoid the other party playing tricks, Rosen said, I have to make sure that what you give is the real thing first. Please feel free to check. Rosen picked up a wooden stick, pushed the spell book away from a distance, and read the contents on the page carefully. When he read half of it, he was sure that it was the real thing. After reading it thoroughly, he closed his eyes and digested it, and then tried to cast a spell. After more than a dozen failures, he succeeded in casting the spell on the 20th time. He used his 13-ring strength soul to condense a sharp, fine, and solid soul insight spike. I have confirmed the effect of divine magic, and it is indeed quite valuable knowledge. So I agree to your deal, but there is one condition. Please speak. Rosen pointed to Gillis, who was crushed into a meat pie by his own weight in the ruins of the building. I am a man of my word. I said I would help this friend, who I met by chance, to remove the curse of the evil god. So, when he recovers, he will have a chance to choose. Slokovid agreed with a wink. Okay. After saying this, the scarlet light on Ackerman's head gradually dimmed, and the strong sense of oppression brought by the magnificent will gradually weakened until it disappeared. The true god named Slokovid left. Ackerman blinked and looked at Rosen eagerly. Night Rog, it's your turn to keep the agreement. Rosen had no intention of breaking the agreement, because he had already figured out the power of these evil god apostles, and knew that they were not a threat to him. He walked forward, picked up Ackerman's head, put it back on the headless body, and then cast a mass spell on it, making it of dozens of times its own weight. This weight naturally couldn't kill Ackerman, but it was enough to trap him in place and unable to move. He walked to Gillis's meat pie again, and removed Gillis's thousand-fold self-weight. The meat pie immediately began to wriggle, and gradually returned to the body of an ordinary person. After a while, Ackerman's head grew back to his body, and Gillis also returned to being a normal ordinary person, and stood up from the ground. He looked at Rosen with a guilty look on his face. "I'm sorry, Lord Roger, I just couldn't control my movements at all." Rosen smiled and said, "Don't blame yourself, I know everything." He moved a few stones weighing more than 100 kilograms to press down the scarlet gem cane on the ground, and then gave the stones 3,000 times their own weight, which was also the limit he could reach at present. The stones pressed the cane firmly to prevent Ackerman from regaining control. For such a real artifact, Rosen had no way to take it for himself, and he didn't even touch it, because he knew clearly that he was not only unable to use its power, but would suffer from its backlash and become a puppet of the artifact unknowingly. After doing all this, Rosen returned to Ackerman and laughed. Just when Ackerman felt that the situation was not good, he spoke. "Blood Mage, I agreed to your master's deal, and I am also a person who abides by my words, so I will definitely spare the lives of you and your blood guards." Ackerman nodded repeatedly. "Lord Roger, you are really wise." Rosen looked at Gillis again and asked, "Gillis, have you heard of the great Sokovid?" Gillis nodded gently. "I have heard of it. This is a little-known evil god. In our world, it is called the Blood Drinker." Rosen said again, "The current situation is that you have been blessed with eternal life by this Blood Drinker. Of course, I personally feel that it is more like a curse. This Blood Drinker agrees to give you a chance to choose. So, do you choose to be an ordinary person again, or maintain the status quo?" Gillis showed a hint of hesitation on his face. He was anxious to get rid of the curse before because he didn't understand the situation, but now that he has figured out the situation, he is a little reluctant. Although it was a blessing from the evil god, it was still a blessing. It gave him extremely powerful strength, and the great benefit of eternal life. Although there were some shortcomings, reality was never perfect. More importantly, the evil god did not seem to forbid him to like men. Seeing him hesitate, Rosen did not force him. "Gillis, your life belongs only to you. You can choose any path, and I will not interfere." This greatly alleviated Gillis's concerns. He gritted his teeth and said, "Then let's maintain the status quo." Rosen shrugged. "In that case, I wish you good luck. Everyone has their own path. He can't control it, and he is too lazy to control it." He turned to look at Ackerman again. "I can feel that you are a very knowledgeable person, and I am very curious about your world. Tell me the situation of your world in detail, and I will return the cane to you after that." Ackerman had no choice. He was a smart man, and he had found a loophole in the master's deal. The master only asked the other party to spare his life, but did not prohibit the other party from torturing him, and because of their immortal constitution, they were particularly resistant to torture. If he did not cooperate with the other party, and the other party began to torture him, the so-called blessing of immortality would immediately become an eternal curse. So, he immediately nodded. "Ask any questions, I will do my best to answer them for you. I want to know, are there many gods in your world?" "Yes, many. There are nearly 100 gods with names. There are even more gods without names, maybe as many as 500. Do all these gods have power above 23 rings?" "Of course." Rosen suddenly understood why Antowanji felt that the Eternal Empire was meaningless. He had only reached the 23rd ring after so much hardship, but there were so many strong people who surpassed the 23rd ring in another world. It would be strange if he didn't despair. Rosen asked again, "So, these gods are strong and weak, right?" "Yes." "What standard do you use to distinguish them?" Ackerman showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. "To be honest, as a mortal, I don't know the internal standards. We usually distinguish the strength of gods by the size of the mortal area controlled by this god, the number of mortal believers, and the strength of the kingdom formed by mortal believers." "So, is your master strong?" Ackerman looked even more embarrassed. After struggling for a while, he said, "My master is a newly emerged god, but the mortal world is already crowded with gods, and it is difficult for new gods to gain a foothold. Therefore, my master chose to come to this new world to find believers. In fact, it is not only my master who chooses this, but many new gods are also doing this." Rosen was a little puzzled. Why are gods so obsessed with spreading faith in the mortal world? In the main plane, believers can provide the power of faith for the gods, but the amount of faith power is not much, and it seems far from enough to support the powerful power of the gods. Well, I don't know much either, probably because the gods need the offerings of mortals. It can be seen that Ackerman really doesn't know. This is completely understandable. After all, this matter is considered a core secret of the gods. Rosen thought for a moment and asked again, so, how did the gods appear? To be honest, I don't know. But through some vague rumors and myths, there are roughly two types. One is a natural god. The other is a mortal who is favored by the former and promoted to a god after receiving his grace. Rosen was very curious and couldn't help asking, whose power is stronger? In most cases, it is the former, but there are exceptions. Ackerman whispered, the most famous are the twin war gods, the Alothi sisters. The sisters are acquired gods, who were promoted to gods by the favor of the war god Ashiyi. But the war god is a god with an extremely cruel and capricious temper. He soon regretted his favor, and intended to take back the sisters' divine power. Because of a series of unexpected events, in the end, the sisters not only did not have their divine power taken back, but also successfully defeated the war god, absorbed the power of the war god, took over most of the war god Ashiyi's followers in the mortal world, and became one of the most powerful people in the world of gods. Rosen was amused. Okay, then is your master a natural god? I don't know, Mr. Rogg. I can freely answer questions other than those about my master, but I must respect him. Rosen didn't ask, he immediately changed the subject. So, in your world, is there only one mortal world? Yes, there is only one, but it is very wide, at least 2,000 times wider than here. The size of this demiplane is more than 3,000 kilometers. If it is 2,000 times, it is a vast area of more than 600,000 kilometers. Even light takes 2 seconds to travel. It is not only wider than the demiplane, but also many times wider than the ordinary plane world in his world. So, can you practice in the mortal world until the 23rd ring? Ackerman was startled. Isn't this reasonable? Rosen was also startled, and immediately asked, has the magic ring always been 23 rings? It has been 23 rings since ancient times, and it has never changed, and it will definitely not change in the future. Well, what a lucky world. Rosen sighed secretly. He asked again, then, how did you let Gillis travel to this world? Through the magic given by the master, of course. I only know how to use the magic, but I don't know the principle of the magic. Rosen nodded to show that he understood. Next, he asked many questions in detail, and Ackerman tried his best to answer. After a series of questions and answers, Rosen had a very detailed understanding of the other world. Feeling that he had asked enough questions, and the effect of the mass spell was almost over, Rosen turned around and said goodbye to Gillis. Well, goodbye, both of you. Without waiting for Gillis to respond, he said to Ackerman, Gillis is my friend, I hope you treat him well. Ackerman promised repeatedly, definitely. After getting the response, Rosen's mind shook slightly, and his figure floated away like a phantom, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. In the ruins of the manor, Ackerman and Gillis looked at each other. After a long while, Ackerman asked, Man, where did you find such a good helper? Gillis looked confused. I don't know, he took the initiative to find me. Ackerman saw that Gillis was not lying, and couldn't help but sighed. Oh, you are such a lucky guy. Immediately, I felt a little worried. Dawn Crown has another strong competitor, which is really annoying. Chapter 388. Night. Rosen quietly returned to the room of the inn where he lived before, and continued to disguise himself as a wandering Cologne knight. In the dimly lit room, he put his hands behind his head, closed his eyes, and recalled his previous experiences, and began to summarize the gains and losses of the battle. This is the homework he has to do every time. After the summary is completed, he will add these experiences to the heart of the god of war, and simulate them. If the simulation passes, and it is confirmed that it can improve the battle victory rate and survival rate, it will be upgraded to a formal battle strategy to further improve the heart of the god of war. This took about an hour. An hour later, Rosen began to study the newly acquired powerful divine art insight spike. Taking a very thin and strong space-time probe to explore the outline of the sub-element field is a bit similar to the scanning tunnel microscope on Earth. Obviously, if you want to touch the clearest and most specific outline in the shortest possible time, there are two ways to improve. One is to use better spikes. The second is to use more spikes. The former is beyond Rosen's current ability limit, and is difficult to improve for the time being, but the latter is exactly what Lai Fu is good at. Rosen made a rough estimate. This insight spike spell is not very difficult. The computing power consumed by each spell is about the same as 1/5 of the limit battle line. LiFu with full computing power has 310 lines of limit operation ability, which means that he can condense 1550 spikes at the same time. Even if only half of the computing power is used, there are more than 700 spikes, and the detection speed is quite fast. Then I will use this spell as a basis to train LiFu's new ability. The name of the ability is called Eye of the True God, but that's not right. This thing can not only see, but also operate, so it should be called Finger of the True God. Just do it when you think of it. While he was concentrating on his work, his heart was slightly shaken, and he felt the faint trembling of a thread of time. Before he had time to check, a familiar voice sounded in his heart. "Your Majesty, are you free now?" It was Adela, and she was near the hotel. Rosen was slightly startled and responded, "Why come to me now?" Adela did not respond, but after a while, the door was gently pushed open. Following that, a familiar figure in night clothes flashed into the room. It was Adela. As soon as she came in, she locked the door and approached Rosen quietly. "Your Majesty, I can't wait to see you. I want to have a good chat with you." There was a faint candlelight coming through the gap in the wooden wall in the room. With this ray of light, Rosen saw Adela's cheeks blushing, and her eyes full of spring water. His heart moved slightly, and he understood her intention. She might have something serious to do, but she also wanted to take this opportunity to reminisce with him. It must be said that once a woman is in love, her passion will be as fierce as a burning flame. Rosen would naturally not refuse this delicious meal that was delivered to his door. With a slight thought, he cast a silent barrier in the room, and then asked with a smile, "Miss, which mouth are you going to talk to me with?" The rude love words made Adela feel hot all over. She snuggled into Rosen's arms and made a shy voice, like a mosquito, "Your Majesty, you are such a bastard." Although she said so, she kept sticking to Rosen, as if she wanted to merge with Rosen immediately. "Then let's have a good chat." After a heated chat, Adela was satisfied and whispered, "Your Majesty, do you remember that I told you that the Dark Brotherhood would make a big move some time ago?" Rosen was still a little unsatisfied, and one hand was still groping around. "Of course I remember. Have you found out now?" "I can't say it's very clear, but I have roughly understood it." Reaching out and holding Rosen's disruptive hand tightly, Adela spoke the details in a serious voice. "We found that the Emperor of the Dawn Empire, Orletus, may have had an accident, either dead or in a deep sleep. Because of the absence of the Emperor, this demiplane has lost its master, and the Church of the Eternal Sun has also lost its leader. Not only is its response to the outside world much slower, but its combat effectiveness has also dropped dramatically." Rosen has already felt this, and he became serious. "Then what?" "Also because of the absence of the Emperor, there seems to be a lot of chaos in the Dawn Palace. There is a noble in the palace who betrayed the Emperor, and even stole the Dawn Crown out of the palace. When the highest authority is in trouble, the power structure will be reorganized immediately, so the chaos in the palace is justified." Rosen immediately asked, "Dawn Crown? What is the specific use of this thing?" "It is rumored that this is one of the 3 imperial instruments of the Dawn Empire. In addition, there is the Scepter of Light and the Noble Seal. Each instrument contains a part of the Dawn Empire. As long as you collect the 3 imperial instruments and possess the blood of Sephinos, you can obtain the complete Dawn Empire, including the control of this demiplane." Rosen's heart moved when he heard this. The Dark Brotherhood has obtained Cicero and already has the blood of Sephinos. "That's right." Rosen immediately asked, "So where's the Dawn Crown now?" "That Dawn Noble is very cunning, and the power of the Dawn Crown is also extremely strong. With the help of the power of the crown, this noble has almost perfectly hidden himself, leaving only some very vague traces. From the clues we have obtained so far, this Dawn Noble should be circling around Bluestone City." When saying these words, Adela's face looked a little uncertain. Rosen thought for a moment and continued to ask, "Who else do you think knows about the Crown of Dawn besides us and the Dark Brotherhood?" Adela was even more uncertain. "I don't know, but there should be quite a few. It is very likely that everyone with some ability in the entire demiplane already knows about it, and will definitely be very excited. After all, even if it is just the Crown of Dawn, it is a very powerful artifact." Note, it is an artifact. Rosen didn't quite understand. How powerful is it? These days, anyone with some ability likes to name the magic tools they make as artifacts to scare those ignorant mortals. Adela thought Rosen's question was very interesting, and couldn't help but chuckled, but immediately returned to seriousness. "As far as I know, it is made of powerful materials with more than 23 rings. The source of the material is unknown. It is said to be one of the top secrets of the Dawn Empire. No one knows except the royal family members. If this is the case, then the Crown of Dawn is indeed exciting. especially this demiplane. Once you enter it, you either return to the abyss or have to stay in this damn place forever. It's just like a prison. Now that they see the hope of freedom, everyone is naturally excited. But Rosen, who has the same profession as Emperor Sephinos, felt something was wrong. After a moment of silence, he said, Adela, this is quite dangerous. It is very likely a trap set by Orleats. Adela's face was shocked, but she immediately understood. Your Majesty, you mean that Orleats spent hundreds of years to carefully set up a trap to catch all the invaders of this demiplane? Yes. Therefore, it is best for the Wizard Association not to get involved. If you really want to get involved, you should be a step slower. Adela was a little entangled. But what if the matter is true, and the Crown of Dawn is also true? Once it is true, once the Dark Brotherhood obtains the Crown of Dawn and obtains partial control of this demiplane, then their Wizard Association will be even less able to fight against it. If it was before, Rosen would also be entangled. After all, the Crown is too powerful, and he can't afford to gamble. But now, he knows the situation in the other world, and also knows that in this demiplane, the real artifact is not so rare and powerful. At the same time, with the help of the divine art of Insight Spike, he believes that he will get a leap in strength. All these factors combined gave him enough confidence. His mood naturally became much calmer. He smiled and began to comfort Adela. The Dark Brotherhood may not be the most powerful force in this demiplane. There are still many forces that can compete with the Dark Brotherhood. Even if the Dark Brotherhood really grabs the crown, it doesn't matter, because the most nervous person is not us, but the Dawn Emperor. He will definitely try his best to get the crown back. And we just need to hide in the dark and watch the show. When they are exhausted, we can come out to clean up the mess. Seeing that Adela was still struggling, Rosen persuaded again, Dear, you are right to trust me. If I am really wrong, I will go and get the Crown of Dawn back myself. At this point, Adela also gritted her teeth. Okay, I will listen to you. As one of the leaders of the Wizard Association, he invested a lot of money in the early stage, but now, he suddenly wants to give up the fight. It takes a lot of determination, and will encounter great resistance. Rosen certainly knows that this is not easy. The other party can agree, which shows that he values himself. To enhance her confidence, he whispered in her ear, I recently got a new spell that can observe the space-time structure of the sub-element scale. Adela was slightly shocked when she heard it. Can it be observed in this demiplane? Observing the sub-element structure is very difficult. The former Eternal Empire also needs the entire empire to invest huge resources to build a super high-energy laboratory to do it. Now that the magic of this demiplane is limited, the laboratory is useless, and personal power is greatly weakened. She felt very incredible. If someone else said this to her, she would definitely think that the other person was lying. But Rosen was naturally different. So, she was half believing and half doubting. Rosen smiled and said, Of course, it is difficult, but my method is very clever. You will definitely not believe it if I just say it, so I will tell you directly. He directly shared the spell book of Insight Spike. To be honest, in the hands of ordinary time masters, this magic is useful, but it is difficult to be of great use. Perhaps it is because of this that the blood drinker Sokovid took it out for trading. Therefore, Rosen did not mind sharing it all. On the other side, Adela took the spell book and looked at it carefully. As she looked at it, she commented, It seems not very useful. Rosen immediately said, How could it be? I think it is very useful. In fact, based on this magic, he already has a wonderful improvement plan. In Adela's eyes, Rosen is a genius of magic. Since he said it is useful, she believes that he will definitely come up with amazing things. Therefore, her confidence increased greatly. Your Majesty thinks it is useful, it is even better. After that, she said, Your Majesty, I have to rush back to the city later, otherwise. Before she finished speaking, Rosen took action directly. After a fierce fight, Adela was satisfied and left reluctantly. Rosen continued to train the finger of the true god. This is not difficult. With Lai Fu's current computing power, he mastered the advanced use of multi-spike linkage in less than 2 hours. At this time, it was just past 2 in the morning. Rosen still had no sleep. Now that he had the right tool, he started researching directly. There were 2 research targets. One was the Super 23 level True Artifact Time Orb that he currently possessed, and the other was his own time talent. As the saying goes, if you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. Time talent is his most powerful tool at present. He wanted to see what the time talent was like, and to what extent could it be optimized. Chapter 389. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The rooster crows, and the sky gradually turns white. Rosen lies on the simple wooden bed in the hotel, and lets out a long sigh. The time orb is indeed a true artifact. Insight spikes can indeed be called a divine art. Unfortunately, my soul strength is still too low. Even if I have optimized my time talent to the current extreme, I just can't break through the boundary between gods and mortals. The blood drinker Slokovitz said that if the scale of the basic element particles is used as the baseline, then with his 13-ring soul strength and time talent, he could only explore 5 orders of magnitude at most. He is not wrong. The great man from another world also said that the situation in the sub-element field is very complex and delicate, and it is difficult for mortals to explore, and the exploration speed cannot be fast. This is not wrong, but it does not apply to Rosen. It took him about 5 hours to condense more than 1,300 insight spikes for joint exploration. This is equivalent to 1,300 mortal mages with top-level time talents working in near-perfect tacit understanding for 5 hours. Then, with this great ability and the assistance of the real artifact time orb at hand, he developed the iterative focusing technique. Based on this achievement, Rosen iterated his time talent over and over again until it reached the extreme of mortals. The result is that he can directly perceive the microscopic spacetime structure of 22.999 orders of magnitude without the assistance of insight spikes, which is nearly 8 orders of magnitude higher than the 23rd level Eternal Strongman. Of course, he wanted to go deeper, but 23 orders of magnitude was already the limit of mortal cognition, because he found that the sub-element structure of spacetime is closely related to the structure of the magic ring. In other words, the structure of the magic ring is essentially the macroscopic inversion of the microscopic spacetime structure. It is very complicated to describe, but the expression is simple and crude, just one sentence. As long as a mortal is 23 rings or below, no matter what means he uses, no matter how powerful the real artifact in his hand is, he cannot directly observe the microscopic world below 23 orders of magnitude. While thinking, Adela's voice sounded in his mind. Your Majesty, the situation has changed. The target has gone to the eastern suburbs in advance, riding in a dark blue carriage with a dark blue hexagonal gem flag on it, and with 20 guards. Rosen was slightly startled. Hexagonal gem? This seems to be the family emblem of the Duke of Bluestone City, right? Adela smiled gently. Yes, it's from the Duke of Bluestone's family. To be more precise, one of my daughters. Oh, then I know your identity. You are the Duchess of Bluestone City. Who would have thought that the wanted devil apostle, the daughter of life, Adela, would be a famous and prominent duchess who has attracted countless people's attention? Sure enough, the most dangerous place is also the safest place. Rosen was curious. So, that's really your daughter? I mean, is she really your daughter? Of course not. I secretly adopted her. By the way, her name is Aurora, and she has a willful personality. If she has offended your Majesty, please don't bother with her. Rosen laughed. I have seen many willful girls, and this one is not bad. Then I will set off now. He got up quickly, filled his stomach in a hurry, rode on a skinny horse, and rushed to the eastern suburbs of Launcher City. The east suburbs is a vast plain. The venue for the upcoming night tournament is located in the east suburbs, so it is very lively. After arriving at the east suburbs, you can see many temporary buildings, facilities. There are stands, runways, tournaments, tents, etc. There are many people who come to join in the fun. Individuals include bards, traveling merchants, adventurers, wandering knights, etc. Organizations include mercenaries, dance troupes, circuses, etc. These are all looking for opportunities or making money. In addition, there are many spectators who are simply here to watch the fun. Among them are many dignitaries who are sitting in carriages with guards. When he arrived here, Rosen suddenly became inconspicuous because there were wandering knights like him everywhere who came to find opportunities to rise to power. The roads in the east suburbs are very wide, but there are also many people. In order to avoid bumping into people, Rosen slowed down his horse, walking slowly. Adela, I'm at the eastern suburbs, and I saw the dark blue carriage, which is about a mile away from me. There is a circle of wandering knights nearby, and everyone is looking for opportunities. Adela quickly responded, Your Majesty, do you have a bow and arrow? Yes. He temporarily used transfiguration to make a bow, which is powerful enough to deal with ordinary beasts. Aurora said she was going to the circus to watch a show. Later, the giant bear performing in the circus will go crazy. This is your Majesty's opportunity. In this case, Rosen was about 200 meters away, hanging far behind the caravan. After following for a while, a man dressed as a wandering knight approached and greeted him. Hey man, are you looking for an opportunity too? Rosen glanced at the other person, who was probably in his early 30s, and also looked emaciated and downtrodden. But he was much better than himself, which gave him a sense of superiority. He responded casually, "These days, everyone is looking for opportunities to get rich." The young knight shrugged. Indeed, everyone wants to get rich, but those who can get rich in the end must have enough skills. Rosen listened to these bland nonsense with an indifferent look on his face, and his eyes wandered casually on the pedestrians on the roadside. Just as he casually responded to the familiar wandering knight beside him, his heart suddenly moved slightly, and he felt a very obscure and subtle time fluctuation. The completely unfamiliar fluctuation was somewhat similar to the demon hunters of the Eternal Flame Church, but the intensity and sophistication were far beyond. He immediately remembered the matter of the Crown of Dawn, and immediately concentrated his mind to track the source of this fluctuation. In the past, he couldn't do this because the fluctuations were too subtle and far beyond his ability limit, but after strengthening his time talent to the limit of mortals, the difficulty of this matter dropped sharply. 3 minutes later, Rosen's eyes were fixed on a bard on the side of the road. The bard was very young, about 25 or 26 years old, with a handsome appearance, sitting on a boulder on the side of the road and singing a ballad. He sang very well, and played the piano well, and there was already a large circle of listeners around him. Rosen glanced at the bard, then turned his head to look at the princess's carriage more than 100 meters away. It can be felt that the princess is very playful, so the carriage is moving very slowly. At this speed, it will take at least 20 minutes to reach the vicinity of the circus, so he has a lot of free time. He turned his horse around, got rid of the familiar wandering knight, and walked towards the bard on the roadside. But he did not approach, just stood outside the crowd, looking like an ordinary audience. Of course, this was just an appearance. In fact, Rosen had quietly cast the spell Undercurrent on himself to avoid alarming the other party. Then, he carefully sensed the power of time on the bard. A few minutes later, he fixed his eyes on the bard's hat. It is a carefully disguised real artifact. I don't know if it is the Crown of Dawn, but it is definitely a good thing. Adela once said that the betrayal noble was hanging around Bluestone City. Rosen had reason to believe that the bard in front of him was the so-called betrayal noble. He was indeed hiding very well. If Rosen did not have the time talent that reached the extreme of mortals, he would not have noticed the abnormality of this person at all. Now that he has discovered it, what should he do? After thinking for a few seconds, Rosen had an idea. After concentrating for a few seconds, he quietly condensed a space-time condensation bead. This space-time condensation bead itself is not a powerful thing. Its biggest advantage is only one, that is, it is small. It is extremely small. Unless the other party has a time talent of similar strength to Rosen, it is impossible to detect it. There are some fine structures inside the condensation bead, which serve as a space-time anchor point and collect soul information. Of course, because Rosen's current soul strength is limited, his information collection ability is not strong. But it is better than nothing. Soon, after the space-time condensation bead reached the bard, it quietly drilled into his soul. After doing this, Rosen turned his horse and left, continuing to follow the carriage of the Bluestone City princess. After following for a while, Princess Aurora of Bluestone City finally arrived at the circus. She ordered the carriage to stop outside the circus, opened the window, and watched the animal performances in the circus with relish. Rosen also came to the other side of the circus, and watched the circus with relish. At the same time, he asked Lai Fu to pay attention to the movements of the circus, and set up a response strategy, while he began to concentrate on sensing the previous time and space condensation beads. Soon, he sensed the target, and then observed the soul of the bard through the condensation beads. In order to avoid being noticed by him, he only observed and did not interfere. The ability of the time and space condensation beads is limited, so only some fragmentary information fragments can be seen. After watching for a while, Rosen got a lot of information fragments. After carefully piecing together, he came to 3 very valuable conclusions. TSK, the Dawn Crown is indeed a trap. But the Dawn Crown is also real. Using a child to trap a wolf is cruel enough. However, the Dawn Crown is blessed with a very precise and powerful seal. If the seal is not removed, it will not only be useless, but also become a time bomb. Rosen is confident that as long as he is given enough time, he will definitely be able to remove the seal of the crown and completely occupy the crown. The problem is that the Dawn Emperor may not give him this time. What should I do? After a little consideration, he came up with an idea. Go to Bluestone City and ask Tira Liling. Since the betrayal of the nobles has been discovered, and the plan of Emperor Sephinos has been understood, there is naturally no need to implement Adela's plan. Because the former is far more important and urgent than the latter. With this in mind, he immediately planned to contact Adela and cancel the scheduled plan. Your Majesty, why? Because there are more important things. Before he finished speaking, Rosen's eyes flashed, and he found another very strange target. It was a young woman who was also watching the circus. The reason why it was strange was that Rosen discovered that she also had the time and space characteristics of a real artifact. He immediately said, Adela, this tournament is very lively, I have to investigate it carefully. Don't worry about the giant bear, I will solve it quietly. Chapter 390. Plop. Rosen rolled off the skinny horse, then held the reins, and walked to a place about 20 meters away from the side of the strange woman. Just like detecting the bard before, he carefully detected the time and space fluctuations on the woman. The fluctuations were also very obscure and extremely fine. In terms of fineness, it was higher than the Crown of Dawn. The fineness of the real artifacts was higher than 23 orders of magnitude, which was beyond the limit of mortals' fine perception. But the inability to perceive finely does not mean that it is impossible to distinguish between strong and weak. Rosen has seen quite a few real artifacts so far. After comparing them with each other, it was found that the fineness of the time orb should be the highest, followed by the Crown of Dawn, and then the blood scepter of the blood drinker Slavicard. The fineness of the real artifact on this woman was similar to that of the blood scepter, but the fluctuation characteristics were completely unfamiliar. Could it be that this is another apostle of a true god from another world? There was too little information to judge. After thinking for a while, Rosen used a time-space condensation bead on the woman. When casting the spell, he was worried that the other party would notice it, so he was very careful. Fortunately, the woman was watching the circus with relish, and was unaware of Rosen's actions. After confirming that he was not discovered, Rosen began to collect information fragments from the woman's soul. A dim room, a damp, warm and dark corridor, miserable moans, and a salty smell. Go live, go to the other world to join the expedition and spread my faith. Beauty is a great tool for women to control men, and as long as you control men, you actually control the world without taking any risks. Wear this, it will protect you from bad luck. In the information fragments, Rosen also saw the image of a strange woman. This woman has an unforgettable beauty, and her name is Taliana the Joyer. Rosen exclaimed, Is this a true god from another world? She looks so beautiful. Of course, she looks good, but she is essentially a poisonous rose. The young woman watching the circus in front of him should be Liv. She is obviously the apostle of the Joyer, and her status is similar to that of Ackerman, the apostle of the blood drinker Slokovid. The soul enters this demi-plane through the space-time tunnel, quietly parasitizes on the prostitute, and then gains control of the body by devouring the prostitute's body. Isn't this the ghost story the warrior told me? He originally wanted to go to the brothel in Bluestone City for a field investigation, but he didn't expect to get the answer unexpectedly at the circus. It can also be inferred that the brothel in Bluestone City is the headquarters of the pleasure hunter Terranea. But now, the apostle of the pleasure hunter appeared in the eastern suburbs, and it must not be just to watch the circus. Why are you here? There was no relevant information in the information fragment, but Rosen guessed that it was most likely related to the Crown of Dawn. Considering that the other party was protected by a real artifact, in order to avoid alerting the enemy, Rosen gave up further investigation. He led the thin horse to the backyard of the circus first, cast a strong sleep spell and a weakness spell on the giant bear, and after ensuring that it would not cause trouble, he led the horse to wander aimlessly near the arena. During this wandering, Rosen actually found 5 more true god apostles, and the blood mage Ackerman was also here. Hiss, something is wrong, something is very wrong. With so many true god apostles gathered near the bard, they must have found the true god artifact. It is even possible that they have determined the approximate location of the Crown of Dawn. In other words, this East Suburb Arena is already a place of right and wrong, and terrible conflicts may break out at any time. Since this is a trap that the Emperor of Dawn has spent a lot of effort to set up, it will definitely be very dangerous once it is activated. I'd better retreat quickly. It is true that he has the ultimate time talent of mortals, but his strength is still mortal. It is hard enough to deal with one true god apostle, but he is not capable of facing so many true god apostles. Not to mention facing the creator of this half-plane. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. If you don't retreat quickly at this time, once the trap is activated, you may not be able to retreat. Thinking of this, Rosen immediately jumped on the horse, whipped the horse whip, and left the East Suburb Arena without hesitation. When he was leaving, he naturally did not forget to contact Adela. The situation in the eastern suburbs is very tense. I have discovered the betrayed nobles you mentioned, and I have also discovered that many forces are coveting the Dawn Crown, and each party is carrying a real artifact. For safety reasons, let your people quickly stay away from the eastern suburbs. Adela was a little confused at first, but when she heard the 3 words real artifact, she was shocked and all her extra thoughts disappeared. I will arrange it immediately. After saying this, Rosen still felt that the speed was not fast enough, so he simply jumped off the horse, used magic, and ran to Bluestone City at the fastest speed. At the same time, he contacted Tira Liline. Liline, come to the east gate and meet me immediately. We have to leave Bluestone City quickly. Ah, what happened? Although she asked this, she immediately continued without waiting for Rosen to answer. I'd be there in 3 minutes. Rosen had already arrived at the east gate, but he didn't go in, just waiting at the door. A few minutes later, the invisible Tira Liline arrived. Rosen rushed north first. Let's go north. There is a steep forest to the north of Bluestone City. The two ran all the way, and soon entered the depths of the forest. Rosen still didn't stop, running on the steep mountain road while explaining the situation. About an hour later, the two ran 50 kilometers, and came to the top of a towering mountain. It should be almost here. Rosen sat down on a flat rock on the top of the mountain, and condensed a water mirror in front of him, observing the situation in the east suburb of Bluestone City from a distance. Tira Liline sat down beside him. In other words, the abyss was actually invaded by a true god from another world with a level higher than 23. As she spoke, her face was already filled with shock. Rosen nodded slightly. To be more precise, the true god did not come, at least not to this half-plane, but the ones who came were the apostles of the true god. Of course, even so, it's tricky enough. In the water mirror, the east suburb arena was still very lively, even more lively than before. Rosen stared at the 6 true god apostles marked earlier, observing their walking tracks, and clearly felt that they must have known about the betrayal of the nobles. The reason why they didn't take action for a long time should be similar to Rosen's fear. Liline, do you know the secret of the Crown of Dawn? Tira Liline shook her head. Only the royal family is qualified to know the secret of the 3 imperial weapons of Dawn. After a pause, she continued, but I know the specific power of the 3 imperial weapons. Rosen was happy to hear this. That's enough. In the following time, Tira Liline carefully explained to Rosen the power of the 3 imperial weapons. Rosen listened carefully. At the top of the mountain roared, the clouds rolled, and time passed by. Suddenly, Rosen's mind was slightly shocked, and he saw a clear illusion of time and space. In the illusion, the prosperous Bluestone City turned into a ruin with billowing black smoke, and countless corpses were piled up in the ruins. The lively east suburb arena turned directly into a boiling magma pool. The incandescent magma was bubbling, and the magma shallows were piled with piles of bones, like small hills. It was a scene of doomsday destruction, and the scope of this doomsday scene was centered on Bluestone City, and spread out to a full 100 kilometers. Rosen was shocked and stood up immediately. Liline, this place is not safe enough. We haven't run far enough. After that, he fiercely cast various auxiliary spells for himself and Tira Liline, and ran north at full speed. While running, he did not forget to contact Adela. Oletus's trap is very crazy, and it is very likely to destroy the entire Bluestone City. You should run away quickly, run away 100 kilometers away. No, run as far as you can. Adela was shocked. Such a big thing, how could I not notice it? She is also a time powerhouse, and this kind of thing involving her own safety should be sensed. Rosen immediately said, don't forget, Orletus is the ruler of the half-plane, and he also controls the most powerful time and space magic weapon of the Dawn Empire, and is fully capable of covering your crisis premonition. Adela believed it. I will retreat now. After that, she became curious. But how can His Majesty sense it? Run quickly, run to the north to meet me, and I will explain it to you after we meet. With the help of time and space spells and ordinary spells, he and Tira Liline simply used the flying spell, and the speed directly exceeded 400 kilometers per hour. Soon, they ran more than 90 kilometers, and were almost 150 kilometers away from Bluestone City. But the warning in Rosen's heart was still very strong. Not only did it not weaken, but it even strengthened a lot. He moved slightly in his heart. I must have been targeted by Orletus alone. Thinking of this, he immediately said, Liline, the distance is almost the same. Stop moving at high speed, and hide. While speaking, he stopped all spells, and at the same time activated Undercurrent Surge, covering himself and Tira Liline together. With his time talent at this moment, the concealment effect of the spell is almost flawless. As soon as the spell was activated, the crisis omen in Rosen's heart was greatly reduced, and the longer time passed, and the farther away from the initial hiding point, the weaker the crisis omen. This is enough to show that even the plane controller Oletus is not omniscient and omnipotent. He may have the huge power of the Dawn Empire, but his time talent is far inferior to Rosen at the moment, so naturally he can't see through Rosen's spell. It was not until then that Tira Leeling discovered Rosen's change, and she was also shocked. Your Majesty, your time talent. Although it was stronger than her before, you could still see your back, but now you can't even see your shadow. Rosen smiled. I use some wonderful means. After this crisis is over, I will improve your talent. But now, let's continue on our way. Even without the help of spells, the speed of the divine body is quite fast. The farther you go, the safer you are. Tira Leeling had long believed in Rosen's ability, and she immediately had a lot of expectations in her heart. She smiled and was about to speak, but suddenly her heart was shaken violently, and she turned her head to look in the south. Oh no! It's a giant space-time cage with a diameter of more than 280 kilometers. Rosen naturally felt it. In fact, it can be seen directly with the naked eye. About 1 kilometer to the south, a strange black wall appeared in the sky. This is 80 kilometers larger than the range seen in the illusion. Rosen was secretly shocked. What a close call. Oletus adjusted the range of the cage at any time. If he hadn't run fast enough and hid well enough, he would have been trapped. Chapter 391. Dense Forest. Rosen and Tira Leeling quietly came to the vicinity of the spacetime cage. A distance of more than 100 meters, you can see a smooth black wall with no top and no edges. Concentrating on sensing the spacetime structure of the black wall, Rosen whispered, the spacetime is highly distorted and shows a strong unidirectionality of spacetime. The difficulty of leaving is much greater than the difficulty of entering. In other words, this spacetime cage can only be entered but not exited. To achieve this degree of spacetime distortion, and to achieve such a large scale, the power consumed every moment is an astronomical figure. This is far beyond the limit of personal ability, and must rely on the assistance of large-scale high-energy magic arrays. Naturally, relying on personal strength is far from being able to fight against it. Tyrallin nodded and said softly, the main structure of the Empire's spacetime cage is indeed one that can only be entered but not exited. But because of the one-way irreversibility of the time dimension, the cage cannot be perfect, and there will always be a gap. Generally speaking, the Empire will deploy heavy troops to guard this gap, so even if the gap is found, it is difficult to escape from the gap. Considering that the Dawn Empire is the creator of this demi-plane, it must have a huge amount of high-powered power at hand, while the power of those invaders is very limited, so once trapped, there is basically no possibility of escape, and they can only wait to die. Looking at the black wall in front of him, Rosen quickly assessed the situation. At present, he and Adela have completely lost contact, which means that Adela and the sisters Padnaros are trapped in the cage. In addition, most of the invaders in this demi-plane must also be trapped in the cage of time and space. Once they are eliminated by the Dawn Emperor Oletus, he will definitely be the next one. From a short-term perspective, he and the demi-plane invaders are actually allies. But from another longer-term perspective, these demi-plane invaders all come from the Abyss, and a large part of them even come from another world and are the apostles of the true God. Once the Dawn Emperor fails, and the demi-plane collapses, the Abyss will be able to open the passage to the main plane. At that time, the power of the Abyss and the power of the other world will invade the main plane along the passage. The main plane's magic ring is not restricted, and these forces will immediately return to their full strength and crush themselves and their natural empire in an instant. After weighing the pros and cons, Rosen came to a conclusion. The best result is to completely block the exit from the Abyss to the main plane. But just thinking about it, you can tell that it is extremely difficult, so I have to consider a plan. If it can't be blocked, then I have to find an ally. Obviously, Adela and Padnaros, as well as the Queen of Pain Egdalin behind these two sisters, are my potential allies. So, he must at least rescue the two sisters from the cage of time and space. Leeling, is there a way to get them out of the cage? Tira Leeling shook her head slowly, her face full of regret. If my soul has recovered to the 22nd ring, there is a way, but my current strength is less than 15th ring, so I really can't do it. This made Rosen's heart move. Why can't it be done? Is it because the soul is not strong enough? Or is the time talent not strong enough? It's mainly the latter, because after the 22nd ring, I can obtain a very powerful elemental power called Ghost Tunnel. With this tunnel, I can pass through any high-energy barrier like a ghost. After a pause, Tyrallin added, it's like a high mountain. Under normal circumstances, if we want to get to the other side of the mountain, we have to spend enough physical strength to climb over the top of the mountain. But with the tunnel, I only need to spend very little strength to easily reach the other side of the mountain. Rosen immediately understood. Similar to the elemental penetration effect? That's right. I used this skill to escape the pursuit of the Imperial rebels many times. This is indeed a good skill for escaping. Rosen immediately said, Liline, I will help you improve the strength of your time talent. Then, he took out the time orb, and briefly explained the principle of iterative focusing technique, and then said, the specific number of iterations depends on luck and operation skills. Maybe it can't make your time talent reach the extreme, but it is likely to surpass the level of 22 rings. Tira Liline thought carefully. This requires self-operation, and the operation difficulty is quite high. I'm afraid I can't iterate a few times. The difficulty is indeed quite high. Rosen can iterate to the extreme, because Lai Fu is precisely controlling it. Ordinary people can't do it. But Rosen has his own way. Don't worry, I will guide you, just like you once guided me. In this case, Tira Liline said without hesitation, okay, let's do it. Time is urgent, so the two found a relatively safe place and started the operation. Just as Rosen was helping Tyralin improve her time talent, the time cage had already been plunged into a war. Inside the cage, the sky was extremely dark, as if covered by a thick layer of dark clouds. The attackers were a group of winged combat puppets that descended from the sky, claiming to be the purification angels of the creator god. The purification angels were flying all over the sky, and there were countless of them, making the already dark sky even darker. Their combat power was also quite strong, and their individual combat power was not inferior to that of a 15-ring time and space warrior. When they formed a group, they were simply unstoppable. In the hills of the northern suburbs of Bluestone City, deep in a cave in a mountain, Adela was treating the injury on Padnaro's arm, and beside the two women lay a group of purification angels' bodies. Adela's face was full of horror. Your Majesty, Rosen is right. This is indeed a trap carefully set up by Orletus. The reason why she was horrified was not only because of the current Angel of Death, but also because she had completely figured it out. She became the Duchess of Bluestone City, and created the Wizards Association to fight against the Dark Brotherhood. At the same time, Bluestone City gradually became a hiding place for various invaders. She thought she was hiding well, but in fact, all of this was seen by the Emperor of Dawn. But this deep Emperor never had an attack, and even forged false news of physical weakness, just to gather all the invaders together and catch them all in one fell swoop. It took her a full 1,000 years to run Bluestone City, and the Emperor of Dawn also quietly laid out for 1,000 years. There was some despair on Padnaro's face. There are countless number of these combat puppets, and the time and space in this area are all blocked. Sister, this time we are afraid we are finished. Adela still had a glimmer of hope in her heart. His Majesty Rosen ran in time. He was not trapped. He might be trying to save us. Padnaros curled her lips. Don't be silly, sister. Since he was lucky enough to escape the death trap, how could he take the initiative to jump into the trap? Even if he really likes you, sister, he has reminded us many times and has fulfilled his obligations. After all, he is the Emperor of the Empire. He has not only you in his heart, but also a huge empire. He can't take such a big risk for you. Of course, Adela understood these reasons, so she didn't argue, but insisted, no matter what, we must try our best to hold on for a longer time. What if there are variables? Padnaros shrugged. That's true. After all, it's not just us who are trapped. There are also many guys who have mastered the real artifacts. Maybe one of the guys is so powerful that even the Emperor of Dawn is no match for him. Just then, there was a noisy movement in the cave again. Many more death angels broke in. Adela immediately helped her sister up. Let's go to the deepest part of the cave. No matter how long it takes, it's better. At the same time, the competition field in the eastern suburbs of Launcher City. The venue, which was very lively before, became extremely chaotic at this moment. Many people were confused about the situation and ran around like headless flies. At the same time, many strange and terrible monsters appeared. The monsters roared and tried their best to resist the endless attack of the purifying angel. A closer look revealed that the monsters were divided into 7 types, each with about 200 to 300 people. At first, the monsters fought on their own. But there were too many purifying angels, and as they fought, the 7 waves of monsters gathered together and began to cooperate to resist the enemy. Among them was the blood mage Ackerman, and under his feet was a hapless person, none other than the traitorous noble disguised as a bard. He grabbed the blood staff in one hand and a brilliant crown in the other, and roared loudly, "Guys, buy me some time, and when I crack the secret of the crown, we will rush into the Dawn Palace together and kill the damned Dawn Emperor." Before he finished speaking, a monster with muscular body, ferocious face, but still very slender figure screamed at him. Ackerman, stop talking nonsense, hurry up, everyone is about to collapse. It was Liv, the apostle of the Pleasura Terranea. These 7 people are all apostles of the true God, and they all come from another world. Although they all hope to get the Dawn Crown, the purpose of getting the crown is not to become the king, but to break through this damn demi-plane and completely enter the main plane of this solar star world. At this moment, facing the terrible offensive of the Dawn Emperor, they naturally formed an alliance. Ackerman, who has the strongest time and space talent, is responsible for cracking the crown, and the others are desperately trying to give him a chance. But there are too many purifying angels. Although their individual combat power is not very good, they are extremely brave. They rush forward one after another, and quickly consume the strength of the warriors. When the number of apostles of the gods in the other world is getting smaller and smaller, another force suddenly appears. This force has quite a lot of people. At a glance, there are tens of thousands of people. The group of people rush forward while fighting, quickly approaching the 7 gods alliance of the other world. The Joy Apostle Liv immediately recognized the other party's identity. Be careful, it's someone from the Dark Brotherhood. As soon as the voice fell, a roar came from the opposite side. If you don't want to die, hand over the Dawn Crown to me, and I will crack it. I am Cicero, the chief royal sage of the Dawn Empire, the cousin of Emperor Orletus, and a member of the Sephinos royal family. I am more likely to open the seal of the Dawn Crown than all of you. Hearing this, the apostles of the 7 gods looked at each other. Liv looked at Ackerman. I say, are you sure you can crack it? Ackerman looked unwilling, but still shook his head truthfully. Of course I can crack it, but now there is not enough time. In other words, it can't be cracked. But he immediately said, but this guy is a member of the royal family of Sephinos. He is not trustworthy at all. After he gets the crown, he will only kill us all. As soon as the voice fell, another voice sounded, he is indeed untrustworthy, but I will make him trustworthy. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a very tall man, with 4 arms on his back, and eyes shining with black flames walking out of the crowd. Everyone immediately recognized the identity of this man. It was the supreme leader of the Dark Brotherhood, Gal Miller. He shouted, I am not only the elemental projection of Antawanji, but also a follower of the great goddess of annihilation, Felices. I have completely controlled Cicero. I promise you that once the Dawn Crown is cracked, I will immediately kill the damn Dawn Emperor and destroy this damn demi-plane. After entering the main plane, everyone will go their own way and not interfere with each other. The goddess of annihilation, Felices, is one of the 9 supreme gods in the other world. As soon as her name came out, the 7 apostles looked at each other, and then the blood mage Ackerman handed over the crown of Dawn. Since you are a follower of the goddess of annihilation, it depends on you. Chapter 392. Forest. Rosen successfully helped Tylaulan improve her time talent, and successfully made her insight reach 18 orders of magnitude. The latter really felt the element ghost tunnel again. She immediately guided Rosen in turn. Your Majesty, the element of the ghost tunnel is very delicate, and requires extremely high insight. In the previous Dawn Empire, only I mastered this element. But of course, it is not difficult for your Majesty. Rosen concentrated on following Tylaulan's guidance, and gradually perceived the full picture of the ghost tunnel. After a careful experience, he came to the conclusion. This element requires insight to sink to 17 orders of magnitude, and the structure is also extremely delicate. No wonder only you can perceive it. The spacetime structure of the sub-element field is extremely complex, like a big tree with luxuriant branches and leaves. To find the fruit hidden in the branches and leaves, it takes a lot of effort and luck. Although Rosen already possessed the best perception ability in the mortal world, it would take a lot of time and energy to explore on his own. Now that Tira Liling directly pointed out the hidden place of the fruit to him, it naturally saved a lot of time. Of course, Tira Liling not only pointed out the location of the fruit, but also explained in detail how to eat the fruit. Soon, Rosen obtained a very powerful spacetime element spell. The spell name is Secret Passage. The effect of the spell is to use powerful spacetime insight to find the balance point of power in the nearby spacetime, and freely transfer in each balance point. According to the principle of magic, the farthest transfer distance of this spell is directly related to the user's spacetime insight. For example, Rosen, without the aid of magic tools, can only teleport up to 500 kilometers. In terms of transfer distance, it is far inferior to the phase transfer spell activated by the magic ring. However, this spell is applicable to any environment, and there is no need to worry about being intercepted by mortal spacetime spells. According to the principle of magic, The spell transfer itself does not require much power, but when transferring, it takes a lot of power to ensure the structural integrity of the macroscopic body. The specific amount of power required has nothing to do with the space-time distance of the transfer, but only with the strength of the space-time barrier between the two space-time equilibrium points. After a careful experience, Rosen said, the strength of the space-time cage is extremely high. I estimate that it takes 100 grams of solar essence to transfer once. According to this consumption method, the solar essence he carries will not last long. But the trembling of the thread of time told him that there was a huge turning point of fate ahead, not only his personal fate, but also the turning point of the fate of the entire empire, and even the two worlds. Good steel is used on the blade, and at this time, there is naturally no room for stinginess. Liling, are you ready to move? Tila Liling was his guide in the Dawn Empire. Without her guidance, he would be blind, so he had to take her into the space-time cage. Tila Liling took a deep breath, ready. Rosen grabbed her hand, closed his eyes, and felt carefully, and then found a space-time balance point in the cage. Let's go! Huh? The two of them entered the space-time cage after a blackout and a slight light. They stood in a rugged hill with dim light. Looking up at the sky, there were groups of birdmen flying at high speed, and their number was too numerous to count. Rosen asked, "What are these birdmen with wings?" Tira Liling immediately explained, "They are flesh and blood puppet warriors, also called desireless warriors. They are alien warriors trained in an organized manner using life spells. Each warrior shares the same specially configured combat bloodline, so they have a very high tacit understanding with each other. Because their bloodline is special, the training process is also carefully screened, and what is finally created is a pure killing machine that completely obeys orders and has no desires of its own." At this point, Tira Liling's brows were already furrowed. But this kind of evil warrior who deprives humanity has been banned for many years, but I didn't expect Orletus to dig them out of the garbage dump of history again. Rosen understood that this was the clone army of another world. He sighed softly. It seems that the Dawn Empire has indeed reached its twilight years, and has completely lost its bottom line. As a country grows older, its ability to mobilize resources and create wealth will become weaker and weaker, and the country will become poorer and poorer. In this case, the rulers will become more and more unscrupulous in order to maintain their own interests. In appearance, they are becoming less and less decent, and have no bottom line in their actions. Alas! Tila Liling had nothing to say, and could only sigh. Because the two of them maintained the undercurrent spell, and the big trees in the mountains and forests covered their bodies, they were not discovered by the warriors flying around in the sky. But this was only temporary. They would soon be exposed because everything in the space-time cage was monitored by the Dawn Emperor. Since he was bound to be exposed, Rosen was too lazy to hide. He directly contacted Adela with mental magic. "My dear, where are you?" He immediately got a response. "Your Majesty, why are you here?" "Of course I'm here to save you." As they spoke, they were exposed. A group of birdmen in the sky had already turned around, with a total number of more than 200, and they screamed and rushed towards them. At the same time, Rosen also used the help of mental magic to locate Adela's position. "Hold on, I come to find you soon." Bringing Tira Liling, casting various auxiliary spells, and running wildly towards Adela's location. While running, Rosen's mind urged him to release several time and space annihilation balls in the direction of the birdmen rushing towards the sky. Buzz! Several translucent spheres emitting faint light rushed into the bird group head-on, exploded violently, and stimulated countless annihilation waves. These annihilation balls were all supergiant space-time spells, each of which was infused with about 1,000 Rosens' mana. Under Lai Fu's control, each spell took no more than 1 second to cast, but its power was several orders of magnitude stronger than ordinary spells. A rain of broken arms, debris and blood suddenly fell from the sky, and none of the 200 birdmen survived. The noise was so loud that it immediately attracted more birdmen. Wow, wow! Countless birdmen rushed towards them, forming a neat queue in the sky, approaching at a very high speed, like a huge school of fish in the deep sea. Tira Liling whispered, "The number is at least more than 10,000. Rosen smiled. "It doesn't matter how many come." With another thought, about 2,000 Rosen's power was poured into the Hercules magic weapon, and a supergiant mass spell was released at the right time. Buzz! Like the sound of morning bells and evening drums, a circle of translucent ripples spread out to the sky, directly covering the bird group within a range of about 200 meters. Once covered by the spell, the bird people were given 100 times the mass, and suddenly fell down like rain, and smashed themselves into meat paste on the spot. On the other side, Lai Fu's Heart of the God of War entered the multi-line casting mode. One after another, supermassive spells continued to explode. The previous spell had not yet exploded, and the next spell had already taken shape. There was almost no gap between the two spells. So, the bird people chased all the way, and died all the way, but no one broke through to within 300 meters around Rosen. When Rosen came to the entrance of a cave, the so-called desireless warriors killed by him had exceeded 8,000. Adela, are you in the cave? Yes. I'm in. Your Majesty, be careful. There are a lot of enemies in the cave. They call themselves Angels of Purification, and are very difficult to deal with. I be careful. He has seen a large group of birdmen rushing towards him. From a close distance, it can be found that these birdmen warriors are all very beautiful women, and they all look exactly the same. Their wings are white feathers, and they are not wearing clothes. It's probably not that they don't want to wear clothes, but there are too many of them, and they can't afford them. When Rosen thought about the fact that he had just killed more than 8,000 people, he sighed in his heart. Oh, I'm really ruthless. Should I destroy the ones in front of me? Of course, I have to destroy them. The cave is narrow, and Lai Fu continues to maintain multi-line operations, directly using waves of annihilation shock waves to clear the way. The spells pushed all the way, and flesh and blood flew all the way. Soon, they reached the hiding place of Adela and Padnaros. The two women were almost forced to the deepest part of the cave. Their bodies were covered with blood and scars, and a large circle of birdman warriors fell around them. It can be seen that both of them were at the end of their strength. If they came later, they would be finished. Buzz. A mass spell with precise control of the range was thrown over, crushing all the remaining birdman warriors into meat paste. Immediately afterwards, an annihilation shock wave was cast behind him, turning the entire group of birdmen chasing him into broken limbs and debris, and at the same time he said, "Ladies, it seems that I came at the right time." Adela smiled weakly, but tears were hidden in her eyes. "Yes, Your Majesty, you came at the right time." Padnaros opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, she said nothing, but her eyes looking at Rosen became much softer. "Are the injuries serious?" "No, they are all minor injuries." As she spoke, she was about to cast a healing spell on herself. Rosen took the lead and cast an 8-ring natural healing spell on each of the two women, while also clearing the pursuers behind him like a flood. He was calm and unhurried throughout the whole process. It seemed that he was not casting a very difficult spell, but a powerful magic weapon that could be unleashed by snapping his fingers. But the three women present knew the extremely high difficulty of these spells, and were more and more shocked by Rosen's ability to cast spells, and even felt a little awed. And although the three of them were all strong men above 20 rings, Rosen only had a sole strength of 13 rings. After clearing the pursuers again, Rosen asked his royal sage, "Liline, I must have been the focus of Elitis now, right?" Tyralilin nodded, "That's right. According to past experience, he will soon send more powerful cage guards. Logically speaking, this is no problem." But Rosen suddenly saw another time illusion. In the illusion, a huge hole appeared in the sky, and a huge light column that was as solid as a substance fell from the sky. After the light column fell to the ground, it caused an extremely violent explosion. I saw an extremely violent shock wave rushing in all directions. Wherever it rushed, the buildings there were flattened, the rocks turned into magma, and even the mountains were flattened. In a short while, the entire space-time cage, with a radius of nearly 300 kilometers, turned into a magma swamp. In the cage, almost all life, including the bird people flying in the sky, were killed cleanly. Obviously, this Emperor Orleats had no patience to play the cat and mouse game, and came directly with a ruthless wave. Rosen told Tyralilin about the time illusion he saw. The latter was shocked. "It's the Empire's plasma cannon, a super weapon used in interstellar wars, and never used on planes. It seems that he has gone completely crazy." Rosen secretly sighed. "TSK, this cannon is really powerful, but we can't stay here, let's go." How to go? Of course, use the newly learned spell Secret Passage to escape. But just as the words fell, Tyralilin said, "Your Majesty, don't be impatient. Although the light plasma cannon is terrible, it is necessary to mobilize a huge force before activating the cannon. Such a powerful force flow is difficult to disguise, and it is very likely to expose the time and space coordinates of the Dawn Palace. Once the coordinates are determined, we may be able to teleport directly into the Dawn Palace." After a pause, Tyralilin showed a trace of determination on her face. "Your Majesty, it's time to end the Dawn Empire completely." Rosen quickly considered it and nodded. "Well, it's a bit risky, but it's worth a try." It can be seen from the illusion that it takes time for the shock wave to arrive. So why not try it first? If you can't get in, it's not too late to run away. Chapter 393. Eastern suburbs of Launcher City. The purifying angels are getting more and more crazy. Hundreds of thousands of purifying angels gathered in the sky into a huge torrent, and with the fierce momentum of the waves hitting the shore, they violently washed the alliance of gods in the eastern suburbs. Even with the addition of the new forces of the Dark Brotherhood, and the assistance of many true artifacts, the alliance of gods gradually became unable to withstand this almost endless terrorist offensive. This is definitely not going to work. Blood Mage Ackerman shouted. The pressure on the ground is too great, it won't last long, it's best to retreat underground. Liv sneered. I want to hide underground, but where can I find a cave? Do I have to dig with my hands? This ghost place can't use magic at all. It's just a dream to want to temporarily dig a cave deep underground on the flat ground. A monster with a body like a rolling ball, covered with dark blue thick leather, and dragging an elephant trunk between his crotch came up with an idea. Use the corpses of these purifying angels to build a defensive wall. He is the apostle of the wild god Leia. Although his appearance is not elegant, his combat power is extremely extraordinary. His idea is indeed effective. The most common thing at the scene is the corpses of the purifying angels, which are piled on the ground layer by layer. There are tens of thousands of them, and they are still increasing rapidly. Enough to build a huge defensive fortification. Such fortifications may not be strong, but they are enough to withstand the violent impact of the purifying angels after diving. At the front of the team, Gal Miller, who has 6 arms, holds a tall black spear staffed tightly in both hands, stimulating a layer of black light shield with a diameter of more than 10 meters, bearing the greatest pressure. He carries some eternal essence that he has taken great pains to get from the abyss, and is not worried that his power will be exhausted, but the speed of absorbing power is too slow, and the opponent's attack is too fierce. At this rate, he could only last 20 minutes at most. So, he immediately adopted the method of the wild apostle and roared fiercely, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and pile up!" As the apostle of the goddess of annihilation, as the elemental projection of the supreme lord of the abyss, and with the largest number of subordinates, he is already the leader of the alliance of gods. As soon as he spoke, everyone immediately started to act. While taking action, they complained. These angels of purification look exactly the same. Is this thing man-made? Bah, how can there be angels who don't even have clothes to wear? To me, they are just a group of beggars. You know what, this angel looks really good, tut-tut. At this critical moment, you still have the mind to have fun? Hurry up and pull out your trunk. In the chaos, a protective wall made of a large number of corpses stood out of thin air in the arena on the eastern outskirts of Launcher City. It is a hollow cone with an outer diameter of more than 70 meters, an inner cavity diameter of more than 50 meters, and a height of more than 10 meters. It is packed with about 1,100 monsters from the Alliance of Gods. The monsters fought with a pile of corpses around them, and the pressure was greatly reduced. Jamilu also breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and shouted to Cicero, who was carefully protected by the warriors, "How is the crown?" Cicero did not respond. He closed his eyes, held the crown of dawn in his hands, and sat cross-legged on the ground motionlessly. Seeing him like this, Jamilu was anxious, but for fear of disturbing Cicero's thoughts, he could only endure the anxiety in his heart and wait patiently. But the good times didn't last long, and the situation changed again. The sky, which was as dark as a storm, gradually showed swirling clouds. As the swirling light appeared, the sky became brighter and brighter, and the originally black clouds were reflected into milky white, showing a strange texture similar to white jade. Blood Mage Ackerman shouted, "There seems to be something on the clouds. It looks like it's definitely not a good thing. I have a terrible premonition." "Aren't you talking nonsense?" I said, "Are you here to fight or have fun? Why do you keep doing it?" "Hee, don't be surprised. This is the doctrine of our wild god, called life and death are determined by fate. Enjoy life while you can." In a mess of conversations, Gal Miller finally couldn't help but yelled, "Cicero, what's going on now?" This time Cicero responded, "Sir, it's the Dawn Empire's plasma cannon. Looking at the current situation, the cannon will fire in 10 minutes at most. After firing, the entire space-time cage will turn into a terrible sea of fire, and the temperature of this fire is very high, which can evaporate steel in an instant." This made the monsters of the Gods' Alliance look at each other in fear. The Apostle of Joy Liv shouted, "What should we do?" Ackerman said in surprise, "Is the Emperor of Dawn crazy? Bluestone City is nearby, and there are hundreds of thousands of people living in the city. Although the blood drinker Silkovid is not a kind god, he has never done such a big thing. Gormrel has seen many similar scenes, and many of them are even hundreds of times larger than the current one, so he is not surprised. In addition, his original body had dealt with the Dawn Empire, and knew the power of the light plasma cannon. He knew clearly that once this thing was launched, it would be useless even if he held a real artifact, because the artifact was just a tool with fine functions, and it would be dead once the power was exhausted. He immediately urged loudly, "Cicero, if this cannon is really launched, everyone will be finished, you'd better find a way quickly." Cicero smiled slightly, held up the crown, and slowly put it on his head. "The solution has been found." He shouted loudly, "Everyone gather around me, now." Although everyone didn't know the reason, this was the only way out at the moment, and everyone immediately gathered around Cicero. Cicero looked up at the sky and shouted loudly, "Alice, respond to my call." Everyone looked at each other, their eyes were full of doubts, and everyone couldn't help but wonder who Alice was. The next moment, the answer appeared. A hazy shadow of a woman suddenly appeared in front of Cicero. The specific facial features could not be seen clearly, but judging from her charming figure, she must be extremely beautiful. The shadow of the woman bowed slightly to Cicero. "Lord Cicero, I salute you." Cicero said, "I have mastered the crown of Dawn and obtained 1/3 of the Dawn royal power. I ask to return to the Dawn Palace." The woman nodded. "Lord Cicero, your request is legitimate. The time and space channel leading to the Dawn Palace will be open for you." On the other side, Gal Miller immediately gave Cicero a threatening look and secretly made a throat-cutting gesture. The meaning was very clear: take us away together, or die together. Cicero had no choice, took a deep breath, and continued, "Alice, these people around me are my loyal followers, and they will return to the palace with me." Unexpectedly, Alice asked back, "Lord Cicero, you seem to be in a state of coercion. Do you need help to remove the threat?" Cicero smiled bitterly in his heart. If the threat to him was an ordinary strongman, he would have asked Alice for help long ago, but these people around him were the apostles of the true gods of the other world. Although their power was far less than that of the Dawn Empire in quantity, it was much better in quality. They had countless ways to bypass the protection of the Dawn Crown and directly kill their souls. Therefore, Cicero wisely denied, "No, I am free now, and all orders come from my free will. All you have to do is obey my orders, Alice." Alice understands. Your loyal followers have been marked as friendly units, and can travel through the space-time channel with you. In some mechanical words, a dark circular channel appeared among the crowd. Cicero then explained, "Alice is the royal housekeeper of the Dawn Empire, created by generations of mages with great time and effort. As long as her status is recognized, she can serve loyally." Gormiel had understood it long ago, because the former Eternal Empire also had similar things. This thing is essentially a powerful, intelligent puppet tool. Its existence is to assist the royal family, and greatly expand the boundaries of mortals' abilities, to better govern the empire. Most of the time, this kind of intelligent puppet does greatly save the time and energy needed to govern the country, allowing the emperor to make fewer mistakes, but there is usually an insurance mechanism inside it to prevent traitors in the empire, especially the emperor, from doing crazy things that destroy the empire. It is precisely because of this damn insurance mechanism that his original body Antawanji has been trapped in the abyss, and is rarely free. Back to the present, he loves and hates things like intelligent puppets, and can't help but sigh, "Mortals, one day they will be killed by the tools they make themselves." Cicero also knew why Jamil sighed like this, but he didn't agree with him. He shrugged, "Lord Jamil, I think that mortals with powerful tools are complete and can fight against gods." Jamil shook his head slowly, and couldn't help but sighed, "Impossible. Mortals can never fight against gods, because they can't create tools that exceed the limits of mortal power." Cicero was dissatisfied. That may not be the case. Jamil snorted coldly, "The path your Dawn Empire is taking is the path my Eternal Empire has already taken. I'm telling you clearly now that mortals can never pick the fruits of gods, and can't even see them." Cicero was shocked and speechless. At this time, the blood mage Ackerman urged, "You two, now is not a good time to discuss philosophy. The light plasma cannon in the sky is about to fall. Let's go quickly." Cicero came to his senses, and stepped into the space-time channel. The monsters of the Gods Alliance also followed. For the sake of caution, Gal Miller did not rush in, but waited until the members of the Dark Brotherhood had almost entered before stepping in. Just when he stepped half a foot into the space-time channel, the Annihilation Spear in his hand suddenly shook slightly, and the voice of the Goddess of Annihilation was heard. "Gamiller, my loyal apostle, the real test has just begun, and you must not let your guard down. Gomler was shocked. Master, is it dangerous in the palace? The space and time of the palace are wrapped in a huge fog, and are in the most thorough chaos. Once you enter the palace, I will not be able to contact you. You must remember that once you meet the destined person, the Annihilation Spear will give a clear reminder. What you have to do is to kill him with all your strength. Gomler was shocked and immediately responded, Yes, Master. Chapter 394. Who? Rosen, Tila Leline, Adela, and Padnaros disappeared deep in the cave. After a period of absolute darkness, the four appeared in a beautiful garden. This is a huge garden built indoors. Above their heads is a very tall and gorgeous dome of light, with light flowing down slowly like a waterfall. Surrounding them are transparent walls that refract light like diamonds, and under their feet are various unknown, but extremely exquisite flowers. There is also warm and fresh music flowing in the air, and what is even more amazing is that the flowers are actually moving with the music, like dancing elves. Tila Leline whispered, We are now in Anya Garden in the palace, which was built to commemorate Anya, the first queen of the Dawn Empire. Look, the human-shaped light and shadow over there is what Queen Anya looked like when she was alive. Rosen looked over as Tila Leline pointed, and sure enough, he saw a hazy light and shadow in the flowers. She dressed up as a gardener, weeding, removing insects, and cutting flowers, looking almost exactly like a living person. Adela commented softly, It seems that the first emperor of the Dawn Empire loved his queen very much. Tila Leline smiled faintly. No, not love, the queen was actually tortured to death by the emperor. After the queen died, the emperor built such a garden for repentance under pressure from the harem. After a pause, the wise man in front of the emperor said in a tone that saw through the world, Miss Adela, if you place your personal emotions on the emperor, you are destined not to get the same return, because every emperor has an entire empire in his heart. Adela shrugged slightly. Thank you for reminding me, but I know everything. Rosen listened to the conversation, but did not express his own opinion. I say, what we should discuss most now is what to do next. Tila Leline smiled lightly. Indeed? She immediately became serious. Everyone, feel the magic ring carefully. You will find that the palace's binding force on the magic ring is many times stronger than the demiplane. Here, casting any spell, including time spells, is a luxury. Adela concentrated and felt it, then looked frustrated. Indeed. She couldn't use any spells. Paternello's cursed directly. This is really hell. Rosen tried to cast ordinary spells, but found that the spells that originally had a maximum power of 8 rings were now only equivalent to 1 ring, and the casting time was also increased several times. It can be said that the power of ordinary spells has directly dropped by an order of magnitude. He tried the time and space spell again, and the power was greatly reduced, but the reduction was smaller, about 3 times. In this way, he still had a lot of combat power, but he couldn't deal with the so-called purification angels, like dealing with miscellaneous soldiers, as before in the demiplane. This is also natural. After all, this is the Dawn Palace, the place with the strongest defense in the entire Dawn Empire. Tila Leline continued, What we have to do next is to gain partial control of this Dawn Palace. There are 2 ways, one is legal and the other is illegal. I try the legal one first. After that, Tila Leline looked up at the air and said, Summon Alice. Buzz. The shadow of a woman suddenly appeared in the air. The shadow saluted to Tyrallalin. Greetings, Miss Tyrallalin. Tyrallalin showed a hint of surprise on her face. Why, didn't His Majesty Sephinos cancel my identity? Alice answered in a soft but emotionless voice. Miss Tyrallalin, you have been promoted to the identity of the Dawn Sage. No one, including His Majesty the Emperor, can cancel it. Tyrallalin showed a hint of surprise on her face. Dawn Sage, who promoted you? His Majesty the Emperor himself was promoted in the 10,938th year of the main plane clock, which is the 2nd year after you left the Dawn Palace. Tyrallalin was more surprised, and had more doubts in her heart. Okay, where is His Majesty now? His Majesty is currently at the top of the Tower of Truth. Can I go to see him? Not alone, but with my friends. Yes. As she spoke, a dark space-time channel appeared beside Alice. Please come in, everyone. Your Majesty has been waiting for a long time. This made everyone present feel a little confused. Paterneros was a little alert. Is this another trap? Rosen shook his head. At this time, there is no need to set any traps. Let's go and take a look. He walked towards the time and space channel first, but was beaten by Tyrallalin. I first, Your Majesty. After saying that, she took the lead in entering the time channel, followed by Rosen, and then Adela and Padnaros. In a flash of light and shadow, Rosen walked out of the time channel. He found himself standing on a circular platform, which was about 50 meters in diameter and had no guardrails around it. The wind was strong on the platform, and an endless sea of clouds could be seen in the distance, indicating that they were now standing at a very high place. In the middle of the platform was a high-backed stone chair made of purple gold material, on which sat a man. The man had a withered face, a shriveled body, a head of equally dry dark purple hair, and a pair of dull dark purple eyes. He was wearing a gorgeous and exquisite purple gold robe, holding a gorgeous scepter in his left hand that seemed to be condensed from pure light, and a square seal in his right hand. He sat on the stone chair in an almost limp posture, with a trace of extremely tired smile on his withered face. "Cousin, you are finally back. I thought I couldn't wait for you." Tila Lilin's face was full of surprise. "Your Majesty, I thought you were dead a long time ago." Then he couldn't help but add, "But you look like a dried corpse now." Obviously, the person sitting on the chair was the last emperor of the Dawn Empire, Auletus Sophinos. The weak emperor on the chair coughed lightly. "The assassination from the abyss did cause my soul to suffer a serious injury that is difficult to recover, and this pain has been tormenting me, constantly wearing away my will and vitality. I know you must be very confused about the current situation, and you must be angry, thinking that I betrayed the original oath." Speaking of this, the weak emperor's face showed a strong bitterness. Tila Lilin frowned. "It seems that a lot of things have happened after I left." "Yes, a lot of things happened." Emperor Auletus had a complex look of pain and relief on his face. "After you left, the empire did not calm down, but became more chaotic. The kings continued to rebel, the abyss continued to invade, and the intensity of the invasion increased day by day. Seeing that the plan we agreed on was about to fail, I could only create this demi-plane as a buffer zone for the main plane world." Tila Lilin had never expected this to happen, but after thinking about it carefully, she felt that it was reasonable, and at the same time, she felt a lot of guilt in her heart. After all, she was just dormant, and she easily traveled through 10,000 years with her eyes closed and opened, while the emperor in front of her, with a seriously injured body, endured the waste of tens of thousands of years. But she was still a little puzzled. "Then why did you attack us in the demi-plane? Why didn't you summon us directly?" The emperor smiled weakly, and his dim eyes revealed a kind of indifference that regarded life as straw dogs. "This is the last test I set. If you can't even pass this, you are not worthy of inheriting the glory of Dawn, let alone fighting against the abyss." At this point, he turned to look at Rosen, with a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. "Of course, there are also some personal grudges mixed in. I respect my cousin, and I love my cousin. Although I hide this love deep in my heart, it doesn't mean that I can watch you blaspheme her." Rosen spread his hands and apologized. "Your Majesty, I didn't know about this, I apologize to you." It can be felt that the emperor did not really kill him. Otherwise, with his strong control over the demi-plane, he would have lost 100 lives. Considering that the other party was already weak and dying, Rosen, who knew the truth, had no idea of revenge at all. Auletus waved his hand slightly. "Don't mention it, let it all go. Even if I have the heart, I can't afford to bother with you. No matter what, you have successfully come to me. As the first emperor of the new high-energy empire, you also have all the qualities that the first emperor should have. Ruthlessness, courage, perseverance, and extremely outstanding talents. Everything is in line with my cousin's prophecy. If nothing unexpected happens, you should be the destined successor of Dawn Glory." At this point, Auletus seemed a little short of breath, and coughed hard again, and only stopped when he coughed up blood. "Sister, I regret to tell you that most of the Imperial Creation Bureau of the Empire has been destroyed. It has been destroyed for at least 10,000 years. Of course, it was not destroyed automatically, but destroyed by the war with the Abyss. I tried my best, but only a small part was left, and the power of this small part was almost all used to maintain this demi-plane. Of course, the Empire still has some heritage." While speaking, Auletus used all his strength to throw the scepter of light in his hand to Rosen. "This seal is nothing great, but this scepter is a real artifact, from the Sun Ring. Its greatest function is to protect the soul of the holder, and ensure his clear will. It is because of its existence that my residual soul can be preserved until now, and I can always resist the sole control of the true God. Now, it belongs to you." After saying this, Auletus coughed hard a few times. "In addition, it can also greatly speed up your practice, until you reach the extreme of the 23rd ring. But please note that in our world, the soul of life seems to be only able to reach the 23rd ring, which should be determined by the laws of the world. And relying solely on the power of the 23rd ring is absolutely impossible to fight against the true gods of the other world, So you need a truly great high-energy empire, and you also need to find a way to control the power of the true gods with the souls of mortals. Before he finished speaking, the ground of the Tower of Truth suddenly shook violently, and at the same time, a loud bang rushed up to the clouds. The tower body swayed violently, and everyone on the top of the tower was unstable. Aletus's face showed a look of complete relief. The betrayers and invaders from 10,000 years ago have come again. I have been holding on for more than 10,000 years, and I am really too tired. The next troubles will all be left to you, your Majesty Rosen. After struggling to finish this sentence, the extremely weak emperor gently exhaled his last breath and slowly closed his eyes. A circle of tiny halos slowly spread out from his body, which was the glow produced by the decay of the shattered soul. The last emperor of the Dawn Empire, Aletus Sophinos, completely left the world. Ding, ding, ding. The magnificent and desolate bell sound emerged from the air and spread throughout the Dawn Palace, announcing the death of the emperor. Tira Lilin walked to the throne and knelt down on both knees to salute. Your Majesty, you are worthy of the sacred duty of the Dawn Emperor and the glory of the Sophinos family. I pay you the highest respect. She bowed deeply, and when she looked up again, her face was full of tears. Rosen also stepped forward, bowed deeply to Aletus, and said silently in his heart, "Thank you, brother." Chapter 395. Tower of Truth. The last Emperor Sophinos passed away so abruptly, leaving behind a mess full of problems. The question now is, what should we do next? Leave? Fight? Or are there other options? After thinking for a while, Rosen turned his head and looked at the blurred light and shadow. Alice, did the Emperor make any arrangements before leaving? Alice did not respond, as if Rosen did not exist at all. Rosen was startled, picked up the scepter of light, and asked again. Still no response. Tyralilan had already understood. Your Majesty, you do not have the royal blood of Sophinos, nor do you hold any important position in the Dawn Empire, so you do not have the power to call on the royal butler. She then looked at Alice and repeated Rosen's question. Alice really responded. She said, before his death, His Majesty had already started the collapse process of the demiplane. The demiplane is currently mobilizing its last strength and will complete a complete collapse in half an hour, becoming a collapsed plane with a stagnation intensity so high that it is almost frozen, in order to completely block all exits of the abyss. There is an arrangement. That's good, they can just leave. But before Rosen could breathe a sigh of relief, Alice followed up with a report. But with His Majesty's death, the supreme power of the Empire has entered a state of being essentially ownerless. Currently Lord Cicero, who holds the crown of Dawn and has the orthodox bloodline of Sophinos, has automatically been promoted to the first successor to the throne of the Emperor. Using this qualification, Lord Cicero is invading my intelligence corps. Once the invasion is successful, he will gain full management rights over the demiplane and become the official Emperor of Dawn. Tira Lilin was slightly startled and immediately asked, as far as I know, the collapse process has absolute supreme authority. Even if Cicero has full management rights, he has no right to stop it, right? Alice's light and shadow nodded slightly. Indeed, he has no right to stop it, but as the Emperor, he has the right to open an exemption channel, thereby establishing a channel between the abyss and the main plane, making the collapse of the half-plane meaningless. As soon as these words came out, the four people present were shocked. Tira Lilin frowned, and she continued to ask, Alice, how long do you estimate he will succeed? According to the current invasion speed, it will succeed in 15 minutes at most. The half-plane collapsed in half an hour, and Cicero successfully ascended the throne as the Emperor of Dawn in 15 minutes, with enough time to open the exemption channel. Rosen immediately said, there is no doubt that we must stop Cicero. Otherwise, when the gate of the abyss is opened, the main plane will be hit hard by the abyss and the power of the other world, and the current main plane has almost no resistance to this. Adela asked softly, Cicero must have more than one person. How can we stop him with just the four of us? Tira Lilin immediately said, Alice, as the Sage of Dawn, I request a higher power authority to ensure that the will of Emperor Orleats is fully implemented in accordance with its original intention. Alice shook her head. I'm sorry, the empowerment system has been completely locked and cannot meet your requirements. Tira Lilin took a deep breath and immediately asked, what's the situation with Cicero? How many guards does he have? As these words were spoken, light and shadow flashed in the air, and a magnificent hall appeared. The hall was filled with strange creatures, as many as thousands. The light and shadow only lasted for a while. Before everyone could see it clearly, it suddenly flashed a few times and disappeared completely. Without waiting for questions, Alice took the initiative to report the situation. Lord Cicero has successfully obtained the inspection authority of the Dawn Palace. According to his request, I have closed all the insight systems inside the palace. Although the situation was not fully understood, the known situation was enough to make people despair. Paternero sighed softly. The opponent has too many people, and the power of spells is almost completely limited. We have no chance at all. Adela turned to look at Rosen. Your Majesty, the good news is that only one channel has been opened, and the flow will not be too large. There is no high-energy magic ring in the outside world. Even if the Abyss army comes, it will be difficult to maintain a high-energy state. So we still have the strength to fight. This makes sense, but if you think about it carefully, you will know that it is still too optimistic. As long as the opponent sends a high-energy puppet team similar to the Dawn Guard, the number does not need to be too large. As long as 10,000, it can easily crush the current army of the Natural Empire. So, the immunity channel must not be opened. Cicero must die. But the question is, how to kill him under the protection of thousands of apostles of the true God from another world? Rosen's thoughts raced, thinking about countermeasures. Even this was still not fast enough, so he cast an extreme intensity time torrent spell on himself, which increased his thinking speed by 300 times. If it was not in the Dawn Palace, but in the previous demiplane, he could accelerate up to 1,500 times, but after the power was restricted, it was only 300 times, but it was still enough. Half a second later, he had a plan. He began to ask. Leland, if I attack Cicero, Alice will do her best to protect Cicero, right? Yes. What if you attack Cicero? No, because the authority of the Dawn Sage is equal to that of the Emperor candidate. In the palace, Alice will prevent us from attacking each other. Then how can I legally attack Cicero in the palace? There is a way, that is, you also become a candidate for the Dawn Emperor. According to the Imperial Immunity Ordinance, Alice is not allowed to intervene in the war between the Emperor candidates. But this is obviously impossible, because you do not have the royal blood of Sephinos. No, it is possible. He does not have the royal blood of Sephinos, but Tira Leland has it, and the dead Emperor Orletus also has it. As long as it is extracted and disguised on himself, he will have the royal blood of Dawn. As he spoke, Rosen pulled Tyrallan to the body of Emperor Sephinos, and then he urged his mind to cast a time torrent field with a diameter of 3 meters, and a speed of 300 times. In this way, the remaining 12 minutes of reaction time were extended to 3,600 minutes. That is 60 hours, a little more than 2 days. Time was suddenly sufficient. Leland asked Alice, what is the standard for identifying the royal bloodline of Sephinos? Tyrallan shook her head repeatedly. This is a royal secret. Alice will not tell me. Asked, what if Orletus made an arrangement before he died? At this critical moment, you must not be bound by old rules, but try any method that has a glimmer of success. Tyrallan couldn't resist Rosen and started asking. In the field of time rapids, Alice also increased her speaking speed accordingly. According to the emergency exemption regulations signed by His Majesty the Emperor before his death, the question of the sage is valid. The identification criteria for the royal bloodline of Sephinos are as follows. Alice reported a series of very complicated magic standards. Rosen listened carefully and recorded it in the food database. After listening, he chuckled. It seems that it is not difficult to disguise. It was difficult and almost impossible before, but with the ultimate time talent, and with the 2 samples of Orletus and Tyrallan as reference, it is completely possible to forge a real royal bloodline of Sephinos. Time is urgent, so he started working immediately. Tyrallan was not sure whether Rosen could succeed, but at this juncture, there was no other way to think about it, so she could only cooperate with all her strength. In the field of time rapids, time passed second by second. In the torrent barrier, about 5 hours later, Rosen said loudly, Alice, my full name is Rosen Saxon, Sephinos, and I also have the royal blood of Sephinos. If you don't believe me, you can do a blood test on me. After the voice fell, a burst of fine light appeared in the air, quickly scanning back and forth on Rosen's body. Then, Alice responded, the royal blood has been confirmed. Welcome back, Mr. Rosen, a member of the royal family of Sephinos. Rosen immediately took out the Scepter of Light. I now have the Scepter of Light, one of the 3 royal instruments, so I also have the qualifications to be a candidate for the Emperor. Alice nodded and admitted, your candidacy for the Emperor is valid. Tyrallan was delighted to hear this. In this way, your Majesty can fight Cicero. But she immediately became worried. But Cicero has too many guards, but your Majesty only has 1. Rosen seemed to have not heard it. He picked up the noble seal on the body of Emperor Orletus and continued to ask, Alice, I have mastered 2 of the 3 imperial instruments of imperial power. I have the most imperial power, and am the first in line to inherit the Emperor, right? That's right. Let me ask you again, as the only sage in the Dawn Empire, can the Sage of Dawn nominate me to become the Emperor of Dawn? Alice nodded. If Lord Tyrallon insists on nominating you as the Emperor, you will be the new Emperor of Dawn. Rosen was delighted to hear this. The reason why he asked this question was not only to try his luck, but also because Tyrallon had introduced the details of the Emperor's succession in the Dawn Empire to him before. Now that he has been recognized by Alice, he turned to look at Tyrallon. The latter was stunned for a moment, and immediately said, I nominate candidate Rosen as the new Dawn Emperor. Lord Tyrallon, are you sure about this? I am sure. Then, Rosen Saxon, Mr. Safinos, congratulations on becoming the successor to the throne of the Dawn Emperor and obtaining the supreme Dawn Imperial power. Rosen immediately said, Alice, I ask you to immediately execute the usurper Cicero and his guards. Executing the order execution failed, and the attack authority has been completely locked. Well, Cicero is really capable, worthy of being the head of the 7 sages in front of the Emperor. Since this road is blocked, Rosen immediately changed to the second road, that is, strong attack. If you want to attack by force, you must know yourself and your enemy. The only thing about Cicero that Rosen is afraid of is the Crown of Dawn. Alice, report the complete properties of the Crown of Dawn. Alice did it immediately. She reported a lot of extremely complex parameters. Rosen listened carefully, and with the help of Lifu's ability, he quickly analyzed the Crown of Dawn. About half an hour later, he already had an idea in his mind. He said, continue to report the complete properties of the Scepter of Light, and how to use it. Alice did it again. Another half an hour later, Rosen also had a clear understanding of his new true artifact. It's almost ready. Rosen looked at Tyrallon. You take Adela and Padnaros away, I stop Cicero. Tyrallon was startled. Your Majesty, are you alone? Yes, I'm alone. All your powers are locked by the magic ring. How can you help me? Not only can you not help, but you will also become a burden. While speaking, Rosen suddenly cast a spell, casting a sleeping spell on the 2 sisters outside the torrent barrier. The 2 women were immediately hit, and fell to the ground. Liline, thank you for taking them away, and protecting their safety. Don't worry about me, I will run away if the situation is not right. Tira Liline also knew that this was the only choice at the moment. She looked at Rosen deeply, and a trace of reluctance appeared in her violet eyes. Your Majesty, if you die, I will not live alone. Rosen smiled. No, you must live. Go back to my natural empire, organize forces, and continue to fight against the abyss. Tira Liline's heart was shocked. I understand, I will live. She took a last look at Rosen, as if she wanted to engrave his appearance in her soul, and then took the 2 sisters and disappeared at the top of the Tower of Truth, but used the secret passage spell to leave this half-plane. Rosen took a deep breath, concentrated on sensing the surrounding time and space, and soon found the location of Cicero and others. He located the closest time and space equilibrium point to the opponent and immediately cast a spell. He felt a black and a light in front of his eyes, and then he came to a magnificent and bright circular hall full of epic weight. There were a lot of people in the hall, or more accurately, most of them were monsters of various shapes. In the center of the hall, there stood an obelisk shining with purple and gold light. The light on the obelisk was faint, and there were a lot of streamers swimming like tadpoles. A man wearing a gorgeous purple and gold crown was standing in front of the obelisk, with his hands on the obelisk and his eyes closed in contemplation. Obviously, that guy was Cicero. Chapter 396. If Cicero was alone, Rosen could easily kill him, but he was surrounded by a circle of people. Rosen knew 7 of them, because these people were the true apostles of God, who possessed the true artifacts that he had discovered in the Bluestone City arena. Blood Mage Ackerman was among them. In addition to these 7 people, there was a strange man with 6 arms and black eyes. This man also had the aura of time and space at the level of a true artifact, and his own soul strength was as high as an astonishing 23 rings. There were several guys around this weirdo, all of whom were time and space masters with soul strengths above 20 rings. Rosen immediately understood that this weirdo was most likely Gal Miller, and the time and space masters beside him were his trusted subordinates brought out from the abyss, and the Order Sage Talos should be among them. From the positions of these people, it can be seen that they are protecting Cicero's safety. Time was running out, and Rosen took action without thinking too much after looking around. With the Godfall dagger in his left hand, and the Sword of Destruction in his right hand, he had the light staff on his waist, various auxiliary spells with only 1 ring of power on him, and the space-time torrent staff in his mind to accelerate, he rushed towards Cicero at the fastest speed. Inside the palace, spells were almost completely restricted, so Rosen was not worried at all that his opponent would use spells against him. A nearby blue-skinned monster first spotted Rosen and rushed towards him with a shout. His speed was quite fast, even faster than Rosen, and his footsteps were also very heavy, and his attack was powerful and heavy. With Rosen's current physical strength, if he was hit by it, he would be seriously injured if not dead. However, Rosen still mastered the space-time spell. Although the power was greatly reduced due to the limitation of the magic ring, it was still quite powerful under Lai Fu's multi-line control. Buzz! A circle of mass magic exploded with Rosen's body as the center, increasing the mass of all objects with static mass within a range of 10 meters around him by more than 100 times. The blue-skinned monster was immediately crushed to the ground by its own weight. Rosen ran past him like a whirlwind, and the annihilation magic sword in his right hand gently slashed around his neck and cut off his head. Enemy attack. Defense. The six-armed Gao Miller immediately roared. Blood Mage Ackerman shouted, "I know him. He's a wandering knight named Rog. This guy can fight very well." Gormiel roared, "Rog, his name is Rosen. He is the emperor of the natural empire of the main plane." He then shouted, "Don't go away, activate the artifact shield, and protect Cicero from all directions." Each true god apostle carries a true artifact, and they are also rare mortal strongmen. At this time, they cooperated tacitly and executed Jaemil's orders at the first time. For a while, artifact shields of various colors and shapes appeared. Deep blue, scarlet, pink, black, round, square, and polyhedral. A total of 8 artifact shields, from all directions, almost protected Cicero tightly. At the same time, nearly 1,000 monsters of various shapes also rushed towards Rosen from all directions. Blood Mage Ackerman was defeated by Rosen before, and he had a shadow in his heart. Now that he had so many powerful companions, his confidence suddenly exploded, and he shouted proudly to Rosen, who was dodging and moving among the monsters. "Haha, you're done for this time." In the crowd, Rosen continuously cast time and space spells. Sometimes it was the annihilation spell, sometimes it was the mass spell, sometimes it was the time torrent, and sometimes it was the time stagnation. Each spell was not only powerful, but also used at the right time, and the casting speed was incredibly fast. There were thousands of opponents, and each of them had physical strength far beyond his. It was clear that he could be severely injured if he hit him once, but he just couldn't hit him. Not only did he miss, he was easily defeated by his opponent. Although the monsters were not killed due to the assistance of the powerful true god's blessing, they temporarily lost their combat effectiveness. It can be clearly seen that the little man, who was insignificant compared to the monsters, was breaking through at an astonishing speed, and on the path of his breakthrough, the monster's head rolled around and blood was sprayed wantonly. All the true god apostles were shocked. "Liv," the Joy Apostle, said, "this guy is really capable. If we fight alone, I'm afraid I can't be his opponent." The Wild Apostle said, "This is probably the most powerful 13th ring mage I have ever seen. I don't understand how a mortal can be so strong in casting spells." The Blood Mage Ackerman said, "Fortunately, he only has a 13th ring soul. If it was 23rd ring, it would be really scary." Gormiel remained silent. He stared closely at the human emperor who broke through at high speed, and one arm secretly grasped the dark annihilation spear. The spear was trembling slightly, and its strength was getting stronger as the opponent kept approaching. This was a clear reminder that the man in front of him was the target that the master wanted to hunt. He was somewhat confused and didn't understand why his master wanted to hunt this man, but he had a deep hatred for him, so he felt a little gloating. "Boy, you're dead today." He wanted to attack the moment when the other party broke through the monster's interception and relaxed his mind a little, and end his life with one blow. On the other side, Rosen let Lai Fu's heart of the god of war control his physical strength, but his mind was completely immersed in the inside of time and space. In front of him, there were not only monsters rushing over one after another, but also a large number of overlapping time and space illusions. These are all possible situations in the near future. He saw Gao Miller's attack, and also saw the full interception of other true god apostles, saw his own failure, and also saw his own success. He followed the time path that was most likely to lead to success with the guidance of countless time and space illusions, and kept moving forward. Finally, he broke through the interception of the outer circle monsters, and came to the 8 true god apostles. What greeted him was the divine weapon attack of the true god's apostle. Scarlet cone-shaped light, extremely shrill screams, violent ground shock waves, etc. The most terrifying of them all was a dark fog ball from Gal Miller that directly locked the soul. The fog ball was not big, only the size of a fist, but it contained the most deadly ultra-high-ring power. At this moment, let alone Rosen, a 13th ring mortal, even if Gal Miller, a 23rd ring eternal strongman, stood in Rosen's position, he would not be able to escape death. But at this moment, Rosen showed a mysterious smile on his face. Spell secret passage, huh? The figure disappeared on the spot. 7 of the 8 true artifact attacks missed, but the dark fog ball sank directly into time and space and followed Rosen. The next moment, Rosen's body reappeared, but he penetrated through the tiny gaps of the artifact shields and came directly to Cicero. The sword of annihilation flashed like lightning and cut towards Cicero's neck. Cicero felt the crisis and opened his eyes to look, but ignored it. At the same time, a diamond-like light appeared around his body, easily blocking the light of the sword of annihilation. It was the crown of dawn. Another moment later, the dark fog ball from Gal Miller chased and hit Rosen's head. Gal Miller saw the scene clearly and was happy, aha, die. But the next moment, there was another change. A ray of light suddenly appeared, condensed into a condensed light ball as big as a head, and quickly hit the dark fog ball. The light and darkness merged, and the dark fog disappeared silently. It was the light staff, one of the 3 imperial weapons of dawn. Almost at the same time, the sword of annihilation in Rosen's hand pushed forward violently against the diamond-like shield. Something strange happened. The sword of annihilation seemed to be broken. The front end was still held in Rosen's hand, but the middle was empty, and the back end came out from the inside of the shield and pierced Cicero's neck. Cicero's whole body shook violently, his eyes widened, revealing a meaning. How is it possible? Rosen smiled. Do you recognize the secret passage, Cicero? Cicero's pupils trembled, and he understood Rosen's method, but was even more shocked. Rosen did not delay, and directly burst out the power of annihilation carried on the sword. Crash. Inside the artifact shield that was like a broken diamond, Cicero's body was directly crushed into powder by the burst of annihilation power. This was the extraordinary version of the secret path that he developed after carefully studying the properties of the Dawn Crown, and it really succeeded in killing Cicero. The Dawn Crown fell, and was caught by Rosen. He then turned around and looked behind him. The true God Apostles were also stunned, and could not understand Rosen's methods. A smug smile flashed across his face. Goodbye, everyone. The next moment, he did not leave immediately, but took advantage of the moment when everyone was stunned to cast a 300-fold accelerated time torrent on himself. Then, he attacked the shields of the 8 true God Apostles at an incredible speed. Each sword was accompanied by the secret path. The Blood Mage Ackerman's scarlet shield failed to penetrate. The Blue Monster's opposite lattice shield still failed to penetrate. Gomler's pitch-black shield was specially replaced with the Godfall dagger, but it still failed to penetrate. The pink water light shield of the Joy Apostle Liv was successful. The blade of the Annihilation sword penetrated the pink shield and severely injured the Joy Apostle with one blow. 4/5 of his entire body was beaten into a pulp. If it were an ordinary space-time strongman in this world, he would have died long ago. But the body of the Joy Apostle was still recovering slowly. But he lost consciousness, and the shield naturally dissipated. Rosen grabbed the unfortunate true God Apostle. Aha, your true artifact is the most useless. So I caught you. Why did he catch him? Of course, he interrogated and studied him well. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. The best situation, of course, is to catch them all, but his ability is limited, and catching one is already the limit. He grabbed Liv and activated the secret passage again, and his figure disappeared in the hall. His movements were so fast that the 7 apostles in the hall could watch it all happen. Ackerman shouted in confusion, "Why can he easily break through the artifact shield? Gommel, is your artifact broken? Why can he teleport everywhere?" Gommler fell silent amid the shouting, because he understood. The sole protection of the Scepter of Light, the secret passage of Tyrallan, and the use of large-scale spells to break through the spellcasting restrictions, it is really an unparalleled spellcasting ability. Amid the noise of the crowd, a countdown sounded in the sky. The power infusion is complete, and this half-plane is about to begin to collapse. 1098. Gommler was slightly shocked and sighed. It's over. Soon, the countdown ended. The entire half-plane, including the Dawn Palace in front of him, was chaotically tightened in time and space in an instant. The matter contained in the internal space and time was suddenly compressed by the extremely huge energy into an extremely dense elemental ball that was less than the size of a glass bead. This energy was the last legacy of the Dawn Empire, extremely huge and extremely violent. Not to mention life, even the real artifacts were inevitably destroyed. Immediately afterwards, the time flow rate of the space and time where the elemental ball was located also dropped to a point where it was almost completely stagnant. Looking from the outside in, you can see that the outer layer is wrapped in a thin layer of strange light film similar to glass. Plop. The elemental ball fell on the sand of the lost plane, like an extremely inconspicuous transparent stone. After a while, a person came over, leaned over to pick up the glass bead, looked at it carefully, and tossed it in his hand, with a face full of emotion. The rest mass is less than 10 grams, but it contains such a huge power. The space-time collapse spell of the Dawn Empire is really amazing. It was none other than Rosen. He used the transfiguration spell to turn the gold coins he carried into a necklace, and then inlay glass beads on it, making it a strange gemstone necklace. He turned to Tira Liline, who was not far away, and said, "Liline, what do you think this necklace should be called? Dawn Glory? Or Abyss Seal?" Tira Liline thought for a while, and said, "Let's call it the former, the latter is easy to be coveted by those who are interested." "Okay, then call it the Dawn Glory necklace." While speaking, Rosen put the necklace on his neck. "Since I am the part-time Emperor of Dawn, I will guard this glory for the time being." Chapter 397. Lost Plane, Underground Military Base in Silver Sand Desert. In total, Rosen stayed in the demi-plane for less than 3 months. Considering that there is a 1,000 times faster time torrent in the demi-plane, less than 3 hours have passed in the main plane. In such a short time, and with the remote control of the puppet Emperor, the entire natural empire did not feel the absence of the Emperor at all. Soon after his return, Rosen integrated into the empire calmly, and once again, firmly grasped the supreme power of the empire. However, he still encountered some minor troubles. In the secret room of the base, the two Adelas looked at each other, and no one spoke. Padnaro sat next to Adela's body, looking at Rosen with a playful look, with a gloating look on his face. "I see how you end up." Ahem. Rosen coughed lightly and said, "The two ladies are already aware of the specific situation. What I want to say is that I like both ladies very much. If you don't mind each other's existence, I won't mind it even more. Of course, if you mind, the main plane is very large, and my natural empire is not small either. I can completely prevent you two from meeting each other forever." The goddess of life Adela looked at Rosen speechlessly. "Your Majesty, don't you think this is strange?" "It is indeed a bit strange. But I think you can completely regard each other as your twin sister, right? The daughter of life Adela can accept it." "That's true. But the really strange thing is that although we are already independent individuals, after getting close to each other, there is still a soul resonance that cannot be ignored. I can vaguely sense her thoughts and emotions, and I believe she can also vaguely sense my thoughts, right?" The goddess of life Adela nodded. "That's right." Rosen's eyes lit up. "Ah, then wouldn't it be wonderful if the three of us had fun together?" The daughter of life couldn't help but scold. "Your Majesty, you are always such a bastard." The goddess of life was also very speechless. After thinking for a while, she said, "Let's just be a familiar stranger for the time being. I still have many warriors to treat, so I go and get busy first." After saying that, she turned around and left. This also reminded Rosen. Although the troubles in the half-plane were solved, the war in the main plane had only ended for less than 3 hours, and there were still a lot of affairs that needed him, the Emperor, to make decisions. "Come here, arrange for the two young ladies to rest." He then said to the sisters Adela and Padnaros, "You should get familiar with the environment first. I will come to you after I finish this period of work." The sisters naturally knew that business was important, and they also knew that Rosen must be busy. They nodded and followed the servant. The sisters followed the servant all the way back to the room. After closing the door, Padnaros sighed. "I didn't feel anything in the demiplane, but when I arrived at the underground base, I really realized his supreme authority as the Emperor of the Empire. He is simply the one who has the final say." Adela pulled a chair and sat down, nodding slightly. "His control over the Empire is indeed very strong, far exceeding the Dawn Emperor Orletus and our Queen. This is the difference between the new Empire and the old Empire. Not to mention the Dawn Empire that has just been completely destroyed. Let's talk about their eternal empire. It is called an empire, but in essence it is a situation where the Emperor and the major families co-govern. Even because of the plane barrier, the empire has actually been divided into 3. After sighing for a while, Padnaros's face showed sadness again. From the details of this military base, the natural empire is still a primary high-energy empire, far from being able to fight against the nightmare abyss. Adela played with a tumbler ornament on the table and whispered, "His Majesty Rosen will find a way." Padnaro shrugged. What can he think of? Unless he is a true god. Adela naturally couldn't explain it, because her words were completely based on blind trust. On the other side, Rosen and Tyrallan were also discussing the same issue. Gurgle. Rosen refilled Tyrallan's light fruit wine and said, "Liline, the troubles of the abyss are only temporarily solved, but the root cause is still there. One day, we will have to face the abyss army that breaks the seal. What do you think about this?" Tyrallan held the exquisite crystal wine glass and took a sip. Her clear violet eyes were blank for a long time. "Your Majesty, first of all, I have to find all the memory fragments I lost, so that I can give the most valuable advice. This is as it should be. I will let the Dawn Guard help you find it." Tyrallan continued, "According to my current estimate, the abyss will be able to break through the plane stagnation spell in about 100 years. Therefore, the natural empire still has 100 years of development time, which is far from enough." Rosen nodded. "Yes, do you have any ideas?" "I have a vague idea. I call it turbulence acceleration." Rosen understood immediately, his eyes lit up. "You mean, to create a time torrent area to gain extra development time?" "That's right." Tila Liline nodded gently. "Of course, the difficulty of this magic is very high. Not only does it require sufficient magic knowledge, but it also requires extremely high quality and sufficient power as a backing. According to my preliminary estimate, to build a homogeneous time torrent area with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers, time acceleration of 100 times, and sufficient strength, it will consume at least 200 kilograms of solar essence every day. And a diameter of 1,000 kilometers is the minimum size required for the development of a high-energy factory. 200 kilograms of solar essence per day is really an amazing investment." Just listening to it, Rosen felt his scalp tingling slightly, because with the current production capacity of solar essence in the natural empire, it can only produce 500 grams a day. Although it is already trying its best to increase production capacity, it may take more than 10 years to reach 200 kilograms a day, and it will require extremely huge resources. He couldn't help asking, "Does the demiplane created by Arletus also consume so much solar essence every day?" Tila Liline shook her head. "The quality of that demiplane is extremely poor, uneven, and far from strong enough. I estimate that only 1 kilogram of solar essence is needed a day. But a demiplane of this quality cannot be used to develop any high-powered power. You have also seen the reality. After so many years, that world is still a productive force of slash-and-burn farming." Rosen understood and took a deep breath. "Then do it. Undoubtedly, this road is extremely difficult, but it is the only road with a very high chance of success that can be seen at present. Or, it is a right path. Taking the right path is always difficult, but once it is done, the troubles are minimal and the gains are the greatest." Tyrallan showed a trace of relief. "Then, Your Majesty, I will start looking for the lost memory fragments now to improve my fine knowledge memory." Rosen nodded. "Okay, I will arrange for you to join the Dawn Guard Corps immediately." After Tyrallan left, he spent several hours dealing with military affairs, and it was not until dusk that he had some free time. So he got up and walked quickly to the secret prison built temporarily in the military base. The prison held the apostle of the true God that he had risked to capture. As an emperor of an empire, you must not bet all your bets on one chip, but take the road you have. Go through both the right and the side roads to ensure the highest success rate. In this regard, Rosen did not have any moral pressure, because behind him was the entire empire, his family, his wife, children, and billions of citizens. Once he failed, he would lose everything. But once he succeeded, no matter what method he used, even if it was the most despicable method, countless people would sing praises for him. His name would always be gilded in the history books of later generations, praising him as the greatest emperor of all time. The prison had no door, and he could only enter through the secret passage technique. Buzz. His eyes went dark, and when they were bright again, he had already reached the inside of the prison. The inside was a smooth spherical cavity, and on the floor of the cavity sat a woman in a thin dress, who was the apostle of pleasure, Liv, who he had captured. For safety reasons, the real artifact she carried was placed in another secret room with layers of protection. In addition, because she was currently in the 11th ring, her soul, which was originally as high as 17 rings, had also collapsed to 11 rings, becoming a true apostle of God who had fallen into the mortal world. Of course, Rosen's soul also collapsed from 13 rings to 11 rings, but he carried a lot of sun essence, and was protected by 2 true artifacts, the Crown of Dawn and the Scepter of Light, so he was not worried about the opponent's counterattack at all. After standing still, Rosen looked at Liv carefully. She was very beautiful, charming and sexy. Every curve of her body was full of strong desire to tease. She was a woman who made people want to hug her to bed, and violently come. But Rosen knew very well that this was a poisonous rose, and he had seen too many beautiful girls, so there was no ripple in his heart. Holding the scepter of light in one hand, he stood with his arms around his chest and his back against the wall, with a faint smile on his face. "Miss Liv, give my regards to the joyful Ratinea." Liv's body was shattered by Rosen by 4 fists. She had just recovered. Having witnessed the opponent's powerful fighting ability with her own eyes, she had unknowingly left a deep impression of the opponent's invincibility in her heart. At this moment, she had no idea of using force to turn the tables, but that did not mean she was willing to be a captive. She smiled sadly and said in a sad voice, "Your Majesty Rosen, you are really the most courageous mortal emperor I have ever seen. My master once taught us that if we meet a strong man like you, we must not be enemies with him, but try our best to become his ally. Therefore, I sincerely apologize to you for my previous reckless behavior, and I hope you can forgive my mistake. As long as you are willing to forgive me, I am willing to pay any price." As he spoke, he looked pitiful and delicate. Rosen watched the other person's performance calmly, without even his heart beating faster. He told the truth. "I don't like prostitutes, no matter how beautiful they are." It's not that he despises prostitutes, it's just a matter of personal taste. He knew that many people liked them because they had strong professional abilities, but as an emperor, he had seen too many false feelings, so he only liked true feelings. As he spoke, he had an idea and cast a huge space-time binding spell, hanging the other person's body in the air in a large letter shape. "I'm very curious about your world. Tell me about your world in detail. Don't lie, because I can see it, and once I see it, I will punish your soul in a way that you will never forget. Now I ask you answer, do you understand?" "I understand." Liv didn't dare to take any chances, because she knew very well that the charm of the Joyer was not omnipotent. The more knowledgeable a man was, the less effective it was. And in terms of knowledge, how many mortals could compare with the ruler of the empire? So, Rosen took out the questions he had asked the blood mage Ackerman and asked Liv again. Liv answered one by one, and the information she provided was basically the same as Ackerman. Considering that there was no chance for the two to collude, it can be considered that these alien intelligence is reliable. At this point, Rosen was almost fine. No, it should be said that he still had many questions, but he didn't think the other party would know. But driven by curiosity, he still asked a question for some reason. That is to say, mortals can pass through the passage, but true gods cannot. Liv corrected carefully. No, it should be said that the power of the mortal world cannot contain the power of true gods. After speaking, she pointed to the top of her head. If the passage to the sun god realm can be opened, then the true gods can come. And this is also the goal of countless true gods, because the god realm of this world is very empty, and in a state of no owner. Rosen's heart was slightly shocked. Your master actually told you such information? He suddenly realized that he had read it wrong. This apostle of joy seems to be a very well-informed person, much more well-informed than the blood mage Ackerman. If you think about it, you can understand it, because the blood mage Ackerman is more of a hermit scholar, while the apostle of joy is the head of a prostitute, and in many cases, prostitutes and intelligence officers are synonymous. Chapter 398. Secret Prison. Rosen narrowed his eyes, and began to carefully examine the apostle of joy in front of him, as if he wanted to see through his soul. Liv was frightened by being looked at, and wanted to speak but didn't dare. Because she didn't know the other person's character at all, and there was no ripple on the other person's face, just like the calm sea surface on the ocean, seemingly calm, but actually unfathomable. But these subtle expressions of hers were completely seen by Rosen, and after Lai Fu's big data analysis, he had a very accurate grasp of her character. Professional ability is very strong, and it is also very dependent on professional ability. Once professional ability fails, its performance will be greatly reduced. The reason for this is probably because she was born in the lower middle class of society. Although she was favored by the true God and was given power, there are still many marks from the lower middle class in her character. It is also completely understandable, because prostitutes are originally from the lower class of society. Even if he enters the upper class circle by chance and dances among the big shots, he is still a plaything that will be abandoned by the big shots at any time. After understanding, Rosen spoke again. Now, answer my question just now. Liv said carefully. It was not the master who told me, but because of an accident. I heard the conversation between the incarnations of the true gods. The incarnation of the true gods? Liv said carefully. It is the body that the true gods use to walk in the mortal world. In our world, this is very common. There are many mythological stories between true gods and mortals in folk circulation, and most of them are between the incarnations of true gods and mortals. Rosen nodded to show that he understood. Continue. Liv continued. I can feel that the gods don't care much about this secret, because they will never say a word about the secrets they really care about in front of mortals. In addition, as apostles of the joyful ones, we always wander around the strong and bring them physical and spiritual pleasure. Inadvertently, we can always hear some unknown secrets. Of course, we also have strict professional ethics. Unless necessary, we will keep our mouths shut. This is also true. If what Liv said is true, it means that the solar ring of this world is actually suitable for life. The reason why there is no life in the solar ring of their world is probably that there is no intelligent life willing to communicate with mortals, because no mortal has found a way to break through the 23rd ring. Or to put it another way, the development of mortal power in their world is far less than that in Liv's world. Thinking of this, Rosen asked, in your world, the Sun Ring is called the God Realm? Yes. What is the Sun Ring called? It's called the God Ring. Then, how many layers does the God Ring have? The God Ring should only have 5 rings. Speaking of this, Liv said, but the God Ring spans a lot, and the span of one ring is much larger than the 23 rings in the mortal world. And my master only has 1 ring of divine power. Rosen didn't expect Liv to know so much, and he didn't care whether it was true or not, and continued to ask, what about the blood drinker Slokovid? He also has 1 ring of divine power. Then, what about Jaemil's master? His master is the goddess of annihilation, Felices, one of the 9 supreme beings in the God realm, and has the highest 5 rings of divine power. Interesting. Rosen couldn't help but look at the scepter of light in his hand. This artifact, which seemed to be condensed by pure light, was much more powerful than he had imagined, and could withstand the sole attack of the supreme true god from another world. No wonder Emperor Sophinos could maintain his will for 10,000 years, while Antawanji, the 23rd ring eternal strongman of the nightmare abyss, fell directly into the service of God. He secretly sighed in his heart. This is really a priceless treasure. To get such a treasure, this half-plane adventure is really a big profit. He turned his head and looked at Liv, who was bound in the air. I heard that mortals can become true gods. How can it be done? When he asked this question, he didn't expect to get an answer, but Liv gave him a surprise. She gave the answer immediately, to ignite the eternal divine fire. How? As soon as he asked, Rosen felt that he seemed to have asked a nonsense question, but his face did not show any emotion. Unexpectedly, Liv could still say something. I don't know much, but I heard that it requires something called source material as a medium, and this source material is also a treasure in the God realm. It is said that it can only be obtained by landing on the surface of the sun. Of course, what I said are all heard, and I can't guarantee that it is correct. Rosen smiled. Your knowledge is really amazing and broad. You must have experienced the ravages of many strong people, right? Liv smiled awkwardly. Not many, only about 100. Rosen knew that most prostitutes would try to make themselves sound pure. If the other party said 100, then the actual situation could be doubled. He was a little curious, walked forward, used the light scepter to push aside the other party's dress, looked at the battlefield, and used the light scepter to push it again, and exclaimed, This is really a treasure land that has experienced hundreds of battles. Just looking at the appearance, it is still very attractive. On the other hand, even though her hands and feet were tied, Liv still tried to flatter and show her advantages. Among the hundreds of thousands of sisters in the Church of Joy, my joy skills can rank in the top 10. If your majesty does not mind, I will definitely let you experience the greatest joy in the world. As she spoke, she twisted her body, tried to wrap the scepter of light, and performed professional skills in front of Rosen. Rosen looked at it for a while, then took back the scepter of light, and scolded, How dare you smear my treasure? If it were in the Dawn Empire, you would be merciful to die 100 times for your blasphemous behavior just now. Liv was frightened and her face turned pale. Your Majesty, I was wrong, please forgive my crime. Rosen was not really angry. Okay, I will forgive your rudeness this time. He personally didn't care. After all, the real artifact was not that fragile, and he was a pragmatist and didn't have a mysophobia, so if it got dirty, just wipe it clean. In addition, the other party was very cooperative, and the information he provided, both in quantity and value, far exceeded that of the blood mage Ackerman, so Rosen had no need to punish the other party at all. After thinking for a while, he said, I plan to study your soul and body carefully. If you can always cooperate like today, and I am lucky enough to study it, then in return, I will help you get rid of the control of the Joyer if you are willing. Liv shook her head without hesitation. No, 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 I don't want to be separated from my master. Either you send me back to my hometown, or give me a quick death. Rosen was moved when he heard this. Send him back to his hometown? Why, do you have any other way to go back? Liv nodded gently. I do. Of course, the success rate is not very high, and your majesty needs to take a lot of risks for me. But I won't let your majesty take risks in vain, because I have lived for more than 300 years, and know a lot of useful information for your majesty. For example? Liv immediately said another important news. For example, the goddess of annihilation is working with Antoine G to build a sun bridge that directly connects the two worlds of God. As far as I know, this sun bridge is half completed. Once it is completely completed, the goddess of annihilation can directly enter the world of God. I think your majesty must be very reluctant to see this, right? Rosen frowned slightly. Of course. He even had the idea of diving into the nightmare abyss and destroying the sun bridge. The premise is that the news about the sun bridge is true. Liv immediately said, Your Majesty, do you want to hear the advice of me, the Apostle of Joy? Rosen nodded slowly. Why not tell me? Liv whispered, For the true God, mortals are just lambs to be shepherded, and we, the apostles of the true God, are just the shepherds of God. With your Majesty's extraordinary talent and supreme status in the mortal world, it is a pity to be immortal. It is better to find an ally of the true God to get the opportunity to be promoted to the true God. I believe that with your Majesty's talent, after being promoted to the true God, you can easily gain a foothold in the God realm, and even become the new supreme of the God realm, like the twin war gods Alovi sisters. And this is the true eternal road. Rosen listened quietly, and after listening, he asked, Why does God shepherd the lambs? To obtain more source power, a powerful force gathered by faith is the fuel of the divine fire. The more faith, the more vigorously the divine fire burns, and the more powerful the God is. Rosen had to marvel at the extensive knowledge of this Apostle of Joy again. It seems that you also want to become a true God? Liv sighed deeply. Which mortal doesn't want to become a true God? Rosen didn't completely agree with this sentence, but of course he didn't refute it. He could also feel that in the other's world, becoming a true God should be one of the ultimate dreams of mortals. Liv thought Rosen was persuaded by her words, and said, Your Majesty, if you are interested in becoming a true God, let me contact my master and let her teach you how to ignite the divine fire. Rosen's heart moved. Then, what is the price? My master is a weak God, but also an ambitious God. She has long been tired of surviving in the cracks of the old world. If your Majesty can successfully ignite the divine fire in this world, I hope your Majesty can become an ally with my master and open up a foothold for my master in the new world. And even if you don't want to become a true God, you don't have to worry about my master threatening your position in the mortal world. Because your mortal power is enough to easily fight against my master. Without your cooperation, my master will find it difficult to develop enough believers in the mortal world, right? What a rational and humble alien God. Rosen was a little moved. With the scepter of light, and the assistance of Lai Fu, he is indeed qualified to make some deals with a weak alien god. After thinking for a while, he nodded. Okay, let me talk to your master. Chapter 399. Secret Room. Plop. The spell restraint was lifted, and Liv slowly fell back to the ground. As soon as her body regained freedom, she immediately began to kneel and pray. Rosen stood by the wall and waited patiently. Perhaps because the other world was too far away, or because the situation was complicated, Liv prayed for a long time. Time passed by minute, and Rosen did not just wait. In order to prevent Liv from secretly making trouble, he had been observing her secretly, and carefully analyzing the content of her prayer by detecting the fluctuations of various forces. After about a quarter of an hour, Liv's body shook slightly, and her drooping head slowly raised up, and a watercolor light slowly emerged in her originally brown eyes. Rosen couldn't help but secretly complain, Hey, this prostitute goddess in this other world has the same taste as her counterparts on Earth. Of course, although the taste is not very good, the true God is the true God, and Rosen clearly felt the other party's magnificent will that made mortals look up to her. The feeling of insignificance that he had felt when facing the blood drinker Sokovid once again emerged in his heart uncontrollably, even stronger than before. Rosen thought carefully, and thought that the reason should not be that the Joyer was stronger than the blood drinker, but because of the different environment. Because it was in the half-plane before, the power of the magic circle was suppressed, but now it is in the normal 11-ring plane, the magic circle is stretched, so the power of the true God is better transmitted. In the secret room, this pair of strange eyes emitting a watercolor glow stared at Rosen. Rosen did not escape, but met the other party's gaze and tone. The pressure was so great that he felt his soul was like a bubble that could burst at any time, and he couldn't bear it. Rosen immediately poured his power into the light scepter, and a very strange power flowed out of the light scepter, helping him block most of the soul pressure from the true God. After staring at each other in silence for more than 10 seconds, the joyful one Terraneus spoke. Mortal Emperor, my apostle is right. You do have the qualifications to trade with me. Rosen breathed a sigh of relief and smiled faintly. It's an honor to talk to you, joyful one. In order not to waste your time and energy, let's get straight to the point. How about it? Okay. Joyful one nodded. Lid has told me everything. My idea is that I can help you ignite the divine fire. And the reward I need is to help me enter your world, and give me 5 million believers, so that I can gain a foothold in your world. This is really simple and clear. Rosen likes this style of conversation the most. He shook his head and said, No, I don't plan to light the divine fire, because I have no interest in becoming a true god. The Joyer was stunned. Even if you are the emperor of the mortal world, even if you can become a 23-ring eternal strongman, your soul can only exist for 30,000 years at most, while the divine fire is eternal and immortal. Rosen spread his hands and asked back, I am the supreme emperor in the mortal world, and my life is very happy. Why should I go to the god realm to be a small character who is nothing? Let's talk about the issue of lifespan. I have a powerful enough time spell. I can create a time lag spell, which is enough to travel through endless time. Why should I light the divine fire? My biggest appeal in contacting you is just to fight against the invasion of the gods from other worlds. The Joyer smiled and shook his head. Mortal, you still don't understand the benefits of lighting the divine fire. Even if you use time lag, you can only exist for a maximum of 100,000 years, but if you light the divine fire, you can exist until the great annihilation day of the starry sky. In addition, as a mortal, you will be trapped in this solar star world forever. But if you light the divine fire, you can use the resonance between the divine rings to jump and move between the stars. Your world will become extremely broad, far beyond the imagination of mortals. Rosen raised his eyebrows, and immediately raised questions. I can't verify the first benefit you mentioned, but I doubt the second benefit you mentioned. Because Lit told me that there are thousands of true gods in your god realm, which is very crowded. If the true gods can jump freely between the stars, how can the god realm be crowded? The Joyer showed a trace of bitterness on his face. Mortal, let me tell you the truth. I want to tell you that the starry sky seems to have countless stars, but in fact, there are only a very small number of stars available for jumping, only a few hundred. Most of the stars are very, very far away, just unreachable space-time phantoms. To be more precise, our world has 538 stars. And your world is wider, about 821 stars. And in our world, the number of true gods is indeed very large. There are currently about 3,218 true gods, with an average of 6 true gods allocated to each star, but the number of believers in the mortal world is less than 30 billion. In order to compete for living space, and even more for mortal believers, fierce wars often break out among the gods. Rosen couldn't help but sigh. TSK, after hearing what you said, I have even less interest in lighting the divine fire. The Joyer shook his head repeatedly. No, your world is different. There is no true god in your world yet. Once you light the divine fire, you will face a beautiful world with endless resources and countless believers. At the same time, you are still the emperor. When you are promoted to a true god, your empire's citizens will naturally be your believers, and you will obtain inexhaustible source power. With the help of these source powers, perhaps in less than 100 years, you can be promoted to the eternal first supreme in the divine world. This statement did have some appeal to Rosen. The joyful one continued, Mortal, the god realm is far wider than the mortal realm, far more exciting than the mortal realm, and far more free than the mortal realm. At the same time, if you want to stop the abyss and the invasion of the goddess of annihilation, the safest way is to ignite the divine fire. The last sentence greatly persuaded Rosen, because he deeply felt the huge gap between mortals and true gods. With the power of the nightmare abyss at the time, it was difficult to resist the invasion of the true god of the other world, and I am afraid that it would be difficult for me to succeed. Although there is the protection of the scepter of light, it is ultimately a trick, and there will always be a loophole in 100 precautions. The joyful one felt Rosen's hesitation and continued to persuade, Your Majesty, in fact, you can easily ignite the divine fire. Why do you say that? The joyful one immediately gave an explanation. The source is diffused in the star realm. It is necessary for igniting the divine fire and condensing the soul. Some souls are naturally stronger than most people. The reason is that their souls contain more essence. And you, the emperor of mortals, Your soul contains far more essence than ordinary mortal souls, and it has greatly exceeded the minimum limit for igniting the divine fire. Once you ignite the divine fire, you can directly possess the power of the middle stage of the first ring, or even the ultimate stage of the first ring. Rosen listened to these words carefully, thought about it carefully, and then guessed a possibility. Lai Fu in my soul should be related to the essence. Lai Fu is very secretive. Even if Rosen has obtained the ultimate time talent of mortals, he still cannot detect its specific existence. He has been confused about this, but he didn't expect to get a possible answer from the mouth of a prostitute god in a different world. He couldn't help but be curious, so he continued to ask, I really want to know what is the essence. The Joyer asked back, Your Majesty, are you moved? Yes, I am. The joyful one smiled slightly, and said in a slightly emotional voice, The source is the most wonderful existence in the star world. It is the source of time and space, the source of the ring, the source of the soul, and the source of power. It can even be said that it is the source of all things. No language, even the most rigorous mathematical language, can describe its special possibility. If you want to truly understand the existence of the source, you can only get close to it, absorb it, and merge with it. It is worth mentioning that the taste of merging with the source is extremely wonderful, and nothing else in the world can compare with it. Rosen asked curiously, Is joy not enough? The joyful one smiled slightly. Pure joy is far from enough, but if the joy process and the fusion process are carried out at the same time, then you can experience the most beautiful pleasure in the world. Mortal Emperor, do you want to try it? A hint of teasing appeared on the face of the pleasure man. Rosen shook his head bluntly. I don't think I have the ability to control this level of pleasure. Once I taste it, I'm afraid I will become its slave. So forget it for now. The pleasure man raised his thin eyebrows. Your Majesty is sober enough, which makes me have stronger confidence in you. Back to the original question, if Your Majesty is willing to light the divine fire, then I am willing to tell Your Majesty the method of lighting the divine fire now. Rosen smiled and asked, Aren't you worried that I will regret it after getting the benefits? The pleasure man narrowed his eyes and smiled. In my world, I have the most informed information and know countless secrets. At the same time, I am also a pioneer on the road to true God. I can give Your Majesty enough guidance to help you get through the most vulnerable early days. I believe that my two abilities are very useful to Your Majesty, so our cooperation is a win-win process. With Your Majesty's wisdom, you should be able to easily understand this, and naturally there is no need to regret it. This is absolutely true, and Rosen is indeed very tempted. But becoming a true god means leaving the mortal world and entering a completely unfamiliar god. Then his control over the natural empire would probably be greatly affected. The Joyer seemed to see Rosen's concerns. Your Majesty, I will also teach you the spell to create a mortal incarnation. Believe me, the power of the true God is far beyond the imagination of mortals. Unless you take the initiative to explain, no mortal can see the flaw. Rosen believed this. So, he cast a time torrent spell on himself, and in the time torrent that was accelerated 3,000 times, he used various methods to evaluate the pros and cons of igniting the divine fire. Finally, he came to a conclusion. If you want to fight against the true gods, the most reliable way is to obtain the power of the true gods. After I become a true god, I can find a way to promote the mortals I trust to true gods, so as to form a powerful pantheon, or even a kingdom of gods. Once the kingdom of gods is successfully built, and the national strength is very strong, it will not only completely eliminate the threat of the gods from other worlds, but also push back and occupy the other world, making the gods from other worlds my slaves. So, he nodded slowly. Then, the joyful Talinea, tell me how to ignite the divine fire. Chapter 400. Secret Prison. The Joyer described the source of the power of the true God in a low voice. The so-called igniting of the divine fire is just a popular term. Its essence is to use the source to create an eternal soul core. Once the divine fire is ignited, it will burn forever and continuously provide divine power to the true God. However, unless the source is continuously replenished, the scale of the divine fire will remain unchanged, and the speed of providing divine power will not increase. If you are the only true God in the world, then this is enough for you to survive comfortably until the great Nirvana day. But this world is not peaceful, and competition is everywhere. If you don't want to be a prey that flees for your life all day long, or a weak person whose fate is arbitrarily controlled by the strong, you can only keep getting stronger. Rosen has long been accustomed to competition, so he has no trepidation in his heart, but instead has an impulse to try. A thought came to his mind. I wonder what changes will happen to Lai Fu's function after the divine fire is ignited. He was not worried at all that Lai Fu would be damaged in the process, and he was not afraid even if it was damaged. Because if Lai Fu was really composed of source material, or a lower-level substance than source material, then after becoming a true god, he would naturally be able to use source material to rebuild Lai Fu. If Lai Fu was not generated by source material, but a higher existence, then there would be no need to worry about it being damaged. In addition, he also noticed a trap left for him by the Joyer. Because she only said to help him ignite the divine fire, but did not say how to establish a mortal church, let alone how to extract source material from the souls of mortal believers. I believe that after he successfully ignites the divine fire and feels this need, this Joyer will definitely offer more trading conditions. I pretend I don't know, but study it secretly. At this time, the voice of the Joyer came again. Your Majesty, most mortals in the world cannot feel the existence of the source essence. Only the 23rd ring of the mortal strongest can vaguely feel the source essence. And perception is the basis of control. So, Your Majesty, what you have to do next is to get yourself a soul with the strength of the 23rd ring in the shortest possible time. Rosen spread his hands. Oh, this is not an easy thing. I'm afraid I don't have so much time. According to Tira Liline, she spent 1,300 years of practice to be promoted to the 22nd ring. Adela also said that the Queen of Pain, Egdalin, who had the best practice resources in the Eternal Empire, also spent 1,118 years to become an eternal strongman. The Joyful One smiled. It is indeed difficult for others, but your Majesty has a lot of source in the depths of your soul, and you also hold the scepter of light condensed by the source in your hand. As long as you can find a 23rd ring environment and practice seriously, you should be able to advance to the 23rd ring in 3 years at most. Where is the 23rd ring environment? In a short period of time, his natural empire cannot do this, and the half-plane of the Dawn Empire is also destroyed. In the entire Solar Star realm, only the Abyss has such an environment. In other words, he has to enter the Abyss. He believes that since the Joyful One intends to enter this world, he must have carefully understood the situation of this world. So he looked embarrassed. The Abyss is frozen by the plane stagnation spell, I enter it. Sure enough, the Joyful One immediately took up the conversation. She smiled and said, Don't worry, Your Majesty, as far as I know, most areas of the Abyss have gotten rid of the influence of the plane stagnation spell. As long as you pass through a thin layer of stagnation membrane, the inside is a normal time zone. In addition, for safety reasons, you should enter the Abyss of Pain or the Abyss of Withering, and never enter the Abyss of Nightmare where Anawenge is. This is natural. But Rosen still has a worry. Liv said that Anawenge is building the Sun Bridge. That's true, but please rest assured, Your Majesty, the Sun Bridge is not so easy to build. It will take at least 20 years to complete, and you have enough time to prepare. Rosen couldn't be sure whether the information about the Sun Bridge was true or false. But according to logical reasoning, this is absolutely possible, and once it happens, the consequences will be extremely serious. He is temporarily unable to verify the authenticity of the Sun Bridge. For the sake of safety, he would rather believe it. He finally asked, What should I do after I advance to the 23rd ring? You do this. While speaking, the Joyer lightly snapped his fingers, and a spell book appeared out of thin air in front of him. There is no title on the cover, only a picture, and the picture shows a ball of fire burning in the brain. The book is very thick. After Rosen took it, he quickly browsed through it page by page. It took more than 10 minutes to enter all the contents into Lai Fu's database, and then handed the spell book back to the Joyer. Thank you. The Joyer smiled slightly. Then, I will patiently wait for the day when Your Majesty will light the divine fire. After saying this, the pastel-colored light in Liv's eyes gradually faded, but when the light was about to fade, she added, Liv is a good helper in gathering intelligence. If Your Majesty can use it, just use it. She will never let you down. Thank you again for your generosity, Joyer. He would use Liv, because she was not only capable, but also a pair of eyes that the Joyer kept beside him to monitor him. He used her to reassure the Joyer, so that she would not misjudge the progress of the cooperation. After all, she was also an apostle of the true God, and her combat power and knowledge were also good. When needed, he could ask for help from her. But he had to hide a few tricks as a bargaining chip for self-protection. The Joyer then completely retreated, and Liv regained consciousness. Your Majesty, how did you talk with my master? We have reached a cooperation. From now on, you are my Abyss Intelligence Officer. You will follow me into the Abyss, and help me gather intelligence. Liv nodded in agreement without hesitation. Yes, Your Majesty, I will do my best to serve you. Rosen asked, Then, do you know how to enter the Abyss safely? Liv shook her head slowly. Your Majesty, I'm sorry, I don't know much about the Abyss plane of this world for the time being. Rosen was not disappointed, because he had a more reliable source of information. Then you should have a good rest. I will inform you before we leave. As Rosen spoke, his mind moved, and the secret prison continued to expand and deform, quickly becoming the appearance of a room. Then, Rosen stepped back, activated the secret passage technique, and came to the room where the Adela sisters rested. When they arrived at the end of the field, they saw one sister reading quietly, and the other chewing snacks like a hamster. After hearing the movement, Padnaros, who was chewing non-stop, turned his head and looked at Rosen. Your Majesty, I have to say, these cookies are really delicious. Eat them if they are delicious, there are plenty. After walking to Adela and sitting down, the latter had already put down the spell book and was waiting. Adela, I'm going to the painful abyss. Adela's face was a little surprised. Your Majesty, I think it's enough to send your men, there's no need to go in person. Rosen shook his head and insisted, I must go in person. After a pause, he asked again, why, is there any danger in the painful abyss? Padnaro's voice came from the side. Of course, it is dangerous, and it is much more dangerous than the Dawn demiplane. Rosen asked curiously, tell me more about it. Andawanji's idea of destroying civilization has not always remained on paper, he has put it into many concrete actions. As he spoke, Padnaros walked to the bench where Rosen was sitting, and sat down beside him. The process of the Queen sealing the 3 planes was not smooth sailing. There were many twists and turns and huge sacrifices. Before the blockade, extremely tragic high-energy wars had already broken out in the 3 planes. More than 18 wars, with a death toll of over 1 million. The result of the war is that except for the palace and the core area of the empire, which retain high energy and imperial order, the rest of the area has become a chaotic ruin. Rosen spread his hands. We humans are really good at killing. Killing other races is good, and killing the same race is also a first-class master. Padnaros sighed. Who says it's not? Adela continued. In fact, the situation in the abyss is not much better than the current situation in the lost plane. She showed a sigh on her face. In addition, the class of the Eternal Empire is almost completely solidified. The upper class living in the core area of the empire has no communication with the lower class living in the ruins. In the eyes of the lower class, the core area of the empire is the most beautiful paradise, and they try their best to squeeze into it. But in the eyes of the upper class, the core area is already crowded enough. Most of them hope that the upper class will never disturb them, and it would be best if they all rot to death in the high-energy ruins. Rosen felt like an alien version of cyberpunk. But he still caught a word. You just said the majority? In other words, there are still a few people who hold different ideas? Padnaros took over the conversation. Her Majesty the Queen hopes to restore the glory of the Eternal Empire. To achieve this, we need talents, as many hardworking and limited desire magic talents as possible. But there are too few people in the core area, making talents even fewer. Even if they are talented, their temperaments are so comfortable that they are almost lazy, their vision is so short-sighted that they are almost stupid, and they don't really obey the Queen's orders. The Queen has always hoped to spread magic to the refugees in the ruins and provide various magic equipment, but a series of proposals have always been obstructed by the Eternal Empire, resulting in little effect. Rosen shrugged his shoulders and said, since you don't obey orders, why keep it? Why not clean it up? The 2 sisters' faces turned pale, knowing that if this matter was replaced by Rosen, the core area would definitely be cleansed by him. But they also knew that the Queen did not have enough courage and ability to do this. Adela shook her head gently. Your Majesty, it's not that simple. The intelligent stewards of the Empire protect the interests of every member of the core area, and even the Emperor has to follow the rules. Paternalos was more direct. Sister, although I am loyal to the Queen, in fact, Your Majesty is incompetent in this matter. Hearing this, Rosen had a general understanding of the situation of the Abyss of Pain. In short, it is a pile of excrement crawling with maggots left after the weakening of a mortal empire that was extremely powerful. If you want to rebuild civilization from such filth, gentle means are useless, and you have to do the most thorough cleaning. But this has nothing to do with his goal. Unless it is necessary, he is too lazy to meddle. He insisted. So, you can take me into the Abyss of Pain, right? The 2 sisters nodded at the same time, but shook their heads. Adela said, Your Majesty, it's easy to get in but hard to get out. Paternalos said, Your Majesty, I won't stop you, but I suggest you send someone to explore the way first. Rosen nodded. I have received your advice. I will do my best to prepare and enter the Abyss of Pain with the most cautious attitude. Chapter 401. Natural Empire. Whalon, the sea wave garden of the Morning Castle. The wind blew, and the layers of sea wave roses rolled with the wind, like the undulating waves. In the viewing pavilion in the garden, Rosen lazily leaned on the leather chair, his hands behind his head, and a folk fantasy novel called Adventures in the Seven Hells floated in front of him. He watched leisurely, and there was a constant buzzing sound in his ears. It was his newly born third daughter sucking her mother's milk. Who is the mother? Naturally, it was his first wife, Selina Adrian. Time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, the two had been married for almost 9 years, and had 3 children. But Selina's appearance did not change much. She was just a little plump, but her temperament changed a lot, from a young girl to a gentle mother. After a while, the little girl drank enough. Her big blue eyes, which were very similar to her mother's, blinked a few times, and soon she fell into a sweet dream. Selina handed the child to the maid to take care of, got up and walked to Rosen's side, lying next to him. Rosen also naturally freed one hand, and held her in his arms. Neither of them spoke, and they just snuggled quietly. After a while, Selina talked about some trivial matters of family life. Rosen's eyes were still fixed on the miscellaneous books, but he also expressed some opinions from time to time, indicating that he actually listened very seriously. After many years of husband and wife, they have formed a tacit understanding. After chatting some gossip to kill time, Selina's tone became serious. Your Majesty, after my power reached Legend 4, I felt that I couldn't improve it. Is it the peak of my practice? Rosen put the book on the wooden table beside him, and his expression became more serious. It's almost time. There will be no obvious improvement through normal practice. But the serious expression only lasted for a while, and he immediately leaned down and drank the food left by his daughter skillfully. Before she had finished half of it, Selina was already panting. There were only 2 trusted maids in the viewing pavilion, and the pavilion was surrounded by an anti-spying barrier, so the 2 had no scruples, and the magic gun was sheathed in a short while. A fierce storm blew in the sea of green waves. After the storm subsided, the 2 maids stepped forward and calmly helped the Emperor and the Emperor's Queen Chinzi to clean up the mess after the storm. Selina let the maids busy themselves and continued the previous topic. Your Majesty, I still want to move forward. This was his wife's wish, and Rosen naturally had to satisfy it, so he said, no problem, just leave it to me. He decided to forge a divine body for Selina. Not only Selina, but also Queen Ziglarana of Nature, Queen Zoya of Glory, his dearest mentor Anna, and all the girls with enough magic talent. He intends to forge divine bodies for them to open the way to the 23rd ring. In addition, he will also help a group of absolute confidants in the Empire to forge divine bodies, currently tentatively set at 500 people. Not only to forge divine bodies, but also to use the time orb to imprint their time talents. The purpose is to cultivate a group of high-end magic talents to support the core skeleton of a mature high-energy empire. In fact, this is one of his current work focuses. Soon, the maid completely cleaned the bodies of the 2. Waving his hand to stop the maid from dressing Selina, Rosen stretched out a hand, gently stroked his wife's jade-like skin, and used a secret language developed based on the secret passage technique. My dear, I will help you lay a good foundation, but you must try your best to improve your strength and be ready at all times. Selina was stunned. Prepare for what? Prepare to become a truly eternal life. If he successfully ignites the divine fire, then once he has established a foothold in the divine world, he will ignite the divine fire for his wife whose strength meets the requirements and take her to the divine world. Of course, he only said it vaguely, and did not fully explain it, because he was not sure whether he could succeed. On the other side, Selina didn't quite understand. Eternal life? I can't say it now, you will understand it later. As he spoke, he became interested again, and under his teasing, Selina soon fell into a whirlpool of pleasure again. Of course, this was just a small adjustment after a busy day. After a short rest, Rosen immediately continued to prepare for going to the abyss. The preparations were extremely complicated. One aspect was to build divine bodies for his wife, and the core talents of the Empire. Another aspect was to mobilize a huge amount of resources to help Tyralan build a homogeneous time torrent zone. He also built many powerful time and space instruments, and armed a group of absolute confidants with these instruments. These confidants were sent to explore the abyss of pain, including the Apostle of Joy Liv. Finally, he also began to work on the complete unification of the natural plane to fully integrate the resources of the entire plane. This matter was actually a bit hasty, because the natural plane was still in a bulk state at this moment. Although the lifeblood of the former glorious empire has almost been completely controlled by the natural empire, many nobles in the country are still unwilling to accept it, and their attitude towards the fusion of the 2 countries is hesitant and reluctant. Although the elves of the Holy Elf Empire were beaten many times in the Dragon Islands, and there were uprisings in the country, many high-level elves are still arrogant, and still dream of living in a corner of the continent. On the other side of the continent, the Storm Continent, the Fusion Empire is still struggling to survive, jumping out from time to make trouble. But Rosen doesn't plan to delay any longer, because time is running out. At the same time, he already has a super weapon that can quickly unify the plane. After nearly 7 years and many improvements, the Sky Battleship with a weight of 1.8 million tons and a diameter of more than 3,000 meters, which uses the new sun essence as the power source, has finally been built. At this time, this supergiant is anchored in a large valley in the mountains in the middle of Waylon, doing the final debugging before takeoff. The valley is surrounded by steep peaks, and a viewing post was built on the top of one of the peaks. On the top platform of the post, Rosen was overlooking the super war artifact in the valley ahead. On the side of his body, there were several women standing. They were Anna, the Minister of the Empire's Ministry of Industry, Zigralana, the Queen of Nature, Zoya, the Queen of Glory, Dora, the leader of the Elf Empire's Hair Society, and Rosen's new bodyguard, the female war god Belldandy. Each of them was a beauty, with unique charm and temperament, and they were never the same. At the same time, each of them was a talent with outstanding talents. Rosen did not hide this trip to the Abyss. Because it took a long time to go there, it could not be hidden. In order to avoid unrest in the Empire, various arrangements must be made in advance. Girls, I am not going to personally participate in the world tour of the Sky City. Sky City is the name of the Sky Battleship. Why? Anna looked puzzled. In her opinion, this Sky City is the highest masterpiece of the Empire's magic industry, and it embodies the hard work of countless mages. If the Emperor does not participate in its maiden voyage, it will chill the hearts of countless engineering mages. Rosen certainly knew this, and he explained seriously, "You all already know the existence of the Abyss, and you probably know the fatal threat it poses to us. In order to eliminate this threat, I must go to the Abyss myself." The girls looked at each other. Belldandy took a step forward. "Your Majesty, I will go with you." Rosen smiled. "Very good, in fact, I think so too. In addition, I have prepared this sword for you." He threw the Sword of Extinction directly over. "From today on, it is yours." Of course Belldandy knew the Sword of Extinction, and was immediately shocked. "Your Majesty, this is a second-level artifact." Rosen laughed, reached out his hand to the air around him, and took out a bunch of magic weapons, and gave one to each of the women. "These are also so-called second-level artifacts, which I made myself. They are very effective and comprehensive. They can improve the efficiency of practice, increase the size of the soul, indicate danger, activate shields, etc. Anyway, they are very useful. I call it the Queen's Ring. Come on, one for each person, everyone has a share, put it on." The women were all shocked. After putting them on, they immediately felt the almost incredible powerful effect of the magic weapon, so they were even more shocked, and didn't understand how Rosen suddenly had such a good ability. After all, this is an extremely powerful second-level artifact. Rosen explained vaguely, "I got a lot of good treasures, and learned some good skills when I went to the Lost Plane this time." He comforted, "In short, the reason why I dared to go to the Abyss was that I made full preparations. In addition, I will leave behind a flesh-and-blood puppet emperor who can't tell whether it is real or fake, and I can communicate with everyone at any time through the Queen's Ring." The worry on the faces of the women was slightly reduced, but it did not completely disappear. Anna whispered, "Your Majesty, must it be like this?" Joya also said, "I think this is really a bit risky." Zigralana said, "Yes, the Empire can be without anyone, but it can never be without you." Of course, Rosen was reluctant to leave these beautiful and kind girls, but for a better future, he could only make up his mind and take another risk. Having said that, comfort has never been Rosen's character, and adventure itself is one of his greatest hobbies. So, he comforted her. "Belldandy is a very powerful warrior. With her protection, I am very safe." Belldandy got the Sword of Destruction, and was full of confidence. "Yes, I will do my best to protect your Majesty." Rosen laughed in his heart, but did not rush to correct her cognitive bias about strength. First, because this Sword of Destruction was modified by him. Although it is still a second-level artifact, its power is greatly increased compared to the original version. Second, according to the information sent back by the Abyss intelligence officers, even in the ruins area of the Painful Abyss, the time and space artifact he created is still very useful. At this time, the Sky City in the distance had been debugged and began to make final preparations for the launch. Rosen walked to the girls and gave them a hot kiss one by one, then retreated to Belldandy, and put his hand around the latter's agile and voluptuous waist. "Dear girls, wait for my good news." As soon as the voice fell, he had connected to the time and space beacon set by the Abyss intelligence officer, and activated the secret passage technique. With a glimmer of light, the two disappeared from the sentry platform. Although the people disappeared, the girls could clearly feel Rosen's will through the Queen's ring, and could also see the puppet emperor in the distant Sky City, who was remotely controlled by Rosen's will. This made the girls secretly relieved. Rosen's mentor Anna clapped her hands gently. "Okay, girls, what we should worry about now is ourselves, and whether we can complete the mission entrusted by His Majesty. As for His Majesty, he is the most powerful wizard I have ever seen, and he will definitely return safely from the abyss." This is true, and the girls cheered up, activated the spell, and flew towards the Sky City that was slowly rising in the distance. Chapter 402. The Painful Abyss. In the starry sky, it is one of the three planes that cannot be observed by any other means except gravity, a disturbance of space and time. It exists like a shadow in the starry sky, but its true appearance has never been seen clearly. Through the scattered information sent back by the Abyss intelligence officer, Rosen imagined the appearance of the painful abyss thousands of times, but when he really came to the painful abyss, he was still shocked by the world in front of him. At this moment, he was standing in a hidden cave in the middle of a cliff. Looking forward, you can see a very far view. He saw that the ground in the distance was an endless city ruins. The broken walls and ruins that almost occupied the entire land silently told the glory of the empire in the past, but the architectural ruins that were deformed like a burning candle and as bright as glass also silently showed the horror of high-energy war. But whether it is prosperity or war, they are all passers-by of time. The ruins of the city are now covered with a wide variety of lush vegetation, filled with all kinds of strange creatures that are hard to describe, and from time to time you can hear sharp, hoarse, or furious roars. At first glance, it is deep, dark, and depressing, making people feel heavy in their hearts. Looking up, the sky is gray and black, as if covered with a thick haze that will never dissipate. Occasionally, there is wind blowing the haze a little, and you can vaguely see a circular light spot floating in the sky. After careful observation with magic, you can find that the circular light spot is a huge city floating in the sky. Adela said that it is the location of the core civilization area of the Abyss of Pain, called Moon City. On the ground, a ring that looks about the same size as the moon, with a real diameter of more than 500 kilometers, floats in the starry sky about 10,000 kilometers from the ground. It is the only starry sky city preserved by the Eternal Empire. There used to be 12 such starry sky cities, but the other 11 have all been destroyed in the war. But just this one has made Rosen deeply feel the brilliant glory of the Eternal Empire. Just this one is enough to make the painful abyss have the crushing power to despise other planes. His natural empire has just taken off a sky city with a diameter of 3 kilometers, and the maximum ceiling does not exceed 20,000 meters, and it has no ability to enter the starry sky. Lifting a city with a diameter of 500 kilometers into a space of 10,000 kilometers is a great miracle that the Empire's magic engineers dare not dream of. While sighing, the voice of Beldandy came from beside him. "The abyss is such a haunted place. Your Majesty, look over there. There seems to be a large group of bat monsters with ghost faces flying in the sky." Rosen turned his head and saw a group of flying monsters. It was roughly estimated that there were more than 100 of them. Each individual had a wingspan of more than 5 meters, a blue-gray skin, a pair of thighs with sharp claws and strong muscles, and an ugly and terrifying face. They were flying in the sky, screaming, and swooping down to the ground from time to time, and then picking up one or two prey from the ground. Rosen squinted and found that the prey seemed to be people. The reason why I say it seems is because these people look really weird. They have no clothes on their bodies, their skin is grayish-white, they are very small, about the same as a 10-year-old child. Their voices are very sharp. Their movements are extremely agile, and they have sharp claws. They are not all prey. Because there are so many of them, there must be 2,000 or 3,000 of them, jumping around on the ground, constantly fighting against the ghost-faced bat monsters in the sky, and occasionally pulling down 1 or 2 ghost-faced bat monsters from the sky. After watching for a while, he said, "It's 2 monster tribes fighting." Beldandy nodded. "It's a very primitive, but also very amazing battle. I feel that their souls are very powerful. Any one of them is stronger than me." Rosen smiled, "Also stronger than me. It can be felt that the magic ring of the Abyss of Pain is very strong, much stronger than the half-plane of the Dawn Empire. It is a truly complete 23 magic rings." The 2 monster tribes fighting in front of them, the most ordinary members, have soul strengths of more than 10 rings, and the strong ones among them have 12 or even 13 rings of souls. And Belldandy now has the power of Legend 16, which is equivalent to 11.8 rings. No wonder she feels terrible. Fortunately, the cave was very hidden, and Rosen immediately cast the time spell Undercurrent and various types of invisibility spells, so he was not worried about being exposed. Belldandy asked softly, "Your Majesty, what should we do next?" The confidence that had just been overflowing with the Sword of Annihilation was fading rapidly. Rosen smiled and said, "Of course, be careful to hide, and try your best to increase your strength." Where to hide? In this cave. The cave was very small, less than 5 meters deep and less than 3 meters in diameter, but the ground was flat and the walls were smooth, with many delicate time and space runes engraved on them. On the innermost ground of the cave, there were some items, including food, clean water, and some simple daily necessities. Rosen walked over, used transfiguration to create a simple table and chair, and took out food and water to set them on the table. After carefully testing it and confirming that it was non-toxic, he asked Belldandy to sit down. After the other party sat down, Rosen handed over a kilogram of solar essence. "Take this, carry it carefully with you, as a source of your power replenishment." Belldandy naturally knew the preciousness of solar essence, and immediately put it away carefully. Rosen poured her another bowl of water, and poured himself a cup. After taking a sip, he talked about the known information. The area we are in is the poisonous fog forest in the abyss. There is no human gathering area within a radius of 500 kilometers. As he spoke, he pointed to the cave entrance. There are many human-like and non-human monsters in the poisonous fog forest. Some are human beings poisoned by high-energy wars. The other part is specially made flesh and blood weapons. He said many Abyss intelligence officers, but the most important ones are Adela, Patnaros and Liv. This cave was prepared by Adela, and the relevant information was also provided by Adela, so it is naturally the most credible. After introducing the basic situation, Rosen answered Belldandy's question. This cave is also very secretive, and there are sufficient supplies in the cave. As long as we don't take the initiative to cause trouble, no one will come to trouble us. Belldandy breathed a sigh of relief and asked again, "How long do we have to practice?" "Stay as long as you can, and improve your strength as much as possible until this place is exposed." Belldandy nodded to show that she understood, but immediately worried because she didn't know how to practice. When she was about to ask, Rosen had already taken out the practice method. This is the practice method of high-energy magic ring, which comes from the royal family of the Eternal Empire, and is called the Heart of Eternity. After you become proficient, the practice efficiency is still very good. If you are lucky, you can reach the 20th ring in about 1,500 years. 20th ring, can't it be higher? Rosen shook his head. In the practice of high-energy magic ring, the 20th ring is a watershed. Before, it depends on hard work, and after, it depends on talent. According to my observation, your upper limit is 21st ring. It takes 1,500 years to reach the 20th ring, and 800 years to reach the 21st ring alone. In the practice method of Eternal Soul, the 20th ring is called the extraordinary limit. Before the 20th ring, it is a mortal, and after the 20th ring, it is an outstanding extraordinary person. Among the hundreds of millions of practitioners in the Eternal Empire, about 1 in every 3 million people breaks through the limit. Belldandy scratched his scalp subconsciously. "Your Majesty, isn't this too long? After all, you are the Lord of the Empire. You can't stay in the cave forever, right?" Rosen smiled. "You are right. 1,500 years is indeed too long. So, I will always guide you to practice. In this way, once I reach a certain level, you will catch up quickly. Okay, time in the abyss is very precious. Let's start practicing now." After saying this, he began to take off Belldandy's clothes. Belldandy was startled. "Your Majesty? You forgot what I just said so quickly. I guide you to practice, and when I guide you, I need to have a comprehensive and clear understanding of the operation of your soul. Because the power of the high-energy magic ring is extremely fine, there can be no interference. He will not only guide her to practice, but also strengthen her time talent and make her his first guard." Oh, I was thinking wrong, Your Majesty." Rosen laughed. "Not completely wrong. If you are interested, you might as well have some fun. After all, practice is boring." This is one of the main reasons why he brought Belldandy here, because she is both good at fighting and interesting, and it won't be too boring to have her company during practice. Belldandy has been absolutely obedient to Rosen, so naturally she will do whatever he says. In the following time, the two of them lived a hermit-like life in a secret cave in the abyss. The Joyer Terranea was right. With the dual assistance of the source substance and the light scepter that far exceeded ordinary people, Rosen's power increased rapidly, even faster than the Joyer predicted. In less than 2 days, he restored his 13th ring soul. After that, he made rapid progress at an average rate of 1 ring every half a month. Belldandy was much slower, but Rosen's soul fusion guidance was excellent, and his absolute cultivation speed was also amazingly high. In a blink of an eye, the two stayed in the cave safely for 7 months. Rosen directly reached the peak of the 20th ring, stuck at the extraordinary limit. And Belldandy also reached the 17th ring. According to the information provided by Adela, even in the former Eternal Empire, reaching the 20th ring of soul strength was a very outstanding achievement. Looking at the magic masters of the entire Eternal Empire, they can already enter the top 1,000. If placed in the current abyss of pain, they can even enter the top 200. So until this time, Rosen was slightly relieved. Now, I shouldn't be easily crushed by the strong men of the abyss. I don't have to walk on thin ice when facing the Apostle of Joy Liv. Adela is 21 rings, Patnaros is 20 rings, and Liv is only 17 rings. They are no match for Rosen at all. The next step is to find a way to break through the extraordinary boundary and impact the last 3 rings. Rosen clearly felt the difficulty of the last 3 rings. He estimated that breaking through the 21st ring was not too difficult and only took 3 months, but the 22nd ring would take 5 months, and the last ring might take more than a year. Originally, he planned to rush to the 23rd ring in one go. But early in the morning of this day, he had just finished a day of practice, and was relaxing with Belldandy, when he suddenly felt a slight shock in his heart. Immediately afterwards, he saw a time illusion. A scarred boy crossed the jungle, and came to the bottom of the cliff. When the boy was desperate, he accidentally discovered a cave on the cliff, and then he desperately climbed towards the cliff. When he climbed halfway, the pursuers appeared not far away. The pursuers looked like 3 mages standing on a floating flying disc, wearing colorful dark blue robes. When they found the boy on the cliff, they immediately shouted loudly, "Traitor!" The illusion stopped abruptly. Rosen became curious. "Are you a mage from the Eye of the Tower of Dawn?" This news came from Liv. Liv told him that the Eye of Dawn was a mage organization in the ruins, which was quite powerful, and was said to have a deep background in Moon City. Its symbol was an eye looking down at the ground from the sky, which was similar to the badges on the chests of the 3 mages. The years in the cave were really boring, and now there was a change. Rosen was immediately looking forward to it. He smiled at Belldandy, who was screaming in front of him, "Sweetheart, there will be excitement later." Chapter 403. Dark Poison Mist Forest. Ha ha ha. Young boy Orient hid in a hidden corner, panting heavily, but his eyes looked around, always observing the surrounding environment. Cracks and holes in collapsed buildings, dense bushes and vines, treetops, etc., any corners that can be hidden, he tried his best to check to avoid being attacked by hidden monsters. As an elite member of the Eye of Dawn Mage Association, he knew the dangers of the Poison Mist Forest very well. But it was precisely because of the danger that he came in. Because behind him, there are more dangerous monsters than the monsters in the Poison Mist Forest. While running away cautiously, Orient couldn't help but emerge one scene after another in his mind. When he was 6 years old, his father sold him to the Eye of Dawn Mage Association for 5 gold clins. Under the setting sun, he was held by the hand of a strange mage, and kept looking back at the shabby home behind him. At the door of his home stood a woman in ragged clothes, pale face, and skeleton-like figure. That was his mother, who was seriously ill and dying. His mother kept waving at him, her deep eyes full of tears. A month later, he sat in a flying hovercraft, and was transported to a very bright and beautiful, but unknown hidden valley with hundreds of his peers. In the next 6 years, he accepted strict, and almost cruel learning and training, and gradually gained incredible magic power. The training time was very difficult, but there was also unforgettable warmth. "Brother Orient, you are really amazing. You can learn magic as soon as you learn it. Unlike me, I can't learn it well no matter what." A sweet and tender voice echoed in his ears. It was a companion who had studied magic together since childhood. Wow wow wow. The unusual movement interrupted Orient's thoughts. He immediately tightened his body and held his breath. After a while, a group of gray-skinned ghosts appeared in front of him. They were not very scary, but there were many of them. He squatted in the same place without moving. The cloak he carried immediately took effect, completely integrating him with the surrounding environment. At this time, he should not have been distracted, but his brain stubbornly emerged a little girl with flax hair, some freckles on the bridge of her nose, and a pair of ice green eyes. "Ilya, Olian felt an unbearable stinging pain in his heart, but more and more conversations emerged. Brother, you are so good to me. Brother, you protected me again, thank you. Brother, you are so strong, I really want to stay like this forever. The scenes of the past flashed in the boy's mind, making the stinging in his heart more and more intense. It was like someone was piercing his heart with a sword, causing him to feel a pain that was almost suffocating. The gray-skinned imp finally passed by, and Orion gritted his teeth and shook his head hard, as if to completely erase the memory in his mind. He stood up again and continued to move forward. He had not escaped far enough, and the anti-tracking spell told him that the hounds of the Eye of Dawn were still hanging closely behind him. If he wanted to survive, he could not stop for a moment. He took a deep breath and ran in the dangerous forest again. But soon, the painful memory once again hit his heart unexpectedly. Brother Orient, the Mage Association raised us and taught us knowledge. Not only did you not have any gratitude towards the Mage Association, you even wanted to overthrow the Mage Association. This is a shameful betrayal. Ilya. Olian clenched his fists, and a face with a hint of irony flashed through his mind. She was obviously the same person, so cute when she was a child, so gentle when she was intimate, and always said the sweetest words in the world. But in the blink of an eye, she turned around and threw herself into the arms of the high level of the Mage Association, and stabbed him with the most fatal sword. Brother Orion, you are indeed very talented, but you have taken the wrong path. In the face of the powerful power of the Mage Association, your personal talent is like a small candlelight under the sun, which is completely meaningless. I call you brother for the last time. I want to tell you that you are dead, ha ha. The almost crazy laughter of complacency still echoed in Orion's mind even though more than half a month had passed. In the past half-month, he recalled his past with Irina over and over again, and gradually understood a fact. Irina has never changed. She used to flatter me and please me just because I was the strongest among my peers and could protect her. Now she has decisively betrayed me and turned to the arms of Master Sacerus just because I would bring disaster to her, while Master Sacerus could bring her a decent and comfortable life. She is a ruthless, indifferent, philistine and vulgar woman. In her eyes, justice and ideals are worthless. I actually fell in love with such a woman, and was deceived by such a cold-blooded person. I am so stupid. Olian raised his hand, and slapped himself hard. His cheeks were burning, but his heart felt much better, and his mind became more determined. As long as I live, the evil Eye of Dawn will be my eternal enemy. I will definitely try every possible way to turn all those evil wizards into ashes. This is not only for me, but also for the innocent people living on this land. As soon as the thought fell, there was a rustling sound, and several dark spikes suddenly shot out from the bushes next to him. Puff puff puff. The spikes created ripples like water waves on the hood that Orion was wearing, and the huge impact of the spell also knocked Orion to the ground. But he was not injured. After rolling on the ground for several times, he stood up instantly, and at the same time pointed his finger at the bush, shooting out a dark green flame. Huh, sizzle. Amid a piercing cry, the bush was turned into ashes by the spell in an instant. But Orion did not feel proud at all. As soon as he stood up, circles of light appeared on his body, and then he ran towards the depths of the forest at full speed. Compared with the monsters in the poisonous fog forest, he was more afraid of the wizards of the same association chasing him. And he clearly felt that the action just now had alarmed them, and they were speeding up to chase him. He began to run as fast as he could. He didn't know if he could escape, but this was the only thing he could do at the moment. He hoped that his opponent would be besieged by monsters, or that he would fall and get injured or even die due to a spell-casting error. In short, he hoped that fate would favor him and help him get rid of this almost desperate situation. But fate did not seem to favor him. He provoked the monster first, a terrible thousand-eyed petrified monster. Chi-chi-chi. White rays of light shot out from the countless gray eyes of the opponent. Although he tried his best to dodge, he was still hit by 2 rays of light. The first ray of light penetrated his magic defense, and the second ray of light hit his arm. He suddenly felt a strong numbness on his arm, which was the effect of the petrification ray. If he didn't do something, he would be petrified. Orion immediately pulled out his dagger, gritted his teeth, and directly cut the skin where he was hit. Then, he didn't entangle, and ran desperately into the deeper part of the forest. The good news is that the thousand-eyed petrified monster is not fast. It usually likes to ambush in the dark, but its hunting ability is very weak. Although half of his body was soaked with blood, Orion successfully escaped the pursuit of the petrified monster. Suddenly, a towering cliff appeared in front of him, blocking his way. The pursuers behind him were getting closer and closer, but there was no way to go ahead. A feeling of despair suddenly emerged in Orion's heart. Am I destined to fail? No, I won't give up. The tenacious young man looked around, and suddenly found a hidden cave on the mountain wall. He suddenly thought, the cave, this may be my chance. If the cave is deep enough, he can use the terrain of the cave to play hide-and-seek with the pursuers. If he is lucky, he may even kill the opponent. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and climbed up with all his strength with the help of magic. The wound on his arm was twitching with severe pain, and blood was still flowing, but he had no time to treat the injury. He just gritted his teeth and climbed up. Hurry up, faster. Traitor. Don't run. Suddenly, a roar came from behind. The wizards are here to hunt them down. There are 3 wizards, and Orion knows every one of them. Because they are the purifiers of the Wizard Association, and Orion was once a member of the purifiers, and even the leader of an elite action team. If it is a fair fight, Orion has no fear, but there is no fair fight in this world. The opponent carries a powerful magic weapon given by the Moon City, while the magic weapons on him are all crudely made and inferior goods. In a head-on confrontation, let alone victory, it is very difficult to even break the opponent's shield. So, he climbed harder and harder. This time, the goddess of fate finally stood by him. Before the opponent's spell hit him, he successfully climbed into the cave. But when he saw the situation in the cave, his heart suddenly sank. The cave is very shallow, and you can see the bottom at a glance. The so-called hide-and-seek in the cave is just his wishful dream. Will I still be doomed to die? Orion's legs softened, and he fell to the ground with a thud, but he was full of unwillingness in his heart. The severe pain in his body and the pain in his heart intertwined and tortured him violently. He couldn't help but murmur, is there no justice in this world? Will the shadow of Moon City really cover the world forever? He was unwilling, but he also knew clearly that his power was too weak. In fact, Ilya was right. If she didn't want to die, she could only choose to stay away from him. Ah! Orion sighed for a long time, and a resolute will emerged in his heart. Since I'm going to die anyway, I burn my soul completely and fight to death. Driven by this will, he began to activate the secret art of burning the soul. But at this moment, a gentle male voice suddenly emerged in his heart. Young man, you seem to need help? Chapter 404. Cliff Cave. Who is talking? The unexpected voice gave Orion a glimmer of hope. Without waiting for an answer, he immediately shouted, yes, I need help, great help. If you can help me overthrow the Eye of Dawn Mage Core, or even destroy the Moon City in the sky, I am willing to give you everything I have. No, not just everything I have. There are countless mortals who have the same ideals as me, all willing to give up everything we have. Orion was like a drowning man grasping at straws, ignoring the pursuers outside the cave, and shouting hysterically in the cave. His voice not only echoed in the cave, but also reached outside the cave. There was a scornful laugh from outside the cave. Ha ha, Orion, are you crazy? You are talking to the air? To be honest, Orion, we were all jealous of you because we entered the Mage Association earlier than you, but we were trampled under by you, the latecomer. I thought I would be suppressed by you forever in this life, but your brain is not working well, and you have such a bizarre delusion, ha ha ha. Yes, you even want to destroy Moon City? What are you going to destroy it with? With your mouth, or with a gun between your thighs? Ha ha ha. Laughter outside the cave came one after another. As members of the Mage Association, they are familiar with each other on weekdays. Seeing that the traitor has been blocked at a dead end, they did not rush to take action. They tried their best to ridicule their former colleagues, who were outstanding in their talents, so as to vent their resentment of being suppressed by them in the past. In the cave, Orion completely ignored the ridicule outside the cave, because he got the response of the mysterious man again. Young man, I see your predicament and hear your voice. I really want to know, what kind of sin did the Eye of Dawn commit that made you risk everything to destroy it? Orion was greatly encouraged. Because they are accomplices of Moon City. Then what about Moon City? Moon City is the biggest source of evil in the world. The city floating in the sky looks bright and beautiful, but the people living in it are all cold-blooded and greedy demons. They started wars, killed countless innocent people, and turned the prosperous world into desolate ruins. But they live a good life in the high sky. If they really hide in the sky and ignore the mortal world, it would be fine, but they are not satisfied. They must support one evil hand after another in the mortal world to destroy all hopes of mortals, to rebuild their beautiful homes. Those demons want us to live forever in desolate ruins, be forever entangled in poverty, disease, monsters, and die little by little in despair. What's more shameful is that if they directly stated their goals, and did the work of massacre and extermination without any concealment, I would admire their courage. But they don't even have this courage. They do evil but dare not speak out loudly, and even use all kinds of bright and great slogans as a cover, so as to confuse many ignorant people. Olean became more and more excited as he spoke. He turned to the cave entrance and roared at his former colleagues without suppressing his anger. There are a bunch of hypocrites living in Moon City, and you are the poison daggers hidden under the bright robes of the hypocrites. You stir up disputes in the mortal world. You gather all the talented children and train them to be cold-blooded killers instead of craftsmen who build homes. You spread suspicion, conspiracy, betrayal, and endless but meaningless killing in the mortal world. I curse you, and you all die a miserable death. Outside the cave, 3 mages were standing quietly on the suspended flying disc. One of the mages shrugged and sighed softly. Oleang, you scolded well and rightly, but what can we mortals do? No matter how much you scold and how thoroughly you see, what can you do? You and I are all ants controlled by the Moon City. Ants should have the consciousness of ants. Don't dream of saving the world all day long, because you are not qualified. A few words made Oleang's face red, and he panted for a long time, but couldn't say a word. At this moment, the gentle voice from before sounded in his heart again. Young man, my name is Rosen, and I am the sun god of the gods. If you are willing to follow me, recite my name in your heart. Oleang was stunned for a moment. Sun god of war? There is no real god in this world. The voice sounded immediately. If you believe it, it exists. If you don't believe it, it doesn't exist. Oleang was half believing and half doubting, but in a desperate situation, such a mysterious road suddenly appeared. Of course, he had to take a walk. Plop. He knelt on the ground again. Sun god of war Rosen, I am willing to follow you and become your loyal servant in the mortal world. Very good, go on. As he said this, Orion felt his palm tremble slightly, and then something appeared in his hand. He turned around and saw a short staff with a simple style, but extremely precise workmanship, and made of an unknown material. There was also a line of small words engraved on the staff, saying that all mortals will die, and the important thing is why they die. Orion's heart trembled slightly, and he felt that these words touched his heart. He was not afraid of death, because he had seen countless deaths. What he really feared was to die worthlessly and silently. He subconsciously tightened the short staff, and at this moment, the relevant information about the short staff flooded into his mind. Death prophecy staff, say the name of the enemy, and once the enemy responds, he will die immediately. If he does not respond, he will die as long as he is within sight. Then, there were specific uses that flooded into his mind. The usage is very simple, and you will learn it at a glance. Orion was half believing and half doubting, but at this juncture, he had to try it anyway. He immediately followed the instructions, and shouted at the cave entrance. Marvin! Outside the cave, the wizard floating in the front responded with a smile. Hey, I'm here. You have figured it out, and are ready to go out of the cave for trial. Why do I suddenly have a runny nose? Cough, cough, no blood. Why is there so much blood? Plop. He actually bled from all 7 orifices, and then fell directly from the floating flying disc more than 30 meters high. He died just like that. The other 2 wizards looked at each other, their faces full of doubt. They were very familiar with the magic of the Eye of Dawn, so they didn't think it was Olean's fault. The 2 looked around, suspecting that someone was attacking them. Orion was surprised and happy, and he shouted again, Galter! The second mage subconsciously wanted to respond, but his companion suddenly reacted and said immediately, Don't talk, things seem strange. But after a few seconds, the mage named Galter was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and fell off the flying disc without a word. The third mage was so scared that he turned the flying disc and ran away. Olean had a great message in his mind. He walked quickly to the entrance of the cave, looked at the back of the third mage and shouted, Blake! Plop. 5 seconds later, the third mage also fell off the flying disc. In the cave, Orion looked at the body of his former colleague and couldn't speak for a long time. As a former elite member of the Eye of Dawn, he knew the power of the moon artifact, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a divine artifact. As a result, the opponent with such a powerful divine artifact died inexplicably, and he didn't even know how he died. Could it be that I am holding a divine weapon? Is this mysterious god of war a true god? All kinds of thoughts suddenly popped up in his mind. If it is really a great god, then what is the purpose of helping me? Although he is young, he has experienced many hardships and cunning in the world and knows that there is no benefit in the world without reason. It has always been a transaction of exchanging one benefit for another. Plop. He knelt on the ground again, holding the powerful death prophecy staff tightly in both hands. Great sun god of war Rosen, I want to know, why do you want to help me? Rosen has been hiding in the dark, so he naturally thought of the reason long ago. He said in a gentle and calm tone, because I am always willing to help those mortals who truly pursue justice. In my opinion, mortals are ants, but they are ants with thoughts. Because of thoughts, there is resonance, so I have pity in my heart. Mortal, I recognize your thoughts, pity your experience, and pity all mortals who have the same experience as you. So, take the weapons I give you, go to the mortal world to spread my name, and go to the mortal world to gather those ants who have the same aspirations as you. The power of an ant is very humble, but the power of thousands of ants can gather a terrible torrent tsunami, which is enough to change this terrible world. Oran listened to these words quietly, and felt a huge resonance in his heart. Every word said by this mysterious god of war touched his heart. He couldn't help shouting, God, I really feel your kindness. I am willing to follow you, and do my best to spread your name in the world. Then go, if you encounter a dilemma that you can't solve, shout my name. Remember, God never abandons loyal followers. Olian felt comforted. Praise you, the great sun god of war. He was so excited that he didn't want to rest in the cave anymore. He took the death prophecy staff and left. He still had many comrades with the same aspirations, many of whom were captured. He had to rush to save people. After he left, Rosen and Beldandy came out from their hiding place. Beldandy looked at Orion's back and commented softly. At only 18, he has 10th ring magic power. Although part of it is due to the 23rd ring magic ring, his magic talent is also quite outstanding. Rosen nodded, yes. He has outstanding magic talent, and is extremely tenacious. Such a young man is a pearl among the gravel. If he can safely get through some ups and downs of fate, he will definitely be able to do something big. After a pause, he smiled and said, maybe, he will be my first archbishop in the abyss. Since you plan to ignite the divine fire, you must be fully prepared. The biggest preparation, of course, is to manage as many mortal believers as possible. Now that the basic plate is well managed in advance, when the divine fire is ignited, immediately take over, you can minimize the vulnerable period in the divine world. What about me, your majesty? Beldandy was a little jealous. You? You are my divine messenger, my eternal partner. Beldandy was very satisfied with this position, and the little jealousy disappeared immediately. On the other side, Rosen smiled and said, the days of training are really boring. Since there is such a fun thing, let's go along and join in the fun. At this point, the training work has been completely handed over to Lai Fu. Although it saves a lot of effort, the secluded days in the cave are more difficult to endure. Beldandy has been bored for a long time, and his face is full of joy. As you wish, your majesty. Chapter 405. The edge of the poisonous fog forest. Rosen put his hands behind his back, like a retired old cadre, leisurely walking on a dark forest path. Beside him, Beldandy looked around with a vigilant face, his right hand always on the hilt of the sword of annihilation. Your majesty, I suggest you strengthen your vigilance. Although I will do my best to protect you, my ability is limited, and it is difficult to guarantee absolute safety. Rosen naturally would not say that he had raised the alert intensity of Heart of the God of War to the highest level. He took out a handful of roasted chestnuts from the treasure house of time and space, threw chestnuts into his mouth, and said with a smile, it doesn't matter, we are already at the edge of the forest. Even if there are monsters, they are just some small characters. Beldandy was not used to Rosen's always casual attitude, but she also knew that the strength of the Emperor in front of her was unfathomable, so she could only shrug slightly and mutter unwillingly. Your Majesty, a small character can also achieve great things. Rosen heard it clearly and smiled. Yes, the small character in front is likely to achieve great things. About 50 meters ahead, the person who was regarded as a small character by Rosen was the traitor of the Eye of Dawn Mage Society, Oriand, who was rescued earlier. He was unaware of the two people following behind him, and was maintaining a cautious attitude as always, groping back along the way he had escaped before. After more than half an hour without any danger, they arrived at the eastern edge of the poison mist forest. Not only did many small paths trampled by people begin to appear in the forest. In addition, many traces of battles can be seen, and human corpses can often be seen. Some died not long ago, some were gnawed by animals, and some were simply rotten into bones. The causes of death were all kinds of strange. Some were killed by swords, some died from various spells, some were bitten, and finally some unlucky people simply killed themselves. After walking for a while, Rosen saw a corpse sitting on the ground. It looked like he had been dead for less than 3 days. After a little investigation to determine the cause of death, he couldn't help but sigh. This guy is really unlucky. How did he die? Judging from the traces around him, the man fell heavily and sat on the ground. There happened to be a pointed hardwood stake on the ground that was cut off at an angle, so the unlucky guy was stabbed half a meter from his asshole by the stake. Belldandy commented, "She didn't die at the time. She wailed and struggled for most of the day before she died." Rosen sighed again. "It's so miserable." After walking a little further, he saw the body of a young woman. Judging from the situation, she had just died for a while. The blood had not yet coagulated, and the body was still warm. After looking at the traces around, and the wounds on the body, Rosen came to a conclusion. It should have been ravaged to death by some kind of monster with a large trunk. From the information I have obtained so far, this monster is called Negru by the locals, which means sex demon. Belldandy cast a spell on the body and buried it in the ground. This world is completely out of order. That's why it's called the Abyss. After walking forward for a while, the two completely walked out of the poisonous fog forest and entered a plain covered with weeds. Although it is a plain, there are still many building debris. But these debris are short and have been cleaned up by people. The height and density are far less than the poisonous fog forest, so they don't block the view. At a glance, you can see a group of buildings consisting of thatched houses, wooden houses, earthen houses, stone houses, and unclean debris in the distance. There are many moving figures in the buildings and the surrounding areas. Rosen whispered to Belldandy, "Gray City is the largest ruined city on the west side of the Poison Mist Forest. It is controlled by the Eye of Dawn Mage Association, and has a permanent population of more than 80,000 people." Belldandy climbed up a stone and looked at a large-scale fight in the suburbs of the city from a distance. What is that doing? It should be a fight between the underground gangs in Gray City. Belldandy was a little puzzled. The number of participants has exceeded 400. With such a large scale, will the Eye of Dawn Mage Association not care? As long as there is no fighting in the urban area, the Mage Association will not care. At the same time, all the gangs in Gray City have umbrellas in the Mage Association. As long as they pay enough tribute and abide by the rules in the urban area, even if one gang kills another gang, the Mage Association will not care. All this information was passed to him by Liv, and was very useful. After hearing this, Belldandy pursed his lips. It seems that what Orion said is right. The Eye of Dawn is indeed the devil's minion. Its fundamental purpose is to turn the mortal world into a hopeless mess. Rosen nodded, "Indeed. And many wise men among mortals have seen this." He withdrew his eyes from the fighting gangs and continued to focus on Orion. "According to my observation, Orion should have been raised by the Eye of Dawn, since he was a child. Generally speaking, such people should be very loyal to the Mage Association. So I am very curious about what kind of changes have happened that made him resolutely destroy the Mage Association." Belldandy thought for a moment. Maybe he was inspired by a certain sage? Rosen also thought so. It is likely that it is not a single sage, but a secret organization composed of many sages. At this time, Orion was crouching, using the cover of weeds to sneak all the way to the Gray City. The two followed and talked. Belldandy asked, "Your Majesty, what do you think he is going to do?" Rosen smiled. "He must have accomplices, and his accomplices must have been caught. Now that he has not only obtained a powerful magic weapon, but also has us as a backer, the most likely reason for returning at the first time is definitely to save people." Belldandy also thought so, but there was a trace of worry in her heart. She pointed to the glowing ring in the sky. "Your Majesty, if we alarm the people above, will we be in danger?" She personally felt that with her current 17-ring power, and the magic weapon she held, it should be no problem to deal with the mortal strongmen. But the Moon City in the sky is a serious high-energy civilization. If the other party is provoked, they will send a combat puppet similar to the Dawn Guard, or use a super high-energy weapon to destroy the Earth, which will be a nightmare for the mortal world. Rosen smiled slightly. "Of course we will alarm the people in the sky, but the people in the sky will never use high-energy weapons against the mortal world. Because Queen Egdalin has the highest veto power, and she has always advocated rebuilding the Eternal Empire in the mortal world, and will never allow the massacre of mortal civilians." This news was told to him by the sisters Adela. Not sure if it is reliable, but since the end of the Abyss high-energy war 100 years ago, the glory of high-energy weapons has indeed not appeared in the mortal world. Belldandy was still worried. What if? We can't put our safety on a queen we've never met, right? That's right. Rosen was naturally prepared. He smiled and said, "You're right. Real safety still has to be in our own hands." As he spoke, He reached into his pocket and took out an arm bracelet. The ring of escape, worn on your left arm, will not affect your sword, and it also has some defensive effect. Once you encounter real danger, activate it, and it will teleport you to a safe place. Belldandy immediately put on the arm bracelet and found that the size was just right, not too big or too small, and it was obviously made specifically for her. She was immediately happy. Your Majesty, why are you willing to give me this good thing only now? Because we didn't need it before, and now, I plan to act separately from you. You are responsible for observing and protecting Orion's safety in secret. Don't interfere in anything about him, just make sure he's alive. Belldandy shrugged. This task is a bit boring. It is a bit, but it is very important, and may even involve our future destiny. The extremely powerful time talent made Rosen vaguely feel the extraordinariness of the young Orient. This young man is a participant, and even the creator of many important time nodes. He is likely to profoundly change the fate of the Abyss of Pain. With this gust of wind, his journey to becoming a god will be smoother. On the other side, upon hearing this, Belldandy immediately took it seriously. Yes, Your Majesty, I will do my best to protect him, but Your Majesty's safety is fine, I worry too much. Rosen was still a little worried and continued to advise. If you encounter irresistible danger, don't fight hard. Keeping yourself alive is more important than anything else. Also, don't use killing to solve any problem. Unless necessary, try to leave someone alive. Before him, Belldandy was as obedient as a rabbit, because she was completely tamed by him. But she was actually a female war god, a sharp knife that killed people without blinking an eye and had no taboos. He was a little worried that this crimson knife was too sharp and would cause some trouble that would be difficult to resolve. Belldandy was a little reluctant. Your Majesty, is it too kind? Rosen said seriously, it's not kindness, it's to leave more possibilities for change in the future. While speaking, he pointed to his forehead again. You now have a very powerful time talent. Use this power well, don't waste it. Belldandy still didn't understand Rosen's approach, but she now positioned herself as the sword in the hands of Emperor Rosen. A sharp sword does not need to have its own self-awareness. It will do whatever the master says. I understand, Your Majesty. Very good, then we will start to act separately. As he spoke, Rosen quietly activated the secret passage. He now has a powerful soul of 20 rings, and his insight into time has reached several levels. He cast the secret passage with almost no waves. The spell was quietly completed, and the real body had left, leaving only a group of time and space phantoms that were difficult to distinguish between true and false. When the phantom finished the last sentence, it turned into a ball of light mist and disintegrated, and Rosen was nowhere to be found. Belldandy no longer wanted to explore Rosen's methods, because it would be useless to explore, and it would not be clear at all. This is good, because the more powerful Rosen is, the greater the future of her servant. Seeing that Orient had reached the edge of the Grey City, Belldandy immediately quickened her pace and followed him, muttering in her heart, Young man, I want to see what tricks you can come up with. On the other side, Rosen changed his appearance and entered the Grey City from another direction. As soon as he entered the Grey City, he smelled a strong aroma of barbecue. When he looked up, he saw a lot of smoke in the sky ahead and could faintly hear tragic wailing. He frowned immediately. Is the wizard burning people again? Chapter 406. After walking in the city for a while, Rosen found that the name Grey City was really appropriate. The city was full of ruins of sturdy buildings that were difficult to clean up, and the color was steel gray. The faces of pedestrians on the street were gray, their clothes were gray, and the roofs of houses made of various materials were also gray. In the end, even the pigs, dogs, and livestock wandering on the streets were mostly gray. I don't know if it was a genetic mutation or because it was too dirty. Walking on the narrow, dirty, and bumpy streets, Rosen clearly felt a doomsday world of poverty, depression, and despair. I met many people along the way, but I didn't see a single smiling face. Some people stood at the door of their house and cursed their neighbors, some coughed and spit loudly, and some dumped overnight excrement on the street. Some people fought over a disagreement, or had sex in the street. But more people stayed in the corner silently, enduring the pain caused by misfortunes such as hunger or illness. There were also many unlucky people. All the bad luck was on them, which made their nerves tense to the extreme, and they were in a state of collapse at any time. Ah! From time to time, Rosen could hear some strange voices, which seemed to be laughing but not laughing, and were made by madmen who were overwhelmed by life. He had also seen the poor and ruined world, but it was the first time he had seen a place like the Abyss. After walking for a while, he sighed the same as Belldandy. The Abyss is really a hell place. Of course, even in the most desperate places, there will still be some new things. Because the biggest characteristic of the human race is that they love to make trouble. Rosen followed the aroma of barbecue in the wind and walked forward. As the aroma became stronger, more and more people walked with him on the street. Most of the people walking with him were young and middle-aged people. Judging from their expressions, most of them were foreigners who came to join in the fun. The appearance of these people injected a rare vitality into this gray city. Following the flow of people, we finally arrived at a large open space that was basically leveled. A lot of onlookers had gathered around the open space. Further in, there were a group of battle mages wearing navy blue short robes and wearing the emblem of the Eye of Dawn. Looking further inward, the situation was more complicated. On the left were open-air cages made of cast iron, single rooms, and there were as many as 30 of them, each of which contained a prisoner. On the right were specially made large barbecue grills, with as many as 10 of them. The fires under 4 of the barbecue grills had been lit, and the grills were also loaded with barbecue. Some were already roasted and oozing with oil, while others were still breathing and screaming heartbreakingly. In the middle of the open space, there was a high platform made of mud and gravel, on which stood a Dawn mage. This mage had a big belly, a face full of flesh, and a gray look in his eyes. He looked like a rare villain. In his left hand, he held a black gemstone staff and a book in his right hand. He announced loudly, "The next prisoner to be executed is the evil Dragon Mountain Brotherhood member, the traitor of the Dawn Eye, the 14th ring fallen mage Guinevere Dingbois." As he spoke, 2 tall and strong Dawn mages walked to a rusty iron cage and pulled a woman out of it. Because of the nourishment of powerful magic power, the woman looked very young, but her soul age was over 70 years old. Her dark blue hair was messy, her beautiful oval face was swollen in many places, she had no clothes on, her fair skin was full of dirt and scars, and many coagulated bloodstains could be seen on the inner thighs. Obviously, she had suffered terrible torture before the execution. But if the magic power can reach 14 rings, the vitality will become very strong. Even if the body is scarred, the spirit is not much decadent. There is no fear in her pair of dark blue eyes, only anger and determination. She did not resist at all, and was soon taken to the high platform in the center of the square, standing silently. But even if she suffered terrible torture, even if she had no dignity, her image was still much better than that of ordinary mortals in the abyss. It was like a phoenix that fell from the clouds into the mud, or an angel who entered the abyss to suffer. There was a lot of commotion among the onlookers. Many people, especially men, stared at the female prisoner with a gloating, morbid and greedy look. The round-bellied wizard swept his eyes over the female wizard, blinked his triangular eyes proudly, and announced loudly, "The sacred fire of the Wizard Association will completely purify her sins, and fix the powerful strength of her body in her flesh and blood. Ordinary people who eat this flesh and blood can obtain the blessing of mysterious power, making men stronger and women more beautiful. Of course, powerful flesh and blood is not obtained for free, and a price must be paid. In addition, the specific price depends on the specific part of the flesh and blood. For example here." As he spoke, the round-bellied wizard picked up the black gemstone staff and tapped it on the female prisoner's chest with a little force, squeezing out a deep dent on it. "Look at this piece of peach bread. It is very full in shape. After being baked, it is not only very sweet and delicious, but also can greatly replenish the body's vitality. Because of its rarity, it is auctioned, and the starting price is 1 kilogram of obsidian gold." As he said, he moved the staff down again, and finally tapped on an indescribable part, also very hard, so that the black gemstone on the staff, which was as big as a baby's fist, was sunk in half. "And this is a good place that even the gods will be happy. After being baked, it has an unforgettable flavor, and can give you a very powerful mysterious blessing. The starting price is 3 kilograms of obsidian gold." On the platform, the round-bellied wizard actually treated the flesh and blood of the female prisoner in public as if he were treating livestock. What makes people feel even more frightened is that the onlookers around the square are not only accustomed to this, but many of them are even eager to try and join the blood auction. During the whole process, the female prisoner did not say a word, but stared at the round-bellied wizard with a look of hidden anger. Of course, the round-bellied wizard felt it, but he did not feel the slightest fear, but became more and more proud. "Madam, now is different from the past. Now you are not the high and mighty Hand of Dawn, but my prisoner. I can torture you however I want." As he spoke, he took the black gemstone staff and began to stab randomly. The latter immediately curled up in pain, but the 2 wizards behind her immediately used magic to firmly fix her body, to facilitate the round-bellied wizard's actions. The audience below the stage became more and more enthusiastic, and a bearded man shouted with envy. Kegel, be gentle, don't break it, we still need to sell it. Kegel is the name of the round-bellied wizard. He laughed and responded, Lomi, do you want to buy it? The bearded man spread his hands. I would like to, but I lost the last bit of good stuff in my pocket last night. Oh, you are really a hopeless gambler. Kegel sneered, turned his head and looked at the others, and said loudly, this prisoner was a big figure in the Wizard Association. If he hadn't had a brain seizure, we would have kneeled down to pay our respects to him. The good stuff on her body, let alone ordinary people can't even see it, let alone use it, but now it can be roasted and sold. It is absolutely high-end goods. Please open your dog eyes and take a good look. This thing is much better than your wife. Even the coquettish girls in the brothel are far better than it. The spectators became more and more fanatical. It was obviously a terrifying execution ground, but it was turned into a barbecue sales venue. Rosen stood in the corner, watching the scene expressionlessly, sighing inwardly. This is probably what order looks like after it completely collapses. He wanted to save people, and also wanted to punish this bad guy named Kager. Although this Kager had a 12-ring soul and carried a powerful magic weapon, he could kill him easily and quietly. But in the end, Rosen still didn't make a move. Not because he was afraid of the revenge of the Eye of Dawn, nor because he was afraid of the battle mage guards in the square, but because he found that the situation in the Abyss of Pain was not as simple as he imagined. In the dense crowd of onlookers, he felt a very obscure breath. The time talent that reached the extreme of mortals, and Lai Fu's powerful computing power gave him incredible sensitivity. He faintly felt that although the owner of this breath was also immortal, he had incredible power, and made him feel a strong sense of crisis. The terrible thing is that Rosen could not locate the existence of this person, and even could not produce a clear illusion of time because of this sense of crisis. This shows that this person is also a time and space powerhouse, and his understanding of time and space is enough to match him, or even surpass him. Since he has reached the extreme of mortals, why can the other party surpass him? Rosen didn't know it before, but after forming an alliance with the Joyful One, he knew it. The Joyful Apostle Liv told him that in the Abyss, there might be a mortal incarnation of the true God of another world. In other words, he might have met the true God. Because of this, Rosen could only choose to endure, and was ready to fight with all his strength. But he did not feel desperate. Because Liv told him that the incarnation of the true God is very strong. But because it is in the 23rd ring of the mortal world, it can only use the 23rd ring of magic at most. Even with the help of the true artifact, it cannot break through the barriers of the rules of the mortal world. Its biggest advantage is that it has mastered many spells that mortals don't know, or divine arts. But as long as the attack is fast and fierce enough, there is still a chance to kill the master with a flurry of punches. And this happens to be Rosen's advantage. At this time, the evil deeds on the open space are still continuing, and countless twisted spectators are still fanatically pursuing it. But in the darkness, there is still light. One of the rays of light was emitted by the young man Orient. This young man also quietly sneaked into the open space. Chapter 407. A large open space in the center of the Grey City. About half an hour later, the round-bellied wizard Kager finally auctioned off all the flesh and blood of the female prisoner. He was also tired of torturing the prisoner. He took back the black gemstone staff, shook off the blood on the staff, and laughed. It's time, Guinevere, Miss Temple. The tall and strong guard stepped forward from the left and right to take the female prisoner to the barbecue grill on the right side of the square. The female prisoner shook her arms vigorously. Let go, I can walk by myself. The two guards did not insist, and after letting go of the female prisoner, they looked at each other and laughed. One of them said, Interesting, she is so angry even when she is about to be roasted to death. Another laughed. I heard that people with bad tempers have a special flavor of flesh and blood. I wonder if it is true or not. Who knows? I really want to see if she will scream when she is roasted. The female prisoner ignored the gloating conversation of the Dawn guard beside her. She looked up at the villain with a big round belly and sneered, Kegel, I will wait for you in hell. Kegel didn't even blink, because he was used to hearing similar threats. Madam, there are a lot of unlucky people with the same ideas as you in hell. They cough, cough, cough. What's going on? Kegel began to cough continuously, as if there was a phlegm stuck in his throat. The phlegm was stuck so hard that he began to cough continuously, and the more he coughed, the harder he coughed. Cough, 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 as if there were bugs coughing, cough, cough. After a while, Kegel coughed heartbreakingly. As he coughed, he suddenly grabbed his chest hard, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out. No, there was blood not only in his mouth, but also in his nose, eyes, ears, and even in the pores of his skin. Ah, cough, cough, why is this happening? After a while, the villain was covered in blood. But he was a 12th ring mage with a very strong vitality. Even though he looked extremely miserable, even though he almost coughed out his lungs, and blood kept gushing out of his mouth, he still didn't die. He staggered, his face full of fear, and he screamed like a madman. This situation was really scary. What was even scarier was that no one knew why he was like this, as if he had been cursed by some terrible curse. Kager didn't know either. Cough, cough, it was this woman who killed her. He was desperate and pointed at the surprised female prisoner and shouted. The two guards who were just joking and talking were about to execute his orders. But before they started, blood began to spurt out of their noses, and then they started to cough violently. They were only 8th ring mages, far less powerful than Kager. They held on for less than 5 seconds before they fell to the ground, completely dead. Guards, guards, cough, cough. Kager panicked even more. He roared hoarsely, spurting blood while staggering forward. But the blood blocked his sight. His running route was crooked, and he actually ran towards the barbecue rack. He spurted blood while running. No one expected that a person's body could spurt out so much blood. It was just like a blood fountain. This horrible and weird scene also made the spectators around him exclaim. The spectators and guards were all frightened and avoided Kager, fearing that they would be affected by this terrible fate. Finally, Kager's blood gushed out, and his vitality was almost exhausted. He stumbled and fell forward, right on the fire. In order to ensure that the execution process was slow enough, and to prevent the flesh and blood from being burnt, a small fire was burned under the rack. After Kager fell on the fire, he immediately felt severe pain, and the little remaining vitality in his body was stimulated. Ah! He let out a shrill scream like a pig being slaughtered. He rolled back and forth in the fire, trying to escape from it. But his consciousness was no longer clear at the moment, and he could not tell the direction at all. Instead of successfully breaking free, he rolled into the center of the fire. Under the scorching flames, Kager's hair was all burned, his skin was charred, and the fat on his body sizzled and gave off a pleasant barbecue aroma. But even at this time, he was not dead yet. He rolled over and over in the fire like a maggot, and as a result, his body was roasted more evenly. So, the aroma became stronger. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, Kager is a powerful wizard. His body contains great vitality. If you eat it, you will definitely get a powerful blessing. This immediately woke up the spectators, and they whispered to each other. It smells so good, much better than ordinary people. Of course it smells good. Look at the fat all over his body. It would be strange if it didn't smell good. How about rushing up and cutting a piece? Many spectators were tempted. But after all, he was a powerful wizard of the Eye of Dawn Wizard Association, and no one stepped forward, and they still dared not to mess around. But soon, someone broke the balance. A thin man with thick dark circles under his eyes ran out of the crowd, rushed to the sizzling corpse on the fire, took out a dagger, cut something with his hand and left. Someone immediately reacted. Bell, he cut off Kager's bell. It smells so good, I can't help it, I die. Someone was the first to step forward, and the second person appeared immediately. Then the third, the fourth, and soon, the spectators rushed up in a swarm. The guards of the Eye of Dawn did not dare to stop them easily, because what happened just now was too weird, and everyone was scared. After a while, the open space became extremely chaotic, and order completely disappeared. In the chaos, someone put a cloak on the female prisoner, and the iron cages filled with prisoners were opened one by one. The guards of the Eye of Dawn noticed something unusual and tried to stop it. But every guard who did so ended up with a horrible end of bleeding from all 7 orifices. The guards were shocked, and could only stand at a distance and watch the prisoners being rescued. When the chaos was completely over, it was more than an hour later. The whole open space was in a mess, with many corpses left, many of which were trampled to death. Kager's body disappeared completely, without even a finger left, not to mention his black gemstone staff. The surviving Dawn guards looked at each other, you looked at me, I looked at you, and no one said a word. After a while, someone spoke cautiously. It's obvious that this was done by the Longshan Brotherhood. Another guard snorted coldly. Everyone knows that they did it. What should we do now? What can we do? Go back to the Dawn Fortress and report the situation to the superiors truthfully. That's all they could do. When the Dawn guards made up their minds, they left the scene one after another, leaving the mess all over the ground. A cool breeze blew, taking away a lot of dust, and also took away the little remaining body temperature on the corpse, and even spread the smell of blood and flesh everywhere. A group of wild dogs ran over, sniffing and licking the corpse, and finally opened their mouths one after another. On the other side, Rosen naturally left the open space with the receding crowd. He watched Orion kill Kegel, watched him rescue the prisoners, and saw Belldandy quietly following in the dark to protect him. He also pushed Kegel with his hand, causing Kegel to die in the fire. Originally, he also planned to follow him to see the situation, but his plan was interrupted by an accident. At this moment, he was walking in the streets and alleys, not fast, but not stopping for a moment. He vaguely felt that someone was following him. But this person's movements were very secretive and cautious. No matter how Rosen tried to probe him, how he gave him a chance, he did not show up, let alone attack him. This person is most likely the incarnation of the true God. He must know that he has been exposed, but he still follows me. Is he planning to use the tactic of exhausting the enemy and wait until I can't stand the rest before attacking? If this is the case, then it is really a wrong calculation. With Lai Fu, he can maintain the highest alert for 24 hours. If they really had to fight like this, Rosen would end up with a draw at best. But Rosen felt that it was not a good idea to fight like this, so it would be better to have an open and honest talk. So he turned around and walked out of the city, walked all the way to the wasteland on the outskirts of the city, and then found a sheltered valley with few people. He first used the transfiguration technique to condense a stone table and 2 chairs under a big tree, and then took out the prepared food and wine from the time and space treasure house, and put them on. He sat on a chair himself, and the one opposite was empty. After posing a negotiating posture, he began to enjoy the food in front of him, and by the way, waited for the other party to show up on his own initiative. He was not sure whether the other party would show up, but he just had a try-and-see attitude. If he showed such an obvious intention to communicate, but the other party still insisted on hiding in the dark, then it was likely that they were mortal enemies who would never stop fighting. He waited leisurely for about a quarter of an hour, and just when Rosen thought that the other party would not show up, he suddenly heard rustling footsteps coming from the front. After a while, the air opposite the stone table twisted slightly, and a human-shaped transparent ripple emerged. After a while, the human-shaped ripple materialized into a black-haired woman in a pure black robe. The woman's eyebrows and eyes were picturesque, but her temperament was as solid as ice. She slowly walked towards Rosen, with a hint of caution on her snow-white face, as if she was afraid that Rosen would suddenly kill someone. Rosen's heart moved slightly. She seems to be afraid of me too. If this is the case, it means that the opponent's strength is equal to his, and there is no guarantee of victory if they really fight. After understanding this, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and his mood was much more relaxed. A smile appeared on his face, and he raised his hand to fill the other party's wine glass with wine. "Miss, can you tell me your name?" The black-haired woman slowly stepped forward, sat down on the chair, took a sip of wine, and stared at Rosen for a long time before speaking. "My name is Egdalin Lodino." Chapter 408. Suburbs of Grey City. Rosen had never heard of the last name Lodino, but he remembered the name Egdalin. He was a little surprised and raised his hand to point to the sky. "Are you that one?" The woman nodded slightly. "Yes." Rosen was half believing and half doubting. He believed because he did feel that the other party had a very powerful soul, which was obviously much stronger than Adela of the 21st ring. He did not believe because Egdalin was the Queen of Pain and the person with the highest status in the abyss. It was not very reliable for her to appear alone in such a wilderness. Of course, he was in a similar state at present, but he did so out of helplessness. While thinking, he crossed his arms around his chest, slowly leaned back on the back of the stone chair, and looked at the black-robed girl in front of him with a scrutinizing look. "To be honest, I don't believe it." The black-robed girl thought for a while, raised her hand, and inserted it into the air around her, and her palm sank into the air, and then took out a queen's ring out of thin air. She carefully looked at the exquisitely crafted time and space artifact. This plane was originally called Immortal Life, and it is the birthplace of eternal civilization. Our control over the space where this plane is located has reached the extreme of mortals. As the supreme being of the plane, I have the supreme authority over the plane space. For any illegal time and space treasure spells, I have the right to explore the item stored in it. After saying that, she handed the queen's ring back to Rosen. The artifact is very well made. Even in our eternal empire, it is a rare masterpiece. This move is very powerful, but not silent. Rosen can clearly perceive the whole process, and if necessary, he can also intercept it. He reached out to take the queen's ring, and his fingertips lightly touched the other person's fingers, and he felt a cool and smooth touch. He secretly praised at his heart. The skin is really smooth. Of course, it was just a thought in his mind, but his face was stern. The proof is very good, but from a logical inference, there are definitely more than one person in the abyss who can do this. While speaking, Rosen also secretly contacted Adela, who had returned to Moon City through the newly developed time and space mental secret language to verify with her. After a while, Adela quietly responded, "No, the queen is in the palace. We were talking half an hour ago." Rosen was slightly shocked, but his face remained calm, and he contacted Padnaros again to verify with her. Padnaros replied, "I confirm that the queen is in the palace. But I don't know why. I feel that the queen's recent behavior is a bit strange, and sometimes gives people a feeling of absent-mindedness." Rosen thought for a while, and secretly contacted Liv. "A woman came to me, with a more superior time and space power than me, and claimed to be Queen Egdalin, but I suspect she is the incarnation of the true god of another world." Liv immediately responded, "What does she look like?" Rosen directly used the induction spell to directly transmit the image of the black-robed girl in front of him. A few seconds later, Liv responded, with a hint of uncontrollable fear in her voice. "She looks almost exactly like the goddess of annihilation, Felices. In other words, this is most likely the incarnation of the goddess of annihilation." Rosen's heart suddenly condensed, but then he thought, after all, this is not the goddess's body, her power is only 23 rings, and she must not be absolutely sure to defeat him, otherwise she would never talk nonsense with him. Thinking of this, he felt more relaxed. "Miss, I just asked my friends carefully, but the result is somewhat different from what you said." A faint wave appeared on the frosty face of the black-robed girl. "Your Majesty Rosen, I didn't expect you to be well informed, and your space-time power is indeed the best among mortals. Even my incarnation has no absolute certainty of defeating you." After saying this, a strange black light shone through the eyes of the black-robed girl, giving people the feeling that they were two black holes with huge accretion disks. She immediately showed an enormous soul pressure. This pressure was so strong that it far exceeded that of the rejoicers and blood drinkers, making Rosen feel an inescapable sense of suffocation. It was like falling into the sun, with endless destructive power everywhere. But he also knew in his heart that all this was just a mental illusion, not actual power. Otherwise, with this power alone, the other party can directly dominate this plane. There is no need to be cautious or show up to talk to him. So, just keep the mentality of let him be strong. It turns out that the Great One Felices is here in person. "Salute you, the Great Annihilator." The black-robed girl stared at Rosen with her black hole eyes. "Mortal Emperor, you are much braver than I thought. I admire you. Since you recognize me, I will tell you the truth. I already know the fact that you are cooperating with the Joyer, and I can probably guess your plan. I also recognize your ability. But I want to say that the Pleasure One is just the god of prostitutes. She is well informed, but she can hardly help you in terms of power. Just the two of you are not enough to stop the invasion of the gods." Rosen's heart moved, and he understood a little. "Great One, do you want to form an alliance with us?" "Yes, I recognize you as my allies, forming a new annihilation pantheon in this new world. In the pantheon, I am the main god, and you and the Pleasure One are my subordinate gods." Listening to this, Rosen did not feel any joy in his heart, but fell into deep thought. If you consider it purely from the perspective of interests, this choice seems not bad. But since he decided to ignite the divine fire, Rosen has been thinking about his future path. What kind of god will he become, and what kind of thoughts will he use to gather the faith of mortals? Will he distort his own nature and become a vine that changes with the situation? Or will he follow his own nature and grow into a towering tree for mortals to follow and worship? After thinking about it, he believed that eternal gods are different from mortals. Gods cannot go against their nature, because a changeable god will make mortal believers at a loss. Naturally, there is no firm belief. Once a better choice appears, believers will immediately abandon the god. So, whether to agree to the alliance request from the goddess of annihilation, Felicity, is not the current interests and situation, but whether he and the goddess of annihilation can pee in the same pot. If the two sides have completely contradictory ideas, the consequence of the forced alliance will definitely be a tragedy. Considering that the goddess of annihilation is the five-ring supreme true god, the consequences of the tragedy are likely to be borne by him and the Joyer. After thinking it through, Rosen asked, "Great One, I want to ask you a few questions." "Excuse me. What do you think of the current situation of Grey City?" "I think this place is terrible. It is best to completely destroy it, and then rebuild a new world full of order." This answer is very good, which shows that the other party is a god who pursues order. But this is far from enough. Rosen asked again, "There are many kinds of order. What kind of order does the Great One want?" "Pure order without impurities, punishing crimes and rewarding merits." The whole world is like a precision running gear set. Every individual can find the position that suits them best and has a predictable promotion path. Just arrive at the end smoothly. This answer is not very good, because the other party pursues absolute order. Rosen has been the emperor of mortals for many years, and he knows the nature of mortals very well. It is absolutely impossible for mortals to achieve absolute order. Even the world itself is not an absolute order, and it is always full of various unexpected events. The goddess of annihilation saw Rosen's different ideas. I know my pursuit is too idealistic, but the ultimate fate of the world is to be annihilated into nothingness. Since the end point has been determined, the question is how to smoothly resist the end point. Rosen understood and asked, so, reaching the end point smoothly is the ultimate ideal of the great man? That's right. TSK. Rosen smacked his lips. Great man, this ideal is really bleak. The goddess of annihilation nodded slightly. It is indeed bleak. I don't like it very much. But this is the fate of the world, and it does not change with the preferences of life, even if it is the eternal God. Rosen shook his head. Great one, my point of view is different from yours. Tell me about it. I think the emergence of life is a challenge to the cold fate. Even if the final fate of the world is to go to the nothingness of annihilation, as long as life continues to pursue a higher level, it is possible to break through this fate. Even if nothingness comes, there is the ability to recreate a new world in nothingness. The frost-like face of the goddess of annihilation finally showed a trace of expression visible to the naked eye, which was a mockery. Mortal, I can understand your ignorance. Because with your current vision, of course, you don't know the horror of the final fate of the world. But when you successfully ignite the divine fire, and see the ultimate future of time and space, you will agree with my opinion. This is also the opinion of every true God in our world. The end of the world is the nothingness of annihilation. Because of this, I, who possessed the godhood of annihilation, was promoted to the supreme. Rosen understood the subconscious of this statement. In other words, if he firmly believed that life could break through the ultimate fate of the world, it would be a real challenge to the godhead of annihilation. But he would never be willing to accept the ultimate fate, recognize the idea of the goddess of annihilation, and move towards the end of the world in an absolute order. So, the two may be able to form an alliance for a short time because of the current situation, but in the end, they will definitely be mortal enemies. The goddess of annihilation also felt Rosen's hesitation, and she sighed softly. Sure enough, fate is fate. Even if I want to make some breakthroughs, I will still fail in the end. Rosen raised his eyebrows. Great one, you have actually seen the future, and in this future, we are mortal enemies of fate, right? The goddess of annihilation nodded gently. Yes, in the illusion of time, my power and my status will be greatly weakened because of you. What a pity, what a pity. She shook her head repeatedly, and the frost on her face, that was a little loose, was completely frozen. Mortal Emperor, this is a good place to fight. I admire your fighting spirit, so I give you a chance to strike first. Rosen took a deep breath. No room for negotiation, Great One? No room for negotiation. We must decide who is better. Rosen's heart moved slightly. No matter life or death? That depends on your ability. Chapter 409. Suburbs of Grey City. The black-robed lady challenged Rosen to a fight, but Rosen still sat on the stone chair without moving. On the surface, she didn't even make any gesture of preparing for a fight. He took a sip of wine and said, Great Felikis, don't be impatient, I haven't finished talking yet. Originally, he was going to start a fight directly, but the other party's last words made him vaguely glimpse into her inner contradictions. To put it another way, the goddess of annihilation seemed a little unstable in her heart. Rosen didn't want to fight either. Because if he won, he would only win an incarnation of divine power. If he lost, he would probably lose his life. The gains were not proportional to the input, and it was a complete loss-making business. On the other side, Feliki shook her head slightly. I don't think there is anything to talk about between us. Although she said so, she sat on the stone chair without moving, just like Rosen. Rosen seized the opportunity and spoke faster. Great One, you just said that you hope to reach the end of the world in a stable and steady manner, but your actions are somewhat inconsistent with your words. You said you want to be stable, but you took the risk of connecting the new world, developing new believers, and even building a sun bridge connecting the two worlds. You said that everything will go to the nothingness of annihilation. In other words, everything at present has no meaning of existence. Since there is no meaning, what are you working hard for now? Click. Felikis gently placed the crystal wine glass on the stone table and stared at Rosen. The world has destiny, and the nothingness of annihilation is only the end of destiny, not the whole picture of destiny. No life can see the full picture of fate. The only thing we can do is to follow the guidance of the heart, and use our own life to witness fate. So, witnessing fate is the meaning of everything I do. Rosen immediately asked back. A fate that cannot be seen clearly is not fate, but an uncertain future. Our differences are not necessarily irreconcilable. After all, the new world is very broad, enough to accommodate many fivering true gods, isn't it? The Likusai nodded. You are right. This is also the basis for our current dialogue. Rosen continued, perhaps, we can change the way of cooperation, not to seek to form a pantheon, but to be independent allies. The Likusai fell into deep thought. Seeing that the other party was persuaded, Rosen continued to work hard. You just said that in the future, I will cause your power to weaken significantly, but this is a matter of the future after all. Even if there is a 99% chance of it happening, it is still only a possibility, not a certainty, isn't it? Of course, you can ignore my words and try your best to get rid of me, but I will definitely resist with all my strength. If you fail, then we will be enemies to the death, and there will be no room for easing. Perhaps, it is precisely because of your uncompromising attitude that you will see the fate? The Likusai stared at Rosen again. After looking for a long time, she said, Mortal Emperor, you are really good at talking, but you can't win real status by words alone. You want to cooperate with me as an independent, yes, but you have to prove your qualifications with your strength. Rosen had already thought of a way, and immediately said, it is not necessary to fight to prove one's strength. There are many other ways. I think we can set up a bet. The frost on Felikis's face melted a little. Bet? Interesting. How to bet? Rosen raised his hand and pointed his thumb in the direction of Grey City. We can agree on a time limit, such as 1 year. Within 1 year, we will each preach in Grey City and its surrounding areas. After 1 year, see who has more believers in Grey City. Spread the faith and gather believers? The Likusai raised her eyebrows. I have been doing similar things for more than 20,000 years, and you have not even succeeded in igniting the divine fire. Are you sure you can beat me? Rosen smiled. It is precisely because of the difficulty that I can use it to prove my strength, isn't it? The Likusai nodded in agreement. Although I think your words are a bit arrogant, I appreciate your arrogance because it makes me see the splendor of life. So I agree to the bet. But the bet needs to agree on rules. At this point, the Likusai raised her hand and wiped the air, and a line of glowing words appeared in the air. There is a core rule called the non-intervention principle. The true God hides behind the scenes, can appear to preach, can grant magic tools and spells, can guide or even command believers, but does not directly participate in the battles between mortals. The reason for setting this rule is that the true God exists in the divine world, and it is difficult for him to directly interfere in the mortal world. Although the true God's incarnation can be used to enter the mortal world, condensing the incarnation will consume the source essence and make the God a slave to mortals in essence. Do you understand this? Rosen nodded. I understand. As a mortal emperor, I feel deeply that the emperor's daily work is tedious. What's worse is that I can't let go, because once I let go, power will quickly slip away, and my life and the lives of my family will be in extreme danger. It's good that you understand. The Likusai continued, after a year, if you win, we will be independent partners. If I win, you have to join my pantheon and become my subordinate god. Is that okay? No problem, Great One. Then, let the bet begin. After saying this, the Likusai got up and left. She walked back a few steps, and her figure turned from real to virtual, and then disappeared into thin air. Rosen watched her leave, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. There was still some food left on the table, and he was a little hungry, so he simply focused on enjoying the food. While eating and drinking, Liv heard Liv's secret words in time and space. Your Majesty, did you just meet the mortal incarnation of the Great Annihilator? The voice was very soft and cautious, as if afraid of being eavesdropped. Yes, I did. Did you defeat her? If it were someone else, Liv would never ask this question, but this natural emperor was unfathomable. Rosen smiled. I am not sure I can defeat a supreme mortal incarnation. In fact, I reached an agreement with her. Agreement? Do I know? Liv asked more carefully. Rosen thought for a while, then simply told the content of the agreement, and then said, Tell your master that this agreement will not interfere with the existing cooperation between me and your master. Also tell her that if the goddess of annihilation invites her to become a subordinate god, I have no objection to her choice. Yes, your majesty, I will tell you truthfully. Rosen wanted to ask Liv about the knowledge related to faith and godhood, but after thinking about it, he still didn't ask. Because this knowledge is the core knowledge of the true God, if he asks, the Joyer may answer, but it must be at a high price. Facing the true God, he really doesn't have many cards to play. If he wants to ensure as much initiative as possible, he has to play fewer cards and accumulate more strength. I already have a method to ignite the divine fire. Then how to condense the godhood that collects the soul essence of mortals. If you can't figure it out, it's even more difficult to do experiments to verify it. Because his soul strength is only 20 rings, he can't even sense the existence of the source. According to common sense, he should wait until his soul reaches 23 rings before thinking about this problem. But this unexpected encounter with the goddess of annihilation gave him a strong sense of crisis in his heart. His current opponent is the true God, and with the scepter of light, he has gained the qualification to talk to the true God. But this is an act of courting disaster. The true God is indifferent, and the scepter of light is an external object after all. Once his defense has a slight flaw, he will be doomed. This is by no means alarmist, and the experience of the eternal strawman Antoine is a clear proof. Therefore, if you want to be safe, you can't act according to common sense. He must shorten his vulnerable period as much as possible, and make his plan unexpected to his opponent, so as not to be caught by the trap. Therefore, if he really waits until the 23rd ring to start studying the matter of condensing the godhood, then the action is too slow. We must understand the source substance as soon as possible. But how to study it? Source substance, source substance. Rosen took out the light scepter and played with it gently. The joyer said that there is a lot of source substance in my soul. She also said that the light scepter is also condensed from source substance. The light scepter must not be messed with. If it is broken, he will lose the barrier to resist the true God, and the true God will invade his soul in an instant and become his eternal slave. The only way is to seek the source substance in his own soul. In my soul, the manifestation of source substance is probably Lai Fu, but even now, I still cannot perceive Lai Fu's specific existence. For Lai Fu, he is still in a state where he can only use it but cannot modify the underlying architecture. Just like most people on Earth, they can only use mobile phones, but cannot make mobile phones. What should I do? Rosen leaned back on the stone chair, looking at the gray sky with a dazed look. As he looked at it, a light suddenly flashed in his mind, and a wonderful idea jumped out. Rosen had already obtained the method of lighting the divine fire from the joy. But the joyer never said that one must reach the 23rd ring to light the divine fire. She just said that one must reach the 23rd ring to feel the source essence. In other words, as long as Rosen gains the ability to sense the source essence, even if his current soul is only at the 20th ring, he can light the divine fire. Because the foundation of the divine fire is the source essence, not his soul strength. The joyer also said that he has enough source essence. If Lai Fu is composed of the source essence in his soul, then it will definitely be able to feel the existence of the source essence, and then it will naturally be able to train related abilities, and successfully light the divine fire first. If Rosen guessed wrong, then he guessed wrong, and there was no loss. After figuring it out, he immediately tried to ask in his mind, Lai Fu, train the new ability ignite the divine fire. The next moment, Lai Fu responded, are you sure you want to train? Sure. Start training. The training will use free source essence. Currently, the number of free source essence accounts for 33%, which is too small. Should we stop some of the running abilities to unlock more source essence? Rosen was immediately ecstatic. Aha, I guessed right. Chapter 410. In the suburbs of Grey City, a well-built secret room underground. Rosen lay on his back, his body completely relaxed, and his soul, which had reached the peak of the 20th ring, entered a state of no thought. In the deepest part of his soul, Lai Fu, composed of source material, was operating step by step according to the method provided by the joy. Indistinctly, Rosen could feel the power surging in the depths of his soul. But this feeling was very vague, just like the world in the eyes of a patient with 1,000-degree myopia, who could only see some hazy light and shadow shaking, but could not see the details at all. Naturally, there was no way to interfere. The only thing he could do at this moment was to wait patiently. Time passed by minute, and he didn't know how long it had been. Rosen suddenly felt that his whole body, from soul to body, from core to outer layer, trembled violently. Before he could react, he felt a warmth and joy surging from the deepest part of his soul, flowing through his limbs and bones in an instant, bringing him unparalleled pleasure and comfort. This feeling was very wonderful, even more wonderful than the feeling of being with the woman he loved most. After another moment, Rosen felt the light again. This was the light of the soul radiating from the core of the soul. In Rosen's self-perception, it was light gold, similar to the color of the sun. This light illuminated his entire soul as clear and bright as the most perfect crystal. So Rosen saw his soul clearly. He saw that in the deepest part of his soul was running an extremely sophisticated complex structure, with a strong sense of order inside, and a layer of bright light mist wrapped around the outside. The light that illuminates the soul comes from a fine structure in the center of the structure, which occupies about 2/3 of the entire structure. Rosen suddenly had an epiphany. Oh, this is the true appearance of Lai Fu, and this is the embodiment of the divine fire. The Joyer said that the divine fire is not actually fire, but an eternal furnace of source material structure. The fuel in this furnace is time and space itself. Therefore, as long as time and space are not destroyed, and the divine fire is not extinguished, the divine power will be endless. This is great news, which means that the gods live as long as the heaven and the earth. However, the structure of this eternal furnace will greatly affect the intensity of the flame. And the intensity of the flame directly corresponds to the speed of the supply of divine power. The divine fire has been ignited, so what benefits can this thing bring me? Rosen began to carefully sense the changes in his body. Soon he discovered the first change. I have a clear sense of the source. The joyful one said that it is extremely difficult for mortals to sense the source. Even if they reach the 23rd ring and become the so-called eternal strong, they can only vaguely feel the source. In this case, lighting the divine fire is like asking a blind person to use only the touch of his hands to mold a master-level sculpture. The difficulty is imaginable. But now, Rosen can see the source. Not only can he see, but also can control the source. In other words, the divine fire allows me to gain the control of the source of the true God. He continued to sense the changes. Soon he discovered a second obvious change. My time and space talent broke through the boundaries of mortals, and dived deeper into the ocean of time and space. Before, he could only dive 23 orders of magnitude in the size of the basic element particles, but after lighting the divine fire, he directly dived 10 orders of magnitude, reaching 33 orders of magnitude. At the 23rd level, he could only vaguely judge the relative strength of the real artifact. At the 33rd level, he observed the real artifact, the light staff, and clearly felt its fine structure. Oh, it turns out that the so-called real artifacts are all condensed by the source. He began to study the light staff carefully, and the more he studied, the more he felt the beauty of this thing. No wonder this thing can protect the souls of mortals. But at the same time, he also had a strong sense of luck in his heart. The light staff is a dead object after all, and its protection for mortal souls is limited. Facing the apostles of the true God, or being far enough away from the true God, this protection is effective. If you face the true God at close range, the true God will break through the defense. In other words, the reason why he can negotiate with the true God is because the true God's body is in a distant world. Once the true God enters his world, he will immediately become a fish in the net and a bird in the cage. No matter how he tosses, he can't escape the palm of the true God. Fortunately, he has now successfully ignited the divine fire and reached a new level. Facing the true God, he is no longer helpless. He gathered his mind and continued to study the light scepter. The more he studied, the more fascinated he became. He couldn't help but sigh. Oh, the source is worthy of the title of the source of all things. The nature is really strange. The basic effect of the light scepter is to protect the soul from the invasion of the true God. The reason why it can do this is not to strengthen the mortal soul to face the pressure of the true God, but to hide the mortal soul, so that the true God cannot accurately locate the mortal soul. The light scepter should be a naturally condensed artifact. There are still many flaws in this structure. I will try to improve it. Do it when you think of it. It's hard to be perfect by myself, so I still have to rely on Lai Fu. I let Lai Fu train a source craftsman ability. Let Lai Fu create a new ability first, then enter the learning mode, and then Rosen himself began to operate the source to accumulate Lai Fu's training data. During this training, Rosen discovered Lai Fu's changes. After the divine fire was ignited, its computing power surged again. The direct result was that the learning ability reached an incredible level, almost to the point of being proficient in a short time. Rosen originally expected that it would take at least 10 days of training, but in just a few hours, the source craftsman ability could be operated independently. TSK, this computing power is really against the sky, but it can be felt that Lai Fu is also a naturally condensed source creation, and the structure is not perfect, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. He guessed that the reason why Lai Fu appeared in his soul was probably because when he traveled through the world, the source of this world entered his soul by chance, combined with the earth knowledge in his mind, and then the corresponding ability was generated. But just like the light scepter, such random condensation certainly has many flaws. Lai Fu's tool is very important to me. After I get through the crisis, I will slowly study and improve it. As for now, of course, I will continue to improve the light scepter. With the help of Lai Fu's new ability, about 10 hours later, Rosen completed the improvement of the light scepter and greatly improved its concealment performance. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With the protection of this thing, it is enough to perfectly hide the divine fire I ignited. It is true that he has ignited the divine fire now, but the divine fire is still very weak and has not been able to condense the divine nature of collecting source quality. His soul is very strange now. The inner layer has a trace of divine power, but the outer layer is only 20 rings strong. With the current strength of his divine fire, it is very, very slow to completely replace the 20-ring soul with the divine soul. It may take 100 years, which is why he can still stay in the mortal world even though he has ignited the divine fire. At the same time, this is also his most vulnerable time, which is no different from a child holding gold in the market. If the gods of the other world find out that he has the divine fire at this time, who knows what will happen? After finishing the Scepter of Light, he continued to improve the Crown of Dawn. The Crown of Dawn is also a true artifact naturally condensed by the source. There is only one effect, which is to produce an extremely powerful shield to resist the enemy's attack head-on. If the input of the artifact is mortal mana, then the generated is a 23-ring shield. If the input is divine power, then a divine shield of corresponding strength is generated. Rosen's divine fire is very weak, and the speed of generating divine power is very slow. Divine power should not be used if it is not needed, so he mainly used the Crown of Dawn to generate a 23-ring shield. The Crown of Dawn also has many flaws. The shield generated is nominally 23 rings, but in reality, it is only about 22.7. Rosen made improvements. After some improvements, not only did the shield strength increase to the true 23-ring limit, but the power conversion efficiency was also greatly improved. Finally, Rosen took out the third true artifact he had, the Orb of Time and Space. After careful study, he was overjoyed. This thing is really strong, stronger than the Scepter of Light and the Dawn Aura, and the effect is also ridiculously strong. Originally, this thing was used to imprint the talent of time, but no one knew the specific principle. Now, Rosen discovered that the talent of imprinting time was just an ordinary application of this treasure in the mortal world. Its real effect is to focus divine power, and the maximum effect is that the divine power strength plus 0.2 rings. Rosen felt that he was only a demigod now, and the divine power strength might not have reached the first divine ring, and it was estimated to be only 0.1 ring. With the Orb of Time and Space, it can become 0.3 ring. Keep improving. After some modifications, the focus strength reached plus 0.3 rings, which was not much improvement, but in battle, a little difference might be the difference between life and death. After improving the three true artifacts, Rosen had a deeper understanding of the rules of the source quality. Looking back at the shining divine fire in his soul, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The things I got from others are all performance-reduced versions. Not only is the speed of divine power generation slow, but the quality of divine power is also low, and the utilization rate of source quality is also low. The performance is as bad as it can be. This divine fire also needs to be improved bit by bit. No one has stipulated that the divine fire can only be lit once. It is completely possible to ignite the divine fire to study the source quality, obtain enough source quality laws, and then train Lai Fu's related abilities, and then put out the fire. Finally, it is how to get more source quality. Rosen has no experience in this regard for the time being, but he is not short of believers. He has countless believers in the Natural Empire, the Glorious Empire, and even the Holy Elf Empire, and the total number of believers has exceeded 2.5 billion. Before, he only managed these believers through Lai Fu in order to better rule the empire. But after igniting the divine fire, he carefully sensed and found that the believers not only contributed the power of faith to him, but also continuously contributed strands of source quality. The source quality contributed by a single believer is very small and almost imperceptible. But 2.5 billion believers gathered together, it became an extremely considerable number. Unfortunately, there were so many essences coming to him, but he couldn't catch them. As a result, most of the essences escaped again, and only a small part of the essences, probably less than 1% of the total, settled in his soul. TSK, what a huge waste. Rosen immediately began to study how to better retain this part of the essence from the believers. This matter is quite complicated, and Rosen had no clue for a while, so he could only rush around and grope around, hoping to be favored by fate. While studying, Rosen's mind was slightly shaken, and then he heard Lai Fu's report. Found the prayer from the key target Orion. Do you want to check it? Rosen's heart moved slightly, and immediately said, check it now. With Orion's tenacious character, He would not ask him for help unless he was in a real desperate situation. Chapter 411. Before the divine fire was lit, Rosen's connection with most shallow believers was very weak. If the other party did not take the initiative to contact him, he could only vaguely perceive their emotions. After the divine fire was lit, the situation improved greatly. After feeling Orion's prayer, he thought slightly and easily, and secretly entered Orion's soul, and obtained all the information he perceived about the surrounding environment. He saw that Orion was in the suburbs of Grey City at the moment, with 28 companions around him, including Guinevere, who was almost roasted just now, and Miss Temple. The expressions of the people present were different. Some were hesitant, some were angry, some were afraid, and some were desperate. "You can't escape, give up. We are no match for the night assassins." Give up? No, never. Even if I die, I have to bite a piece of meat off these damn hounds. Yes, since we have taken the first step in the struggle, we must fight to the end. The problem is that 4 brothers have been killed, and we haven't even seen the shadow of the opponent. Amid the discussion, Lady Guinevere looked at Orion, who had been silent. "Brother, tell me, what should we do?" Orion prayed for help to Rosen in his heart, but he was struggling in his heart. Rosen easily felt his thoughts. "Do you still distrust me? Do you have a resistance to a mysterious and powerful person who is high above, and who doesn't know whether he is a god or a demon?" He fully understood Orion's thoughts, because those who are capable must be proud, and will never bow to others easily, even if this person shows extraordinary abilities. He did not urge, waiting for the situation to develop. On the other side, Orion was naturally aware of the seriousness of the current situation. He took a deep breath and finally spoke. "Brothers and sisters, look at the staff in my hand. It is called the Death Prophecy Staff. You have all witnessed its powerful power with your own eyes, and you must be curious about the source of the magic weapon." As he spoke, he looked around at everyone. "I tell you the truth, the person who gave me the staff called himself Rosen, the sun god of war. He said he is a true god. He said he sympathized with our situation. He also said that if we encounter any difficult situation, we should pray to him in our hearts, and he will definitely give us divine grace to help us overcome the difficulties." At this point, Orion took a deep breath again. To be honest, this true god is extremely powerful, but he appeared too suddenly, and his background is completely unknown. I really can't trust him completely. In fact, I'm worried that this is a terrible trap. But now, we are indeed in a difficult situation. Even if I have this powerful staff, it is difficult to resist the assassin's sneak attack in the dark. So, brothers and sisters, how should we choose? Rely on our own strength and do everything we can to overcome this difficulty, or follow this mysterious and powerful god of war? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. After a long time, the previous desperate man spoke. "I think we should follow this god of war, because he has saved our lives with the help of Brother Hilarion. Since we already owe him a life, even according to the simplest principle of fair trade, we should follow him." This statement was very convincing, and at least half of the people nodded in agreement. But Guinevere shook her head without hesitation. "I refuse to follow any existence that claims to be a god. The goal of our brotherhood is to overthrow the High Moon City. This mysterious sun god of war may not be a new moon city. So, I would rather die for a great ideal than become a slave of the strong again." Someone immediately retorted. "No, Ms. Dumbo, I think you are wrong. Our ideal is indeed to overthrow the Moon City, but our purpose in overthrowing the Moon City is to restore hope to the mortal world. If this sun god of war really sympathizes with us, he should allow us mortals to build our own world, and he will definitely not play with the fate of us mortals like the Moon City. And our current strength is too weak, and we can't compete with the Eye of Dawn at all. It is not a shame to seek the protection of a benevolent and strong person." Someone immediately agreed. "Yes, that's right." Someone also immediately objected. "No, that's not right. There are no kind strong men in this world, only hypocritical strong men." "That's right. All strong men are untrustworthy. The stronger the man, the more brutal he is. Facts have proven this countless times." Seeing the two sides deadlocked, Orion couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "Brothers and sisters, there's no time to argue. Since there are difficulties ahead, let's choose a path that will allow us to survive. After all, only by living can we have a future." This statement was recognized by almost everyone, except Guinevere. She took a step back and stood at the periphery of the team, with a look of determination on her slightly pale face. "Brothers and sisters, I will never follow any specific life again, even if this life is the so-called God. I also think that there has never been a so-called God in this world. It is just a name specially given by the strong to intimidate the weak. But I will not oppose your choice. You should leave quickly. I will stay here and try to delay some time for you. The meaning of this is very clear. She decided to be martyred. Olean was shocked. Ms. Dingwa, you don't have to do this. I have decided, Olean, go and lead the brothers and sisters to move forward. I know you can do it. And I don't intend to owe anyone a favor. Since this so-called God saved my life, I will give it back to him now. After saying this, the determined woman walked back along the original path. Orion watched for a while, took a deep breath, and then retracted his gaze. Everyone, let's pray to the sun god of war Rosen. As he said this, he began to recite the prayer first. Great sun god of war Rosen, I am Orion, an insignificant mortal, I beg you to help us get out of the desperate situation. Rosen listened to the prayer quietly, carefully experiencing the power of faith gathered from each believer, and the source of faith deposited in the power of faith. Unlike the believers outside the abyss, these believers are very close to him. When they prayed attentively, the faith channel between the two sides was much more stable and strong than that of distant believers. But strangely, the amount of source material gathered was not much, even less than the imperial believers outside the abyss. Why is this happening? I can't figure it out for now, but saving people is the most important thing at this time. Rosen has extremely rich experience in helping believers get out of trouble. He thought about it for a while, and then he gave each praying believer a time and space invisibility spell along the faith channel, and named it the War God's Protection Cloak. At the same time, he also showed a little breath of divine fire. The breath of divine fire is the breath of gods. In the feelings of mortals, this breath is extremely magnificent, and when facing it, they can't help but feel a strong sense of insignificance in their hearts. Sure enough, the bodies of the members of the Longshan Brotherhood, who were praying, were all violently shaken, and their faces showed extremely incredible expressions. Those with weaker wills fell to their knees, and began to shout loudly. Praise the great sun god of war. Great sun god of war, you are the sun in the sky, I am willing to follow you forever. For a while, there were constant shouts. Olean was also shocked, but he was very strong-minded and barely managed to keep his composure. But he was more and more in awe of Rosen. With the power given by the sun god of war, his heart was greatly relieved, and he whispered, God has protected us with his cloak, we are safe. Someone whispered, what about Ms. Dumbo? Do we really have to give up on her? Olean sighed, it's not us who gave up on her, it's her who chose her own way. Everyone knows her character, which is harder than obsidian. Once she makes the final decision, she will never look back. This is true. Everyone was speechless, and could only sigh secretly. No matter what, the pursuers were approaching, and the members of the Longshan Brotherhood used their newly acquired spells, and disappeared in the wilderness. But no one knew that Orion was still praying to Rosen silently in his heart. Merciful sun god of war, please save Guinevere, Miss Temple. She is a tough and noble warrior, and a rare magic genius. She should not die so easily. If you can convince her to follow you, she will definitely become your most determined believer. Rosen listened to this quietly, and at the same time, through the time and space insight, he looked at the back of the martyred female warrior from a distance. There is no doubt that this is a mortal worth saving. Not only because of her strong character, but also because a great god must have a large number of firm supporters. But whether he can convince her, Rosen can't say for sure, he can only say that he will try his best. So, he responded to Orion like this. Olean, every mortal has his own destiny. I respect the free will of every mortal, and will never use coercion to make people submit. Although I admire the character of this lady very much and will talk to her, the specific path she takes depends on her free will. Olean was happy and once again truly felt the noble, kind, and tolerant character of this mysterious great man. He couldn't help but feel a strange emotion in his heart. There is recognition and dependence, just like facing a wise elder. He said sincerely, praise you, the kind and tolerant great man. Almost at the same time, Rosen found that the source from Orleans suddenly increased. This made Rosen's heart move. Is it related to the strength of faith? It seems to be related, but not absolutely. Because among the 28 members of the Longshan Brotherhood, several people have much stronger faith than Orleans, but not much source. The specific situation needs to be observed with more samples. Of course, saving people is important now. After thinking for a while, he used the secret passage technique and teleported directly to Guinevere's side. But he did not show up directly, but hid beside her and waited quietly. Chapter 412. Hoo-hoo. The wild wind rushed back and forth in the wilderness, disturbing the grass and trees in the wilderness, and making them shake their heads constantly. After walking back more than a mile along the way she came, Guinevere could no longer see her companions behind her. She stopped under a big tree, and sat on the ground leaning against the trunk. The ground was very rough, and she was only wearing a thin linen cloak. The gravel and weeds poked her buttocks, causing strong discomfort in her body. Compared with the days when she was the Hand of Dawn, the current situation is extremely bad, but she has no regrets in her heart. Although she had abundant material resources and a high status in the past, her heart was always difficult to calm down. Every moment was filled with negative emotions such as fear, confusion, regret, etc., and now, although the external conditions have been reduced to the lowest point, her heart has gained real peace. She knew very clearly what she was pursuing, and was willing to give everything for this goal. So there was no fear in her heart. However, to be more specific, there was still a little regret. I don't know if this world can ever get better. Even if it does get better in the future, I won't be able to see it. But the regret soon dissipated. It's very likely that it won't get better, it will only get worse. And I've already left this world, so I don't have to worry about my soul being polluted by those filthy things. She is a 14th ring mage. Although she doesn't have any magic tools, her spells are profound. The only regret is that time is too tight, and her mana has only recovered less than half. But it's enough to cast some spells. She cast 3 spells in a row: Wall of Thorns, Dormant Flame, and Triggered Explosive Force Field. All of them are defensive counterattack spells with range effects, and they are infused with as much mana as possible. After casting 3 spells, the limited mana in her body was completely exhausted. Guinevere patiently waited for the Shadow Assassin to come. She knew that this would not attract all the Shadow Assassins. But even if she attracted only one, it would reduce the danger for the brothers. Time passed by, the wild wind in the wilderness blew, and the birds and animals hidden in the grass and trees occasionally ran out to join in the fun. But the Shadow Assassin never appeared. Before the assassin arrived, Guinevere herself could not hold on any longer. She was imprisoned for a month, and suffered all kinds of torture every day, with scars all over her body. Because of her strong vitality, most of the injuries she suffered in the early stage have been healed, but as her vitality continued to decrease, the healing speed of the later injuries slowed down greatly. She felt a burning pain between her legs, and her legs were wet, as if liquid was constantly flowing out. She lifted the cloak and looked at it, and she could see a piece of bright red blood. It was the injury caused by the Eye of Dawn executioner Kager before his death, and it was also the most serious injury on his body. After taking a quick look at the injury, she put on her cloak again. Her mana had been exhausted, and she was ready to die, so this injury was not important at all. But the great pain in her body made her very anxious. Are these Shadow Assassins lame? Why haven't they come yet? At this moment, a strange and gentle voice came into her ears. Madam, they can't come. Who? Who is talking? Guinevere was shocked, and the anxiety on her face disappeared instantly. Her deep blue eyes looked around for the source of the voice, which was full of cold murderous intent. Soon, she saw the target. A tall young man, with a tall and full figure, upright features, and gentle eyes with tenacity. This is completely different from the temperament of the members of the Eye of Dawn, and is somewhat like a member of the Brotherhood. But this man also exudes a breath of power as deep as the abyss. And Guinevere has never seen such an aura in other people, even the senior consultants from Moon City. Who are you? Guinevere's hostility subsided a little, but her face was still full of vigilance. Rosen ignored the defensive spells set by the other party, and walked in directly. After reaching Guinevere's side, he lowered his head, and looked down at the woman in distress. Very haggard, but with a very tenacious look, the soul is 14 rings, not particularly strong, but extremely pure, unlike most people in the abyss, mixed with a lot of negative emotions and desires. You are seriously injured. He answered the question irrelevantly. Guinevere unknowingly entered Rosen's context, and nodded subconsciously. They tortured me for a whole month. It would be strange if I was still intact. Rosen nodded, raised his hand naturally, and gently stroked the scratch on her fair forehead. Guinevere subconsciously wanted to retreat, but finally held back. The expected stinging pain did not come, but was replaced by a comfortable numbness and itchiness when the injury healed, accompanied by a faint warmth. When the other party withdrew his hand, she immediately raised her hand to check the injury on her forehead, and found that not only the stinging pain was gone, but the wound was also completely healed, and even no scars were left. She also knows how to heal wounds in just a few hours, but it is like a miracle that the other person can completely heal the wound by just raising her hand, and she can't feel any pain during the healing process. Who are you? She asked again, unconsciously using the honorific. Rosen didn't say anything, and continued to move his hand down to touch the wound on the other person's neck. The scar was a deep strangulation mark, The mark was purple in color, and a large number of sharp holes could be seen, which was obviously a torture of strangling the neck with thorns. The palm gently stroked the scar, making it white and smooth again, and Rosen spoke again. "You should have guessed it in your heart. I have to say, you guessed it right." Guinevere raised her hand again to touch the scar on her neck, and her deep blue eyes showed a strong shock. "Are you Rosen, the sun god of war?" Rosen nodded, raised his hand, and gently lifted the cloak, intending to treat the whip marks on his back that were as dense as spider webs. But this time, the other party refused and wrapped his cloak tightly. "Sir, I don't need your pity." Rosen did not insist and took back his hand. "I want to correct your mistakes. I help you not because of pity, nor to gain loyal followers, but to gain allies." No, the word ally is not accurate enough. It should be called companions with common aspirations, comrades for short, or brothers and sisters. Guinevere was shocked. Companions with common aspirations. Do powerful people like you also need companions? Rosen took a step to the side, and sat on the mud beside Guinevere. Compared to ordinary people, I do have more powerful power and more profound knowledge. But compared to the moon city above, or even the entire starry sky above, all life in the world is small and humble. Humble life, but want to change the world, the only way is to find a group of companions with the same ideals, and condense the insignificant drops of water into rivers and seas. Guinevere understood, and the resistance in her heart was much less. "I am very curious, who are you? Where are you from?" Rosen smiled. "My real name is Rosen, full name Rosen Saxon. I come from the plane outside the abyss. We call this place the Abyss of Pain. Have you heard of this?" Guinevere nodded. "I have heard of it, because from time to time there will be some unlucky people entering this damn place. They will bring some information from other planes. So, which plane are you from specifically?" "Natural plane." "Never heard of it. It used to be called the Dryden Plane." "I've heard of it." "Why did the plane change its name?" "Because I gathered the power of countless mortals, created a powerful empire, and completely defeated Dryden." Speaking of this, Rosen added, "It's called the Natural Empire, and I am the first emperor of this empire." Guinevere was surprised. "As an emperor, why did you come to the painful abyss? Aren't you afraid that you can't go back?" "Of course I am afraid. In order to return to my empire, I will do my best to defeat Moon City. This is also the fundamental goal of my coming to the painful abyss." Guinevere was even more surprised. "Why do you want to defeat Moon City?" "The reasons are very complicated, and I don't want to lie to you. I can only say that this matter involves the gods of another world, the rebellion of the nightmare tyrant Antawanji, and the future strategy of the Natural Empire. It is difficult to explain it in a short time. I think you should be able to understand the complexity of national interests, right?" Guinevere nodded in agreement. Rosen continued, "Apart from the consideration of national interests, based on my personal emotional inclination, I also deeply feel the degeneration of Moon City, and am extremely shocked by the chaos and disorder in the Abyss of Pain. In the empire I govern, even pets raised in civilian homes can eat meat every day, and petty theft is already the headline news in the village, and here you actually eat people." Guinevere's attention was attracted by the situation of the empire described by Rosen, and she showed a trace of yearning on her face. "Is your empire really so rich?" Rosen did not speak, but just raised his hand and pointed at the air in front of the other party. A clear water mirror appeared in the air, showing the daily scene of an ordinary village. The village was still under construction and renovation, and it looked very busy. The villagers walking on the road had ruddy complexions, loud voices, smiles on their faces, strong bodies, and a healthy and high-spirited state of mind. The empire is developing rapidly, and this is just a remote mountain village. Of course, there are also big cities. As he spoke, the screen switched to Dawn City. This is a coastal metropolis in the empire, with a permanent population of about 5 million, and it is still increasing rapidly. Guinevere looked at it carefully, and her longing became stronger. The Abyss of Pain used to be like this, and even more prosperous than the picture you showed, but everything changed after the war. Her face was full of disappointment. Rosen nodded. "You are right. The former Eternal Empire was the most powerful high-energy empire in our solar star world, and my empire has just started in the high-energy field." Guinevere showed deep envy. "Just starting out. Oh, this is the best time for an empire. There are new changes every day, and everyone is full of longing for the future." Upon hearing this, Rosen knew that this woman was a very knowledgeable person, worthy of his great attention. He put away the water mirror and said gently, "Madam, if I invite you to be my companion, will you agree?" This made Guinevere regain consciousness. She regained her composure and turned to stare at Rosen. "But you said that you are the sun god of war, a true god, and I did feel an extremely powerful aura, perhaps even more powerful than the Queen of Moon City. But you just said that your empire has just started in the high-energy field. This is obviously contradictory. How do you explain it? Rosen did not hide it, and whispered, because of some coincidences, I have gained great power beyond the 23rd ring, and this is also the greatest confidence for me to dare to rush to the abyss of pain. Guinevere was shocked. How is it possible to have power beyond the 23rd ring? Rosen smiled. It is possible. I regard myself as a pioneer, and I also deeply feel that even if I have power beyond the 23rd ring, I am still weak, so I still need as many companions as possible. Guinevere became alert. Companions? I think they are slaves? Rosen refuted seriously. Companions, because I not only need the help of companions, I will also help as many talented mortals as possible to gain power beyond the 23rd ring. Because my ultimate goal is to create a glorious kingdom of God established by countless true gods in the Sun God ring. This shocked Guinevere violently, and she immediately asked, why? Because someone told me that the ultimate fate of the world is annihilation and nothingness, so all efforts are meaningless. But I don't believe it. I think that with the unremitting efforts of countless wise men and countless years, this ultimate fate will surely be broken. Even if the world in the future will really be annihilated, we can rebuild a new world in the ruins of annihilation. Just like now, even if the order of the Eternal Empire has almost completely collapsed, as long as the will is not extinguished, it will surely rebuild glory in the ruins. This was a bit profound, and Guinevere didn't quite understand it, but it didn't prevent her from feeling Rosen's grand spirit. The fact that the other party was the emperor of the empire, but he personally ventured into the abyss of pain, also made her clearly feel the huge difference between him and those hypocritical politicians in Moon City. What those politicians like to do most is to sit in a slightly warm and comfortable position and decide the fate of countless mortals by talking. Let alone let them risk their lives, even if they go to the field to conduct practical investigations. That is absolutely impossible, because the mud will dirty their boots. Rosen felt that the time was almost right, so he said, the pain of the body will affect the judgment of the will. Let me heal your injuries, so that you can think more attentively. As he spoke, he once again lifted the woman's cloak from behind, reached out to cover the whip marks on her back, and began to treat them one by one. At this moment, Guinevere did not refuse and let Rosen treat her injuries. Your Majesty, why do you value me? I value everyone who shares the same ideals. What if someone disagrees with you? The world is complicated, and differences are bound to exist. As long as the ideals are consistent, differences can be resolved through discussion. As he spoke, he gently turned the other person's body so that her back was facing him, and then reached under her armpits with both hands to treat the injury on her chest. The latter was a little uncomfortable, and her body stiffened, but she did not resist in the end. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, no, there is no need to treat here for the time being. Rosen smiled, put the cloak on her again, and then reached in through the gap in the cloak with one hand, and gently pressed on the most serious wound on her body. The latter's body instantly tensed, her heartbeat was violent, and her breathing stopped. Rosen calmly comforted her. Before I became the emperor, I was still a very professional doctor. I have extremely advanced medical skills, and have seen all kinds of strange injuries. So don't be shy, ma'am. Guinevere had experienced the most brutal torture, and was certainly not a hypocritical person, so she quickly relaxed her body. Your Majesty's medical skills are indeed superb, but do you have to put your fingers in? Rosen nodded. Because your internal organs have also been seriously injured. Relax, don't be nervous. About a quarter of an hour later, he pulled his hand out of the cloak, then condensed a ball of clear water, and began to clear the blood on his hand. Ma'am, I have cleared out the shadow assassins that were chasing you, and your injuries have completely healed. You can now go and join your fellow Longchamp Brotherhood members. Think carefully, and don't rush to give me an answer, because I need real companions, not followers who are grateful or forced by the situation. He took out food and water from the time and space treasure house, as well as some leather armor and underwear that didn't fit him well. These are all I have on me now. You can wear them as you please. Then, he stood up and was about to leave. As soon as she stood up and took a step, she heard Guinevere's voice. Wait! She stood up, stared at Rosen again, and said word by word, No need to think, because I have figured it out. I am willing to follow your footsteps. Rosen corrected. No, not follow, but fight side by side. Guinevere shook her head. No, your Majesty, I am not qualified to fight side by side with you. I have enough self-knowledge. I know very well that my wisdom, my will, and my strength are far inferior to yours. I can only stand behind you and support your cause. Have you thought it through? Guinevere nodded vigorously. I have thought it through very clearly, your majesty. Rosen, the sun god of war. With these words, her soul seemed to have crossed a certain boundary, and instantly established a strong soul connection with Rosen. At the same time, a large amount of source material flowed into Rosen's divine fire along this connection. The amount of essence was very large, almost 5 times more than what Orient had provided before, and these essences did not escape, but almost completely remained in Rosen's soul. Rosen experienced this process carefully, and an epiphany emerged in his mind. Oh, the reason for the gathering of essence is not because of the followers' beliefs, but because of the resonance of ideas. In other words, when the souls of lives with the same idea are connected, the essence deep in their souls will automatically gather towards the strongest soul. With this understanding, Rosen immediately understood the method of condensing the Godhead. First of all, the Godhead is condensed by ideas. If I want to condense the Godhead, I must first understand what kind of God I want to be. Rosen already has a very clear idea about this. My ultimate idea is to break the ultimate fate of the world. Therefore, my core godhood is to create the world. But the idea of creation is too grand. Once this is stated, it will immediately go completely against the goddess of annihilation. Therefore, this core outer layer must be covered with several layers of shells to avoid being too dazzling. The first shell is fighting. Fight to change fate and fight for a better world. The second shell is the sun. The sun shines on the world, dispels darkness, and warms the world. Therefore, using the sun god of war as a disguise to soften the conflict is still very good. And the godhood of creation is the real core. Whenever you reach the crossroads of fate, this core is the highest standard for judging the way forward. After thinking it through, Rosen was very grateful to Guinevere. He turned around and gave the determined woman a big hug. Ms. Dingbo, I hope I can never change my original intention and never let you down. Guinevere was even more shocked when she heard this. She once again deeply felt the difference of the strong man in front of her. She couldn't help but be excited and said in a concentrated voice, Great sun god of war, I hope you will always guide my steps like the real sun. With these words, almost all the source essence in the depths of her soul flowed to Rosen, and almost completely remained in Rosen's soul. In other words, this determined woman placed all her ideas for the future on Rosen. Rosen completely understood. The true god's godhood is similar to the throne of the emperor, but it does not completely belong to the true god. If the true god loses his status, his godhood will also collapse, and the source essence will also leave the true god. Therefore, the greatness of God lies in the number of core believers gathered, and even more in the ideas held by God. Chapter 413. After understanding the essence of Godhead, Rosen immediately began to fine-tune various national policies of the natural empire, including education, talent selection, and the guidance of social public opinion values. The purpose is to cultivate more citizens who can resonate with Godhead. Obviously, this is a change that requires enough time to see obvious results. But the scale of the natural empire is too large, and the authority of Rosen, the imperial capital, is also ridiculously high. Any order from the emperor, even if Rosen has tried his best to reduce the adjustment strength and only sent a signal, still triggered many surging undercurrents. In just 10 minutes, Rosen clearly felt that the amount of source essence flowing into the soul began to increase. The increase was not large, but it showed a slow and firm trend. At this rate, the amount of source essence in my soul will double in 3 days at most. After a month, the amount of source essence I get every day may be more than 10 times what it is now. The problem came immediately. What else can so much source essence be used for, besides increasing the strength of the divine fire? From what Rosen knows now, it seems that the only use is to create a true artifact. The properties of source essence are extremely wonderful, and there must be more than just these uses. Liv, the apostle of joy, is also in Grey City, so I will go to her to explore the way. At present, he is still staying with Guinevere. Since Guinevere has become a core believer, Rosen naturally cannot let her face the danger of the abyss of pain alone. Another core believer, Orient, already has a powerful death prophecy staff. But this magic weapon has an obvious flaw, which is that it is difficult to fight against enemies with secret whereabouts. After thinking for a while, Rosen raised his hand and gently pressed on Guinevere's deep blue eyes, and began to transform her eyes. Madam, I give you the eyes of insight into the truth. You will see the coming of danger in advance, you will see through the invisibility spell, and you will see any hidden power. In the past, Rosen could not painlessly transform organs in a living and awake state, especially transforming delicate organs such as eyes. But after igniting the divine fire, he had such an ability. About 10 seconds later, Rosen's hand moved away from Guinevere's eyes. Looking at her eyes again, they were still blue-black. At first glance, there was no change, but if you look closely, you will find that the pupils are very clear and deep, far beyond the level that mortals should have. Taking a step back, Rosen smiled and said, "Not bad, much more beautiful than before." Guinevere clearly felt the changes in her eyes, and her bright eyes turned around and looked, full of novelty. Rosen raised his head, and gently stroked the top of her head. With a thought, he completely restored her magic power. Finally, he took out a queen's ring, and put it on her. "Sun blessing bracelet, may you always see the sun." He made a lot of these queen's rings, and he didn't necessarily have to give them to his women. As long as they were important members who needed power, he would give them. Without waiting for Guinevere to respond, he stepped back and disappeared into the air. But the person left, but the voice remained. "More shadow assassins are coming here. Catch up with Orient, and help the brothers and sisters get through the difficulties together." In fact, due to the non-intervention rule, he did not kill any shadow assassins, but used magic to hide their location so that the shadow assassins could not find them. At this moment, Guinevere's heart was full of hope for the future. She bowed deeply in the direction where Rosen left. "Great One, may your light shine forever." Then she began to quickly put on the clothes left by Rosen. The clothes didn't fit her well, but it didn't matter. She used a few transformation spells to modify the style of the clothes. When she was getting dressed, she suddenly remembered Rosen's previous treatment of her. Guinevere suddenly smiled shyly, and 2 faint blushes flew on her fair cheeks. After changing her clothes, and filling her stomach in a hurry, she used her new eyes to chase the members of the Brotherhood in front. On the other side, Rosen didn't continue to pay attention to Orient and others, because there was Belldandy protecting them. He returned to his underground secret room, sat cross-legged on the ground, thinking about how to win the bet with the goddess of annihilation. The first purpose of developing believers is to gather source essence. The essence of gathering source essence is to find like-minded mortals. Based on this foundation, the traditional way of establishing a church and spreading faith is not a good way to obtain core believers. The best way is actually to establish a country. Establish a mortal regime that writes the concept of God into the national constitution. To establish a regime, you must first have a strong army. With the abilities of Orient and Guinevere, they should be able to quickly strengthen the momentum of the Longshan Brotherhood. But it is easy to expand the Brotherhood, but it is not easy to establish a professional army that can fight. The first function of the army is to maintain the regime, and the highest goal is to pursue victory. Since you want to win, you have to understand your opponent. The current ruler of Grey City is the Eye of Dawn, and my current understanding of the Eye of Dawn is still very superficial. Of course, he can learn from Orient and others, but he not only needs to listen, but also needs to enter the Eye of Dawn to investigate. To do this quietly, real-time intelligence is needed. In this regard, Liv is his biggest helper. I was planning to find Liv to find out the use of the source material, and it just happened to do 2 things at the same time. So the thought came to him, and the secret passage technique was activated. The next moment, he appeared in a remote alley in Grey City. Following Liv's soul breath, he walked in the streets and alleys for about 10 minutes and arrived at the back door of a large stone and wood house. This is the newly opened brothel in Grey City, called Happy Bird. The owner of the brothel on the surface is the Ironstone Gang of Grey City, and the owner behind the scenes is naturally the Apostle of Joy Liv. Rosen cast a stealth and quietly entered the brothel from the back door. After entering, there is the lobby on the first floor. There are many smoky pink gauze hanging in the lobby, dividing the lobby into semi-independent spaces. Behind the gauze, you can see shadowy figures. There are men and women, basically without clothes. Some are flirting, some are having sex, and some are chatting and singing. All kinds of joyful sounds are endless, enough to conquer any fledgling in the world in an instant. But for an old bird like Rosen, it just feels noisy. He followed Liv's breath, and followed the slightly narrow round staircase all the way to the underground secret room of the brothel. The secret room is spacious and bright, and Liv did not notice Rosen's arrival. She is focusing on training novices, and the whole secret room is filled with more than 20 young and beautiful young girls. Seeing her busy, Rosen stood in a corner of the secret room and quietly observed how the pleasurers used the source. Remember, there is only one path to the depths of a man's soul, and that is in his spear. When you hold the spear in your hand, no man can remain calm, and he will be easily manipulated by you. But at the same time, remember that most men's self-esteem does not allow them to bow down to us, so even if you have already mastered him, you must submit to him on the surface. Liv taught very seriously, and did not notice Rosen's arrival at all. Rosen was watching seriously, and suddenly his heart was slightly shaken, and a time and space illusion appeared in front of him. A woman trotted in and whispered to Liv to report the situation. Liv's face suddenly became solemn, and she walked out of the secret room quickly. Rosen's heart moved. It seems that she has encountered trouble. The trouble that can make Liv behave like this is probably not an ordinary small trouble. Chapter 414. Happy Bird Brothel. After waiting for about half an hour, the time illusion Rosen saw became a reality. A middle-aged maid hurried over and whispered in Liv's ear. Madam, the leader of the Ironstone gang brought 2 guests. One is Ander, the Hand of Dawn, and the other is a secret identity. But both of them are very respectful to this mysterious man, and even a little afraid. Liv's expression suddenly became very solemn. After thinking for a few seconds, she waved to the girl in training. Okay, girls, continue practicing. Then, she followed the maid and hurriedly left the underground secret room. Rosen followed quietly. As they walked down the spiral staircase leading to the ground, Liv whispered, Lily, what do you think this guy is? Maid Lily is nearly 40 years old. She debuted at the age of 14, and has been working in the entertainment industry of Gray City for 25 years. She knows much more about Gray City than most people. She is simply a living encyclopedia of Gray City. She responded softly, the Hand of Dawn is a high-level member of the Mage Association. The only people who can make them in awe, apart from the leader of the Mage Association, are the people above them. The above, of course, is the Moon City. Liv twitched her eyebrows. The so-called Moon Consultant? It may be a Moon Consultant, or it may be for other purposes. After all, there are many people living above, and everyone has their own ideas. Liv nodded, you are right, but since they are here, they are our guests. Where are they now? In the VIP room on the 2nd floor. I have asked Aya, Cece, and Lon Lon to accompany them, but the guests don't seem satisfied. These are the 3 most outstanding girls in Joy Bird. If even they can't do it, it's no wonder that Lily came to report. Liv thought for a moment and said, I understand. Leave this to me. You go and do it first. Yes, master. The 2 have already walked to the exit of the 1st floor hall. Liv didn't rush out. She first condensed a full-body water mirror, carefully took care of herself, and adjusted her facial expression before walking towards the stairs on the 2nd floor. Rosen knew that Liv was going to go into battle personally when he saw this posture. He also found that this Joy Messenger not only changed her external image, but also had a fine surge of source in her body. On the 1st floor, Liv was just an ordinary beautiful woman. She was indeed very beautiful and charming, but far from being the best. It was a sure kill for ordinary people, but for Rosen, who was used to seeing top beauties, it was almost unattractive. But when we got to the 2nd floor, she had changed significantly. She exuded an amazing charm that made people's hearts flutter at a glance, and a secret but hot passion sprouted in their hearts, wishing to die on her belly. Even Rosen couldn't help but sway slightly when he saw it for the first time. But he immediately regained consciousness and understood the reason. It's a charm spell condensed by pure source. The power is really outrageous. Even he, a true god who ignited the divine fire, was obviously affected, not to mention mortals. Using such a spell on mortals in the mortal world is simply cheating. But, isn't it a bit too extravagant to use source to cast spells? According to his superficial understanding of source, after casting a spell, the source will be consumed. This is simply treating gold as stone. No matter how powerful a god is, he can't withstand such consumption. With this question, Rosen watched Liv enter the VIP room on the 2nd floor. Naturally, he did not follow her in, but his true god eyes directly saw the situation inside the room through the thin wooden board. There were 2 men in the room, both in their early 30s, and they were also naked. One was fat, and had a flattering look on his face. The other was of absolutely standard figure, with perfect facial features more delicate than most women, and his expression was indifferent and lazy, as if he was tired of everything in the world. There were also 3 young girls, who were surrounding the fat man, and were very attentive, staying away from the handsome man, as if there was a circle of invisible thorns around the man. At a glance, Rosen knew that the handsome man looked young, but his soul was more than 400 years old. The soul strength was also good, reaching 17 rings, while the Hand of Dawn beside him had a soul strength of only 13 rings, so it was no wonder that he looked flattering. Before Liv entered the room, the fat man was trying his best to show his courtesy, but the latter did not speak, just lying on the soft bed, with a picky look, with obvious impatience in his eyes. Then, Liv entered the room. Liv was tall, but with graceful curves. She was wearing a pure black fur robe, which made her already snow-white skin look whiter than snow. As soon as she entered the room, which was originally a little dim, seemed to suddenly brighten. Both the fat man and the handsome man cast their eyes on Liv at the first time. The fat man was stunned, saliva flowed from the corner of his mouth, and a thin thread of saliva was pulled out of the corner of his mouth without knowing it. The handsome man's indifferent face also showed a trace of surprise that could not be concealed, and the impatience in his eyes disappeared completely. He took the initiative to ask, "Madam, may I ask your name?" Liv knelt down and saluted, "Liv." While speaking, she walked to the center of the room and winked at the 3 girls in the room, who immediately left the room tactfully. Liv looked down at the 2 men lying on the soft bed and smiled at the handsome man. "Sir, I am a focused person, and I am only willing to serve 1 man at a time." The handsome man stared at Liv without blinking. "Andre, get out." Andre didn't say a word. He got up quickly, took his clothes and left, and didn't even dare to wear them in the room. Only Liv and the handsome man were left in the room. Liv took 2 steps forward, lifted her skirt slightly, and raised her leg to cross the handsome man's body. "Sir, can I know your name?" The handsome man was completely attracted by Liv, and his lazy and indifferent expression completely disappeared, turning into passionate excitement. "Alex, you can call me Ale." "Mr. Ale, you are really handsome and strong, just a perfect man." Liv flattered, and easily played the handsome man who called himself Alex in the palm of her hand. Rosen stood in the corner of the corridor on the 2nd floor, carefully observing the effect of Liv's source spell. In addition, he was also very interested in this Alex, because this guy was from Moon City at a glance, and his status in Moon City must be not low. "Dear, take off this troublesome clothes, I want to take a good look at you." Liv giggled. "Dear Ale, of course I will let you see me, but I have never seen a man as extraordinary as you. I really want to know, where are you from?" "Of course, I'm just curious." "If you find it inconvenient, forget it." Alex had long been fascinated by the source magic, and was very straightforward at this time. "It's not inconvenient. I come from Moon City and serve Earl Gunterkin." "Earl Gunterkin, it sounds like a rare big shot." "Of course he is a big shot. He is one of the most trusted confidants of the Eternal Duke Zamora." Dear, I seem to have said too much. You have to promise me that you will never say these words to a 3rd person." Alex is still a little wary after all, although it is not much different from not having it. However, even with this little bit of vigilance, "Oh dear, how can there be such an irresistible and beautiful person like you in the world? I'm going crazy." Alex, who has lived for 400 years, is definitely the elite of Moon City. And such an elite was completely defeated by the apostle of the true God in less than half an hour. It is indeed a delusion for mortals to fight against true gods. No wonder Antoine, the 23rd Ring Eternal Strongman, was completely defeated. At the same time, Rosen also understood the details of Liv's skill in using the essence. Liv does not have the ability to sense the essence. She uses the essence spell by borrowing the real artifact, so this should be regarded as the core magic given by the joy. This magic uses the essence and also consumes the essence, but the loss of the essence is very small, and the effect is so powerful that mortals cannot solve it. From the perspective of cost-effectiveness, this loss is still worth it. At the same time, Rosen also discovered one thing. The essence gathered by different godheads has completely different properties. My essence can have such a strong charm effect. This means that the essence of each god is unique, and the core magic bestowed is also unique. It seems that my core magic must be created by myself, and it must be related to creation, battle, and the sun. From this perspective, no god is omnipotent. A pantheon composed of multiple gods has become a rigid need to cope with challenges. While thinking, the joyful game in the room also came to an end. Alex, who was extremely tired, finally couldn't hold on and fell asleep. Liv was still energetic and ruddy. She had already investigated Alex's background clearly, and gained a loyal servant. While she was cleaning up the filth, Rosen pushed the door and walked in. Liv was startled. "Who, your majesty, why are you here?" Rosen looked at the mess under the black fur and teased, "This guy gave you all his brains." Liv did not avoid Rosen's gaze and smiled. "Who said it wasn't?" The effect of her source charm had not yet ended. While talking, she did not forget to show Rosen her amazing charm. Rosen's heart was not disturbed, but in order to hide the divine fire deep in his soul, he was stunned on the surface, then shook his head, with a vigilant look. "Liv, don't use this damn magic on me, it's useless." Liv giggled and put away her tentative thoughts. "Your Majesty, what do you want to find me for?" Rosen became serious. "I want to get a disguised identity, and sneak into the Hand of Dawn to investigate the situation." "This is easy. How about disguising myself as Ander of the Hand of Dawn?" "Good idea." Chapter 415. Happy Bird. Half an hour later, Rosen disguised himself as Ender, the Hand of Dawn, and the real Ender disappeared. Rosen was not worried about being exposed, because Liv directly extracted all of Ender's memories. During the entire extraction process, Ender did not resist at all, and even actively cooperated, like a male mantis offering himself. In the room, Rosen pinched the fat on his belly, and looked at himself in the mirror carefully. Are there any flaws? Liv walked around Rosen, her eyes passing over the birthmark on his lower back, and the moles on his arms. Except for the expression and eyes, it is almost exactly the same as the real person. After a pause, she asked again, Your Majesty, although the Mage Association is the master of Grey City, it is nothing in the entire abyss of pain. Why do you risk getting entangled with him? Rosen carefully imitated Ander's expression. I don't want to either, but between Grey City and the Goddess of Annihilation, I would rather get entangled with the former. At this point, he turned his head and glanced at Liv. The Goddess of Annihilation must have come to you. It is likely that she came earlier than me, right? Liv showed a trace of embarrassment on her face. Your Majesty, I really want to tell you this, but you know that not only you, but my master and I are far from being able to fight against the Goddess of Annihilation. We can only remain silent. Rosen nodded. I can understand. But now that it has been made clear, I hope to have another meeting with your master. Of course. As she spoke, Liv began to kneel on the ground and pray. A few minutes later, when she raised her head again, a pastel-colored glow appeared in her eyes, and her expression became more charming. She walked to Rosen's side, and raised her hand to gently stroke Rosen's body. Your Majesty Rosen, your progress is beyond my expectation. I thought it would take you at least 2 years to reach this level. Rosen grabbed her arm, that was constantly leaning down, and smiled. Great pleasant, there is a sword of annihilation hanging over my head, and I don't have the slightest intention of seeking pleasure. Pleasant Terranea shrugged, turned around and walked to a chair nearby and sat down. The Goddess of Annihilation has found my true form, and hopes that I can become her subordinate god. I have no choice but to obey. Rosen stood against the wall beside the mirror with his arms folded across his chest. Okay, I understand you, but my trust in you has been greatly reduced. The Joyer sighed and showed a trace of helplessness. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but it is difficult for the weak to control their own destiny, so I understand you. There is a bet between you and my Lord God, and the Lord God asked me not to interfere in it. So, this will be my last help to you. Rosen had nothing to say about this. Fortunately, he quietly ignited the divine fire, also appreciated the essence of the godhood, and had a fairly stable source income. Therefore, his mind always remained calm, but on the surface, he still sighed for a long time, and a trace of uneasiness appeared on his face. Alas, the road to true God is indeed bumpy and difficult. Talana raised his eyebrows. That's because Your Majesty chose the most rugged road. If you just bow down a little, with the current believers you have, you can easily become the core god of the Annihilation God system. But you insist on retaining your independence, so you will naturally have to face the blows of the outside world. Rosen looked like he deeply agreed. You are right, maybe I should consider changing my path. Why, Your Majesty, are you going to give up? Rosen shook his head. Give up half of it. I plan to do everything I can to win the bet, prove my talent to the Goddess of Annihilation, so as to increase my bargaining chips. The fact is, he didn't intend to give up at all, because he and the Goddess of Annihilation had a direct conflict of ideas. He was not qualified to give up. If he didn't win, he would die. But Terranea didn't see this clearly, because in her eyes, Rosen was just a mortal, and the thoughts of mortals were unstable. As long as he was willing to give in, there would be no unsolvable contradictions between the two sides. Now that Rosen had the idea of giving in, she was also very happy, because it meant that they could easily obtain a huge number of stable believers in the new world. So, she clapped her hands softly. This is a great idea. I wish Your Majesty success in advance. At this point, everything that needed to be said had been said, and Rosen said, Then I won't bother you any more. He put on his clothes, and turned to leave the room. Wait a minute. Terranea called him. Your Majesty, I have an unshirkable responsibility for the current situation. I'm sorry, as compensation, this is for you. As she spoke, a faint light flashed in the air in front of Terranea, and a scroll condensed. Because each god has a different personality, each god obtains different properties of the source. But the source material also has many commonalities, and this records all my understanding of the commonalities of the source material, and I hope it can help Your Majesty in the future. Rosen's heart moved slightly, and he already understood the other party's intention. As expected of the goddess of prostitution, she is good at dancing with long sleeves and betting on both sides. Having said that, this information is indeed of great help to him, so he naturally owes her a favor. He took the scroll and took a quick look at it, entered the content into the blessing database, and handed the scroll back. Great Joyer, thank you very much for your gift. The Joyer smiled. Good luck, your majesty. Then, the pastel light in Liv's eyes dimmed, and the whole person's charming temperament also faded a lot, returning to the appearance of the apostle Liv. Rosen has already put on his clothes. Miss Liv, goodbye. Goodbye, your majesty. Rosen dressed and went out, turned and walked to the VIP room, and according to Anders' behavior pattern, he gently knocked on the door and called in a low voice. Mr. Alex, Mr. Alex? After a while, Alex's response came from the room. I heard you, stop arguing. After a while, Alex, dressed neatly, opened the door and walked out. His face regained his previous indifferent and arrogant expression, but his eyes were more erratic than before, constantly looking around, searching. Rosen knew at a glance that he was looking for Liv, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Liv's new pug. Naturally, he would not reveal this. Sir, it's almost time. It's time to go back. Unexpectedly, this Alex waved his hand. You go back first. Don't worry about me. Rosen looked surprised. Sir, it's not safe outside. It's just a group of ants. There's nothing unsafe about it. He waved his hand impatiently. Okay, don't bother me. Get out. Looking at his appearance, it seemed that Rosen would punish him if he said one more word. Rosen imitated Anders' reaction and immediately retreated timidly. After retreating to the first floor hall, he immediately straightened his back, showing a majestic look on his face, and then walked forward a distance with a dragon-like and tiger-like step, and came to a pile of entangled fleshworms. He raised his foot and kicked a fleshworm that was pupating. Jack, don't use so much force. Be careful that the gun will break in Ruth's ass. Jack is the leader of the Ironstone Gang, and the Ironstone Gang is just a gang in Gray City. Ander, played by Rosen, is the backer of this gang. So although Jack can call the shots in front of his younger brother, he is a serval dog, who will not chew bones even if he is told to eat shit. He pulled out his gun, rolled up, and stood in front of Rosen with a sullen look. Sir, what do you want? Stay here. If the gentleman upstairs comes to see me, tell him that I have to go back in an emergency. If he has anything, he can find me at the Dawn Fortress. Yes, sir. Rosen nodded. Keep busy. After that, he ignored the gang leader and turned around and left the happy bird. After leaving the brothel, he followed Anders' memory and went all the way to the Dawn Fortress in the center of Gray City. Gray City is not big, and Rosen soon arrived at the end of the land. At this time, Orion had just robbed a large number of prisoners from the Dragon Mountain Brotherhood and killed the typical Officer Kegel. The situation was quite serious. The atmosphere of the entire Dawn Fortress seemed quite depressing. Everyone was busy running around, fearing that they would be punished by their superiors if they were slow. Rosen played Ander, the Hand of Dawn, who was equivalent to the vice president of the Mage Association. Of course, there were a lot of vice presidents, 13 in total. It should have been 14, but the Hand of Dawn Guinevere had just defected and had not yet been replaced by a new member. In any case, the status of the Hand of Dawn was still very high. As soon as he arrived at the gate of the Dawn Fortress, people kept saluting Rosen and calling him sir. Rosen held his head high and ignored the salutes of ordinary mages all the way, and walked directly to the separate study on the third floor of the Dawn Fortress. He planned to go to the study to read the materials, and get a good understanding of the situation of the Eye of Dawn Mage Association. If he could get the defense map of the Gray City, it would be the best. But he was stopped before he reached the end of the ground. Ander, didn't you go out with the adults? Why are you back alone? The one who stopped him was a graceful, but tall female mage, a full head taller than Ander. In front of her, Ander was like a child. She still had 15 rings of power, 2 rings higher than Ander's 13 rings. Ander's memory told Rosen that this person was also the Hand of Dawn, named Natalie, the daughter of President Savos, and she had a strong magic talent. She was the real second person in the Eye of Dawn. Ander's memory also told him that Miss Natalie had an excellent magic talent and was favored by the president since she was a child. So she was arrogant and disliked everyone, and the less capable the person, the more she disliked him. And Ander happened to be a Dawn hand with little ability, so he was picked on by this lady every day. He immediately nodded and saluted. Miss Natalie, Master Alex is having a great time and doesn't want to be disturbed. Considering that the club is short of manpower now, I can only come back alone first. Natalie looked at Rosen with contempt. Your insignificant ability is of no use in the club. Serving the adults well is your first priority. So, go back to where you came from. If the adults don't want to see you, you stay near him and make sure you can hear his call at the first time. Just as the voice fell, Rosen didn't have time to respond, and hurried footsteps suddenly came from the corridor behind them. After a while, a shadow assassin covered in blood ran over quickly. After seeing Natalie, the assassin immediately stopped, with a painful look on his face, panting, and said, "My lords, this is bad." For some reason, the fugitives of the Longshan Brotherhood have become very powerful, and we are no match for them at all. Especially Oriand, he is even more terrifyingly strong. All the brothers died in the battle, and I tried my best to successfully break through and come back to report the news. In the face of the big event, Natalie immediately forgot about the trouble with Rosen, and she waved her hand vigorously. "Come on, follow me to see my father." She turned and walked towards the president's study, walked a few steps, and turned to look at Rosen again. "Are you standing here like a wooden stake? Why don't you catch up?" Chapter 416. Fortress of Dawn. Rosen followed Natalie, and secretly looked at the detailed structure inside the fortress, and verified it with Anders' memory. The three of them arrived at the third floor of the fortress, and walked along a winding corridor to a door, and were blocked by two armored warriors. The warrior was 2 meters tall and extremely strong. His whole body was covered with dark blue armor full of industrial precision. The surface and inner layer of the armor were engraved with extremely fine spell runes. At first glance, it looked like a rune space warrior. Click. The dark blue spears in the hands of the two warriors crossed into a cross, and one of them made a deep and indifferent voice. "Stop, accept identity check." Natalie immediately stood still and opened her arms. The other warrior turned his head, and a faint light flashed back and forth several times in the slits of the helmet covered with dark blue crystals, and he made the same deep voice. "Natalie, the Hand of Dawn, your identity has been confirmed. Please tell me your purpose." Natalie pointed to the bloody shadow assassin behind her. "There is an unexpected emergency in the traitor extermination work. I need to report the military situation to my father." The soldier looked at the shadow assassin, stepped forward and accepted the identity check. The shadow assassin was obviously familiar with this process. He took a step forward, stretched out his arms with all his strength, and remained motionless. The armored warrior continued to check. During this period, Rosen remained silent and carefully observed the armored warrior. It turned out to be 2 Eternal Guardians. The so-called Eternal Guardians are the same as the Dawn Guardians. They are high-energy combat puppets with extremely amazing combat power. Although the Eternal Guardian is several times smaller than the Dawn Guardian, its combat power is several times higher than that of the Dawn Guardian. According to historical records, in a head-on confrontation, 1 Eternal Guardian can tie with 3 Dawn Guardians. Therefore, the most powerful existence in the Mage Association is not the Eye of Dawn Mage, but these 2 high-energy warriors. If these 2 high-energy warriors release their power and fight without scruples, they can raze the Grey City to the ground in an instant. But obviously, this is not allowed. Because Adela told Rosen, the Queen has issued a clear decree, strictly prohibiting the release of any active offensive high-energy power on the ground. This sentence obviously has loopholes, because active attacks are not allowed, but defense and counterattacks are still allowed. The Queen must also know that this sentence has loopholes, but Rosen fully understands why she issued such a loophole decree. Because her control over the Empire is too weak, every decree she issued is the product of compromise between multiple interests. In other words, she left a loophole for the high-level officials of the Empire to use, so as to avoid the intensification of conflicts among the high-level officials. Like the Dawn Empire, they are both the Twilight Empire. While thinking, Rosen heard the voice of the Eternal Guardian. "Sir, come forward to accept the identity check." Rosen immediately stepped forward and opened his arms to accept the scanning of the Eternal Guardian. He was not worried about being exposed at all, because he had seen through the scanning spell of the Eternal Guardian, and the strength of his disguise greatly exceeded the resolution of the spell. Soon, the Eternal Guardian said, "Ander, the Hand of Dawn, the identity has been confirmed, and you are allowed to pass." Click. The 2 dark blue weapons that looked like spears, but were actually high-energy staffs were retracted and cleared the passage. Natalie continued to lead the way forward. After entering the passage, they walked a distance, and came to a round door made of heavy high-energy rune barrier. Natalie picked up the sapphire staff in her hand, and gently tapped the rune. "Father, there is an urgent military situation." The rune door was slightly lit, and the texture gradually changed from real to virtual, and a slightly vicissitudes of life voice came out. "Come in." The 3 of them passed through the rune door one by one. Behind the door was a study with a multi-arch structure, which looked very solid. In the middle of the 2 thick pillars, there was a circular desk, which was filled with various documents and a very bright spell lamp. Why turn on the light in broad daylight? Because this study had no windows, it was obviously on the 3rd floor, but it was as dark as a tomb. Behind the desk sat a tall, thin old man with gray hair. He was Savos, the president of the Eye of Dawn Mage Association, with a powerful soul of 17 rings. At this moment, he was reading a letter with excellent texture. Without looking at the content of the letter, just looking at the paper production process, Rosen knew that this must be an industrial product of the high-energy empire. Looking at the uncontrollable humility on the old man's face, it can be inferred that the content of the letter is most likely from a big shot in Moon City. Seeing his daughter coming, Savos carefully put the letter away and looked at the injured shadow assassin again. Failed to hunt down the traitor? Natalie nodded solemnly and said to the shadow assassin behind her, "Tell me about the battle in detail." The shadow assassin began to describe the process of the pursuit in detail. At the beginning, the opponent had no room for resistance, and then the situation suddenly turned around, and his side had no power to fight back. After finishing speaking, the assassin's eyes showed uncontrollable fear. "President, those traitors were very fanatical and fearless during the battle, and they kept shouting a name. Some shouted Sun God of War, and some shouted Great Rosen." Savos listened carefully and frowned slightly. Sun God of War Rosen is another mysterious strongman hiding behind the scenes to make trouble? After pondering for a few seconds, he looked at the shadow assassin. "I know, you go to the doctor to treat your injuries, have a good rest, and then keep your mouth shut. Don't spread what happened today." "Yes, President." The shadow assassin left quickly. Only President Savos and the 2 hands of Dawn were left in the study. Savos looked at his daughter Natalie. This mysterious and powerful person behind the scenes must be from Moon City. He is most likely the old enemy of Count Gunnerkin, trying to use the Dragon Mountain Brotherhood to seize the territory of Grey City. Natalie immediately nodded in agreement. "Father, I think so too. I think the other party must be fully prepared. It will be difficult for us, the Eye of Dawn, to fight this mysterious and powerful person alone, so we must quickly seek help from the Count." Savos nodded. "You are right. Ander, what is the current situation of the Count's envoy?" Rosen's face was stern, and he immediately walked forward to report. "President, this Count's envoy named Alex is very powerful, but his character is very dissolute. As soon as he found me, he asked me to take him to a brothel for fun. I tried to dissuade him, but he was very stubborn. I had no choice but to take him to Happy Birds. The truth is that in order to please the messenger, Ander praised Happy Birds to the sky, which made Alex feel a little moved, so he agreed to go to Happy Birds to have a look. But now, Alex has been completely tamed by Liv, so naturally no one will expose his lies. However, although it cannot be exposed, there are doubts." Natalie knows Ander very well, and snorted coldly when she heard it. "Ander, you are really good. You have completely shirked your own responsibility. I heard that this absurd thing was actually your idea." Rosen immediately loudly proved his innocence. "Yes, it was my idea to go to the birds, but it was Lord Alex who asked us to have fun. I just tried my best to satisfy his wish." Natalie still didn't believe it, but she had no evidence to question Rosen, so she could only roll her eyes at him. A bunch of trash, who only know how to have fun. Savos frowned slightly and warned coldly. "Natalie, remember, you can insult Ander at will, because this kid is indeed a bastard, but never bring the Earl's envoy." Natalie's mind condensed, and she immediately said, "Yes, father." Although she said so, Rosen still vaguely felt her dissatisfaction in her heart. Obviously, this arrogant female wizard had very limited awe of Moon City. Savos turned to look at Rosen again. "Where is Alex now?" "Happy Bird." Savos frowned. "You just left him and came back alone?" Rosen hurriedly defended. "No, President, it was Master Alex who drove me back. He said he hadn't had enough fun and didn't want to be disturbed by me. I think this is ridiculous and tried to dissuade him, but it was completely ineffective. He even threatened me with magic. I had no choice but to leave the people of the Ironstone gang to look after him, and then run back to deliver the letter to you." Savos was half believing and half doubting. "Although Alex came to the mortal world for the first time, I have heard of him. He is not an overly happy person. How could he be addicted to brothels?" At this point, he stared at Rosen, his blue eyes shining brightly. "Ander, if you dare to tell a lie, I will not only remove you from your position as the Hand of Dawn, but also let you taste the taste of barbecue." Rosen immediately bowed deeply and swore, "President, if I, Ander, tell a lie, I will taste the 3-day punishment on the iron rack of the fortress." The so-called 3-day punishment is a horrible punishment that starts from the limbs and roasts people with fire for 3 days before they die. So when he heard this, Savos believed it 90%, and his brows frowned tighter. Why is Alex's character different from the description in the Earl's letter? Natalie also believed Anders' words, because in her memory, Anders was a cowardly and shameless person. Now he made such a poisonous oath without hesitation, which means that he was telling the truth. She snorted coldly. Father, in my opinion, this Alex must have used connections to climb up to the Earl's path. Savos also guessed so. He felt a little headache, covered his forehead and thought for a while, then said, Daughter, you and Anders go to Happy Bird together and invite Lord Alex back. Tell him that I have something very important to discuss with him. Yes, Father, I go right away. Natalie turned around and left in a swift and decisive manner. After walking a few steps, she turned around and urged Rosen, Hurry up, Anders. Savos was worried that something might happen to his daughter. After all, the current situation in Grey City was not peaceful, so he immediately said, Take the guards with you. Got it, Father. Natalie waved her hand as a response, and then added, Father, what if Lord Alex really indulges in the brothel and refuses to come back? Then kill all the prostitutes in the brothel in front of him, and then burn the brothel so that he can't indulge in it. When saying these words, Savos' tone was as calm as if he was pinching an ant to death. Rosen thought to himself, This president is a ruthless character. He will do anything to maintain his position. Natalie was slightly startled when she heard this. Father, maybe just killing one or two to shock them. No, kill them all. So that the girls in the city know when to open their legs, and when to remain reserved. Natalie nodded and agreed, Yes, Father. Although she agreed, she did not have enough killing intent in her heart. Rosen saw clearly. The president is a ruthless person, but it's a pity that my daughter has only learned the form, but not the essence for the time being. In other words, this daughter still has room for ideological transformation. Chapter 417. About a quarter of an hour later, Natalie led the so-called guards regiment of 400 people, and left the Dawn Fortress in a mighty manner. Rosen was among them, of course. Through Anders' memory, he already knew that the Dawn I Mage Association had a total of 6 elite guards regiments, each with 400 people. Among them, the guards regiment was the most elite, with an average soul strength of 9 rings, and was equipped with powerful magic tools provided by Moon City. At this time, he followed Natalie and secretly observed the combat mages of the guards regiment. The combat mages themselves are not very strong, but their staffs are ridiculously strong. Not only are they well made and have super performance, but they also secretly hide 3 grams of eternal essence inside. Although the maximum output power is limited due to the Queen's ban, it still far exceeds the power limit of the mage itself. Such a high-energy staff will allow the combat mage to use a huge amount of power, so although it is only a 9-ring mage, it can easily compete with ordinary mages above 15 rings. The Eye of Dawn Mage Club has 2,400 such battle mages. They ensured the absolute crushing advantage of the Mage Club in the Grey City area. It was very difficult, and almost impossible for the Longshan Brotherhood to defeat the Eye of Dawn on the front line. Therefore, the best way was to make the Eye of Dawn chaotic first. Along the way, Rosen was not idle. He was secretly observing Natalie, because he thought that this arrogant mage lady was a potential destabilizing factor in the Eye of Dawn. After watching for a few minutes, he came to 2 conclusions. This girl has a really graceful figure, and such a proud personality, so she must be very delicious. Of course, this conclusion is irrelevant. The second one is important. Although he is arrogant, he still has humanity in his heart, which is worth my effort to persuade him to rebel. Because a civilian accidentally blocked the road on the way, if it were other mages, they would directly turn the blocker into ashes. But Natalie just scolded him and pushed him to the side of the road with a force field spell. So, he complained to Natalie tentatively. I really don't understand why Guinevere didn't become the Hand of Dawn, but became a traitor. Now it's good, the matter has become so big, and everyone has been dragged down and has a bad life. As soon as the voice fell, Natalie's face turned cold in an instant, and her deep blue eyes, which were very similar to Guinevere, glared at Rosen fiercely. Of course a coward like you can't understand. After saying this, she gritted her teeth and muttered, The people in Moon City are all shameless bastards. The voice was very vague, but Rosen had good ears. He immediately took a step forward, got closer to Natalie, and whispered, Miss, don't say this casually. If it gets to the sky by accident, even the president can't save you. Natalie's face turned pale, and she glanced at Rosen with a threatening look on her face. Andre, are you going to tell on me? Rosen immediately shook his head. Of course not, just reminding Miss, after all, our Mage Association still has to rely on the power of Moon City, and it's always bad to have a bad relationship. Natalie's expression eased a little. You're smart. After saying this, the repressed dissatisfaction in her heart seemed to have found an object to confide in, and she changed to a mental secret. She is my best friend. I understand her choice, and even admire her courage. If it were me, I might not dare to do so in the face of such an experience. Rosen also answered in a telepathic voice. I'm curious, what happened? He really didn't know about this, because Ander didn't know either. He only knew that Guinevere had suddenly defected. Natalie glanced at Rosen with a deep contempt in her eyes. Don't ask about things you shouldn't know, or you lose your life. After that, she really stopped talking. But the information revealed was enough for Rosen to make a decision. The eldest lady of the Eye of Dawn despises the Moon City very much, and even sympathizes with the traitor's experience, so she only needs a small boost to finally defect from the Mage Association. If Natalie betrays, it will be a huge blow to the Eye of Dawn, but it will be a huge good news for the Dragon Mountain Brotherhood, which will greatly help the Brotherhood to seize control of the Grey City. How to help? Rosen thought for a moment, and came up with a solution. This matter still needs to be handled by the Moon City's messenger. So, he used the secret voice of the mind again, and gently reminded, Miss, Alex is very arrogant. His eyes grow directly on the top of his head. Don't force it later, you must persuade him kindly, so as not to anger him. Natalie became even more angry when she heard it. Arrogant? Humph, he just borrowed the power of Earl Gunterkin, but if the Earl knew about his absurd behavior in Grey City, he would never protect him, so he has no capital to be arrogant at all. Rosen immediately added fuel to the fire. He is still a 17th ring mage, miss, you can't afford to offend him easily. Humph, I still have the guards. Rosen hurriedly advised, Miss, don't be impulsive. Once you use the guards to deal with the Moon City messenger, things will not end well. Natalie waved her hand impatiently. Andre, shut up. I know what's going on. Rosen shut up immediately, but secretly contacted the Apostle of Joy Liv and briefly introduced the current situation. Liv, Natalie is on fire now. If you don't handle it well, she will massacre the Joy Bird. You better be prepared. Liv is extremely smart. As soon as she heard the situation, she knew that the fire must have been stirred up by Rosen. She complained tenderly, Your Majesty, you really caused me a lot of trouble. You can't say that. Most of this trouble is caused by you. You shouldn't have seduced Alex. But no matter what, it has happened. The most important thing now is how to deal with it. Liv immediately asked, What do you think, Your Majesty? Alex is the messenger of Moon City, and the Eye of Dawn is the claw of Moon City in the mortal world. I hope you can cooperate with me to create an irreparable rift between the two sides. Liv understood it as soon as she heard it, and smiled tenderly. This is not difficult, but Your Majesty should not let me work for nothing, right? Rosen was prepared for this. After all, Liv was not his, and her master, the Pleasant, also made it clear that he would not participate in his bet with the Goddess of Annihilation. In theory, Liv should not have any entanglement with him. However, Liv is immortal. It is true that she is the Apostle of the Pleasant now, but it may not be in the future. Liv's professional ability, especially her ability to gather intelligence, was really great, and it provided Rosen with great help. Therefore, Rosen not only planned to turn Natalie against the government, but also Liv. Maybe this is unfair to the Joyer, but I will find a chance to compensate her later. So he smiled lightly and said word by word, Liv, if you can keep helping me, I will help you light the divine fire. Liv was shocked. Your Majesty, this reward is too big, I can't afford it. Although she said so, Rosen clearly heard her excitement from her tone. And the reason why Rosen made this promise was that after he ignited the divine fire, he understood the power limit of the true God. He knew that the Joyer Talana, who was in a distant world, had very little control over Liv, a believer. He also knew that as long as Liv did not pray actively, it would be difficult for the Joyer to locate her soul, let alone perceive her thoughts. Obviously, Liv also understood this vaguely, and she was extremely excited about the reward of becoming a true god. Her soul was therefore in an uncontrollable turmoil. Rosen continued, Liv, my natural empire in the mortal world has unified the entire plane, and currently has 4.8 billion believers. I bet this number is definitely far more than your master, right? Liv nodded. Yes, far more, hundreds of times more than my master, and even half of the number of Supreme God's believers. Rosen immediately said, It's half now, but my plane is still very empty, and there is a large continent that is still undeveloped. Once this new continent is filled, the number of my believers will catch up with the Supreme God. And I also have many supporters in other planes. As long as I use some means to control these planes, it will not be difficult to obtain billions of believers. I proudly say that my future is incredibly bright. If you are willing to join me, your future will definitely be far better than now. Liv's heart was pounding, but she was still hesitant. Your Majesty, you are talking about the future, and the future is not guaranteed. It is indeed not guaranteed. But all the bright futures in the world are gambled, aren't they? Liv sighed. Your Majesty, to be honest, I am very moved, but I can't betray my master. Because once I have a strange idea, my master will sooner or later sense it, and as long as she has a thought, she can turn my soul into nothingness. Rosen smiled. Don't worry, she can't do it. Or rather, I already have the ability to stop her. Liv was shocked. How is it possible? Has His Majesty already ignited the divine fire? Rosen smiled. It's almost there, but don't forget that I have the scepter of light. I was lucky enough to figure out the working principle of this true artifact and imitated a ring of light. If you are willing to help me, I will give it to you. It can protect your safety when needed. Even through the soul connection, Rosen clearly felt the waves in Liv's heart, and could even vaguely sense her violently beating heart through the soul waves. About 10 seconds later, Liv gave a clear reply. Your Majesty, I am yours, you can drive me at will. Rosen smiled. A wise choice, go on. In a short time, he used his source to condense a ring of light to protect the soul, and then used the secret passage technique to hand this true artifact directly to Liv. Liv, who was in the happy bird, reached out and took it, chuckling. Your Majesty, next, you will watch my performance. Chapter 418. A quarter of an hour later, the team arrived near the happy bird. Surround! Natalie shouted, and the 400 battle mages of the Guards Regiment 1 quickly dispersed, of which nearly 300 blocked the exits, and 100 began to set up various powerful teleportation and imprisonment arrays around the happy bird. About 10 minutes later, the leader of the Guards Regiment 1 came to report. Miss, the happy bird has been completely blocked. Very good. Natalie turned her head and looked at Rosen. Follow me. Rosen immediately stepped forward. Of course, she said to the leader. Choose 20 smart warriors to follow. The leader also immediately did so, and selected 20 of the most capable battle mages to serve as Natalie's temporary guards. After everything was ready, Natalie waved her hand and strode to the main gate of the happy bird. At the main entrance, she stopped and said to Rosen, I wait for you here. You go in by yourself and ask Sir Alex to come out. Understood. Rosen walked quickly into the lobby on the first floor of the brothel. Everyone in the brothel had already noticed the abnormality outside. Both the clients and the prostitutes had lost their mood to enjoy themselves. They were all lying at the windows, watching the situation outside the brothel with trepidation. As soon as Rosen entered, Jack, the leader of the Ironstone gang, came over with a nod and asked with a pale face, Sir, what's going on outside? Rosen could fully understand Jack's fear, because the wizards always kill people without blinking an eye. And the killing method was full of terrifying imagination. Now the most elite guards were dispatched. If any of them were not handled properly, countless people would lose their lives. Everyone comes to the brothel to have fun, but they don't want to lose their lives. Rosen grinned. It's nothing serious, just to invite people. But the leader is Miss Natalie, who has no good feelings towards the brothel. If I were you, I would try to be as quiet as possible at this moment, and it's best not to fart, so as not to upset Miss Natalie. Miss Natalie's reputation is well known to everyone in Grey City. Everyone in the hall secretly swallowed their saliva and dared not breathe. Rosen turned his head and quickly found Liv's maid Lily, so he walked over and pretended to ask, Where is Lord Alex? Lily pointed upstairs, the VIP room, with Liv. Hearing this, Rosen's thoughts condensed slightly, and he checked the unusual movement coming from the room on the second floor. He smiled slightly in his heart, and his face still maintained a very serious expression. I understand. He strode to the door of the VIP room on the second floor, knocked loudly, and shouted loudly, ignoring the lewd sounds coming from inside. Sir Alex, Sir Alex. After shouting 5 or 6 times in a row, the strange noise inside finally stopped, and Alex's extremely impatient roar came out. Andre, fart quickly. Sir, Miss Natalie came to invite you to Dawn Fortress in person, because the President has something important to discuss with you. Under normal circumstances, after hearing this news, Alex should immediately return to Dawn Fortress with Rosen. But at this moment, Alex has completely become a slave to pleasure and desire. In the VIP room, Liv said delicately, I really don't want you to leave. Alex was very hesitant to begin with, and being entangled by this soft finger made him even more reluctant. His mind was even more confused, and he wished he could be with the woman in front of him forever. In his heart, He had a strong resentment towards the Eye of Dawn for interrupting his joy. An idea came to his mind. These country bumpkins in the mortal world are really more annoying than mosquitoes in summer. Driven by this strong negative emotion, he shouted irritably, "I'm busy now. Let Natalie wait outside." Rosen hesitated. "Lord Alex, this is not good, right? Get out." Rosen achieved his goal and immediately turned around and left, taking 2 steps at a time to walk out of the Happy Bird and return to Natalie. At this moment, Natalie's white oval face had a willow eyebrow raised, and her hands tightly grasped the deep sapphire staff in her hands, breathing heavily, trying to suppress the anger in her heart. As a 15-ring power mage, she could easily hear the conversation between Rosen and Alex. Originally, she suspected that Anders' description was exaggerated, but now it seems that Anders did not exaggerate at all, and even slightly beautified Alex's image. This Alex was arrogant to an outrageous degree. Even the Earl of Moon City, Gunterkin, was polite to his father, but this guy, an envoy who got promoted by connections, came to the territory of the Eye of Dawn and dared to despise the owner of this territory. It's simply arrogant. After a while, Natalie suppressed the boiling anger in her heart and waved her hand vigorously. "Come on, go to the brothel with me to hire someone." She strode into the Happy Bird with 20 battle mages, and Rosen naturally followed closely. As he walked, he whispered, "Miss, calm down. No matter what, he is the Earl's envoy. Although he is a little unreliable, the Earl's face must be taken into consideration." Natalie knew that Rosen was right, but she was angry and glared at Rosen. "Andre, are you teaching me how to do things?" Rosen immediately laughed. No, miss, I'm just suggesting. I don't need your advice. From now on, shut up." "Yes, miss." As she spoke, Natalie entered the hall of the Happy Bird first, and saw a group of disheveled prostitutes. She smelled a strange smell of fragrance and stench. Her anger suddenly became more intense, and she could hardly suppress it. Rosen immediately rushed forward, activated the force field spell, tore off all the smoke gauze hanging in the hall, and pushed all the prostitutes to the wall, clearing a clean and bright passage in an instant. "Miss, please." The process was very fast, less than 3 seconds. Natalie's mood eased a little, and she had a better impression of Anders in front of her. A thought flashed through her mind. Although this guy's talent for magic is not very good, he is quite efficient in doing things. I felt that I had underestimated this guy before. "Where is Alex?" she asked Rosen. "Miss, follow me." Rosen immediately led the way, and a group of people followed. Soon they arrived at the door of the VIP room on the 2nd floor. Although there was a wooden door between them, they could still clearly hear the sounds of joy coming from inside the door. Natalie's face turned green with anger. Does this bastard only have women in his eyes? She had been here for so long, and had sent someone to notify him in advance, giving him enough excuses, but this guy ignored her completely. In this case, Natalie was no longer polite, and said to a battle mage beside her, "Kick the door open." Bang! The wooden door was immediately kicked to the ground, and a woman screamed off from behind the door, followed by a man's angry roar. "Who is looking for death?" Following this, Alex rushed towards the door naked, holding his staff. But Natalie was faster. 20 battle mages from the first guard entered the VIP room in a line, occupying various important places in the room. Immediately afterwards, Natalie walked into the room, glared at Alex, who was walking towards her, and responded with a sneer. "My lord, I'm looking for death." Alex, of course, knew Natalie and the first guard. Seeing the scene in front of him, he was stunned for a moment, and a strange thought flashed through his mind. How did things get to this point? But the thought flashed for a moment, and was interrupted by a scream behind him. He turned around and saw Anders grabbing the hair of his beloved and dragging her out of the corner of the room. When he saw his beloved being humiliated, Alex was furious and threw away all his rationality. He raised his staff, and was about to cast a spell on Rosen. And the first move he made was the killing spell Finger of Doom. However, he had consumed a lot of energy, and his mind was confused, so his casting speed was much slower than usual, and he did not take into account his own defense. Natalie saw that he was so cruel because of a prostitute, and the anger that had been suppressed suddenly burst out. As soon as she thought about it, the spell exploded. With a bang, the staff in Alex's hand was knocked out. Alex failed to cast the spell, and his body was shaken by the overflowing magic power, and retreated several steps. Before he could respond, he heard Natalie say, "Control him." 2 battle mages walked quickly to Alex's side, pointed their staffs at Alex. One cast a force spell to force Alex to kneel on the ground, and the other cast a soul imprisonment spell to prevent him from continuing to cast spells. Plop! Rosen dragged Liv out of the corner and threw her on the floor in the middle of the room. "Miss, what should we do with this woman?" Natalie glanced at Liv on the ground and saw that her hair was disheveled and her specific appearance could not be seen clearly. She was only wrapped in a bed sheet and could not feel any power. She looked like an ordinary prostitute with a pretty face. Obviously, such a prostitute was incapable of determining Alex's will, so the biggest fault of this absurd incident today was Alex, the Earl's envoy from Moon City. According to his father's opinion, Alex could not move, and could only kill a few prostitutes to show his dissatisfaction. But Natalie didn't have the habit of taking her anger out on others and killing people. Whoever provoked her anger, she would find him to release. So she waved her hand. "Get out." Rosen hurriedly stepped forward and whispered in Natalie's ear. "Miss, we can't really do anything to Alex, but we can kill this prostitute at will. It just so happens that Alex cares about this prostitute, so we can give him a small punishment." Natalie's heart moved slightly when she heard this, and her eyes turned back and forth between Alex and the prostitute on the ground several times. As expected, Alex's eyes were fixed on the prostitute. So what Anders said was right. But she also knew that the prostitute could not decide her own fate. The mistake was clearly made by Alex, but it was another person who had nothing to do with it, which made her feel uncomfortable. She did not sympathize with the prostitute, nor had she killed anyone before. If the prostitute was really wrong, she would have no psychological burden to kill her. Rosen saw this and immediately said, "Miss, why don't I do it?" After saying that, without waiting for Natalie to respond, he took out a dagger, strode forward, and stabbed Liv in the chest with one knife. The latter screamed, fell to the ground, and died in an instant. "No!" Alex roared and struggled violently. But he was naked, without any magic weapon to assist him, and his energy was overconsumed, so he was no match for the combat spells of the two fully armed guards. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. He simply gave up struggling, staring at Natalie with eyes filled with blazing anger, and cursed without thinking. "You are dead, you are all dead. When I return to Moon City, I will make you pay the most tragic price in the world. Especially you, Natalie. I will lock you in a closed room, tie you to a wooden board, and then put in a dozen young negru, let them torture you to death. I swear, I will do it. Just wait." Natalie has a proud personality, and she has never been threatened in person like this since she was a child. Because of what happened today, her heart was already full of anger, and she hated Alex to the extreme. Being provoked like this, the anger in her heart instantly became several times more intense, and she lost control. She raised her staff, and in an instant, a blade of light condensed, and thrust it forward, stabbing it into Alex's mouth, directly piercing his entire skull. Crack, crack. Alex died in a strange struggle. Everyone in the room was shocked, because everyone knew that this man must not die. The battle mages of the Guards' 1st Regiment all looked at Natalie with a strange look, and their bodies unconsciously stepped back a little, as if they were afraid of being contaminated by bad luck. Natalie felt this, and after killing someone, the anger in her heart was released, and her reason returned. She suddenly felt a chill in her heart. This is a big deal. But the person is dead, there is no turning back. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Natalie was in a mess. At this moment, a whisper came from her heart. "Miss, you can't stay in the Eye of Dawn any longer." It was Ander. Natalie's heart was shaken violently, but she had nothing to say, because she knew Ander was right. Ander's voice came again. "Miss, I will help you hold these guards, you hurry up." "But where should I go?" "Go to the Brotherhood of Dragon Mountain. Go to your friend Guinevere. This is probably your only way to survive." "What about you?" "I have too much blood of Brotherhood members on my hands. I have no way to retreat." "Hurry up, miss, it will be too late. The guards look at you with a wrong look in their eyes." Natalie knew Ander was right, because the guards were truly loyal to her father, not her. Now that she has done such a thing, given her father's character, he will definitely give up on her. So, Ander is right. Her only way to survive is to leave the Eye of Dawn. But the soldiers of the 1st Guard will definitely not let her go. "Miss, hurry up. I help you stop these soldiers," Rosen urged with his eyes. "You will die. There is no point in me living." As he spoke, Rosen raised his staff and took the initiative to attack the soldiers of the 1st Guard. Natalie's heart was shocked again, knowing that this was her only chance. Gritting her teeth, she seized the opportunity and rushed out of the window. The moment she rushed out of the window, she felt confused, but more of a sense of relief. I finally broke free from the shackles of my birth. This birth gave her glory, but it also completely bound her life choices. But now, she has broken through the predetermined fate. Looking back again, she saw Ander standing in front of the window, desperately resisting the attack of the guards. There were already blood on his body. When he saw her looking back, he urged loudly, "Miss, go quickly, don't worry about me." Natalie felt a strong sense of guilt again. She was not a hesitant person. She quickly turned around and continued to run wildly. Soon she rushed out hundreds of meters and broke out of the encirclement of the guards. It was at this moment that she felt that Ander's soul breath disappeared. In other words, the Dawn Hand, who was once cowardly and incompetent in her eyes, had died in battle. He used his life to win a chance for her to survive. Natalie's heart was violently shaken, her eyes were hot, and her vision was slightly blurred. At this moment, she deeply felt her past shallowness. In fact, Ander is much more capable than I am. All his achievements come from his own efforts. And I just had the advantage of my birth. After figuring this out, Natalie looked up and ran forward more firmly. From today on, I will go my own way. Chapter 419. Fortress of Dawn. There were 3 bodies in the side hall. From left to right, they were Alex with a pierced head, Ander with scars all over his body, and the prostitute with a pierced chest. The president of the Mages Association, Savos, looked at them one by one, and listened to the report of the head of the guards. When he finished reading, the head of the guards also finished reporting. "President, this is the whole process." Savos was silent. The results of his inspection were completely consistent with the results reported by the head of the guards. In other words, his daughter did something stupid under impulse, with extremely serious consequences. She simply ran away, and he had to clean up this damn mess. Freeze Alex's body, and burn the prostitute's body. As for Ander, burn her too. Yes, President. The leader did not leave in a hurry. He asked carefully, "President, what about the lady? You go in person and bring people to bring her back." After a pause, Savos took a deep breath and added, "We must bring her back, no matter whether she is dead or alive." "Yes, President." The head of the guard turned to execute the order. Savos was in a very bad mood. He was angry, crazy, and afraid. Among them, fear was the most, almost occupying his entire soul. He did love Natalie very much, because this daughter was born to him and his first wife when he was young. She was the only woman he had ever loved. But he did not have only one child. If he wanted, he could continue to raise children. Since Natalie had done something stupid that could not be undone, he could only give up on her. The most important thing now was how to explain to Earl Gonkin. Indeed, the envoys sent by the Earl were ridiculous, but they could warn him, neglect him, or even punish him quietly, but they could never kill him. This is the bottom line. Once the bottom line is crossed, it will definitely trigger extremely terrible punishment, countless lives will be ended, and even the entire Grey City may be destroyed. So, at this time, Savos was like an ant on a hot pot. Just when the president of the Eye of Dawn was in a state of panic, an inconspicuous wooden house on the edge of the Grey City. Rosen and the Apostle of Joy Liv stood side by side at the window on the 2nd floor, their eyes wandering over the battle mages running past one by one. Liv was stabbed by Rosen with a dagger, but it didn't hit the vital point at all. With her physique, she recovered in just a few minutes, and then found a corpse that had just died in the streets to make up the number. There was no worry of being exposed, because no one would care about the specific identity of a prostitute. Rosen was even simpler. The body of Ander, the Hand of Dawn, is still there. According to the situation at the scene, we just need to deal with it simply. Your Majesty, without external help, Natalie will not be able to escape far and will be caught. Natalie's 15th ring power is indeed very strong, but as long as she holds the magic weapon of Moon City, she can be easily tracked. And if she gives up the magic weapon of Moon City, her power will be greatly weakened, and she will not be a match for the guard's battle mage at all. Rosen certainly knew this and smiled. I will go to help her later. But you, when can you regain control of a brothel? After such a thing happened, the happy bird naturally couldn't stay, and could only move to another place. Liv smiled. It will be soon, at most 3 days. After a pause, she asked, recently, a new church has been secretly spreading in the streets of Grey City, called the Doomsday Cult, which believes in a god called the Doomsday Savior. The church's followers are secretive, but their infiltration ability is very strong. Although their current momentum is not large, they are growing at a terrifying speed. Does your Majesty have any countermeasures for this? It is obvious that this so-called Doomsday Savior is the code name of the goddess of annihilation. After all, she is a 5-ring supreme god with powerful divine power, superb means, and rich experience, especially the ability of brainwashing and infiltration, which is incomparable to the current Rosen. Not to mention anything else, just that pair of terrifying eyes, like black holes, are enough to easily break the defense of mortals, and make people worship subconsciously. Rosen feels that unless he gives his core followers the scepter of light, these believers are unsafe, and may be transformed into doomsday believers at any time. The only good news is that the true body of the goddess of annihilation is still in another world, otherwise Rosen has no chance of winning at all. Of course, these severe situations can easily dampen the morale of followers, and he knows it in his heart. For his followers, he still needs to paint more big pictures to inspire their fighting spirit. So, he smiled slightly. Of course there is a countermeasure. Raised his hand, moved his fingers lightly, and as the light flowed from his fingertips, a ring of light that protected the soul was condensed again. I have vaguely felt the existence of the source, and I can use the power of the source a little bit. Maybe my power is not strong enough, but I have a huge number of believers, and the believers continue to provide me with source. This allows me to create a soul-protecting artifact for each follower. Liv was shocked. Your Majesty, are you about to light the divine fire? Almost, just one last bit. If you are lucky, it may take a month. If you are unlucky, it will only take half a year. This is exciting good news, which has injected a lot of confidence into Liv. She immediately said, Your Majesty, I will pay close attention to the development of the Doomsday cult. Rosen smiled. I will also pay close attention to your soul, and make sure you will not face the Great One alone. After that, he stretched. Okay, Natalie is a little confused about the future, I have to guide her. Liv immediately said, I wish your Majesty a successful bet. Then, the two sides began to act separately. One stayed in Grey City to continue collecting intelligence, and the other was directly teleported. In front of his eyes, black and light, Rosen arrived near Natalie and watched her running wildly in the wilderness. She obviously knew the positioning function of the Moon City magic weapon, and threw it away early. At this time, she only relied on her own strength to run in the wilderness. But she obviously overestimated her ability. Less than an hour had passed, and the eldest lady of the Eye of Dawn had already lost her glamorous appearance. Her neatly combed hair became messy, and there were many stains on her snow-white cheeks. Her bright dress was stained with a lot of mud, grass juice and blood, and many places were torn. Although she was running out of breath, she did not dare to stop or be distracted. She looked left and right while running, and her spirit was extremely tense. Rosen saw at a glance that her ability to survive in the wild was far inferior to that of Orient. In her current situation, she would be caught by the pursuers behind in 5 hours at most. But without experiencing real hardships and dangers, it is difficult to sharpen a strong will. So, Rosen just watched from the side. Now, under the nourishment of the core divine fire, the speed of improving the strength of his peripheral soul has greatly accelerated, and it is getting faster and faster. At present, he has broken through to the 21st ring, and it may take less than a month to reach the top 23rd ring in the mortal world. He even worried that his power was too strong, which made it impossible to continue to stay in the mortal world, and he had to find a way to slow down the speed of his power improvement. With such power, it is naturally easy to take care of a mortal, and the attention consumed is even less than 1/10. So, while hiding in the dark and watching Natalie, he thought about the situation in Grey City. There are 3 major forces in Grey City at present. One is the Eye of Dawn, one is the Brotherhood of Dragon Mountain, and one is the Doomsday Cult. The Eye of Dawn itself is not scary, but the high-powered power of Moon City behind it is scary. Once the high-powered power intervenes, Grey City can be easily wiped off the map. Rosen believed that some bigwigs in Moon City were very willing to do this, because they wished that all ordinary people on Earth would die. Even if they were true gods, it would be difficult to withstand the attack of high-energy forces head-on, and they could only use magic skills to avoid the sharp edge. Because the biggest gap between the high-energy empire and the true gods is not the amount of power, but the control of power. The true gods are strong in the fine control of power, but after all, they are still lives. Facing the high-energy war weapons built by national power, they cannot use their own flesh to resist. Therefore, if Moon City really wants to use high-energy weapons to overturn the table, Rosen can only watch, but cannot stop it. Now that the Eye of Dawn has killed the messenger of Moon City, I have to be on guard against Moon City's attack. How to be on guard? Rosen certainly has a way. He secretly contacted Adela, briefly introduced the situation in the city, and then asked, Dear, what do you think Earl Gunterkin will do? Adela's reply came immediately. According to my Earl's understanding, he will severely punish the Eye of Dawn, but will not destroy Grey City. Because he needs the residents of Gray City to collect various rare materials from the ruins on the ground. For example, high-energy material obsidian gold. This answer made Rosen breathe a sigh of relief, and then asked, if the owner of Gray City changes, what will Earl Gunterkin do? He will send family warriors to the mortal world, clean up the rebels, and then support a new agent. Are you sure? I am sure, because this is not the first time the Earl has done this. Rosen asked. How strong are the family warriors? Did they violate the Queen's ban? Of course not, but the family warriors have an average of 15 souls, more than 300 in number, and are all equipped with armor made of eternal obsidian gold and eternal essence staffs that can stimulate up to 18 rings of power, which is a force that the mortal world cannot resist. Although the Queen knows, it is not easy to say more. After all, the Earl did not violate the ban. Rosen knew it in his heart, and asked again, what does the Queen think of me? This time, Adela took a full 5 seconds to reply. The Queen said that she would observe your every word and action carefully. During this time, she has been observing, occasionally thinking absent-mindedly, and never made any comments. Rosen smiled and said, observe me? I think I'm hiding well. She may not be able to observe me all the time, right? Indeed, if she can see, then see. If she can't see, then wait for you to show up. After all, you haven't been hiding all the time, right? Well said, let's do this for now. After stopping the communication, Rosen began to check the source knowledge given to him by the Joy. There was a lot of knowledge. As he read it, he silently verified it in his mind, and found that every piece of knowledge was very reliable, and could be used directly. The Joyer took out the real thing, which helped me a lot. I have to repay her in the future. This knowledge saved him a lot of time and helped him quickly improve the structure of the divine fire, create a more powerful source magic weapon, and create his own core divine art. These are his current shortcomings, so he looked more and more attentively. Time passed by minute, and in a blink of an eye, more than 4 hours had passed. Natalie became more and more embarrassed. Her strength was almost exhausted, her left ankle was sprained, and her ankle was swollen like a steamed bun, which greatly affected her forward speed. Looking at the pursuers behind her, they were less than 5 kilometers away from her, and had already found the traces she left behind. It's almost time for me to make my appearance. Wait, it seems that I'm not the only one who wants this young lady. The Goddess of Annihilation also wants her. Chapter 420. Suburbs of Gray City. After encountering the Goddess of Annihilation again, Rosen discovered some changes in details. Last time, he could only vaguely sense the Goddess of Annihilation spying, but it was difficult to determine her exact location. At that time, he was obviously suppressed by her. But this time, he not only clearly felt the arrival of the Goddess of Annihilation, but also clearly felt her position, and even vaguely felt that the Goddess of Annihilation did not perceive his specific location. In other words, this time, his insight abilities surpassed the other party. He immediately understood, it is the advantage brought to me by the divine fire. The strength of his divine fire is naturally far less than that of the Goddess of Annihilation, but the Goddess of Annihilation's body is in a distant alien world, while he is in the local area. As one grows stronger, the other shrinks, and Rosen in turn suppresses the mortal incarnation of the Goddess of Annihilation. Since the power has changed, the strategy to deal with the Goddess of Annihilation should also be adjusted. After careful thinking, Rosen came to a conclusion. Her original body can't come over, and the power supply to the incarnation is slow. She is nothing more than a large-sized apostle of the true God. Maybe there are some strange means, but I am now in a position of perception advantage, which also gives me the advantage of the first move, so there is nothing to be afraid of this Goddess of Annihilation. Because once he gets the first move, unless the opponent's power completely crushes him, he will most likely win in the end. Of course, the Goddess of Annihilation is ultimately an unpredictable 5-ring supreme being. Unless it is necessary, there is no need for me to rush to tear my face with her. So, Rosen was on full alert, pretending to have discovered the Goddess of Annihilation, but not located. After waiting for half a minute, the Goddess of Annihilation finally located Rosen's position and quickly approached him. 3 minutes later, she arrived beside Rosen, who looked at her with a vigilant look. Great One, it's an honor to meet you. The Leakeys nodded lightly, walked to Rosen's side and stood, looking at Natalie, who was panting against a tree not far away. The eldest daughter of the Eye of Dawn, who is less than 35 years old, has reached the 15th ring of soul. She is a mortal with great potential, and is qualified to become my core apostle. Rosen looked reluctant. Great One, I was the first one to take a fancy to her, and I also spent a lot of effort to persuade her to rebel. The Lakisi nodded. I know, but in the matter of faith, mortals have the freedom to choose. God can guide, but cannot force. Rosen understood the subconscious in the other party's words. Great One means that we each introduce our own ideas to her, and then let her choose freely? That's right. Rosen knew that what the other party said was right, because the gathering of source essence comes from the recognition of ideas. The believers who were forced to come can only be treated as slaves, but cannot become core apostles, so unless he breaks up with the Lakisi now, he can only accept her suggestion. Do we have to break up? Of course not. His divine fire has not been improved yet, the core divine art has not been created yet, and the source essence has not been accumulated enough. In short, time is on his side, and there is no need to tear her face because of the gains and losses of a soldier. So he nodded gently. Okay, let Miss Natalie choose for herself. The goddess of annihilation waved her hand gently, urged the divine power, and activated an ordinary divine art. In an instant, all the guards fighting mages who were chasing Natalie froze, like sculptures. But if you look closely, you will find that these fighting mages are just trapped by the super high-intensity time-space stasis. Let's go! The goddess of annihilation walked towards Natalie first, followed by Rosen. Soon, the two appeared in front of Natalie, standing on the left and right sides respectively. Who are you? Natalie's face covered with plaster showed a trace of despair. The goddess of annihilation spoke first. I am the god of annihilation, Thalikis, the savior of the end of the world, and the guardian of the fate of mortals. Rosen spoke later. I am Rosen, the god of war of the sun that gives glory to the mortal world, the warrior who reforms the world, and the guide of the fate of chaos. Natalie did not expect to get such an answer. At first, there was a trace of confusion in her eyes, but then she understood. You are the mysterious and powerful people behind the Doomsday cult and the Longshan Brotherhood. That's right. The goddess of annihilation and Rosen answered at the same time. Natalie sneered, don't play tricks. Tell me, which big shot in Moon City do you serve? The goddess of annihilation thought about it, and showed her terrifying black hole eyes. Around her black eyes, there was a fascinating stream of light like a huge accretion disk. An indifferent voice sounded immediately, like the sound of fate's judgment. I am a true god from the divine world. I don't serve any mortals. In my eyes, there is no distinction between high and low mortals. Natalie couldn't stand this. Her mind was suddenly shocked. True God, there is such a great will in the world. She was originally leaning against a big tree to rest, but she couldn't bear it at this time. Her body couldn't control her slide down, and she subconsciously knelt down to worship. But just as she slept a little, a strong arm came over from the side, and supported her body, and at the same time a voice came into her ears. True God and mortals are all life, and there is no difference in essence. True God is the forerunner in front, and mortals are the followers behind. God is in front of us to illuminate the way forward, and mortals follow the light. Although mortals are small, they are the seeds of true God. Although true God is great, he also needs the support of mortals. The voice was gentle, flowing into Natalie's heart like a gurgling stream, injecting her with the courage to face the goddess of annihilation, and the strong arm supporting her body also made her feel safe and secure. This young lady betrayed the eye of dawn, and fled alone in the wilderness for 4 or 5 hours. Her mind was full of confusion and fear. At this time, she felt a strong warmth from this arm, as if she was close to the warm sun in winter. She stabilized her falling body again, and subconsciously moved closer to Rosen's body. The annihilation goddess frowned slightly, and whispered to Rosen, God should not touch mortals with their bodies. Rosen replied quietly, you should not use your great power to oppress mortal souls. The annihilation goddess looked at Rosen deeply, and the pressure in her eyes became stronger, as if she had the ultimate destiny to devour all things. Rosen looked at her with his eyes, without retreating at all. After 3 seconds, the terrible black hole in the eyes of the annihilation goddess slowly faded away. Very good, we will convince her with pure words. As you wish. Rosen also let go of Natalie, took a step back, and continued to stand shoulder to shoulder with the annihilation goddess. On the other side, Natalie looked at the two mysterious figures in front of her, and her confusion became more and more intense. But she has confirmed one thing, that is, the two people in front of her are most likely not related to Moon City, and are most likely to be terrifying beings stronger than mortals, because these two people have a pure temperament that mortals do not have. The reason why she felt confused was that she did not understand the purpose of these two people. After looking for a long time, she said, I don't understand. Why would a great person like you come to me? The goddess of annihilation said, we all want to change the current situation of Grey City, but each has its own way of changing it. So I founded the Doomsday God cult, and this Mr. Rosen chose the Longshan Brotherhood. Rosen continued, we hope you will join us, but it is up to you to choose which side to join. Natalie understood a little, pondered for a while, and looked at the goddess of annihilation. Lady Felikes, I want to ask, how do you plan to change the current situation of Grey City? Let all the people in Grey City. Someone accepted my new order, and built a new city in the new order. Natalie frowned slightly. Do you want to rule Grey City? No, I will not participate in the direct rule of Grey City. No matter who it is, as long as they follow my order, they can become the Lord of Grey City. Natalie understood. Do you want to raise an obedient dog in Grey City like in Moon City? The goddess of annihilation said indifferently. Although your statement is rude, you are right. Natalie took a deep breath and continued to ask. What is the difference between that and the current Grey City? Of course there is a difference. The goddess of annihilation began to explain. The real sin in the world does not lie in the way of ruling, but in the details of ruling, in the specific laws. I will prohibit killing, cannibalism, and the strong from bullying the weak. I will guide people's wisdom to production and construction, rather than consumption and destruction, to create a stable and orderly city. This greatly reduced Natalie's resistance. She turned to look at Rosen again. So, the great sun god of war Rosen, how do you plan to change? Because of the experience just now, she was full of inexplicable affection for Rosen. Rosen only said one sentence. I plan to recast the glory of the Eternal Empire. Natalie's heart was pounding. Can this be done? History has proved that this is feasible. All we have to do is to reproduce history. A simple sentence once again strongly convinced Natalie. She felt her heart pounding, and her blood flowing rapidly in her heart. She said almost without hesitation, I choose to follow you, the great sun god of war Rosen. Rosen smiled and responded, Miss Natalie, I am honored to be followed by you. After saying this, Rosen glanced at the goddess of annihilation beside him. Great Felikes, since Miss Natalie has chosen the future path, we should leave too. The face of the goddess of annihilation remained indifferent, but a hint of displeasure was revealed in the depths of her black eyes. But she still kept her original agreement after all. Looking at Natalie, she said in a cold and indifferent tone, Mortal, since you choose to stand on the opposite side of me, from now on, we are enemies. As she spoke, she thought about it, released the control of the guards, and at the same time stepped back and disappeared into the air. Natalie still clearly remembered the other party's terrifying soul pressure. Her mind trembled violently, and she subconsciously turned her head to look at Rosen beside her. Rosen smiled gently. Miss Natalie, the process of recasting glory must be full of difficulties and obstacles. But only by crossing the rugged mountain road can you climb to the top of the mountain and see the scenery of the top of the mountain. While speaking, Rosen raised his hand and gently patted her body, wearing the ring of light that protects the soul, and the ring of the queen that gives powerful power. Keep going, Miss Natalie, I will always protect you. After saying this, he stepped back and disappeared into the air. The soul connection between God and believers is not achieved overnight most of the time, but gradually becomes solid after constant running in. So, there is a long way to go. On the other side, Natalie felt the new great power she had gained, and recalled the previous short and wonderful experience, and she felt like she was born in a dream. Gently stroking the powerful magic weapon on her wrist, she couldn't help but secretly call out in her heart, Great Sun God of War, are you still there? Immediately afterwards, she clearly felt a magnificent and warm great will slowly approaching her soul. Unless you give up on me, I will always be with you. Natalie was completely relieved, and a very strange emotion surged in her heart that she had never experienced before. Driven by this emotion, she couldn't help but swear loudly, No, I will never give up on you, never. She responded with a series of gentle smiles, like the warm sun in winter. This completely confirmed Natalie's mind. On the other side, Rosen clearly felt a large amount of source essence rushing towards him, and the source essence was mixed with a young love. He laughed in his heart. TSK, if I have time, I will go pick this little white flower. As for now, he has to feel as powerful as possible. Because he vaguely felt that the goddess of annihilation had doubted him.